get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and your vengeance served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
Happy Hump Day, everyone. We are in the middle of week 3 of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. Sophie here, and I'm so excited for today because we might finally get some team qualifying for the major, as we currently don't have anyone sitting at 5 wins yet. But to enjoy this super exciting day with me today, I've got my panelists, Aurora and Adam. How you guys doing?
Feeling sad you're leaving tomorrow.
Don't tell everyone that! It's a secret!
Not anymore.
Not anymore. But how are you doing, Adam?
I'm good. I'm hyped. Execration playing for this possibly a 4-way tie. First time in SCA since we had Talon lose to Bleed and Bleed lose to Blacklist. Well, I'm excited.
Yeah, we got some very exciting series today. I'm personally quite surprised that nobody's qualified yet because we've gotten this far into the season and we don't have anyone surely who has a spot in the Bali.
It's the last season.
Yeah.
We're trying our best.
That's true. It's the last season too.
This team's just stepping up, right? Like we talked about how Execration was in shambles week 1. Now they're kind of close to making tiebreakers. They were in the exact same spot last tour. And no, I hope they make it.
Yeah, we do have a couple teams that definitely won't make it. We got Boom and Sersha. It's a sad day for them.
Is Boom confirmed for relegation?
I don't know about relegation. They're not confirmed for relegation, but they're definitely not going to Bali. That is for sure.
Unlucky. Indonesian team.
I know, it's sad.
Kind of sad.
Let's take a look at Monday's results. What games we had, what were our series. We had Mansion AG versus Boom to start off the day, where Mansion AG destroyed Boom Esports, followed by Bleed versus Blacklist rivalry. A very shocking upset, but at the same time, I feel like people are kind of, if anyone could do it, maybe it was going to be Blacklist, right?
Yeah, I feel like they're top 3 in SCA, right? When they're actually playing the game. Not against the best team in the world, Zersha.
Yeah.
They looked really good, very clean, good decision making.
Yeah, but the last series of Monday was SMG versus Sersha, which was a stomp as well.
Yeah, Zersha looked like they felt it for that one day and then it's kind of gone.
Yeah.
SMG's in an interesting position as well because they also can't qualify, but they're standing between Execration right now.
I think they technically could. Because they're 2 and 3 right now. And
they only have one more game. They need 4, right? To qualify.
SMG?
Yeah. Because there's 3 teams with 4 points right now.
Yeah.
And if Execration win, Execration is going to be the 4th team with 4 points. So the tiebreakers between the 4-point teams. Yeah.
So SMG really need to win this.
They don't need to win this, but if they want to fuck over Execration, you know.
But what did you guys think about the series on Monday? Any that you guys were particularly excited watching? Or?
I mean, this Bleed Blacklist series was probably the most anticipated series, I would say. I think Blacklist looked really good drafting-wise and play-wise, but in game 1, it seemed like there was no hope, and then they brought it back, which is kind of impressive. Bleed, it was a really good team right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this season was a lot, really unexpected, the standings.
I think the thing about the SCA tours so far is that you can't really count anyone out. We see these week 2, week 3 improvements a lot. I think teams like Execration, SMG, for example, they've always been able to kind of fix their issues between week 1 and week 2.
I mean, can I just say Raven just popped off in the 3rd game? Seriously.
Yeah. Oh, there he is popping off. He's having a good time.
It was such an important game for them.
Yeah, that's true.
Defeating Bleed too, that's such a confidence boost. I think they must have been feeling down after losing to Zersha, but then taking a series off the unbeaten team.
Maybe that was their plan, we don't care about the...
I don't think you plan to lose.
All right, with this series, Sersha versus SMG just looked like a lost cause.
It was rough, yeah.
We don't talk about this one.
SMG seems to be a bit more open with their drafts right now. I think Midon just plays whatever he feels like playing and just kind of drafts around himself. I like this approach a lot more. I feel like him playing mid, he needs to play around himself more than anything. And I feel like he's best when he's enabled this way.
Yeah, it's true. Zhao looking like a happy boy. All right. Well, here are our Division 1 standings. We have Bleed and Talon now tied in... first. Well, technically Blacklist is with them as well. They have 4 wins altogether. Followed by Execration, SMG, Mansion AG, Boom Esports, and Sersha. And we got some interesting news today, don't we, Adam?
We do.
We do. For Boom Esports, today, Mushi, the one and only, will be subbing in for FBZ.
It's like, we need this win against Talon to stay in this too. I'll do it.
A coach taking
We don't
matters
know
into
what
his own
role
hands.
he's playing though.
Yeah, true.
I wonder if he's gonna be offlane.
Because I don't think I ever really see Mushi play.
He does
offlane
play
much.
like any role.
But would
I'm
someone
just
else
curious.
Or-
would someone else move to the offlane?
I'm not sure. I can see Zephyr doing it. I have
Really?
honestly no clue. Yeah,
Oh, that would be really
you'll
interesting.
punch offlane.
All right, well, let's take a look at today's schedule. Very, very, very exciting day because we could possibly find out if someone is going to the major. Our first game of the day is SMG versus Execration. Second game of the day is Talon versus Boom. So if Talon wins against Boom, they will qualify to the major, right? 5 wins is all you need.
That's true.
That is
But
true.
if Boom wins against Talon, they
Could potentially
play
avoid
tiebreaker
relegation.
for relegation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're kind of going back to Div 2.
Yep. And our last game of the day is Bleed versus Mansion AG. So actually, I think, I don't know, after the way AG were playing last week, I think there's a chance for them.
There's definitely
Is
a
that
chance,
coping?
but Bleed just has a higher percentage of winning, right? Most likely.
That's
They look really solid. Losing to Blacklist is no shame. I think Blacklist is a really strong team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they just need to focus on what's important. They need a win to qualify as well. It will secure their spot. So,
Yep.
yeah.
So we could possibly find out if 2 teams are going to Bali today.
Yeah, if Execration lose to SMG, I think all 3 top teams are secured regardless. No one can get 4 anymore, right? Execration is the only team that has a chance.
Blacklist,
It'll be Blacklist, Talon, Bleed, which are 4
Blacklist
right
can
now.
still lose to AG.
AG is 2-3. So even if they lose, they will.
But then if they lose, they'll get into like a tiebreaker situation with Blacklist. If Blacklist lose, because Execration are 3 and 2. So if
yeah,
Execration
it's
lose
only
today,
Execration.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
only
it'll be between the
Execration.
Pinoy teams.
So if Execration lose, all the other matches don't really matter anymore,
Yeah, exactly.
except for seeding, I guess.
Exactly. So we got a very interesting day of games, but let's talk about our first game coming up. We got SMG versus Execration. Who do you guys think? What do you think about these teams? How have their progress been throughout the season?
I mean, I think Execration is somewhat a little bit more stable, but then I feel SMG from the last week, they already picked up like what they left behind. So it's not that easy of a series for Execration. But I've seen Execration just, you know, even if they are not very sure what to do in the early to mid phase, they always kind of just get back the game in the late phase. I mean, albeit there's a little bit of confusion from the other team, but still, I think against Execration, a team where they've stayed together for such a long time, right? Like, you're not gonna rely on, oh, let's go late game and then beat them. You're gonna want to like amp up the pace and just take the game from as early as possible for SMG, I would say.
I think the thing about SMG is they like to play with pace and they draft pretty lane heavy. I think Tino likes to pick his hero early on Execration, or they like to pick his hero early, and Chiori just plays this like Bloodseeker or something, you know, wins his lane. And it's gonna come down to that 1 or 2 fights in the mid game whether Execration can bring it back or not.
I think also, like what you were saying, Aurora, how Execration, you know, when they take it late, they usually can win the game. So against a team like SMG, who are, you know, a bit known for lacking in their late game, do you think that gives them an advantage?
I think it's not really an advantage. I think SMG kind of already found what they want to do with the draft per se. Because like Adam said, like Midon, you just need a hero on him that could take the game. Like not just, you know, jail him on, oh, you have to move around. Be that hero to move around. But at the same time, he also has to have the win condition in that hero. So I think they're doing that right now. And I think with that, they definitely stand a better chance in this series.
Like Midon's one of those like 1-2 item gamers, you know, he needs to be in a position where he's strong. There's like this Deso on Lone Druid, for example, and it's like, let's do this. I think that's when SMG has looked the best so far, when Midon's having a good game.
Yeah.
And I think they've kind of resorted to that as well, in the sense that they draft around him more and they kind of don't care about the other 2 side lanes. I mean, Masros is really independent and he tends to scale. Chidori as well, he's been used to playing these lane holders, you know, before SBC and played a Morphling. I think they've moved away from the Terrorblade a bit, more centered around Midon, which I kind of like from them,
So would you feel like mid one is kind of the win condition?
for sure.
Yeah.
I think more mentally and strategically
Yeah,
than
I agree.
actual win condition.
And because they do stand a chance to qualify to the major, right? So it's important that they do this now.
Yeah.
And then maybe if like later on you decide, oh, I want my entire team to grow, then you can do it later, like not now.
Yeah. Who do you think is Execration's win condition?
I think Palos has been the biggest question mark for me. I think he's been pretty hit or miss. We talked about his identity before as a carry, and I feel like he still doesn't really have it. I think Tino and Shanks are always the stable duo when you think of Execration. Bob has his pop-off games, and I think Palos and Carlo have been a bit of a question mark for me.
Even though like Shanks look not very comfortable with the later post 4 picks, but I think Tekis is their answer because it's the mental damage, you know, that they put on the enemy team. Even on Social, it's like, I feel the first game Social could have taken the game, but because they were very affected by the Tekis, I feel they just don't know how to play in the fight. And yeah, it's the Tekis, I feel it's the Tekis.
I'd be very surprised if SMG give them the Techies because it's just a really good hero against the way they want to play. You know, they want to run at you, and Techies kind of puts a stop to that at some point.
You don't think SMG would pick up the techies?
Very possible. I know Afu likes the hero. It's just their playstyle as well.
Yeah,
And I
right.
think just taking away from Execration is a big selling point.
Yeah, interestingly enough, these two teams, Execration and SMG, their last game that they played were both versus Sersha. So do you think that would affect how they're playing? I guess because, you know, Sersha is not on the higher end of quality of games, I would say. You know, non-biased, just objectively speaking.
I think coming into this series, both teams should feel much better than they did in Tour 1. I don't see any reason why they would have a lack of confidence against each other. I think if anything, it's going to be determined after the first game.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
First game is the test water game.
So do you think whoever wins the first game is going to win the series?
It's more of like just confidence boost because I think these two teams, they have gone through quite a lot of changes in between their roster. So they might not even know what the other team wants right now, except for the techies, because Execration been just destroying other teams with it. But yeah, I feel like they are going to treat it as a 50-50. And then after the first game, they will kind of know what they need to do against each other.
I think Execration's playstyle is a bit more set in stone as well. SMG has been a bit more open with their drafts, I think. And they're more willing to pick stuff that they're probably not comfortable with. But I think especially on mid-on, like he's able to talk about how he wants to play the game, you know, in the team. And I think that matters a lot. So it's going to be whether our flexibility can out-strategize your stability, you know, for Execration.
I do feel like, though, Execration really has that fighting spirit. I don't know, it's just something about them. Like, they just seem like they really, really want it, you know?
We have techies.
Yeah, well,
Don't surrender, we have techies.
I mean, it was like last season how they just barely managed to get to the major. I could really see them doing the same thing now.
And they should be used to it by now. They've been in this position over and over again.
Except for the first season.
Yeah, they've always come in clutch though.
Yeah.
I feel like in the games that matter, Execration tends to stand out.
Totally, yeah. I mean, I don't know what it is about them, but is it like they just like, you know, end up turning like anime mode and taking 200% of their power out?
I was gonna say that. I was like,
I think it's the sorry.
I
think
just,
it's the you go.
no, I was just gonna say like I'm very invested in their plot, you know.
Yeah, I like their storyline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for me it's they're young players, right? And you know, like last year when OG was winning, I spoke to Tiger. I was like, you guys always suffer in group stages, you know. OG doesn't look like they're going to win the major at any of their tournaments, you know. They look like they're going to bomb out. And then suddenly they're the best team by the end of the series. And he told me, like, these kids, they're so young and they learn so incredibly fast, you know. If you don't eliminate us early on, it's just going to be our tournament. And I feel Execration has that kind of vibe sometimes.
That is true. They do have that vibe when it comes to the DPC. Although when it comes to LAN, we have yet
It's
to
a
find
learning
success.
experience.
Yeah, that is true. So, I mean, that's also kind of the thing is I want to see them be able to qualify for another major because I want to see their growth, you know? I want to see them finally come out of their shell.
I mean, there's definitely a growth, but then the difference between playing at sea and international event. As in, Bali is still in sea, but it's the environment, you know. When you go to the major, you feel like you're very prone to feel like you don't want to make any mistakes. But that is often why you can't really grow as a team. So I feel what it's important for them now is just to build a confidence so that when you qualify to the major, then you don't feel like anything is in your way. You just need to play your strongest.
Yeah.
It's also the playstyle difference, right? Like getting
True.
used to it. I can't imagine a lot of teams want to scrim Execration when they like go to lanes, which means you play like the lower half of the bracket,
yeah.
and that in itself is a hindrance to learning. And when you play this like whatever Tundra, Liquid, you take in experience, but you only get one chance. And once you lose 2 series, you're kind of out of the tournament. I feel like they're the kind of team they need this one victory, like how Spirit beat OG or something, They need that one game.
They need the momentum.
Yeah, they need the momentum, and they'll grow from that eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because when you go to a LAN, it's literally the best of the best from every region. And I guess when you're not willing to adapt or you're not being flexible enough, because in Southeast Asia, I feel like we can come to a agreement that the hero pool here is very predictable, I would say, right?
I think we're very stubborn.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
As
like I
opposed
feel
to you.
this Bad Rider 4, this Clinks 4, so many teams are running it. We saw 3-3 ran like Bad Rider offlane, and he bought this Octarine build that we've been talking about, like how Bad Riders are so useless, but he understood what to do with it. I think that's the difference in these games. It's like people follow, but they don't think of like what the thought process is behind it,
Yeah.
How do I use my hero strength at certain times? Because when you build this Octarine on Bad Rider, you're kind of losing your travel timing, right? You're playing for a more mid-late game, where you far more use your net worth well for your team. And I feel like that's something that SEA players don't really think about, is how to come together and be strong together.
Like the reasoning behind why you pick certain heroes or...
It's like what timing you play for.
Yeah.
Like I watched
Yeah,
this
that.
series recently, I think it was Quest, and the carry was having an awful shit game. He's playing Morphling, okay? And their offlane and mid they had like a BKB timing, and this Morphling he bought like Master of Death, and he just bought Diffusal to go fight, And I think that's something that a SEA player would never do, because it's like, we have our timing, let's make our timing as strong as possible. Let's try and take over a game now.
Yep.
I think that's really important in Dota, and SEA needs to learn that.
Well, let's see if SCA is learning much from this draft that we got going right now of our game 1. Doom and Bloodseeker. Two very popular heroes right now.
I feel like this Bloodseeker against Doom in the lane is okay. Like, you get to bully him with a support, but the problem with this pick so far we've seen, I think BWs, they just pick the Dusa on 8. And, they can TB, they can Dusa, and SMG is going to be in a rough spot because this carry matchup is not good for Bloodseeker. They
I
also
also
have
think, like Doom can just outscale Bloodseeker, so it's something that SMG has always kind of struggled with, like closing a game. But then, like I said, as long as they put Midon on the right hero to end the game at his strongest timing, they'll be fine.
What do you guys think about Rubik? We don't see him as much this season.
I like the hero against Doom a lot. I think Doom's super easy to steal. It's easy to lift Doom. And there's the Medusa. So taking a page out of Bleed's book. It's an immovable object against the hero that wants you to run away, which is always kind of nice. Now, I'm curious to see what SMG how they'll try to approach this Dusa problem, because it's really hard to pick a mid hero here for a mid one that can like actually carry, unless he's going to play some like PL mid or something, Tinker.
What do you think about the bans? Oh, I like the ET ban.
The AT ban is really
Yeah,
good.
that's
I
really
think
fun.
like the ET didn't only storm the Medusa the whole game, but it stormed the entire like DVC. Everyone is just, okay, we're playing Medusa, what do we have to ban? They're not even, the first priority not even about diffusal heroes, it's just get the ET out, get the ET out.
Yeah, it was after that one game. Like
Yes.
no one was picking ET, and then I think was it Bleed? Or it was one team that figured it out, and then now
Bleed.
everyone, now everyone's been banning ET. So I like that.
It's a good ban. They just need to protect the Dusa right now, because SMG doesn't have a lot of heroes in the pool that can actually outscale this Dusa. And you look at the left side of the draft on Execration, 20-30 minutes into the game, if they're not 10k behind, they're probably going to take this game.
I agree. Do you think they will pull the Milan slot again?
I think they can, but it's still not.
Yeah.
I don't know what's good enough here, I think something I saw in China was they just picked like diffusal heroes. Like they had a pulse 4 Wind Ranger with diffusal, they had a mid Pango with diffusal, and they had a TB carry with diffusal. I think that kind of approach can work as well. You just want to play fast, Before this Dusa has like some Manta, Skadi, BKB, you want to abuse her with these diffusals. Because right now this Doom, I'll say 80% of Dooms right now, they don't buy auras anymore. They go for his Octarine into Midas, they're just tanky and live on the map. Like, he's not going to protect the Medusa, and I want to see SMG be able to punish that.
Although I think C is kind of not very suitable to play the 3 and 4 buying the diffuser, you know, because we saw it from Blacklist and they kind of didn't understand the memo, like, yeah, sure, we need a diffuser for this Medusa, but when, you know? And then KP kind of rushed the diffuser play and then didn't get to abuse it, so I hope to not see that again from SMG.
That was a long ass yawn from Chidori.
It was. Man's in the good morning mood.
He has to wash his face.
Something I've also seen against this Dusa is the eggs on Morphling, where you just become Dusa, steal her stats, which is kind of nice. It gives you a timing. It's also a big Chidori hero. I don't know if they want to flex this Bloodseeker at all, because I feel like they still want to play around mid one. I'm just trying to think of like what's good right now.
Morphling mid. That's
Morphling
cool.
mid? Yeah, I can see that. Some TA, some Morphling. I just want them to try to outpace Execration right now, because Execration has very slow heroes. They're very tanky, but they're very slow. You know, give me some like Phoenix, some... What else is there?
I think in general, spell M heroes that aren't really just single target are really good against Medusa as well, because she wants to just stand there and tank, right? She can't really run away. And then if you have heroes that can like stack up the damage, it's not too bad.
This Venomancer ban is interesting from SMG. I think they probably want the Bat Rider with these two bans.
But Barretta is taken out, so
Oh, it is banned.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder what Masaros is gonna play, because I think of his hero pool and I think of Medusa Doom, and I'm not sure what's like good for him right now. I wonder if he'll just end up playing this Bloodseeker. Because Bloodseeker against Dusa is a pretty okay lane. Like Dusa's gonna keep hitting you, but you'll regen anyway.
yeah.
It's just your purpose in the game. I feel like the game KP played it, he played it really well. Even though it was a not great Bloodseeker game, you know, he just kind of did what he could.
Although I remember the itemization was a little...
I didn't like the diffusal. I think it was very...
I mean, I feel he has the right idea. It's just that at that time, he can't abuse the item. Like, it's not the right timing to buy it.
Right.
I mean, I think if you run at Medusa with Diffusal or you run at her with Maelstrom, you're probably doing the same
Yeah.
damage. You know, you
Yeah,
might as well
I
buy
agree.
the Maelstrom instead.
I mean, I feel like this Bloodseeker can just do the Maelstrom Halberd build, you know? Like, this Medusa can't hit the 1 damage source down.
Shadow Demon. So this is a hero that we've seen that is pretty decent against Dusa, you know. Just I disrupt you, something stuns you, and you kind of just die. We saw that from Zersha. The SD was just
Yep.
holding disruption into arrow, and Dusa has kind of killed herself. I like to see something that deals with illusions from Execration right now, because Medusa's the...
Honestly,
if Medusa doesn't kill herself, I don't see how SMG kills Dusa right now.
is Lion just dead now?
Yes,
Sad.
unless you're a Kaka. If you want to know if Lion is dead, you click on Kaka's profile. If he's not playing Lion, it is dead.
So what would be like options of that?
Tinker.
Trying to think of supports here. I think they just want supports with like some AoE stun. They definitely need lockdown as well. Like as much as they want to protect the Dusa, they also need to play the game. I want to just see supports that move around.
I was gonna say the illusion thing, you have Dazzle Shard, but I don't really know if Dazzle's a great hero right now.
I think in general, you don't really do much because there's a Bloodseeker and you want the support to be able to take something now. Like Pugna, I would say, you can sort of pressure the tower and he's great against these two supports. Like he can solo them.
I like the Pugna, even though it's playing against the Purge from Shadow Demon. I think the battery for Dusa is very helpful in keeping
Yep.
her alive.
Yep.
Yep.
You
that's all
also
they
have
need.
the Pugna ward with the shard, which deals with illusions in its own way.
Oh yeah. And they answered Slark. What do you think about the Slark pick?
Just a great diffuser hero. And right now, Execration don't really have good lockdowns that could stop this Slug from doing his thing. Although if they can manage to get a Doom on this Slug, it might just work in their favor. But there's still a SD in the game, you know. It's not that simple.
Yeah, you have Rubik Glyph for disengage as well, and that's not the most lockdown Execration. I like the Slark because I think it's a good hero against the Dusa, as well as they like catch for Ember, and this lane for Midon's going to be pretty good right now.
Oh, they banned Timber. I like that.
What's Masaros going to play? I'm very curious right now. I wonder if there's a world where he plays this Slark or Bloodseeker.
Offlane Slark.
Yeah.
I feel like he can just
cool.
play the Bloodseeker and, you know, eventually buy the Halberd and run in. Because I don't see a way where Execration can deal with this maybe 1,800 HP Berserker running into their face.
I mean, the thing is he can run in, but who's gonna like do damage for him, you know? He's gonna run and do sub press halberd, and then 5 seconds later he's gonna run away, you know, if you look at their draft. Like,
Yeah.
they have no Wrath or something that gives them the power to like rest strong, go kill them, you know? They have very slow team fight right now. Even though their heroes are mobile, they need to kite the fights around. It's hard to commit. I think Amar played offlane Slark.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Saksa's been playing it as a post 4 as well. So again, I feel like SEA is a bit less experimental, yeah, with these ideas. But I wouldn't put it past them. I feel like it's not really a good offlane hero right now.
All right, so what do these teams need? What's their last picks?
Honestly, I think Invoker on SMG isn't that bad. It's just, it's a little bit slow, and it might just give the timing where Medusa needs it to, you know, just group up and push. And I don't think Invoker can deal much with that, but it's a great hero against Amber. And I mean, Pakna, you can stop him. So it's just, I don't see it like a definite answer, because SMG really needs someone that can control the fight, you know, like CC. But Invoker is too slow for that.
I kind of like Centaur for SMG. I think it gives them auras, it gives them disengage for Doom to protect their fast course, and this early Crimson Halberd against Dusa, like Execration has no damage against Crimson Guard right now. They also have this SD pairing, which is really nice. So it gives them a way to reach the backline Pugna, gives them a way to disengage from Stone Gates and Doom. It might not be a Masaros special hero, but I feel it's what their draft needs. Help them take some map early. Pretty good lane. I don't see anything else here unless they bust out like some Nyx Assassin or something, but I feel like that's way too YOLO.
Mida Nyx.
What about for Execration? What do they need? Another support.
To stun. I feel like they need a stunner.
Oh, Venge.
Not the hero that I was expecting, but it is a save against Slark. It's a buff for Dusa. I feel like it's a bit greedy.
But Seeker though. And she's gonna give this Rubik like free stun.
I think it's more of like, if Dusa gets disrupted, you know, you need a way to disengage, and Venge does kind of both in the sense that she buffs Dusa and she also is safe. Bloodseeker is not easy to play against Vengeful, by the way, just minus armor, you know, terror on you. But Execration definitely has a very greedy draft, I would say. Alright, so they go for Underlord instead. I think this gives them the same aura, gives them map presence, which is what they want on SMG, can connect to his team forever. It's also good against Dusa in the sense that if you don't itemize for like MKB or Mjolnir on Dusa, you'd lose quite a lot of damage against the aura.
All right, well, I'm excited to see how this game is going to go down. Any team, any draft that you guys are favoring currently?
I like SMG's heroes right now.
Same. I feel Execration. It's more of like I don't like Execration's lineup because
I hate the Venge.
Yeah, like the supports
I think
can't
everything
really
was fine.
secure anything, and I feel like it's all on this Ember to outplay the lane. But like he's laning against the Slug, I don't see him doing that.
It's also a really good Rubik game. They have no way to kill the Rubik. His spells are free, you know, he steals Decrep or Life Drain or Swap Stun, you know, it's just really... It's hard for Doom to go in, I think. I feel like Execration's draft is just hard to play, but at some point in the game they can outscale and win.
Yeah?
It's all on SMG to kind of take over.
I don't know, for me also, I just have not been convinced by any Dusa performance yet. I don't know if that's just me, but it seems really lackluster every time teams pick it.
I like it against the Bloodseeker specifically. Like, you see the matchup, you know. I feel like the Dusa has been losing to like these PLs and
That's true.
diffusals, but SMG don't really have that this game, just Milan and this disruption. But Masteros is a good answer. I think the lane's really hard for Dusa. This Underlord plus Shadow Demon, you get some disruption to Firestorm Pit, you know, level 4. Underlord has super high damage, he builds Vanguard. Like, he's going to play in your face for the whole game.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not used to Masteros, like seeing him play on, I guess I would call it like a more passive off lane where you kind of just sit in your lane.
Can't beast mode.
Yeah, like you can't beast mode,
yeah.
exactly. So it's going to be a very exciting game. I am going to be quite hyped to see whether Execration can clutch their chance at the major or if SMG will fight back. I'm going to throw you guys over to Cap and SVG.
That's right. Just as Soph said, we are looking at SMG trying to secure themselves, not getting relegated. And on the other side of the table, we've got Execration trying to make it still to the major. And they absolutely must get this win because they still have a matchup against Talon. So you got to take the easier matchup first, right, Avery?
There is no easy road to Bali for either of these teams right now. And this is the first step on that difficult road. So it's do or die pretty much, I think, for both these teams in this match. I mean, there's always some crazy room for tiebreakers, but like you said, Talon's still waiting there. Bleed are still looking solid. Blacklist with that win against Bleed also looking pretty solid. I mean, there's 3 teams ahead of you, and they're all definitely the winners of the pack so far. So it's time to get some momentum, get some stuff going for you, get that ticket.
And they're going to be doing it off of some interesting picks here for SMG. They drafted some heroes, and it seemed like, okay, this is a little bit different. You predicted the Slark mid in the matchup against Ember, which is supposed to be pretty advantageous, right?
It is, and I think the matchup's okay. But every time I've seen this mid Slark, it is kind of an SEA special. But every time I've seen it, it loses. I have no faith in it anymore, man. I really don't. Okay. I think the acceleration off mid is just not there. Like, there's no real cheap item you can buy off the lane win that snowballs into map pressure. I've just never seen it pan out. And basically, you're just playing carry Slark that can't make moves and has to farm out of mid, which means the mid laner eventually just gets to like run around, get runes, and destroy your supports. That's the part I don't like about this match. Even if technically you win the lane, I think there's just better heroes to punish Ember with. There's Huskar, there's Morphling, there's Dragon Knight, there's Lone Druid. All of these heroes destroy Ember probably harder and then do something with it. Whereas for me, this Slark, okay, yeah, you win the lane, you can hit him, you can get some stacks, maybe you kill him once, but then what do you do with it? This is my big question about this matchup. I've not been convinced by what the mid players have been doing with this matchup. So that is what I'm looking toward. I want to see mid one not just win the lane, but actually do something for his team with the lane win. Because to me, that's more important.
And they did actually opt for, like, we were tossing up, and then we talked about the panel too, whether or not, like, is this going to be like an offlane Bloodseeker or an offlane Slark, and so on and so forth, because some of the matchups weren't super favorable. Bloodseeker versus Medusa is not amazing. They still stuck with it, though. Chidori's going to be playing the Bloodseeker, and what they got in return is probably one of the best offlaners against the Medusa in the Underlord. Were you happy with that exchange, or would you prefer to see something else?
I don't know. It's never bad versus hero, but I also don't think it's an end-all be-all, especially when Execration went with the Venge. I mean, Vengeance Aura versus Atrophy Aura basically just cancels out. So
yeah, that's true.
It's kind of just like well, I guess neither of us will skill it. I mean, obviously Underlord will skill it first and have it up sooner, but I don't think Pauls is afraid of playing into Underlord this game, and if anything, I think he's pretty happy with his matchups overall outside of the Slark. I really feel like SMG should have just thrown this Bloodseeker somewhere else and gotten like a Phantom Lancer or something and made the Doom and the Medusa's game hard. But they'll take the middle ground, put their faith in mid one on mid, which in the games we saw SMG play, I mean, it was them kind of winning through mid one snowball. So maybe that's not the worst idea here for them. If they just have faith this guy will carry, then put him on the hero that can carry the game, which is Slark in these matchups. Underlord helps them do that because it gives them auras.
Do you think that their lineup helps enable the Slark's game?
I mean, like their lineup enabled it because they got this Bloodseeker pick, which kind of got sacrificed to give Slark the matchup he wants with super high solo XP and runes, and the Underlord will buff him up. So in that sense, they're kind of enabling him, but there aren't any like big attack speed buffs, which are normally what you look for with the hero, or damage buffs. Early support trade will go Carlo's way, and that Pugna, he is so damn fast. It's hard to out first blood this hero because he kind of chooses when to engage and when not to. He has 40 MS advantage base over Afu on the Shadowed Even. That is a significant amount.
I'm always tempted if I get a first blood on Bugna just to rush boots, just because it's so funny how fast you move at that point in time when you already have a probably 20 to 30 movement speed advantage over everybody else in the lane. Then you add in another 45. It's just intense, but he opts to just buy some extra stats, completes this magic wand, brings a blood grenade to the lane, and also brings a sentry to be able to D-ward open up that easy camp.
Having a good start. I mean, the other thing about this Pugna is you outrange almost any 4 as well. So outside of techies, you pretty much just win the early attrition war with this hero. It's a very strong laner, decent stats, decent armor, high move speed, high range. What more can you want? Sure, he's gonna force the trade.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to get that kill and doesn't necessarily die either for it, so not too bad.
I mean, this is that Bloodseeker Doom matchup. There's a lot of first phase trades going around between these two heroes, particularly Europe actually likes this matchup a lot. So I'm kind of encouraged to see SCA bringing it out as well. Water Rune did
Bob, he's been doing really well in this matchup against mid one. Maybe he's a little bit behind in CS, but he is getting a lot of damage on mid one. He just managed to snatch away the bottle refill from mid one. So
I mean, he's dead even. This is just a 1 lane for Bob.
Yeah.
And this is where the Slark is, it's just not a guaranteed lane win on top of everything else I had issues with. So you will get this payoff later in terms of the Medusa matchup, which is nice, but I've just never been convinced by this Slark Ember, like, oh, it's just an auto destruction lane. I don't think the current Ember with water runes and slight spam really cares too much in the overall scheme. That said, I don't know if Bob should be doing this well. I think he is just straight up outplaying mid one here in the early phase of this game.
Bob beast mode, man. He kills it in the laning phase, and then then maybe it turns into a little bit more 50-50. He just becomes a very aggressive mid laner after that. Hey, what do you think about Carlo's skill builds here? Went for an early level of the Nether Ward, which is not going to be able to save Palos. Afu put the full 5 stacks on him, and they'll put down Carlo with Masaros picking up all that atrophy aura damage off the Medusa kill. Quickly finishes off the support too. With the Siege Wagon push coming in, I mean, this is a dream in the making here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not just whacking this tower, man. He could have got 5-6 right clicks off here. That's another 300-400. Yeah, that extra atrophy. I would have gone for it, but either way, Vanguard going to use immediately. That Pugna Ward not enough to dissuade the Shadow Demon stacks. Was an interesting choice, but does not pay off. Now they're just going to play through this Ember.
That's really unfortunate. So he suicided into the tower. Okay, get a nice reset. Goes to TP mid, but they pushed Midwan so far back that he couldn't actually refill his bottle. And then Midwan gets bailed out by the fact that it's a regen room top.
I mean, look at the level of damage. Bob just straight up won this lane. It's not even close. This is just a huge win for Execration they got away with. This is a second phase Ember blind. And he won his lane. That is disgusting amount of value.
Oh, is not gonna die. Good use of the Fate Bolt there. Decreasing the damage taken just enough that he's able to walk away from what looked to be a bit of a car crash.
This early game, to me, it looks like Execration are getting out of it, which could have been a disaster. So I think they're relatively happy. That said, obviously SMG are still doing very well in the lanes, as I think their lineup was kind of designed to do here. They, in theory, have 3 winning lane core matchups. Bloodseeker Doom, Slark Ember, and last pick Underlord. I mean, SMG should be ahead right now. They should just be out CSing Execration with the 3 cores, have freedom on the supports to stack or do whatever they want. They do have some, 1 ancient stack, but not too many. Execration on Shanks' side was also trying to double stack this triangle. He had 1 body blocked by John Well, but otherwise he is going to get another setup probably at the 8 minutes, and that is something you have to think about if you're SMG. How many stacks are waiting for this Medusa in the jungle when she eventually leaves bottom? As it's coming soon. Pauls does not want to stay down here too much longer, I think.
And Pugna is a pretty nice hero to be able to sit on the tower, thanks to all that high movement speed. They're going to go for another kill onto the Medusa, though. Disruption, not good enough. They actually don't even use the Firestorm off of that, so just a bit of a poke, but nothing major.
8-minute rune.
Big
a
fight
double
for this
damage.
one. They get a DD.
That's
So
about the
big pickup
best
for mid one.
he can hope for, yeah.
Yeah, he got a regen when he needed it most, and he got a double damage, and both of them were top. So, pretty decent RNG for mid one right now.
I mean, who needs to win the lane when you can win the runes?
That's true. Rupture going to be used here. Tino, they got Afu just kind of sitting here, ready to use the disruption if Tino tries to go for the TP out. The Vanguard is making this a little difficult. He's going to be able to get the full 5 stacks. Nope, not yet. Disruption goes now. Now the fist stack comes into play, but it's only level 2 Shadow Poison, so it is a large amount of damage. He's going to be taking 576, but more than enough HP to survive.
It's the ultimate counter rupture strat. You just don't move.
Yeah, seriously.
Radiant's top tower is under
And they get the
Nice
return
catch.
around.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Which, you know, at this point, Bob does not want to sit mid. Even if he won the early lane, the lane got pretty difficult. And everyone's sitting on that DD as well. This is a DD rune. SMG will probably think about taking a tier 1 with, like, either he could have hit mid, but instead he's going to opt to go bottom. Maybe look towards Palos, who's pretty low on mana. Has a healing Lotus, but he's sitting on 220. I mean, mid one's just going to run into him.
Finds him.
I'm surprised Palos is still here at all.
Yeah, again, lots of stacks available for you, Palos. You don't have to hang out here.
Yeah, you want to be farming ancient stacks, not agi stacks, my friend. And that's just a clean carry kill into a tower. I mean, that is maximum value out of double damage rune. Mid one, probably you should think about the 10-minute one with how well these are going for you. Just run back and try and scoop it up. You still have DD. Another 15 seconds here.
Is it going to be third time in a row? Will it be top?
Under attack.
Oh, he's looking for kills.
It's the pounce. Deals with the Bugna Ward too. They get the rupture onto Shank, so they're definitely catching some supports out of this. First one goes down. Still
Seal the
chasing
deal.
after Carlo as well, who will pick up the Arcane Rune on his way. He's a fast little guy, so chasing after him is probably not worth it.
Well, they'll pay for the rune with blood. A hefty price. Mid one gets another agi stack as well. So he's done some work on this Slark. I'm not 100% there yet, but he's like 80% there. You know, he's made this matchup work. He's made the runes work. That's the most important part. He's gonna get this fast diffusal. That's the big window here for SMG. How much can they get done on the map with the diffusal Slark, pressuring the Dusa? Because you still have this huge ancient stack waiting for Palos at some point. He is going to have bench buff in this game. He is top net worth. It's a scary hero for SMG's lineup in some sense, because unless Slark is getting stacks, they don't have too much else to deal with her outside of the base damage reduction and disruption, which I guess are also pretty solid tools for ignoring the Medusa in the fight, but not necessarily killing her.
Sure. Yeah.
But it is an interesting comp, right? You have Atrophy Aura plus Fade Bolt. This Underworld Rubik was first phase at Berlin, and some of the other majors in Dota history because of that. And so is Doom, because he can Doom you.
Well, puts it to use there against Shidori. Another successful pop gank. I mean, we've just been watching him move around the map every single time he moves top, gets a kill, he moves mid, on a kill, so he's looking pretty good. He's already done a bunch of damage to that mid tower. We'll now employ this, yeah, I swear to God, I feel like this orb is just a little bit too value. Maybe it's just Ember Spirit, but Orb of Corrosion on these tower pushes seems so valuable, and they get it really quickly thanks to all the skeletons. Toss back into the pit. Tino gonna be slowed down by the Purge, and that'll be him very, very dead. They still have a gate up too if they want to make some further moves. That is always kind of an interesting part of SMG's lineup, right? The Underlord.
Yes. It can get them out of these situations where normally this would be kind of an overcommittal of heroes top to not even get the tower defense. Well, now you can push it back or just go somewhere else. That is one option. I mean, I kind of agree with SMG. Just take this offlane tower so you can invade triangle here, because those ancients are still up. You're going to open up both sets in terms of contesting the Medusa. They're going to scout it here. Not able to commit for the tower, but they might go in for the stack with Firestorm. Oh, how bold are you? I mean, this is an objective at this point. You have to commit everybody
5
here.
on 5 for the Ancients. That's pretty much what's about to happen.
There is Rupture up. SFG
Comes
are ready
in
to
from
fight.
behind, mid one. He's going to be forced to use his ultimate, but Bob is forced to jump away at the same time. Carlo getting low. Chidori's able to finish him off. The Shadow Demon also dies. The big hit, swap back, hits him with the magic missile, and Bob collects the kill. Chidori falls now. And I guess not terribly surprising. Usually the defending team has a big advantage when it comes to controlling their triangle, and they knew to bring all 5. I mean, Execration,
they did not waste any time in pulling all of their team to this one spot.
SMG just have really bad reach damage at this point in the game, which is what you have to do when you invade that triangle. They have Firestorm, Fade Bolt, and that's it. Shadow Demon's not offering you any like early fast damage. The Bloodseeker needs damage so he can get powered up. Mid one gets like, he gets in, he helps dissuade Bob from being aggressive, but he can't kill him. And at that point, you're just sitting there getting sucked. Chidori also took a crap ton of damage from the stack itself. Did not help that man. It's a hard fight. Which will result
that's
in
actually a really, really good
it up.
point. The fact that they don't have immediate damage to put on people, you combine that with the Pugna healing people up, you're really not going to get thirst stacks at the start of any fight for SMG, which already the Bloodseeker was not particularly a strong carry for this game, but makes him even worse.
And Decrep can kind of eliminate the Slark pokes as well.
Yeah.
If we get to a point where Slark has Ags and he's poking people, you just Decrep who they go on, then you have to commit a Shadow Demon Purge, exactly what we're seeing here, but then you still have mobility, you still have swap. Like, the ability for Execration to just bait out spells here is very punishing for SMG's lineup. These goals are not easy, and then you're getting swapped in.
Swap back into the Doom. Easy combo. And Bob is going to push forward, trying to get any of the supports that try and stick around to help out the Underlord. Mid one did stick around. It has to use his ultimate and a pounce just to try and get away. Done well with a slick little swap steal to just stay alive for a few more seconds. Mid one has another pounce coming up and should be able to get out of vision. Once he's out of vision, should be okay. Spotted again and again. That creep
really
did him no favors. Now the Decrepify, soon the magic missile, he's dead.
Okay, I didn't think the old skeleton summon Doom Chase would work there, but that's a big kill and very worth it because you're running the Slark around during this defusal window. He's not farming, he's not killing anything. It's like even worse than death. They wasted so much time. Meanwhile, Bob's just getting refilled by the gas station over in mid. Resource management staying out on the map. It's all going Execration's way, especially since Palos gets ancient free time right here. Almost level 13 on Medusa. We'll hit it off this camp. He's big, he's bad. And again, your damage answers to him are not that straightforward. Your utility answers are good. But right now, if Palos wants to join these fights with a fast butterfly timing, it's going to be a problem for SMG. And these pokes continue to be difficult.
Just can't put damage on him.
There's not a
like they throw all these
answer.
spells and it's just one slight does the same amount of damage as like 3 heroes.
Yeah, they do not have a huge amount of armor on these 2 intelligence supports right now. Really need the auras from Ostros to take the big 5-on-5s. He does that pipe. He's going to have a fast Crimson here. That's going to have to be go time, I think. You're going to have to contest Execration somewhere on the map. Particularly with this Dusa butterfly timing, which it's coming pretty fast here for Palos. This is also a decent stat item. You're going to buff it up with Benjora. Even 1 point can do something. Whatever happened to Alpha Wolf Aura for Doom? Anybody ever get that anymore? I feel like I never see it.
Yeah, I do. I don't see it anymore. Did it get nerfed? I mean, it had to have been buffed in some
Still
ways.
30%.
Because the scaling to it, right? Oh, it doesn't scale.
I guess not, yeah.
Disruption on Bob. Can't stop him though. He's gonna move on to the Masero skill as well. Another Doom being used, and don't really see SMG. Like, I never feel like the Doom is on cooldown and they're missing a team fight spell, you know?
No, they're just going to keep using it on whoever the hell they want. They have all the 5-man they need between the 2 saves and Dusa coming in with ult.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This is feeling like all these mid-Slark games I've seen. It's, you get like a couple cheeky things, but what's mid one really been able to do in this game? The ball from Execration is just powering up here, and you're pretty bad at stopping that engine. He's going to try here. This is a very important skirmish for SMG. They have to
They
punish
gotta
Execration.
win this one. can't afford to let Execration do you like this, but again, Midwan struggling just to be able to get a single kill in this fight. They're going to use Rupture, TP out. Carlo, it's going to be a close call, but he gets away. Ever so barely. SMG once again, like sand through the fingers. They just slip on through.
I don't know if it's Execration just playing these limits super well, or it's SMG just having pretty limited catch. Maybe a factor of both. It just doesn't feel like they can start these fights. Mid one's going to find Tino bottom and someone to gauge. Surely
Finally, they're going to
get
get a pick off, right? Ounce with a pit on top of it. Tino is going to give a lot of stacks to mid one.
All right, that is more of what SMG need here. That's all set up by that dire observer. So the deeper vision they can get probably helps mid one in this scenario. Just need more stacks, need more snowball, especially during the nighttime. These are the windows where mid one can just walk into areas, know he's seen or not seen, and set stuff up. He's gonna scout this observer mid for a second. Oh, hit that bounce.
What a bounce from the high ground into the low ground. That gets a big kill. That kill was worth 1,000 gold. They get the mid tower as well. All of a sudden, mid one just led the charge on like a 2,000 net worth swing, if not more.
He's going. 2 heroes dead, why not? I guess that's why not.
50 agility between the Doom and the Ember Spirit kills, so he was feeling powerful. Did have to back away though. Swap back in, another Doom. This time around though,
are gone.
There's plenty of SMG heroes around, so they can still fight this one, especially with the BKB on Chidori, trying to hit him with the Stone Gaze. Tino is still ruptured on the side. Can't get either one, even the Stolen Doom being put to work on the Dusa. But somehow, SMG weren't able to take advantage of that one, and then Talon stuck around perhaps a little bit too long. They have to jump away, though. Bob is a big threat. The only reason they could really take that team fight in the first place was because Bob was gone.
It's just so hard for Chidori to get active in these engagements. It's just very little pumping up his HP. That's the problem with this Dusa matchup. You're always 100%. It's just such a dumb interaction. This matchup's absolutely terrible. So,
the shard isn't useful. God forbid you buy an Aghanim Scepter. That's also not going to help against Dusa.
Mid one though. Drain his mana.
Burned all his mana, locked him in the pit, and got him. Oh, big burst coming out from John Well, who managed to steal the Searing Chains and put it to work on the Ember.
Mid one's making a lot happen for SMG during this period. They needed it. He's just in the base. Poking and prodding. And that's 2 really big kills on Bob. He was 6-0 in this game. That killed a lot of his momentum getting his BKB. It's going to delay it up. Even thinking about this 21-minute Wisdom Rune.
Swap to secure it. Shanks will give up his life to get the Wisdom Rune. It also means another stat for Slark. And this is a very, very good Slark game, right? Like, we already talked about the matchup against the Dusa, but just in general, they do not have lockdown against him.
They have Doom, which can sometimes be good. Like, if you get Hoof Stomp and some auras, you can wear out his initial jumps. I think Double Save is also pretty good for Slark. Like, you have Swap, you have Decrep. But in terms of the actual core matchups, yeah, it's a pretty good Slark game. And if mid one gets the farm, they can go in. And if Afu can get fat on the Shadow Demon as well, where he can play going in with some ults to help mid one hit people, that's a big deal. So I don't think SMG are too afraid of going late game. I think they can easily win the late game off of super farm Slark here. You just need to make sure your supports are keeping up with you and you have Underlord auras to help you go in. Because you're going to have to tank Dusa in this game. You can reduce her damage, but this hero still hurts. That said, they are pushing through this butterfly timing that I thought was going to be a big problem for them because of how early Paulo's got it. But Execration has not been really able to do anything aggressive with it.
Yeah, this is a strategy I believe we saw employed by Tundra, this combo of Dusa plus Avenge plus second item Butterfly. And you kind of do hit a timing where, yeah, the Dusa hits really hard. You can't hit her because you have nothing to pierce that Butterfly this early into the game.
It's strong. It's a very strong timing push. But there's no pushing happening right now. Mid one in a corner, quite literally. Full escape. And Roche being pinged by teams here. I mean, this is normally the time where you want to threaten it with that butterfly timing. This is what it is designed to do. Take this early 20 to 25 minute daytime Roche, particularly versus the Slark's nighttime advantage that's not there right now. Very important fight for Execration. If they want to snowball off of Paulus' net worth right here, SMG have the high ground.
Masaros, that is kind of a dead end that you're sitting in there, and he is going to be swapped back into the Doom once again. They're going to go for the Venge kill in return, so it looks like a 1-for-1 trade-off. Oh, Decrepify, Bale Shanks out. He gets a heal, too. So not even a 1-for-1. Very nice for Execration. Good start to this Roshan contest, but it's surely going to continue.
You got to keep pushing forward here. In one lurking in the trees. And those Deuce illusions hurt off the disruption. Something you're always going to have to think about. I also think the BKB interaction is still there, right? That never got changed, so if that becomes a factor,
what interaction?
If Deuce of BKBs and you disrupt her, it instantly creates the illusions.
Oh yes, I believe that is still there.
I don't know. I don't think it's a BKB game for Pauls anyway, so I don't think it'll matter here. You could think about a Lincoln's this game. There are some decent spells to block.
Top tower is under
Rupture,
attack.
Disruption, even Fade Bolt's not too bad.
Did Execration abandon that area because they assumed that no one would be able to do it before Roshan switched sides, or do they actually think they can't fight?
I assume they just figured that SMG will not kill it before it goes top, which is why they all went top. But they kind of just abandoned top too. I feel like as SMG committed to Roche, they probably would have given it up here on Execration's side. But again, this is your Butterfly Medusa. I don't know why you'd want to be giving it up here, or why you think you can't fight. I think they can definitely fight right now. They have a lot of farm on Tino as well. I mean, these two sitting at the top are very rich. You have your Blink, you have Time Warp Aura. This is where Doom shines. You have that net worth advantage. It's time to jam the gold down your opponent's throats.
Make him choke on it. Like King Midas, but they have different ideas here. I mean, we talked about the late game potential for SMG. Execration does have amazing late game too.
Yes. Pretty solid.
So I can understand why they're chill, but I don't know.
I think this was a fight they should have thought about more. Or at least, like, they could have set up top and defended Roche into SMG or forced them to go into them. I think that fight's okay. Maybe the aggressive one is harder. Maybe the nighttime dissuades it a bit as well. But I really think Paul's is quite strong right now. That said,
well,
first
apparently they feel
Roshan
otherwise.
Not everything. I feel like second and third are probably more important in this game. Maybe that's a factor.
They're going to get MKB on Palos, but it also means Heaven's Halberd done for Masaros, Mjolnir done for Chidori, and Midwan is going to go his next item. He's going to go for Lincoln's, which makes sense. The only real lockdown for him is that Doom. So Lincoln's will significantly improve Midwan's life.
Also, if you block a swap or something, it's pretty damn value.
Sure.
As Shanks does have Ags. It's a big pickup here. You can get 2 Venge lives, 2 swaps, 2 stuns most of the time. Means you could be really aggressive here and still be providing those spells later for your Medusa. Pretty valuable factor. As Execration are looking under their vision, but not willing to go deeper. Double damage on Bob as well. You have Aegis here on SMG, but you do not want to overextend into the net worth that Execration are putting on display right now. That is a death sentence. We're looking at Masaros.
Looking at him. Might just have him too. Slow him down, Afu, actually with the demonic cleanse trying to help out here. Tino's gonna pop his BKB. Bob going in, but he has no mana left. He's gonna start bottling up where he can. Shanks with his extra life is gonna be able to help finish off Afu. Swap over to the side. Bob is gonna be caught by the pit at the same time while Shanks' illusion is running around the map. They spot Bob though, and they ping him out. They say, guys, I got him. We stopped the CP. He's dead.
He has no mana. He had just no mana by the end of that. He's sitting at like 600. His mana pool is tiny. He's getting punished for it.
And Tino's still gonna get caught. Boy, mid one. He's really hitting his pace for things now. Underlord TP just to make sure that Tino doesn't have a chance at escape here.
He really picked
Now
up
they
the
can bring him
pace.
back to bottom even.
Yeah, why not? Might even just be able to poke the high ground here. And I mean, I'd say force Execration back, but they're all dead, so they're going to be back anyway. Going to be able to reclaim the jungle from Palos, who did finish MKB, has a Titan Sliver, but he was not even close to joining that exchange. I don't know. I mean, I think they just didn't want to get sucked into a full 5-on-5 because there's still Aegis on mid one. That fight's hard, but they did not have enough damage for this Underlord. He got significantly healed, probably off a Lotus or something. Doom damage is not enough right now.
Demonic Cleanse was also used, I believe.
That also will do it, yep. I guess it just insta-heals you?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, the heal should go off at the same time as the Purge normally would.
Does this get purged, though, by Doom? Cannot be dispelled.
Oh.
Never mind. All right.
Oh, no.
Yep, I guess it just went off. Double stun.
That's a shard used for the magic missile. That was a pretty
very good
powerful
one.
hit. Mid one is able to get off his ultimate here, and he still has the Aegis too, so time to be daring. Get the Rupture onto Tino. Swap back onto the Medusa. Up the Stone Gaze at the same time. This is the opening that SMG was looking for. A little bit of a bungle there from Execration. And Tino still trying to wait out his Rupture. Gets a BKB blink out. Afu unable to stop him.
Radiant's
Have a
bottom
good fight
tower
during
is under
nighttime
attack.
Aegis for SMG. And the supports are starting to do work with this extra network. Stolen stuns, Shadow Demon
Radiant's
spells,
bottom tower
full Lotus
is
on
falling.
Afu now with Blink. He can start stuff, he can play defensive. Gem on top of everything. And they're just going to de-ward after every fight. And this is just high ground. They have the auras, they have the sustain, Halberd up as well. Paulus does not seem threatening. He has to play through the damage reductions. Remember that. He's not hitting his full strength here.
Midwan gunning for him. And oh, Carlo. He already used his life drain, so he doesn't have that heal to be able to give over to Palos. Palos did get help, though, from the Decrepify, and SMG did eventually have to give up on that. Bob coming back into play. Swap back onto Masaros. This is a good position to be able to take this fight now. Shanks is going to lose his first life. Comes back, ready to catch more, though. Force Staff gets Masaros some distance away. Another swap back this time onto John Well, who is very likely going to die. Tino trying to get off his Doom, and he gets it off ever so barely, and it's on the Slark too. His Aegis expired. Can they get the catch, though? Even when he's doomed, they cannot stop him from being able to just walk away. Palos, thankfully, gets a big heal on his mana to be able to stay alive and get off the Stone Gates. He walks it off, but so does SMG. In fact, they walk forward into the base, onto the tier 3s, onto Carlo to finish him off as well. And now just the Dusa to hold the base, so that's going to be at least one lane of barracks.
Radiant structures are
It's just not enough damage for Execration.
Radiant's bottom
Paul's
barracks
getting
are
his
under
base
attack.
reduced, trying to go in these fights, but
Radiant's bottom
the rest of his team is just melting. And the stuns coming out from John Well have been disgusting. He has stolen Stone Gaze now. Yeah, they're just trying to end this game under tier 4s versus Adusa, making it look easy.
Yeah, that is maybe a little bit too bold. Shanks, it almost worked until Shanks got the swap off on Palos. I mean, they're saving Palos over and over and over again.
But for what?
He just, yeah, just for what? Yeah, like you just continue to retreat, continue to give up more ground to SMG.
There has to be a turn at some point. It has to be around the swaps, I think. They don't have any better control. Heroes are just running away from them. They're getting kited out. The Doom is getting kited out. Shidori just ran it off. They're having issues sticking on heroes, and they're having issues doing it together right now with the Dusa damage. I mean, it's crazy to think that the two highest net worth cores are still on Execration's side, and they can't even kill a single hero.
I mean, that for me means it's a matchup thing, right? Like if you still are getting all of this farm, then it has to be the hero matchups are just too rough.
It's just all the reduction in the auras plus the heal and utility from Masaros. The earlier exchanges were going better because they just got Doom on the Underlord, removed the auras, and killed him first. If that happens, it opens up a lot of space in the fight for Paulus, but Monster's getting to the point where he's tanky as hell, and the supports have a lot of saving items for him. Like, they can bail him out if you jump him with the Doom, so you're at a point where you kind of have to swap Doom Monstros, and as long as he doesn't give you that opportunity, the fight is very awkward. Just stalls it out way too much.
Smoke reveals a ward on the high ground as SMG look to take the rest of these tier 2s. That way, the next fight they get, they can actually end the game. Unlike last time where they were, because the tier 2s were still up, they couldn't go for a second night of barracks. The best they could hope for was to kill Palos and hit tier 4s, which is a rather extreme way to go about ending the game.
Barely escapes with his courier's life around the Underlord there, which will fly in his completed Scotty. Very important item to get. He's going to buy out for this. Another decent timing for him. I mean, he's still hella far. Can you use it? And it's going to be used against you too. The stronger the Medusa gets. Well, I guess not if you have the Pugna Shard. That's one way to deal with it. Bob's in.
Yeah, certainly. Tino, Bob at his BKB, waiting out the Slark ultimate here, trying to get a Doom at some point in time. Good heals from Carlo. Kept him alive until he runs out the Rupture. Carlo may still be caught here. That's a big problem. One of their saves is Shank's swap, but if they're ruptured, you can't swap them. They're just going to take too much damage.
Which is also something Chidori can think about. He can rupture this Medusa. Like, it's not that bad in this game because, I mean, if you want to swap Palos out or try and move him, you might not get that chance. And then he's just stuck there, and they're killing him pretty fast. So we're at the point where that is also an option for Chidori here. On top of having Nullifier to deal with the Decreps, these save mechanisms for Execration are not as hot as they used to be. They are falling out of favor, falling out fast, which makes mid one's life easier, makes Chidori's own life easier. Execration not finding the answers in this game one. I do like the Pugna Shard for the Disruption Illusions.
That is a very
play.
cute answer, yeah.
Because those things hurt, man. They really hurt.
Wisdom Rune already gone, Shanks. Roshan is coming up soon, though, and they get the pick here. This would be massive, but Afu, he already had the Aeon Disc, is able to get the Demonic Cleanse off. Not an easy kill. Do so. Stolen trying to provide a vanguard for the rest of his team. Tino, once again, is struggling to be able to do anything with this, and Bob dies on the back end. They stop the TP out from Palos. Palos disrupted. Pops his Manta, trying to get away. There goes that swap. Shanks with the double stun. It's helping, but boy, this damage was a little lackluster until the buyback comes in from Bob, and Tino got the initiation. Hits him with a big swing of the Infernal Blade over and over again with the Doom on out, and that's going to be 2. They're going to be able to get a 3rd and 4th as Chidori's going to stand his ground and inevitably die. Donwell, maybe the only survivor of that massacre, all off a buyback from Bob.
Finally, Palos gets to stand there and hit people when he's wanted to do all game, the carry's dream. Really good swap at the end of that fight. Just sets up really good position in that tier 3. You're out of Slark's survivability. He just goes down, costs you an Ember buyback, but I mean, his game was kind of already pretty shot here. And he was not doing much, so you'll take that, survive with your other 2 cores, propel you to another big item here for your Execration. That's a huge win. And just an overextension by SMG, and that is the high ground overextension you do not want to give, Cap, because that is Roshan spawning. Imagine you just go and secure that. That's game, I think. You're giving Execration a window back. Dare I call it a throw?
Yeah, very significant throw. Paying all you want, you can't stop them.
I mean, it's just a strategic mistake of a fight, honestly.
Yes.
This is not a fight you should take in a diving situation when Roche is spawning in the next minute. There's no reason to do it when you're up 11k and dominating the map. He just
he tried. He tried.
Ironically, they were all trying to get out. I don't think John well realized how strong he was there with the gate.
Yeah, seriously. If he could have gotten any hero in that Stone Gaze, free pick with everybody TPing out so desperately like that. So Aegis and Cheese both go to Palos.
Both very good on Palos as well. That is 3 lives you're going to have to fight through. And the question now is, what are Execration going to buy off of that team fight? Because you pretty much, you need to get some value out of this Aegis, and you need to get those next items, and that's your 6th slot on Medusa. After this Aegis Cheese expiration, very important item choice for him.
There's that swap, so important.
Yeah, this just sets everything up. He's just sitting there hitting 3 cores with split shot, man. That is brutal.
They got the Doom on the Slark. They drew in the enemy past the tier 3s. And then
Doom on
once
Slark is also really important if you can land it. You got to get through the Lincolns, but that is like the biggest target. If mid one goes in and gets doomed in a deep position, takes away a lot of his momentum.
Wonder if mid one after that team fight considers his shard. Just because, you know, imagine they get hit by that magic missile stun and he just drops his depth shroud. You know, like it's all been about this Slark survivability for me. A lot of these fights. You know, you have to get through the Lincolns, you have to get through the Shadow Dance, you have to, you know, not misjudge his pounces. It's a lot. You add one more thing to it, you can really protect and hinder rather Tino's initiations.
I think it's definitely on the menu here. I mean, everybody else on his team has a shard, so in theory, if you want to optimize it, you get the next Tormentor, right?
True, yeah.
But
and you have to wait out the Aegis anyway, so.
Yeah. And Execration not going to wait. They're going to smoke. It was Swift Blink for Palos. That is his choice here. A big initiating item, a way to use this Aegis as well.
Get the vision. With the Shiva's found the support.
He's
First
indeed.
going to be Afu. Tino, he's going to be one ruptured and poked by mid one. They're really gunning for Tino. He does manage to get off his Doom. It's going to be on the Bloodseeker, not the Slark, though. And the Bloodseeker, healthy, but slowed down. Shanks is going to be able to swap him back into play with the magic missile bouncing over. That's going to be an easy pickoff. But what about the Slark? The Slark still terrorizing that back line.
Oh,
Looks to be able to go off this disruption. He's going to go for Shanks. Shanks bailed out. Decrepify. Good saves. Still trying to deal with Masaros, by the way. This big tanky Underlord is surviving through so much, but he has to go down eventually. Surely, Bob's going to try and finish him up. Another magic missile. Blink forward, and they finish him. Mid one, meanwhile, he was going for that back lines, but all they got was the Vengeful Spirits, who has a second life. Palos is running out of mana, though. Palos still has an Aegis, of course. They're trying to deal with everybody else and deal with Palos last with all these heroes dying and no buybacks around. Shanks, even his illusion is going to die before they go for the Medusa on the second life. Blink over, instant disruption.
Palos versus them all. How strong is he? He still has cheese. A lot of stacks on mid one though, 40.
He is way too much agility. My God, 129 agility goes to work on a Bob. Just imagine he has a basher.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that cost SMG a lot of buybacks there, but well worth it. They worked through all those lives. Got a crap ton of stacks on mid one. He's up to 18 perma agi, 40 stolen. He's going to shred your base here. And you don't have buyback on Medusa for 200 gold. But do SMG know that? How far are they willing to push? You know, he's just looking for the Doom. You will not get that Doom.
Tries to break through the Lincolns. Mid one is going to be able to pounce away, and there goes the opportunity for Execration. They're going to have to fight for the last lane of barracks now, and we'll see whether or not SMG pushes the tempo and keeps that going.
You got to swap somebody in.
Yeah.
Has fallen.
Hey, I don't think you can give up Megas here. You're going to feel real bad about this game if you do. Still no buy for Palos, though. 30 seconds, though. Medusa, I don't think there's any damage in this lineup without him.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
And everyone knows it. He's just going for the building. Stacks are wearing off, down to 16. A little
20
slower.
seconds. I don't think they can wait for him.
Middle tower is under
They got to make a play somewhere in here. SMG just going in for it. Oh, Tino tried to get the initiation, but again, mid one covers himself with the ultimate, and that's it. Mega's going to be claimed by SMG. They get out with every single hero. Bob will keep chasing.
There's a gate that can come back here. But
Slight change on
Execration,
two. Demonic Cleanse frees John Well, and John Well frees Afu. They cover each other nicely. and are drawing in Bob deeper and deeper. This is no longer a clean pick. This is getting messy, and Execration have Megas to worry about.
What one team fight can do to a game. Felt like SMG threw that, but then they just take it back and run it down and get Megas off a single team fight win versus 3 lives Dusa. Of course, Paulos never got that cheese off. It'll now be given to Bob. But, I mean, what did SMG really lose for that? 2 buybacks? One of them a support? That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're proving that that team fight is still in their favor with the Medusa control, wearing through all the other heroes first. I think they got 3 disruptions on Medusa in that fight, too. Afu getting max value out of those illusions. Especially with Carlo going down early, he can't get multiple Pugna Ward sucks off to kill those illusions. Like, you get it once, but you're not getting it 3 or 4 times. And those things shred.
Shard was given over to Palos from the Tormentor. And he's working on Divine. So we'll see if they can keep the game going for long enough for him to complete that Divine Rapier. It is cheaper than he used to be. So
he needs
another 2,000 gold away.
Like, this is actually a game where you rather have the bonus damage than the base, despite having Avenge because of the reductions from SMG. So it's a lot of non-movable damage between the Rubik and the Underlord that Paulos desperately needs in these fights to create a higher threat, because right now they are ignoring him, controlling him with disruptions, halberds, Shiva's atrophy, and just killing everybody else. And then, as we saw there, if you're the last man standing, all it takes is a single Venge stun in the lift and you're gone.
Yeah.
This is a very important threat that Paulos has to create. Does have split shot uses modifiers as well, which he only has MKB, but he wants to go for some lifesteal later. Lane. I guess lifesteal's not good on this hero anymore. Huh, maybe his talent's not as good as it used to be.
I'm not good enough at math to know whether or not that other talent is super value or not, but either way, Carlo,
it's pretty good.
He gets picked off trying to probably get some vision around the Roshan pit, so what I assume.
I wonder if this other Medusa talent's just better now. Unless you have like Daedalus or a Mjolnir or something. What are you using this split shot modifier for? Because the big one used to be lifesteal, but now 1.3 mana shield damage for mana. That's a lot of levels of mana shield. That's like 4, almost 3.5. Either way, we'll see if you can make it work. Mid one's just building up the stacks for free. We'll get another quick disruption on Paulos.
Place the nullifier on him, swap. Shanks giving up his life. Let's see if he gives up his second life. Yeah, they quickly deal with the illusion too. Just needs to swap back in Chidori. Tino, though, just still can't get that initiation. Somebody's got to break through the Lincolns and give him an opening to get a stun on a mid one or a doom on a mid one, but they don't have any stuns on Execration to do so.
Yeah, they just can't get through the defensive shells that SMG are proposing here between Lotus Orbs, Lincoln Spheres, Aeon Discs. Too much for Tino to find anything here. 2 more disruptions in that fight, wearing Paulos' time as well. That's a nice swap.
Really good steal and a better execution of it.
You just get swapped in the pit, you're gone. This is back up in 5 seconds. This spell is going to destroy Execration here in this base defense.
Shadow Dance wears away, but he's already bounced backwards, and there was the swap. The Doom uses the BKB, but he does not want to put the Doom on. Oh man, these saves from this Rubik are so debilitating. With the level 20 Talon, he throws his allies very far away.
You can't even do anything about it. It's one of those saves. How do you itemize versus it? You can't. Even has stolen swap for backup. Yeah. That's why Tino doesn't want to throw his Doom out. That hero's just going to disappear the second it's in there, and I think you need Doom Ags at this point. So at least when you come in with that Ags, then maybe you can find a second hero or something. The spell just does not feel useful anymore.
Oh boy. At 25 talent for Slark. That is good in most games. When you're matched up against like a super tanky hero like Dusa, that talent is amazing.
Yeah, now you don't even have to kill heroes. You're just going to win the game by building up the stacks in the fight, being unkillable yourself. If mid one stays alive with Bloodthorn on top of it, there's no way you can win this game if you're Execration. This game is already tough enough.
Plus 50% atrophy allied hero bonus. So now half of his atrophy bonus damage is going to go over to his allies, which with very fast attacking heroes like Bloodseeker and Slark, that's a lot of damage. It translates into a really big bump in DPS.
Definitely better than the extra root duration. I don't think extra root duration is doing anything in this game.
No.
So yeah, that is a very nice talent when you have 2 right-clicking melee core heroes with the attack speed, like you said.
Immortality.
It's just going to make the man fight even tougher. Truly is Palos versus the world right now. Versus 2 carries, versus multiple debilitating auras, versus mega creeps.
Have any more shards to give away? Oh, they still have the Slark one.
Yeah, just one.
Hey, there's the Depth Shroud.
Perfect optimization here from SMG. Even as a refresher shard, so he can get 2 shrouds, 2 ults. That is a lot of sustain for mid one in this final base push. All
Somehow
3 of
the
SMG
lineup
cores
with Pugna Venge does not have the better saves.
Nope, not anymore. It's not even close.
No.
I mean, Pugna save you can itemize for, and they have a Shadow Demon on top of it. But this Rubik it's impossible. You can't do anything about telekinesis. There's an aggressive swap. I don't know if Afu likes that much.
Well, he gets down to low ground, and Paolo swamps places with him. Doesn't want to get caught that far out the base. Bob gonna have to blood the trees. Oh, swap back on the rupture. Big damage done well. Beautiful steals this game. Stonegaze that is gonna hit a lot of heroes. But they gotta deal with Monstros and all this aura. Chidori, he's gonna lose his Aegis here. Afu's also gonna die. Alice is actually doing it here with his Divine Rapier going to work, but he's gotta keep his distance away from mid one. These stat steals are too powerful, and Tino was unable to get his Doom off before he died. Now Palos is going to be in some trouble. They have to buy back. They have to bail him out. Otherwise, they're going to lose Divine Rapier, and lose it they do. Even though they get the Doom out on him, it just doesn't matter. They're going to fight through it, and GG is going to be called SMG. Powerful stuff in this game one. Looks damn good. I mean, they put together a lineup and executed it really well. As you said, they built around mid one. You said that's when they look the best, is when they play off of his momentum, and this was all mid one's momentum that they followed through.
Yeah, just playing for the late game, confident that this Slark is going to win this game. I think that is definitely a valid perspective on this game, right? I think there's a world where Execration can win it off of Paul's net worth momentum with like butterfly timing and third item timing that just they missed it entirely. We're not willing to contest those engagements, and SMG did a decent job running them around the map during that window to just push this towards late game, where these fights just seem hopeless at a certain point. There's way too much reduction going on for Paulus' damage he can't fight through, on top of sustain between the Slark, the Bloodseeker, Shadow Demon with multiple saves, the swaps from John Will. Honestly, John Will might be MVP this game with the swaps, the telekinesis saves, the stolen Venge stun shard. He's just a better Venge, straight up. I mean, disgusting amount of saves coming out from this Rubik. It's cool to see.
We'll see who the production, who the panel votes for their MVP as we head back to them.
SMG taking the first game, something I guess you guys kind of expected as you like their draft better, right?
I mean, Execration's draft really can't take anything. Although I would say I kind of wanted to see the early dagger on Doom. I feel like rushing Octarine kind of don't really do anything. But also because like the supports for Ember are not the best. Like Pugna and Venge, right? Like I get it, you pick Pugna for dealing with the illusions from SD and also like a battery for your Medusa, right? But this Ember was hardly enabled at all this game. I feel maybe the only way for them was for Doom to have early dagger, and then maybe every single time they have Doom ready, they can just smoke and kind of just jump on someone and Doom, and then the VS can swap, you know, like at least something. Because SMG is just, it's a free game. They don't have to do anything, they just need to scale.
I feel like Execration's draft, like I look at it, it looks kind of slow, but they did okay in lanes. I wanted to see them build auras. Like I think there's no way they win this late game. They have no stunts. Team fights are so freaking hard. Dusa was farmed enough. She got an early butterfly. Maybe with the MKB timing, some Solar Crest, some auras on Tino, like just poke high ground.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about Solar Crest too. I think SMG also could have bought the Solar Crest on the SD, then maybe the top triangle fight wouldn't be that bad. Because I think they can try and poke and fight there, but it's just they didn't have the armor item, you know? Like this SD or the Bloodseeker just got deleted instantly. And that's kind of very not smooth enough, I would say, for SMG. And that might be somewhat enough for Execration to do something with. But the Doom has Octarine, just Octarine, you know, so they really couldn't do anything at all.
I just wanted to see them match the Underlord, because Underlord built auras and she had this damage reduction for Dusa, right? So the way you play against that is you build damage for your Dusa, or you build damage on your team. This Octarine Doom, it was not damage, like he can Octarine, BKB, Midas, like they're just dragging the game. Maybe they felt like they had a better late game, but the truth is that they had lack of stuns. They needed to find a way to get Roshan, because SMG definitely snowballed off Pegasus this game. It's what allowed Midwan to play as aggressive as he did. And they need to find a way to reach their base and say like, come fight us. Because SMG is, again, a pinball lineup where they just come around, you know, they're left, right, they're everywhere. But if you're hitting their buildings and your Medusa can stand this ground, they're strong enough. It's hard to get to the Pugna, to the Venge. It's just hard to go through his Medusa, which is the strength of the hero that people don't really understand sometimes.
I think having a Vlad on Execration wouldn't be that bad either, because it's just a really great item when you have Venge on the team, and definitely it buffs your Medusa. But yeah, I guess maybe he just feel like, I'm a pause 4, I want to buy Aghanim and, you know, kill people. But then at the same time, it's like you're against Slark, you're against SD, it's very difficult to do that.
I mean, I feel like I've said this a billion times already, but I just feel like this Medusa hero is garbage. Like, it's just, I don't know. I guess maybe it's not the hero, but every time I've seen it in the DPC, like, it does 0 damage. Like, he needs a Divine Rapier to do something.
Yeah, but I feel like for Palos, he kind of outdone himself this time. Because the last time we see him on Medusa, it was kind of like, nah, this is not his hero. But then this time, I feel like he did everything he could, and he really played the hero well.
Yeah. And here's our match MVP. We have Junwell on Rubik, saving people, as our caster said. He was the better Venge.
He's just cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, he was.
He's the janitor. The janitor. His new nickname now.
All right, Adam. They should make a janitor Rubik skin where he has a mop instead of a wand.
It's just Jaws with a mullet.
Yeah, with a mullet. Oh, that would be a good one. But yeah, man, I do not like this Dusa hero. I just feel like it does nothing. I mean, sure, like Palos looked like, you know, played probably his best on that hero, but cannot stand it. Just feels like it's so lackluster.
I feel like they had a timing to meet in the game. They had this time where they could have been really strong, but they wanted to play this late game with no stuns.
Yeah.
Like Dusa's gonna carry us, but Pulse did get to that point where he was super farm, but we saw he still didn't do damage.
Yeah.
He just didn't. Like, there was no way around it. I don't know how to help you anymore. You had Rapier, you had whatever. Just a misunderstanding of how to play to their timings, I think.
Yep, well, let's see how Execration find out how to help themselves as we go for a short break before we get into Game 2. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our SMG Execration series. This is our first series of the day. You just saw SMG take game 1, and we will find out if SMG can finish off the series in this game, or if Execration can fight back and have their chance at the major still be alive. I've got my panel here to talk a bit about last game, what went on, and what could Execration have done better.
I feel like Execration kind of triggered some trauma inside me, like pick stuns, man. Like, we need stuns.
Yeah, I feel like the Venge pick was fine. They have like Venge, Pugna, you know your lineup doesn't have stuns. So how do you play that kind of lineup? You want to ball up, you want to hit buildings. You're like, this is our formation, we keep it. But they didn't itemize that way. And that's why the Venge pick looks really bad. Because there is a world where they had earlier timings with the Fat Doom. They had auras, and this Dusa was super farmed. He's so many ancient stacks, so farmed. And I think this Slark and Bloodseeker, before they had like 3-4 items, they cannot take these in and out fights. It's so hard. But Execration, they just wanted to play for his late game, and I felt like they didn't have a draft that would benefit from that.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the game, I thought they were showing some good pacing, like how they were kind of going as 3 with the Doom and taking pickoffs around the map. They killed Chidori like a couple times, but then all of a sudden they just started to slow down.
Then he went back for the Ocarina and just, I'm just gonna chill, we did great.
Yeah.
But like, there's a Slark underlord problem,
It's also the concept of map, right? Like you're playing against Slark, you're not going to have vision. It's hard to play around. You have Underlord, so this Slark is free to abuse his night vision, look for picks off himself. I think Midwan did so much this game by himself. He's just running up, down. And it was also because his team could always connect to him through his portal. And their draft was just really enabled by the lack of ability to fight back on Execration.
So what kind of change in the draft would you want to see from Execration?
I want them to play a draft that they understand. I think that's my main problem. Like if they want to play this scaling draft, like pick heroes to help your team get there. No one could help this Ember.
Yeah.
Bob is not some noob,
That's true.
He was so useless this game. It's not on him. His team could not help him. He had Pugna Venge. It's the buff the Dusa draft. But my Dusa is fucking farming.
Yeah, that's why it
how
brought
do you
up,
play the game?
it brought up the anger in me. It's like, if I'm the Ember, I'd be like, oh, man, screw you guys. I'm not gonna play this game at all.
I mean, I understand the idea of how they wanted to approach the game. I just don't think their draft was suited for it.
Yeah. I mean, every time I saw Bob fly into a fight, it just
What's
felt like
next?
nothing happened. But it's not on him, I feel like,
I feel like he needed to have a good game. Try to enable him more because
Yeah.
the side cores are not really good to do much. I think it was a really good game for the Kiyotaka build, the Senj and Kaya into Radiance. Playing against Slark, Radiance, Shiva, these items always have value.
Yep.
Slark doesn't want to build, what's it called, True Strike, as well as BKB. Midon, he played a game without it perfectly fine. He had to buy Lincolns against Doom 2, so you don't feel good buying BKB Lincolns anyway.
Well, let's get our game 2 draft going, seeing if Execration has learned anything. They take Rubik and Underlord. SMG take Techies.
We'll probably see a Chidori hero here just to win the safe lane once again, because this Underlord's not a flex for Execration, and there's the Bloodseeker. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's true.
I like Execration taking away the Rubik though. I feel like Zhao did so much to the game. I think it's worth it to just fight for this hero in this series right now.
Would that be a Chidori Bloodseeker again, you think?
Yes.
Yes.
Most probably.
Very comfy on it.
Bloodseeker is the new Terrorblade.
I think they're just like, okay, guys, Chidori on TV can't hit anyone. Let's give you a hero that can, reach there. So Bloodseeker.
I think they just want fighting power all the time. Like ability to connect, right? Bloodseeker is like the best connecting carry in the game. Nature's Prophet kind of dead hero right now.
Yeah.
Just strong lane, you have items to fight early, you can kind of join anywhere.
Alright, I like how Execration take up the Underlord. Can't really go wrong.
It's just a good hero,
Yeah.
I think. It's just a really good hero. It's also a necessary block pick for the... If they didn't pick Underlord there, SMG could Terrorblade, they could, do I want to say do something, they probably wouldn't have picked it. They would have definitely TB'd there if they didn't see the Underlord. I expected Execration to kind of hold off on Tino's heroes because I feel like SMG's game plan is for Chidori to see the matchup and just play a hero that's comfortable against it, and they once again have got that.
I mean, they can still kind of flex the Underlord to mid if they can see Midon's hero.
If they do that, they're gonna lose.
Okay. Probably.
I think it's just, they need to stick to their guns, just talk about what we did wrong, It wasn't a draft issue, it was how we played our draft. And I think that's a skill that a top tier team like Execration should have, you know? It's like how we come together as a team, you know, guys? Like, what are their timings in the game? What are our timings in the game? And how do we abuse it?
Execration ban Timber again.
Just Masaros, right?
Yep.
They picked their offlane early, they removed Masaros heroes. I think the Underlord was a bit of a surprise for them.
I feel like that we kind of see that a lot in drafts lately, where a lot of these teams are really prioritizing shutting down the offlaner.
I think it's a team-specific thing as well.
Yeah.
Like, I think just by nature of bans, like Doom feels like a must ban.
Yeah.
And then I don't think you want to play against the Masaros Timber, even though his hero's not in the greatest place right now. He's really good at that hero. I think it always warrants a ban. Beast is just hard to deal with right now. It feels like he's kind of uncounterable.
Oh.
Or more so he
offers way too much.
it's
for his
too
team.
hard to shut him down. And he has like flexibility in the way he plays, right? Before you pick Beast early, you're playing against heroes that take your helm and you have to build differently and Beast has less impact. Now he buys these stupid eggs and he like doesn't care about anything.
True. What do you think about this Disruptor pick? I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about this hero.
It's a big Carlo hero. I think it's too early in the draft to pick it because I think if SMG double downs on teamfight right now and a way to kill this Underlord, then Execration's not going to be able to use this glimpse anymore. But they also have 2 core picks left, right, on Execration, and they can just build around it. It is very them.
Pango.
Oh, interesting. This is a Masaros Pango, I assume.
Ooh.
I don't think there's any world where mid-one picks his hero.
But I feel like I know someone who's not very excited about the offlane Pango.
I mean, I think offlane Pango, that's one thing that can work by aura. Because you're not gonna be able to do as much as the other offlane if you're going to buy the normal Pango items, you know, like diffusal and then whatnot. But yeah, like if you can buy aura, you are actually very, very tanky. You can, because you already have your damage bar on the shield, right? And then if you have aura, you go in and they don't want to kill you, you know, but like you're annoying.
Alright, Leech coming out, kind of a new hero. Probably in expectation of the Ember. Could use some stuns as well, which is kind of nice. Helps the Bloodseeker run into a lot of bad matchups, like the Terrorblade, for example. No Storm. I would be surprised if Execration don't go for the Ember again.
I think they're checking with Bob. You okay? Are you okay? Can you still play Ember? I feel like he has what he needs last game. Like the Underlord Root, the Rubik, and then the Disruptor. It's all good enough for the Ember to control the game.
TA.
Alright, so it's probably a Palos TA. Or it's probably to match where the Pango goes. Because Execration have last pick, right?
Yeah.
If the Pango goes mid, they'll put the TA mid and give Palos some safe lane winner. So Execration approaching the game a bit differently here. They want to win their lanes. TA is also really good against Bloodseeker. It's hard to run into him. He doesn't care about Rupture too much. You can just Refraction, blink out if you need to.
What else? What could they finish their drafts off with?
Do you think SMG can still pick a PL here?
Can pick whatever they want. That's SMG right now. I was gonna suggest Lone Druid, but it's a bit hard against the Underlord. Here's a Bloodseeker Pango though. It suits their pace. They want a hero that they need a centerpiece right now. Some SF, some Lone Druid, some.
They can
What else is
also
there?
allow Roche, I feel.
They have buildings. It's been SMG's downfall. Buildings. They want a hero to play at pace. Like mid-one needs to play a hero that runs around. It could be the Pango. I don't really see much left for Masaros right now. But he has a techies in his lane though, so it's kind of open to what he wants to play.
PL band. So you think we still don't know what mid-one's hero is, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think he would possibly pick? I feel like he's kind of unpredictable.
I like the LD right now.
Lone Druid?
Yeah. It gives them a tempo to the game. But we'll see what they ban. They're banning for the mid pango now with the puck. I'd see a. What else is there to ban? It's still just Ember. Right?
Yeah.
Ember Void. Don't think you care about Void too much on SMG. Ember definitely more of a Bob hero. And I just... What else is there? There's Ursa for Execration, which is kind of nice as well against Bloodseeker Pango. Don't care too much about either hero.
Reminds me of AG, the Roshan heroes, TA +1.
Yeah, I mean, they have a draft that wants to snowball right now, right? They have a ball, they have Aura Buyer, they have Roche, they have a really 4 solid cards, you know? Glimpse with TA Trap is kind of insane. And SMG is going to need to be clean. They cannot let pickoffs happen. They need to start the fight properly. Otherwise, Execration is going to punish them really hard.
I feel like SMG is very prepared for December. Like if December does come up for Execution, they're just gonna go Lone Druid.
That's very true. I would think it's a... Oh shit, it's hard to say. I think it's Execration has last pick, right? Yeah, Execration does have last pick, so they're fine. An LD against Underlord TA is not like free win, you know, it's still a hard game. I just feel like SMG need this kind of hero to bring their draft together. And they also have this leech right now, which kind of helps a lot, and there it is. Alright, so what's the pick here? What's good against Lone Druid?
Omni Knight.
It's still Ursa, I think.
I feel like they can't kill this hero though.
Well, I mean, if they want to play mid, they can pick SF here.
True.
Just something to kind of own him. Because I feel like the tempo is all on mid one right now. I would be very against them putting the TA in the mid lane. Death Prophet looks insane for Execration.
How come we don't see DP anymore?
Cooldown.
Oh,
And the build up for Octarian's kind of worse right now, I think.
I see.
I mean, when you see Doom, there's no way the DP come up.
Oh, yeah.
I really like DP. I think it gives you kill for bear. You don't really care about... I mean, kind of care about Rupture, but you're okay, you know? Your team has a lot
it's
of
like,
auras.
yeah, you
want that
just
kind
need
of
to
hero.
play together, stand ground.
Do you have enough burst damage for Execration though? I mean, you have Meld, but
I mean, SMG heroes aren't that
They need to match
tanky.
pace, I think. It's not really about damage, but it's about when SMG comes, are we ready? You know, you want heroes
Yeah.
that match timings.
yeah.
I could even see something like a Lifestealer where he just sits top forever, can't get kicked out. Eventually outscales in this game. I think Lifestealer allows your team to be free. And I think you want that against SMG right now because this tier 1 stacks, this Underlord wants to be protected in a way. So SMG don't have the best heroes to kill Underlord right now. And if Tino gets really from maybe an early Crimson or a Pipe, it's going to be really strong.
And even if they do go late, I feel like Execration still has the better chance. Because SMG heroes don't... Yeah, they don't scale as well. Especially their supports.
Alright, Alchemist.
Right, so more minus armor. Quite a free lane. Is there a free lane for Elk?
No.
No, I think it's
the
kind of
same
hard.
lane Elk.
I also think Elk against Bloodseeker is kind of 50-50 sometimes because the shard does % damage.
I mean, I think it's Elk +1, right, in the lane. It's pretty strong considering it's Pango off lane.
I just feel like when SMG comes mid to play with this Lone Druid, with this Frost Shield, it
Yeah.
looks very hard for Execration to deal with.
Yes.
They're gonna need a lot from this Elk eventually.
What if Palos do the impossible, buying Solar Crest on a +1 Alchemist?
No, please don't. If you wanna lose, just leave the game.
Do you think this game is gonna go to late?
It will for sure.
And
I think
who would-
SMG has the advantage in the early game, but Elk likes this. Elk likes to play against 5-man drafts because he gets to farm the rest of the map for free. And they don't have the Underlord this time. It's not easy for SMG's heroes to set up or run around. And I think the Elk is a pick that abuses that really well. But where the Elk can reach a point where he can carry this game, it's going to come down to the rest of Execration to see where they can drag it out or not.
So you do feel like if it does go late, then Execration still have a shot?
I think they only have a chance if it goes late.
I
True.
see.
I agree.
Really? Ooh.
I mean, when you look at SMG's draft, the 5 of them playing together is just so strong, you know. I logically, I don't see how Execration can match that. But if they can have a decent laning phase, I think it's possible.
SMG does lack initiation though, so I think it's going to come down to like how they approach fights. Like, do they come from the side, or are they just going to straight up hit the tower and lose the game?
Well, this match is going to be very intense. We shall see if SMG can stop Execration's track on the way to the major. Gonna send you guys over to Cap and SVG.
You know, Avery, I had actually forgotten that mid one plays Lone Druid. Hasn't played it very often, but he did play it a couple times for Team Secret, and it was a hero that you actually suggested when it came down to if you're going to do the mid Slark, why not just do mid Lone Druid? Well, now you've got it.
I still think this hero's super broken. If he has a good mid lane matchup, because he doesn't work that well in the side lane because he is really level dependent. Though this Lich Lone Druid lane and combo has always been really strong, right? That goes back to the Team Secret with Ace, when Ace was playing carry with Puppy. I think that was where they started abusing this Lone Druid Lich. Just frost armor on the bears. Stupidly good. And just lets you hit some crazy timing. The lane's really strong. That's like the one dual lane I kind of believe in him still, but in general, you put this hero mid, he gets super high level really fast and just runs the game over. If you don't have direct answers to this hero, he destroys you. So that's the question. Do Execration have enough answers for the bear? Underlord does pretty well. He buys a lot of auras. He gets really tanky. Crimson, Atrophy, Firestorm, all decent versus the bear. Even the pit can be annoying. And they have 2 minus armor carries that can deal physical damage, which I think is always the answer to this hero. High single target physical burst, a la, old school Slardar answer. So I think in some ways Execration can deal with it, but I do think that timing is later on. It's not some 20 to 30 minute mark unless the lanes go crazy
Radiant's
well.
courier has been killed.
So it sounds like to me, while SMG had, at least they showcased it in game 1, they had the better late game off of that draft. This one feels like a much more timing focused lineup for them.
A little bit, yeah. I do think the ultra late becomes weird though, because Bloodseeker is really good versus Alk, in my opinion. I have not seen this matchup go too Alk favored if we're talking like 5-on-5 slots. I think Bloodseeker just shreds that hero. Rupture destroys him. You can't really fight through with your BKB during the duration. And First Blood to Jory is going to help him get there. So if we're talking ultra late, I feel like it's another game where it just might come down to team fight execution or who's getting the Roshans. Like, Roshans are very big for both these teams. Huge for the TA lineup and pretty big for the Lone Druid tempo.
If you wanted to be, let's say you were, the best team in the world, you wanted to consistently pull out wins. Do you think that's reliable? What?
I said I don't have to imagine that too much. I was there are a couple of points in my
yeah. Okay. Yeah. But like, do you want to think about the game in that way? Like, if SMG, their best chance at winning isn't it like Lone Druid, like 25 minutes in? Oh, nice blood grenade to get the kill. Shanks picks up that one. Tino, he'll similarly die, blocked in by his own creeps. Now it's a support battle. John Well tries to get back out of lane, but he's going to be glimpsed back, and Thunder struck, and Thunder killed. Okay, 2 for 1.
Oh, Shank's definitely happy about that one. I mean, sure, he's lucky he got first blood, so he's not too sad on the net worth department, but rough start for the Bloodseeker lane, who generally wants to just abuse the early sustain and win the lane. Mid one's getting smacked mid as well. Had to resummon Bear already. He's very low. So early action on all 3 lanes, kind of chunking SMG down. Normally these trades favor the Bloodseeker, but if you're killing the Bloodseeker...
Bye-bye, Carlo. Weird 1v1 battle against Afu, but Alchemist can't really help you when he's this close to his tower. Masaros was more than willing to. He's got plenty of mobility.
All right, what was your question?
You have a lineup. You say you could win super late game.
Sure.
Do you think it's good to think about lineups that way? Like, if you're playing it, right? Like, that's not really your goal if you're SMG, right? You're not planning to go 50 minutes, right? Or are you?
I think when you go in the game, you should always have a clear idea of how your lineup's going to win and what that point is to win it at, which doesn't preclude you winning in a bunch of other ways, because Dota's a very creative game and anything can happen. But I think you should have one clear idea of like, all right, this is how our heroes combine to hit this at this time or the way our heroes function versus theirs creates a dynamic in the game that'll make it impossible for them to play. It should be something like this that everybody understands and you're working towards, and you're finding solutions to help you achieve that goal. So if your idea is like, oh, we're just going to win late game, guys, a lot of times you don't win late game because you don't have an idea of how you're going to win late game. You're just hoping you do. Maybe on paper you do, but I mean, it's like that Seb quote, right? They're going to win late game because they're the better team.
Sure. Yeah.
I like Seb quotes. He has a lot of good quotes, you know? That guy knows what
Very
he's talking
quotable
about.
figure. I've seen a lot of Reddit quotes for him. Does manage to get the kill in the end. John Wells maybe going to trade off again, though. Yeah, Shanks. Another double kill for him, and he's got tons of regen. Look at him, 17 magic wand charges.
Oh my god, he is going to be big. He is going to be a very big boy. He's ahead of mid one in net worth right now. Obviously, we're early in the game, but he is soaking in the levels, and a glimpse, not to base.
Oh, Chidori TP behind the tower before showing himself. Smart.
This is a tricky lad down here. Man, Shanks, you are the 3 now. Carry us to victory, that's what I'm saying, if I see this start on bottom. This is a nice hero to get a lot of levels on early, because we've seen a lot of Disruptor games. You just get starved before you get 6 or glimpse points, and you're useless.
Yeah.
So now he's like guaranteed to have some decent impact here. Just baiting with that stick, continuing the aggression. I feel like John Well was actually dead there. I'm surprised he didn't go for it. They'll take the Techie's top instead. Off of, what is this kill?
I don't know exactly. I think maybe they chased down the techies for a while, and now Palos is just going to accept the golem camp tribute.
Pretty efficient. Gets a Techies plus a camp. Straight in. He has another double stack waiting for him with the Troll Summoner. Man, there's just so many good camps this hero now. It's crazy. He is going to have a fast Alchemist game here. This bodes well for Execration on top of Bob when he mid again.
From Afu. Dies, immediately goes to bottom lane with his TP and surprises Tino. I mean, I feel like his Doom game was pretty rough, and now this off lane is not working too well for him either.
No, it's working well for Shanks. So that counts for something. Can't ignore the overall net worth extract from this lane in the early phase. You can also stack Ancients here and catch up. This is also pre-Vanguard for Tino. But yeah, 3 deaths early. It's not too happy about that. Look at this range creep, or this melee creep on Shanks, man. What the hell is this creep? Stop the stack. Brutal.
Now it's just it's going
Where's
for
it
the
going?
throne. It's going for the throne. He's gunning for it.
This is
Nobody
like the
can
creep.
stop this
This is the creep from Loda's song.
The hero creep.
He's a hero. What a hero.
I always think of the Lord of the Rings Urukai, the one who suicides into the to set the bombs off. That's what I think of. That's the creep right there.
I mean, he did his job. He got in deep. Monto's already has ult.
Excuse me, Palos. Yeah. Did not have his ultimate yet, and Masaros, he's having a damn fine laning phase. Highest net worth on his team, only 200 behind the Alchemist.
Yeah, he's just been free firing up here because Pauls has been jungling, chasing the techies. This is unusual for an offlane Pango to be this high net worth, but he is just reaping the reward of this greedy lane, putting it to damn good use. I mean, it's a question of how greedy does he want to play. Does he still want to build auras with this start or go greedier? You know, what's your time with the Lone Druid? I think normally you build the auras here. I don't think that changes. I don't think him building damage is going to change much of what SMG want to do in this game. Another jump in, still no ult for the Ogre. That's an easy kill.
Maybe more. Rolling Thunder spots Carlo. He's going to bounce back and head for Shanks. The glimpse back is going to be able to kill the techie. Still gunning for Carlo, though. Misses the swashbuckle, but has a shield crash in a second. Not needed. He could use it on the next kill. Shanks behind his tier 1 tower will be able to get in range, but the Frost Blast is coming in. Shanks is just going to try and go for the kill on John Well, but he's not going to have it. John Well survives, and 3 kills from Masaros. Maybe not all 3 of them for him, but a part of 3 different kills. Level 7 Pango, 4,000 net worth. He is big.
Chidori's up here as well. I mean, SFG are just crashing the lanes, abusing Execration's cores, who none of them want to move, right? All of Execration's cores are just farmers. Cannot respond to these plays. Another kill for Masaros. John Well is 6.5 on this Lich, man. At 8 minutes. He has Chain Frost up. This is going to seal someone's doom for sure. If I'm Paulus, I don't want to see an enemy hero for 30 minutes right now. This early game is a disaster for Execration. The greed is backfiring. SFG playing some fast tempo with kill lanes. They got a rupture for bottom. Stun waiting in the trees. You cannot TP here. Though, do you want to dive?
Him. Healing salve. A little bit of heal. Not going to be enough, though. Not with Masaros here. That's for certain. Chidori needs the last hit. He's not going to be able to get it. Glimpse back, takes a bit more damage, gets the last hit, heals up a bit, and that is just enough, it seems. Meanwhile, Palos finally gets some revenge for that play earlier. Static Storm stopping the Rolling Thunder, tossing back in with the telekinesis. Nice rotation by Bob and better reaction from the supports.
This is the trouble Execration's having. They're getting outnumbered, so if you bring this Templar Assassin to a fight, you better make it worth Bob's while. An early Static Storm from all those kills on the lane from Shanks gives him that reward. So Bob he's having a pretty good game here. Won his lane again, makes rotation work, has some stacks waiting for him. Never mind, Tino stole them all. Feels bad, man.
Oh, there's
Bob,
that
you're
combo.
on your own.
Frost Shield on the bear. Bob, who'd been hunting that bear all laning phase long, may find that it's going to turn back around on him whenever the Lich is there. Oh, nice 2-man stun from Afu. Sets it up at the mine afterwards. Looks like they can just go for the Rubik. Have to give up the kill on the TA, but a toss with the kinetic field nicely repositions the bear and gets the support out.
And look at Paulo's top, man. He is clearing through double stack on the medium and small. Ghost, Satyrs, Golems galore. Oh, he got so much gold out of that. I mean, he had 2 deaths, but he still had really good RNG in the jungle, and he's going to have a 11-minute Radiance here off the Brown Boots. Lich Kill helped as well to boost his levels.
Considering he died 2 times in lane, I feel like this time is incredibly fast.
Yes, it's very good. And, like, he's not even going to get the stack party. Tino took their whole triangle stacks, which were the largest. And he has a Templar Assassin taking some of his more in the upper jungle. So Paulus isn't even being, 100% prioritized like some of these out games where it's just a feeding frenzy. He's kind of just done it for himself. Again, very greedy lineup for Execration in terms of all 3 cores want a lot. The bear will help. Cannot be feeding those bears away. Mid 1 30-second cooldown as well.
Yeah, it's rough. Shanks dodging the Rolling Thunder once. Can't dodge it a second time, though. Glimpse back, and he doesn't have Shield Crash to finish him off. John Well, if you want this kill, you're going to have to use the Chain Frost, and that's not good enough either.
Lost vision.
Got him with the Swashbuckle, but now they are in the pits. And that is not a good place to be. John Well will fall, and Masaros will limp away at half HP.
I also just don't think you want to be killing supports at this point anymore if you're SMG. Like in the early game, sure, you got a lot of levels, but at this stage in the game, you want to be finding the TA, you want to be finding Alec, taking these farmers off the map. That's what's going to make you feel good with those ultimates. Like Chain Frosting a Disruptor who's dead for 15, I mean, it's not changing the game here, and it's not progressing what you want to do. Mid one is just going Radiance himself. It's kind of a slow build-up for the bear. I mean, it's not as slow as it used to be. And I do think Radiance has some value this game.
I mean, the miss percent just got to help out a lot against the physical damage problems, right? Especially that TA. Nice catch on Chidori. Good use of the Static Storm. Early level 6 means Shanks can find multiple kills in these laning phase stages. And that's
it makes his slower lineup a lot faster. Also, just instantly put that Radiance to work for Paulus. His is going to be online a lot faster than mid ones here. No fault of mid one. I mean, that's just an Alchemist Dota, but you're going to have Radiance on Radiance action, and
Dire's
Paulus'
bottom tower
Radiance
is under attack.
normally this is a farming acceleration item, but when you're playing versus 3 melee right clickers, his Radiance also has some decent evasion value this game.
Yeah.
Combine that with an Atrophy Aura and a Pit of Malice. The 5-on-5 ball for SMG to run into is tough. That is what our panel was talking about. You're going to need significant damage to cut through the auras and sustain that are going to come out for Execration around that 30 minute mark, which is another reason why I feel like they needed a good early game, so you get advantage over that timing. This is not an ideal early game timing that SMG were looking for. This is going to be a clunky game from them, especially if Execration can continue to find good core pickoffs off the back of Shank's levels. And Monsters went Diffusal. Oh man. Not even going to have the early auras.
I felt like that was what you wanted to see, though, off of the way you were talking about his laning phase start.
I think there was the option, but I feel like...
Oh, that's not going to be enough damage. Palos gets ganked, turns right back around, and kills the enemy carry. Now, he may still die here. Rupture is worn out. Monsteros is hunting for him. Knows he's somewhere in these trees. He just can't quite spot him, and now has to get out. Too many heroes from Execration. Goes to the TP back. The glimpse on the Rolling Thunder.
It brings him.
That is so good. I've seen this a couple times. There has been a lot of spells that I think are more annoying to cast with this magic immunity change. But Glimpse is one of the ones that got buffed the most. Now you can hit these heroes on the last second of their BKB, and by the time the Glimpse actually hits, they're out of their BKB or out of their magic immunity.
It's amazingly valuable. And it's going to be extremely useful this game. Tino will pay the price on the other side of the map. Kind of a bad death by him. Should recognize what was happening in this situation. But it does feel like Palos is just... He is getting away with everything here, man. Because he is attracting the attention and getting the kills in return for his team. It's slowing down so much momentum that SMG want to be building right now. That'll finish up the Radiance for mid one. A very big timing for them. Gotta expect SMG to want to make a move soon, or at least try and take that 5-on-5 fight. If they can get it. Where is that early Roshan? A line's been drawn. I mean, if you're going Diffusal Pango, you also want to be winning these fights. I think I might have settled on the auras just because you want to play through the Lone Druid's timing, and the Pango's damage, I don't know if it's significant enough. Like, it's good because you get such a good lane. It's hard to turn down. In a non-push oriented lineup, I think it's the correct choice with the Diffusal, but when you're just going to play Lone Druid Dota, I feel like you play Lone Druid Dota. You don't mess around with the bear.
Well, the bear is currently messing around with Palos. Try and put as much damage on him as they can, but the BKB, too powerful. But that was his first use of the BKB, and not particularly effective one. They are going to back up and do Roshan because it's a Lone Druid lineup, and they've got Pango too.
Pretty fast. 16 minutes, it'll go down.
That's nice.
So make that second one like around that 25-minute mark. That's going to be a good timing for them. They're going to have BKB on Chidori, another item on mid one. Looks like an Ags from Ostros. He's just going to go full-scale carry on this Pangolier. They're going to have 3 carries in this game. It's going to force a lot of utility out from the SMG supports, but I guess they have decent supports to do it. They can bring that all together around that second Roshan. It's going to be a pretty good timing. I think that's when they want to really win the game off that, because Execration are going to continue to farm out a lot during that period. I mean, they have a 7k gold lead. Of course, this is an Alchemist lineup. They did have a lot more stacks as well. But this is TA Alc Underlord. You have map mobility now with the gate, and you have heroes that can farm jungle very fast. So, sure, you're getting these Aegises. It's step number 1, but you have to maintain the network and not get caught out on the map, which has been a problem.
Nice catch. That was just like low risk, easy kill on the Bloodseeker, take away his Aegis. And now they're going to get caught from behind. Masaros Afu. Pincer movement that gets the Disruptor. Not able to find anybody else, though. And Bob is even daring to continue to farm their side of the map while he's here.
This is good, because if they commit a 5-man push down the lane or something, you can just cut the wave. You might end up cutting it anyway. Regardless, he's going to play around his ward. Can always find some cheeky support pick off with this hero with traps and a shield rune. This is a very good map split from Execration. They got onto all 3 sides of the map here very quickly. They're not even going to lose gold off that. And they wore out the Aegis. There's the poke. There's the TP. A lot more time wasted from SMG and a Rupture. This is that split push rat that is going to be very obnoxious in this game. The catch. I mean, what is the catch? Sinister Gaze? Brown Boots Lich, Sinister Gaze? That's your catch? Good luck.
Yeah, it's not amazing. I mean, you got Rupture, Blast Off. It'll be a lot better when they have Basher on Masaros, right? Then your catch is pretty sick.
Yeah, the Basher is a pretty big item in this game. Also just going to help with these physical right-clickers. I want to get in there and smash your face.
Oh, he tried to go invis in time. Done well. That Frost Shield really doesn't do enough to protect you against the damage from Bob, and he doesn't even have the Desolator yet.
He also didn't have this double damage sitting in his bottle. That is a good rune to find right now. I mean, this is just kind of a worthless Aegis period. Of course, the Aegis got wasted instantly, but like the way this map is being played, this was never going to be a group up timing anyway. So you're still continuing to get out farmed. You have to limit these pickoffs as much as you can if you're SMG. It's just adding fuel to the fire right now, and the fire is building. Level 4 Frost Shield stolen by Carlo as well. Something to look out for this game. As good as Frost Shield is for SMG, I feel like it's just as good the other way around.
Yeah, the Lich matchup does work both ways.
Dire structures are fortified.
I mean, Frost Shield on Palos is disgustingly good. Suddenly, Carlo becoming a bigger priority. Double Pavis also done for the Execration support, so they are mitigating the physical here on top of Crimson from Tino. There's already a lot of survivability and sustainability versus the physical damage SMG are outputting.
They can take a tier 2 and hold their own. Tino doing a really good job of just playing defensive and making any go on him be very difficult. They tried, went for the Rolling Thunder, but ultimately decided it was going to be way too tough. So this positioning from SMG loses them a tower, gets them very little in return.
I mean, here's the question of this game, I think, is do SMG have enough like hybrid damage to punch through the physical mitigation that Execration are building up? Paul's is just going to find a freebie here. Never mind, he got tasered.
Taser, it helps. Blast off attempted, but the glimpse denies him that.
Look at the physical mitigation being built up. You have double Pavis, you have Shanks building Solar Crest, you have Palos building Assault Cuirass on top of the level 15 Acid Spray Grant's armor talent that he took. So you have double AoE armor coming out from the Alchemist. You have Refraction, which also blocks some. Fade Bolt, and Atrophy Aura. 2 base damage reductions that we saw last game on top of Crimson for Tino. I mean, are you even right-clicking at that point?
And what does this lineup do if it's not right-clicking?
That's what I'm saying. What is it doing? Your Radiance burning. I think it's time for Blood Mist, man. I don't know what else is doing anything in this game.
This game does seem to be in a pretty dire state for SMG. They're going to go for a 3-man smoke out, see if they could shake things up a little bit.
I guess they do have Radiance. You know, you can burn them down for 60 a second until they're all dead.
What? Was that his illusion expiring on the bottle? I think that's what that was. Bob is still going to die here as the Chain Frost bounces over and clips Palos. Nice unstable concoction stun, though. Jeez. Somehow on the edges of the AoE hits 3 heroes. Tino really not caring too much about that bear. That damage tickled him. Did you see that?
I don't know if it expired or he cast it.
I mean, how can he cast it when he's already in Stone Gaze?
Stone Gaze?
Sorry, Sinister Gaze. The other one. The other S Gaze.
It must have expired, yeah. It did look weird. I think he might get that refraction blink off anyway, but that is a damn good timing if that's actually what happened. It's a good pickoff by SMG.
Radiant's top tower is
Catching his
under
hero
attack.
outside the ball. That's pretty much their best hope here. Oh yeah, Greaves for Tino as well. That's going to add another AoE armor mitigation tool here.
Radiant's
There's
top
just so
tower is
much.
under attack.
My God. I don't think I've
The
ever
one thing
seen
about
so much early.
TA is that I feel like you could have the same kind of items and abilities on the other side, but TA just does so much physical damage, and a lot of it is bonus, that you can't actually defend. She's still going to be effective, you know? Rolling Thunder with the Rupture on Palos. Palos fighting back, though, with his Chemical Rage, actually out-regenning the damage from Chidori. Play it slow, blast off, landing on a
We're
3.
gonna try and commit again.
Though. And the damage to follow it up is there. They finally managed to bring down the Alchemist, and now they could surge forward. Going for Tino next. They got to deal with Bob, though. What about Bob? Bob on the side. He outputs a lot of damage. They ignore him, and Chidori does manage to get that kill in the end, or dies in the end. Chain Frost bounces around nicely. Carlo trying to turn that one around, but it wasn't good enough. TP away, and Tino does manage to get out, glimpse away. Shanks will also maybe escape. And the bear is going to follow him. But the bear is outside of the Lone Druid's range, I believe, so we're good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another decent fight for SMG, all things considered. I didn't think they were going to be able to blow up that out there, but I guess they have enough hybrid damage after his BKB is out to just burst him. I mean, you got to remember, even when he's low, that just means he's got the Greaves kicking in. You have Crimson on top. You have all this sustain and defensibility. You're also talking about the TA minus armor going into SMG. I mean, that's where this Frost Shield is super important of who you throw it on. Because that's your best tool to deal with it. With all the armor Execration have built, there's also negative armor. You have AC and Acid Spray and this Deso. Yeah, it expired. Look at that. Great move, Bob. Claps all around. Well played, sir. I mean, he ended up dying anyway. So
some people are just built better, different.
That's true. You might not like it, but that is what peak mid-performance looks like.
Yeah, you guys need to start playing around your runes and your bottles expiring. That's how you get to the pro level right there. Second Roshan is up. Boy, that was... Roshan really guns it down that hill, doesn't he?
He knows where he wants to be, and he's going to get there one way or the other. Also, something important to note from that fight is that stolen Chain Frost could have destroyed him, but Middle had 2 bears, right? He had 2 full bears for that fight. The first one got destroyed pretty fast, so minus armor generally shreds the bear. I don't think Execration gonna have a problem chunking through Middle's first bear. It's pretty important that they take fights around him having the resummon, because he really needs a second one for them to commit into the fight post BKB, which is what happened there, get the roots, and that's when he can shred the TA. Like when TA's refraction's out, when the first bear has died, he goes in with the second one. That is the window for SMG to win these fights. So him having that resummon is really important. He'll pick up his own AC here. Another very important item to bounce out this armor battle that has been waged the entire game. And Execration are right back where they lost that previous engagement, but with the Aegis Cheese. That is not the start you want.
May have to be used here. Or at least is be... Oh, no! He got bumped up into the high ground. He's going to have to TP out unless they have a Force Staff somewhere. I don't think they do have one.
He's back.
He's got Blink, and he can be able to get back into the fight because the TA is able to do so much. What a nice Chain Frost. It just takes away the Aegis.
Bear can't move, man.
And the bear just cannot move. A second bear comes out, though.
Yeah, but that is not one winning you the fight, and you cannot give away Rupture in this game. There is no way you can be giving away Rupture and winning these fights. Carlo threw it right back on Chidori. That's what ends up killing him, but he could have just as easily thrown it on the Pangolier here and absolutely destroy all of that Pango network that Monstros has been building up in this game. And they're going to have Rupture back up in 15. This is a low cooldown spell. If I'm Execration, I'm taking every single fight with what Carlo has right now. I'm just going to walk into mid one. This is his last bear if he dies.
Gets the fear on one, but the support follow-up easily killing him. They don't even blow the rupture. So, as you said, second bear dying there, lone druid. So even when he comes back, he still has to wait another 20 seconds to be effective. SMG looking more and more impotent as time goes on.
Yeah, the problem with this death is you lose the bear because you die. So when you come back up, you have to wait 20 for that summon, then you summon the bear, and then you have to wait another 120 to have 2 for the fight. So that kill is just extra value for Execration here. If they want to try and push the tempo, even potentially go some early high ground here. I mean, you have BKB on Bob. Pauls is ready to fight. You might just go high ground pretty soon. There's a double damage in the bottom river as well. You have all of the sustain in the world. Why not poke a bit? And that is what Paulos will do here. Minus armor on the tower. It's just gone. Minus 11. You have AC Deso.
Yeah, all they have to do is just wait out the Frost Shield. But they actually will reset here. Maybe it's because Tormentor and Wisdom Rune is up.
Maybe just having bringing him back. I do think there was a push potential there, but I also understand we've seen a lot of these pushes. Frost Shield does not make the push feel good, even if in theory you can get it.
Sure.
It feels very slow. So you'd rather just keep up the farm. You have Alchemist TA. You're not going to get out farmed anyway. Maybe wait for next Roshan to force that high ground. Double damage on Bob that he did pick up, so that is another big factor in the next fight. And I am just worried about Chidori's impact. What the hell is Bloodseeker doing in these 5-on-5s, man? He's going to run in, get smacked by this double damage Deso, and regret his life choice.
I mean, one thing is he can give the attack speed to the bear, is a nice aspect of this Blood Rage.
But yeah, it does chunk its super high HP.
As a carry, doesn't feel like he's doing too much. But then again, it didn't, I mean, not to discount Chidori, but it didn't feel like the Bloodseeker was the reason they won game 1 either.
No, it is a first phase Bloodseeker. So, I mean, you can't put too much weight on his shoulders, right? It's like this last pick Lone Druid that really is the carry they have to play through, similar to game 1. They wanted to play through mid 1 this game. The early game was just not good enough to hit those Lone Druid timings, and now they're stuck in this situation where now you need the Bloodseeker to help you carry the game, and the pick's just not designed to do that. So I agree, it's not on Chidori here, it's the situation he's been thrown into.
For me, the biggest difference between game 1 and game 2 is this is, again, Lone Druid is just not the same kind of carry as Slark is. If you want to build and play for this kind of lineup, you have to make sure that you can hit that 15 to 25 minute mark really hard. You're not going to scale nearly as well as that Slark did.
No. There's a reason Execration are just forcing your high ground to 30 instead of the other way around.
Yeah, what is that reason?
I was hoping you had it.
Because they
just outplayed you.
Better. Exactly.
Yeah, they played better. Sometimes that's what Dota comes down to. They just played better, man. They won those fights. They got out of the lanes. They had a couple clutch pickoffs. I go back to Shanks getting all those levels off bottom that transitioned into early Static Storm. They got them like 2 or 3 really big core kills. And that just slowed a lot of the momentum down. Mid 1 had a slow early laning phase. He lost the early laning phase to Bob. Not necessarily the easiest part of that matchup, but the timing just got thrown off here from Execration, and they paid a heavy price.
The long wraparound, but it's not going to find what they're hoping for unless, smoke, break over. They really want to be able to kill these supports, and they finally managed to find Shanks. Shanks not going to be able to get off the Static Storm. It looks like he does, but the BKB's already out from Chidori. Next target. He's going for Bob. He stole the Rupture again, though. And he's hit by the Abyssal play from Palos. He's now Ruptured on Chidori. Palos can track him down. The BKB is gone. He's going to be glimpsed back with that Rupture on him, and he dies. Chain Frost does bounce around. Palos, his own BKB, still holding strong and looks to finish off game 1. The Bear's trying to help him out. The Bear needs a little bit more. He's going for Tino. He finished off Tino, but the lightning strikes and the Bear falls. Palos eats his cheese before the blast off lands onto him. It's just supports doing damage at this point. Supports that are easily cleaned up by Bob.
Huge plays by Paulus in that fight. He abyssals on the right clicks going into Bob that will save his TP out, which means Bob can come back off the gate and instantly be in that engagement. Double support buy for SMG is not matching that kind of firepower. And Paulus is just too big and too bad. He just chunks down mid one through 2 bears. He does not have a bear on this buyback.
Yeah,
congratulations.
This is the bluff. That is not an actual move.
Hey guys, I'm scary. I bought back.
Look out, he's got 2 circlets.
He's got so little damage, man. He's running a Philosopher Stone too, so it's minus 30. Yeah, this is not a scary buyback here. I don't think Execration are too intimidated by this. And they'll just get Megas off that fight because the single target physical burst with the minus armor works on buildings as well. Another buyback coming out from SMG, number 4 here on monsters. I mean, it feels like even if you get wiped here, you already won the next fight off the economic damage. And you still have Stolen Rupture. I feel like Stolen Rupture just guarantees you team fight win. How the hell
he did it in that last team fight? Bloodseeker started running away from Palos, and then he got ruptured.
Yeah.
He couldn't run anymore.
Nice roll, Monster. You're dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he'll glimpse his corpse back into SMG's face and say, look at what you've done. Catapulted over the walls. Chidori's like, yo, bro, I didn't do that.
That is straight up some medieval warfare shit going on right there.
Palos doesn't even bother throwing the unstable concoction.
Bob is just standing his ground. Run away a little, but this is the bear resummon and it's gone.
Chidori put himself into those trees, has to go for the kill on Bob, and he does actually got him. He got the last hit, it heals him up, but the firepower from the supports again. I mean, these supports on Execration, Shanks and Carlo, man, they did some work. Another rupture?
They had a very good game. I mean, Shanks with the bottom levels, Carlo with the rupture steals, really just carried the early game in the fights here for Execration. Very solid support performance standing out for them. And they get away with this like double right clicker lineup. There just wasn't much pressure off of like no early tower taking. I think when I think about mid lone druid, I think about early tier 1s, right? That's where the hero thrives to me. If he can just go like some early phase boots into a cheap item, push his hero out of mid lane, take mid tower, transition into the safe lane, take that tier 1, and then you open up the whole map, you build tempo, you're starting to scale a lot better, you're going to hit the second Roshan really hard. None of that happened for mid 1. The TA just stood his ground. Bob outplayed him in the early parts of the lane. Those early rotations were hard because of the levels on these supports, and then now you're just trying to out carry a TA Alk with really good itemization from Execration. That is when they look the best. Going to a game 3.
Yeah, both these teams still fighting for a chance, a small chance of being able to go to the major, and it's going to come down to a game 3. Which one of them is going to be able to pull it out? We'll have to see after this bit of a break as we go to the panel.
Execration doing what they do best, which is clawing at any chance to get to the major. Now, they have just taken game 2 of this now 3-game series. What do you guys think about that game? What happened?
I feel like SMG had an early timing to hit. I was quite surprised Minoa went for Radiance. Obviously, it's the conventional build against the TA, but I feel like it slowed down their timing a lot. Like you see at these like 10 minutes fights when Masaros was really strong and when Chidori could still participate in fights. I felt like the lone druid with Deso could come in. He could abuse the frost shield and kind of fight, you know, because this elf TA was not fight ready for quite a long time.
I also think the Pango should have rotated towards the TA instead of the Underlord. Like, yeah, sure, you feel easy because the Bloodseeker is still in lane, right? But remember, the heroes that will carry Execration will be the Alchemist and the TA. So if you are giving up on hunting this Alchemist because he already had a really bad start, right? And you don't want to, you know, like keep killing someone who's useless to the game, then you should be trying to kick this TA out of the lane and make her feel like she needs to farm jungle, and ultimately she's going to farm the jungle that Alchemist wants. Then in that way, you're kind of already controlling a lot of the map. Not, you know, like rotating towards the Underlord. I also think later on, like, because Masaros has Vanguard, right? I feel he should really get the Crimson and then they can group up and take Roche, something like that.
I think with Deso and maybe Chidori farming a bit more, I didn't like his BKB pickup. I think he was very reliant on the Frost Shield. I think a more common item against this TA matchup is the Manta style. I think Hector used to do it a lot when he was the one who was playing Bloodseeker most. You just go Manta Skadi, and it's so high value this game. Like, look at their heroes. You have playing against TAL, there's Underlord. There's no way you don't want Skadi.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I feel like they had to keep playing on earlier timing because they drafted for that, right? Mastros was really strong, but there's nothing coming together. He tried to do a lot on the map, but no one was ever with him because this mid one Lone Druid was farming Radiance. And I felt like that's what stopped their draft from coming together. I feel like this Lone Druid moves to the Pango moves to a Lone Druid building Deso, and they're so strong. They can take fights, Shuri can connect, and he'll probably clean house. And they'll snowball Roche off there. I think Roche was and it still is a very important thing in this series, because you look at game 1, SMG snowballed off Roche. Game 2, Execration is now drafting Mice Armor, for Roche, and it's just came down to that, I think.
What do you think about Pango's itemization this game?
I mean, if you're a Lone Druid, it's going to farm, it doesn't matter if you have Crimson or not. I think the Diffusal is fine. They just needed to play together. Like, whatever he buys, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think he could have, like, Deso Greaves, Deso Diffusal, it doesn't matter, you're strong, At the end of the day, it's about the TA not being strong.
Yeah.
Like, if you have Diffusal and you press Swashbuckle and the Refraction is gone and the TA dies, like, it's still shit,
I feel like it's so easy to gang this TA. Like, sure, you need to smoke and then you might need the techies to start. But it's like, if you see the TA has Refraction, you have your Pango Swashbuckle, right? Like, Refraction is not a problem. It's definitely not a problem. And it's so easy to just kill this TA off because there's no save from Execration.
I think it's more like I want them to go to the Lone Druid. I feel like he was the one that they should be playing around, Like, I imagine the foreman in this game is not mid one farming, but it's actually Chidori farming. And mid one's the one that is participating in the fights with his early advantage.
Yep. And here's our match MVP. We have Carlo on Rubik. Prod loves supports. They love the Rubik.
Look at that GPM. That's why he's MVP.
Yeah, though. Wow, Adam. It's all about Adam today.
I'm the Rubik pioneer.
You are, yes. You're the Rubik 5 pioneer. How does it feel, Adam?
I don't know. Everyone thought I was stupid.
Well, no, who's laughing now?
Not me.
You
I probably was stupid.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's your consensus, then good for you. But yes, let's see who wins this series. Very intense one at that. Right after we take a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the SMG Execration series. We are starting off our day with a best of 3 series, the full thing, all 3 games, and a very hype one, I would say, because it's very important. A lot of, importance is on the line here. A lot of hopes and dreams of going to the major are on the line. I have my panel here talking about their hopes and dreams of this match. What do you guys hope for these 2 teams?
I hope one team wins quickly.
Why, Adam? Why quick? Don't you want a long, drawn-out game for
I
entertainment's
love
sake?
80-minute games.
Yeah,
I'm kidding, you know me.
Southeast Asia.
I love watching both teams troll constantly. I love all SMG. Bring it back.
What about you, Aurora? What are your hopes and dreams for these teams?
I mean, like I mentioned, I hope Execration wins because the plot, I
Yep.
just want to see this team from nothing become something.
Are they from nothing? They're
I mean, from nothing.
Way back, like season 1, like all the way back.
Yeah. Although season 1, they were way more convincing than...
But you say that, but SMG has been to nothing too.
No, they were something last season and then suddenly whoop, roller
But
coaster
so is
drop.
Execration. Is it the same
But at least Execration has the same, what do you call it?
roster?
Yeah, the cast.
That's fair.
the family.
Yeah.
It's
Family. They are
fast,
pretty family.
Fast
Good
and Furious.
vibes, wholesome.
Yeah. Nothing's stronger than family over there in Execration. But, I do think that out of these 2 teams, Execration just seems like the team who are very capable of coming back, in a series like this. Like, they just always manage to claw, like, right at the end when it matters the most.
That is true. That has been their story.
Yeah, and that's been their style. I mean, besides Tour 1, they made such a clean run, but Tour 2 was very much the same.
So they just always qualify for a major, then they hit the reset button. They go land, they lose, and then they start again. Let's climb the hill one more time.
I mean, maybe this time will be their time. I'm trying not to inhale too much copium, but I'm really hoping for them. But at the same time, SMG don't want to see them get relegated either because, I think they're a fairly good team, and with the changes of their draft, they're doing better than.
I think they're figuring themselves out.
Yeah.
I think Execration was going through it as well in week 1, but they've kind of settled a bit more. I think their drafts look a lot more stable. I think the elk pick was pretty genius now that I think about it. Like, SMG had this ball lineup, but I do feel like SMG had the pressure on them in that series. Like, they felt they were being out-farmed.
Yeah.
They had this, lone druid building Radiance, which was taking a while, and they needed to slow down the elk's Radiance, but they just didn't really have the ability to do so with the way they built.
Well, let's get our draft going for our last game of this series. The stakes are very high. And Execration pick up Rubik.
I was gonna say this series is not about techies anymore. Apparently, it's about the Rubik.
Yeah, it's
Whoever
a
picks
sign of
Rubik
a
wins.
good drafter. They understand. Like, players understand too, You win game 1, you lose game 2, and be like, guys, Rubik.
Yeah.
Like, he was high impact, like he was MVP both series, his hero. Like, credits to the players as well, but
And it's so easy to draft him in, not sabotage your entire lineup.
speaking of sabotage, what is this blood seeker?
I feel like SMG, when they have a carry in mind, they just stick with it the whole series. Like the first week, it was Terrorblade every single game. And now it's
the way
Blood
they draft, because they don't want to pick Masaros early, nor mid 1. And Bloodseekers, maybe it's just what works for them, They want to play with pace. Like I said, it's a connecting hero. It's one of the only ones. So
Yeah.
I can see why they do it. Maybe in their heads, it's a bit of a flex as well. And it's just a strong win, but Execration have the chance to answer here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see some Tidehunter or some Beastmaster even.
Do you like the Veno?
Do I like Venom? I don't know. Not really. Especially not with this Underlord coming out. I feel like this is a mistake on SMG's part.
I feel like the last time they also picked this Veno way too early, and then the game was not something anyone would, put in effort to look at.
It's not good against Rubik, nor is it Underlord. I think Veno is something you pick when you have a purpose, It's like the Bane that we talked about the other day. I guess his purpose in this game is to win the lane for Bloodseeker, but Execration could have picked a lot of heroes here that just get killed and probably don't care as much, Like this Venom Ward's tower, Andro's still gonna hit your tower with his Vanguard. He buys ring in lane, he's happy, Rubik steals any of your spells, he's happy. wonder what's going through SMG's heads when they pick this. Shidori's like, nah, it's fine. I just won't let him steal Rupture 3 times in a row.
The ban was just like, come, steal me. Not a Bloodseeker though.
Timber, Lone Druid ban. So Execration trying to slow down the game for SMG, which I think is a pretty good approach, especially with the Elk ban coming out. It's very interesting to kind of try to process how both these things think of the game tree, because it's always a reflection of what they felt about the first 2 games, right? And it looks like Execration just wants to scale and do well in lanes, trying to target mid 1 a bit more, which I like a lot. They like have addressed the Bloodseeker is not going to carry this game, you know. Mid 1 is the guy. And honestly, there's not many heroes that can do that.
Who, carry?
Yeah, from mid especially.
Ah, yes.
I think it's not as much carrying, but it's like controlling the pace, you know? Like it's easier to play these scaling heroes. Like so much, at least for me, it's so much easier to make calls on like a Slark with 1 item or a Lone Druid with 1 item than a Void Spirit with Echo Saber, you know? Because the things you do are different. Like you approach objectives differently, you are feeling strong enough to hit people. Void Spirit is like, you're just making moves to like help your cores be enabled, you know?
Yeah.
But Chidori is the enabler, judging from the draft, so we'll see what mid 1 ends up playing here.
I will never forget his Ember game. That one Ember game where he just carried the whole thing, basically.
But then 3 kills, I think.
Yeah, something like
He
that.
popped off
Mid 1's
smart.
a monster on these in-out-in heroes. He plays, I mean, I feel like this is such a Filipino thing, but he plays the outskill you heroes, you know?
Yeah.
Like where they can push their limits. Like that's mid 1 in a nutshell. He loves playing these kind of heroes, and I feel like SMG should look to enable that as much as possible.
Yeah, it helps so much when he's also a very vocal player. So, like, you can go in and out, like you can play well, but then sometimes your team might not understand what you want. But then if you are also vocal, then it's way easier to play around you.
Taking some time with their brands. SMG don't really know what they want to go for right now. Angolier once again.
Is this a flex?
I would think it is not. I think this is SMG saying, you know, we fucked it up. We're better. We fucked it up. We'll do better this time.
So would this be still Masteros and Pango, or would mid 1?
I feel like it's most likely Masteros because they have no offlaners left. Like, if you look at the hero pool, there's Timberban, Doom, Bad Rider. What's Masteros been playing? Beastmaster's still in the pool, but Execration won't pick it. So, unless they believe enough in this Bloodseeker carry with the mid 1 Pango and pick Beast, I don't really see why mid 1 would play it. Pango doesn't like playing against these clunky heroes. Like, you get to pinball him 6 times and he's like not even half health.
Yeah.
It's actually so
Agreed.
awful.
There's a horrendous feeling.
I feel like SMG might fall into this trap of not matching Aura again. I think that's something that Execration punished really well. And no surprise here, TA comes out again. Really good against both the Pango and the Bloodseeker. I hope Chidori buys Manta this game.
I feel like maybe SMG is looking at Magnus right now. Like, it's not too bad considering they saw the TA.
It's pretty bad against TA. I think
I mean-
a lot of teams pick the TA against the Magnus because it gives you the lane and the early Roche.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, like when she siege and then you can kind of play off the skewer.
I think if that's your game plan, you fucking lost. Why do you want to pick Magnus here? Oh, so when he hits our tier 3 tower, we can pull him in. But yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. It's just gonna come down to how much SMG believe in this Bloodseeker right now. Because I think last game they felt like it wasn't enough, and even the first game, right? We don't play Slark. Bane, right? That's another hero that's really good against both Pango and Bloodseeker. There are also a big lack of stuns on SMG right now, so I wonder what they can go for. They need to pick some fucking PL or something here, or they lost. They actually lost.
What do you think about the Bane pick?
I think
Is
it's brilliant.
Oh, really?
I think it's so good against SMG's heroes.
I remember we saw, was it Variz do a good Bane? And that was like the only time we've seen it since.
It's a really good Bane game. Like, he doesn't care about these 3 heroes.
Yeah?
These 4 heroes. And it's just control, right? More control. Bloodseeker is hard to run into Bane. It's easy to sleep, you save your team. It's hard to roll into Execration right now.
Actually, it's quite nice with the twin gates because I feel like Bane's such a slow hero.
But Bane's super fast.
Huh?
Bane's one of the faster heroes in
Really?
the game. Yeah.
Why? It always feels so slow when it's on my team.
He's a fasty boy.
Just stay
Maybe
in
because
his
of
lane.
the cast range.
Because you're feeding them. Yeah, he has shit cast
Yeah.
animation, but he's pretty fast.
Oh.
So like he sees you and he's like, oh, too slow.
Oh.
Raising my hands. Oh,
That's what
God.
feels slow.
Probably, yeah. His cast time is awful.
Yeah.
We have the Carl here, which is kind of their aura buyer, I would assume. It's gonna enable the Pango as well, so I think this Pango is gonna play to scale instead of going for the aura like we wanted. Every time I look at SMG's draft, the only question I ask myself is, what would mid-1 play? Like, what's the pick here? Naga's banned.
trying to understand the criminal.
Still see PL, but Execration saw the PL too. It's banned now too. It's time for the mid Terrorblade.
He used to run a lot of Coddle off lane.
No,
But
they will lose for sure. He
how
needs to scale.
come people don't play mid anymore? Or we haven't really seen it much. I mean, because last season it was picked a
I
lot.
think it's because of the hero. I think it's because heroes in the offlane now naturally buy Vanguard. So at the timing you want to rotate with Trials, people are actually really tanky. I think on top of that, the mid heroes that are popular right now, like Ember Void, they have so much HP survivability. I think Call doesn't really fit into that.
I see.
Blinding Light nerf probably, the Blinding Light change actually affected it as well. So I guess it's more suited to a support role right now.
The camps are also not that great for him to connect the Illuminate.
I think it's okay in mid because you just run, right? I think
It's okay for Radiant, but Diet
Dire shit.
sucks. Yeah.
That's fair. This is a tough pick. Not for Execration, but for SMG. I think Execration is probably trying to figure out what SMG can pick as well in there. Kind of like, oh, I don't know, guys. I think we kind of won. It's a pretty sick Klinks game. It's a pretty sick Ursa game. It's a pretty good SF game actually for Execration as well. But I don't know if you want SFTA. Kind of fits the concept of what they want to do though. It's just a ball. Tower Sieger. I see Dragon Knight. I see Kunkka too for Bob. It's kind of cool.
Void.
Look at the Void Spirit. So more purple heroes.
Oh, true. They got the purple draft. Well, Rubik's kind of greenish, but he's like almost purple.
And the Lord has a purple background, so he's purple.
That's true. Well, his like chest is purple too.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, that's purple.
Is it? Alright, I trust you.
Between his pecs, that's purple.
Trust you. He does have some nice pegs.
Unless it's like black, but it looks pretty purple. It might be the reflection of the background. Anyways, they
Maroon?
pick Beast.
Alright, so they do go for the Masaros last pick, mid-1 Pango. I like this pick more from them now because they know the TA is carry, and this Beast against TA is pretty nice. I also feel like Execration supports doesn't want to play against this Drums Beastmaster right now. But I don't know if Chidori can carry this game. That's my concern.
I mean, I think there will come a time where I feel Execration kind of. It's very difficult to execute the damage part if you can see it, because like SMG has so many CC, right? And for Execration to really do damage, this TA has to have BKB, and even with BKB, you're up against a Beastmaster.
Alright,
feel too good.
I think mid-1, if he really understands what he's doing this game, he's going to buy like some Power Treads Halberd and play that
Yeah.
way. Because Pango with Beast Aura, right-clicking is super sick. And it's super unkillable. I think it's really hard to play the rolling Pango this game. I think if he goes like Halberd, Diffusal, Power Treads, and plays that way, I think SMG has a really solid draft. He's super enabled by this Beast Aura, by this Coral Chakra, and I think that's the way I would want him to play his game, and if he does, I would definitely give it to SMG.
So, in the mind of a player, though, when you're forced to play the same hero, I don't want to say forced, but when you pick the same hero, right? Like Chidori has played Bloodseeker like the whole series. Does that help, or does it get more tiring to play?
It's whether playing the hero is greater than trusting your teammate. Because I feel when the game point matters so much, you're not gonna be thinking so much about, oh, I'm not gonna enjoy this hero. You'll be thinking, I want to qualify. I want to play what is the most suitable for the team.
It's like asking a basketball player if he's bored of shooting the ball into the rim. I feel like you're a professional. This is the
You just
best
get
way
used
for
to
your
it.
team now. This crunch time, it matters right now. We're in the fourth quarter.
That's very true. So I take it. What team do you guys have?
I think it all comes down to what mid one buys.
Okay,
Fair-
that's a lot of
fair
pressure on mid one.
I feel maybe Execration is somewhat easier to play as in the draft, but not so much about the fights. But then SMG, I like their lineup because it's very ambitious. I feel they are the team that can make it happen.
The team that
Or
can
I'll go
make
with
it happen.
SMG too.
Okay, I'll be a devil's advocate and I'll go with Execration.
You Pinoy.
I can't help it. It's, my and we're talking about the story here. It's the storyline,
All right. Man.
You watch enough anime and you just want to see the underdogs
the
win.
arc. That's
Yeah.
true. That's fair.
The main character arc.
For the storyline Execration.
For
Let's
the
go.
storyline. Well, this is gonna be our last game of this series, and it's gonna a lot of is riding on this series because Execration need to win this to still be able to have a chance to qualify to Bali, while SMG do not want to lose because they don't want to get closer to relegation. So yes, it's gonna be very exciting. You guys excited?
Let's go.
Let's go!
I want to see the Veno just blocking all the TA camps. Let's go.
Okay, well,
Briefer.
I'm glad that I know what kind of person you are, Aurora.
Now? Only now?
She's the TA that got blocked by the Veno.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get this game started. I want to send you guys over to Captain Avery.
That's right, we're here for game 3. Is it going to be Execration or is it going to be SMG? Early predictions, Avery.
Execration.
Okay, why?
I don't know. I panicked. I took the first name that came in my head. Wasn't ready for that.
Of course, panicking under pressure. It's a common occurrence. Well, I'm going to go with SMG because they have a Venomancer.
You believe in that hero?
I'm actually kind of a believer of the support Venomancer, truth be told. But I'm not a big fan of them not having any stuns between two supports. I feel like a lot of the supports that are popular right now are non-stunning supports, and then you end up with 2 of them on one team. That feels a little weird.
Yeah. I think... Okay, so the reason I took Execration, I did have a reason. I was just debating you. Now you look foolish.
Yeah, now that you've taken the time to think of a reason. Yeah.
The reason, it's not true at all. The reason I took Execration is I think this is another SMG lineup that, in theory, this Beastmaster pick is absolutely disgusting. Like, it can find the Bane. The Helm of the
30
Overlord
seconds to
isn't
battle.
a good answer to it early on for Execration. And you can just take Grip out of the fight, which should free the fight up for his other cores by a large degree. And it's also a hero that kind of abuses the tempo of Execration. Again, I feel like Execration's a little clunky, not too much, but a little bit. That Beast and Veno Coddle can really push that. But I don't think G usually wins those games. Like the last game, I think they tend to be a slower team, play like methodically for the mid game. And I don't know if this is a lineup you can do that and feel good about it. I don't think it's a lineup where you can just farm with the Beastmaster and just go to late game. Because Void
Chases
Spirit is
after him with the
terrifying.
shield crash. He does have Gale on him. So a deny is possible here.
No, he's fine.
Okay. He's going to live. But then they just have another shield crash. So now he's definitely...
Oh, he has another dissimilate.
Nope.
He's dead. Should have denied him
And
when you
another
had the
Gale.
chance.
Yeah, you should have.
There's a lot of early
Should
damage.
have gone for the head. Carlo going to limp along here and take a lot of damage. In fact, he's dead. Oh, is that all 3 blood grenades?
Yeah, that was a lot. But well worth it here. Early kills for Veno support are juicy indeed. And it's going to get a lot of free time from Ostros, who, to me, is the key for this SMG lineup. If the Beastmaster has a good game, if he's the highest net worth, if he gets fast Helm of the Overlord, he's going to run this game over. I don't think there's too much that stops him, unless the Underlord can parry him. If Tino's equally as fat and can match that tempo and defend his buildings, then Execration will be in an okay shape, but that is not a guarantee. Beastmaster hits hard, he can just spam axes on you. The boars are going to be obnoxious for Execration to deal with this game. They don't really have the greatest boar killers. And Paulos is on the Void Spirit, which is a hero we're probably going to see more of in the safe lane just because of how early this Void Spirit's being picked up now. You want to be able to flex him, and he does a significant amount of right-click damage. He's honestly not the worst safe laner. I've played with it a couple times. This hero can trade pretty well with shield and some stick charges. But not
I mean, if anything, the shield's more effective, right? You get more of a barrier if you hit multiple heroes, so.
He's like decent in these 2-on-2s. He's better than people expect. He has really good stats, base damage now. I think this is viable.
Fade Bolt slows down the damage, but it cannot stop it. Now they're going to turn around and kill Shanks too. Man, this Gale has been super value. Got them 2 kills on the Bounty Rune fight. Now got them 2 kills in lane. Crazy.
This is the early game SMG we were looking for last time that they're getting now. And this is where the Veno pick can really pay off. Cyril's a early lane straight up killer. And it's going to activate the Bloodseeker. Maybe not as good in the team fights as the old Veno used to do with the old ult, but definitely can activate him early in this laning phase. SMG playing to their lineup strengths, getting some work done. All 3 cores on top. Even mid going well for a mid one, unlike the first 2 games. He is up. I guess benefit of the first blood.
So you went to talk about, I chose Execration for a reason, and then you went to talk about what a good Beastmaster game it was.
Yeah.
So why did you choose Execration again?
Because I said, I'm telling you, SMG don't win these games. I don't know what it is. I just don't.
Oh, yeah. So it's too good of a game for SMG.
No, I wouldn't say that. Okay, the part I doubt is like, I just think, okay, if you win this game, you can win off the Beastmaster, but I don't think you can win it off the Bloodseeker, right? I think the Bloodseeker is going to have troubles in this game into the Rubik Underlord base damage reduction combo we were seeing for the 3rd time. There's also Enfeeble to reduce base damage even more. There's a grip he has to deal with. There's TA who just outman fights this hero. There's a bunch of auras that Tino's going to have he has to run into. Like, I don't think Chidori can carry this game on the early pick Bloodseeker, so it has to be through the Beast. Now, the Beast can win it, but again, that's where I feel like SMG, it's like last game, right? They could have won that game off the mid one Lone Druid, but what happened? It got to a point where you needed the Bloodseeker to carry the game, and he couldn't. So I feel like that's what's going to happen here. So even though I like the Beastmaster pick, I think it's disgustingly good, I still do not have faith. Call me biased, if you will.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Well, that's an analysis is not bias. We had this conversation before.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I believe that. Actually, you won me over.
I convinced you?
You convinced me over.
Dire's
Yeah, because
structures are fortified.
These C games, man, like the time to lineup never succeeds.
It never wins.
It just never works, right? And it's both a combination of C because we saw it in the last patch, but I think also it's kind of the patch as well. I feel like if you're not incredibly good at being able to close out the map and shut it out, if you slip up a bit, there is so much of the map to be able to farm that you'll be able to get to those later items that you need.
You just have to play really well to win with those lineups. And I also think the other key is that the hero who's setting the tempo has to have a very dominant lane to like secure you that momentum. Ooh, nice deny up top. Removing some of that aggression value. So for last game, to me, that was the mid one Lone Druid. If the mid one Lone Druid last game had a really good lane, and like, let's say he was versus an Ember and he just destroyed some Ember, right? Then their chance to win that game go up astronomically. This game, for me, it's Mostros. If Mostros has an extremely dominant laning phase this game, and he's destroying Paulos here and just absolutely free farming, SMG's chances go up. But this lane's dead even. Like, Paulos is up in CS. Yeah, he's limping away. He's giving some thirst points, but he's not getting destroyed.
Is under attack.
Maybe he will in the next 5 minutes. There's still time here, and there's still a decent position for SMG, but these are the factors I'm weighing, and that's how I came to my conclusion. I hope you appreciate it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk, Cap.
Great TED Talk. I mean, it wasn't really a TED Talk. It was one of those, like, what is it, TEDx? It wasn't like the official TED Talk. It's one that they lease out to just like anybody can do it sort of deal. But Bob gets ganked up by John Well, and that slow is a killer because can't TP away. Not in front of the Rolling Thunder.
6 off the creep death. That is why Bob TP'd there. Said, haha, you're only level 5. Mid one said, haha, no, I'm not. Get wrecked. Do you like my impression? I've been working on
it
it.
was a very good impression. I think that's exactly what they sound like, actually.
That's a pretty big pickup.
Okay, you know how some games are there? There's a trend right now of proximity chat. What if Dota had that? You know, you can just like shit talk the laning partner that you're up against. You know, run into each other in a smoke, hear each other.
I feel like that's what chat wheels are for.
Done well. The slowdown of the shield crash is just enough, it looks like. And oh, thank God for that sleep. That was a close call. Chidori was just about to let loose that rupture and re-engage, especially with mid one having 3 levels of that swashbuckle. They could probably easily kill a TA.
Man, this trade that's happening bottom, Paulus is just getting chunked. I mean, he's still farming kind of okay down here, but it's just powering up Chidori so much. He's 560 MS up here versus Tino. It's hard to stand up here right now. Early laning phase, very rough for Execration. See if they can pull back from it. And this is going to be some fast timings for Mastros. Not the fastest I've seen, but pretty damn good. And his other 2 cores are online as well. The SMG ball it's going to be a strong one. Fast defusal for mid one's going to help as well. He has stacks to farm, and he is farming them. So this is max efficiency across the board, and I mean 0 kills for Execration. Also limiting their XP, right? A lot of the way you get XP on supports is through some of these early kills and skirmishes like we saw last game.
Yeah.
But actually they're still doing all okay on levels. Kind of surprising that they're so high level on their supports, but I guess finding it somewhere. Maybe off the fact that Paulus has been out of bottom for a bit. Another gank attempt mid. Commits the roll with the shield rune.
Bouncing back and forth. Not able to commit though, not with the TP rotations coming in, but that's fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A couple ancient stacks for Execration for the TA, and there's also a couple for SMG. Both teams prioritizing it. Of course, the other nice thing about Beastmaster in an uncontested game is when you're free farming, you can just go and stack your own ancients. And that's part of what makes this hero just absolutely stupid, right? You can stack your own ancients and you can clear your own ancients. So while Shanks has to do it the hard way, Mastros is doing it the easy way and has a triple and a penta waiting for him. Oh baby, that's a lot of farm.
Meteor Roar, turn around, needs the extra movement speed to get out, but Palos caught him with the Aether Remnant. It looks like they used Rupture on Tino, so he's not able to comfortably chase and will not be able to stop the TP out, and now he's gonna die. Chidori comes through the gate to help out in this fight, and Mid-1 TP's on in. Catching one, Carlo now in the river, Nightmare to dodge the silence and get away. Nice move there, but they're gonna keep going. They're just gonna keep running at him. John Wells, level 6. Putting those support levels to use. The Plague is going to be able to slow down Bob, but they don't have the disable to stop him. Palos. Oh man, Chidori is just so fast.
Got one. He's
Palos dissimulate up in a second. Nice dodge, multiple abilities. Gets out the shield with the Rolling Thunder. Is that going to be enough? The magic damage of the blast from Afu. Blinding Light level 1 secures the kill.
Oh, if he got that Remnant latch on mid one, he might have killed him there with the tower damage. That was a nice bait, but execution not there for Execration in this early exchange. The gate backfiring on them. They tried to kill that Beastmaster, but he just finished Helm, had a creep join that fight, and he is tanky, man. Almost 1500 HP with the extra armor. This is not a hero to be trifled with in this early game, unless you have support ultimates. They did not, and they're going to pay a big price here. Troll Summoner are already going to work on these buildings. This game is going to accelerate very fast for SMG if they continue to push the tempo, because there is not an answer to Beastmaster on this map right now.
Why did I listen to you?
I mean, yeah, but what if Execration ended up winning this game?
Top tower is under attack.
You will look very smart. I will give you that. First kill of the game for Execration. They finally get one. It's on Chidori.
Radiant's middle tower is
So who's going to take all these ancients for SMG? Is it Monstros as well?
Are fortified.
they just gonna power this Beastmaster to all hell? I think they should. I think this game's about him.
Get him to Helma Overlord and then get him to the Aghanim Scepter. Because the Aghanim Scepter is going to be decently potent too, right? That's a lot of
it's not too bad.
Constant bits of damage against a TA.
Could definitely see Ags after Helma Overlord. I could also just see Greaves. Not too bad this game. Pipe, not too bad. All the ores are pretty good, honestly. If you just want to try and go early high ground with like Coddle heals plus Venom wards.
I like the drums because of the Bloodseeker even more actually, because the like part of the laning phase strength was the Coddle spamming mana on wild axes, and they just throw it over and over again. And Bloodseeker was super powered up. You get the drums to do a similar thing, and you're jamming the mid game team fights too.
Bring the whole band together. Yeah. I agree. I don't think there's any wrong items here for Monstros. Just depends what exact point they want to hit. It'd be super strong. He'll finish up that Ancients. The top 3 net worths for SMG all looking pretty damn solid here. Still has another Ancient stack to clear through if he wants.
Is that a defensive rupture from Chidori? I think he saw a hero and instantly ruptured it. Because I think he thought he was being gone on.
Sends a message. Yes. Double damage mid one. Didn't even need to use it.
Yeah, Carlo gave up on you, Tino. I'm sorry. Oh, gets around the Rolling Thunder. Slowed down by the Diffusal, though. So much damage from Diffusal Blade Pango.
Yeah, remember, this is Coddle Pango, so these swashbuckles are coming fast, they're coming hard. This is a high-tempo killer pair to go with the high-tempo push. That's where this lineup shines before the ball comes on.
It is such a great Coddle game.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Palos trying to get up and away with the swashbuckle. They had the
SMG
vision on him from Thirst.
They just got everything going for him. If Execration win this game, I'd be highly surprised. I mean, you'd have to be one dumbass analyst to pick them to win.
Feeds grip off the telekinesis.
That's a big kill to get it.
One. They need this kill so badly. Got off the shield crash. Surely he's going to die. Mid-1 is just committing. Gets the kill on the support before he falls. Bomb actually canceling his TP. He's going to stick around. He knows that another big one is coming in with the reinforcements. And they get Chidori as well. The blast comes out, but it doesn't get the heal off. Oh, he didn't have the spirit for him anyway, so wouldn't have healed either way. 2 very big core kills, and Execration turning the game around right as Avery was convincing everybody to lose all faith.
I mean, I stand by my original prediction. I always did. Bottom tower going down to skeletons. At least Monstros is back on top and making some action. I mean, that's a fight without your Beastmaster. You do not want to fight without your Beastmaster this game if you're SMG. Like, he is the key. He is the pressure point. You don't need to force so much action at once. Just let Monstros choose where he wants to go. He's going to have Helm of the Overlord done here in 200 gold. This is going to be crazy fast. And that is the big timing that Execration are going to have troubles dealing with. You have some physical minus armor with Bob. But outside of that, like, what are you throwing on this Overlord Ancient? It's like nothing, man.
Monstros, the key master. 3-12, 6,000 net worth lead for SMG. I mean, getting a 14-minute tier 2 is pretty massive if they can. I mean, I know it's, you know, like nobody really worries about this stealing this outpost nowadays, but it's a little something. This early, for sure, it's got to be.
It's also just a lot of extra map control. You can shove this bottom lane in. You can always draw someone back to corner the map. It makes vision harder, fighting down there harder. You just got it for free, basically.
Do you still get experience over time based off your outpost?
No. Or do you?
No? They took that away entirely?
I don't think it gives it anymore.
Amazing what you'll
That's my gut read on that.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Gonna go through the side portal. Show up. They've got a ward from Carlo, so they're gonna see this rotation. They still thinking about fighting it, but mid-1, he just jumps down, immediately pounces onto Carlo. They are gonna be able to hit him with the Fiend's Grip. The sounds is gonna come out soon. It's not fast enough indeed. Mid-1's able to survive, gets the swashbuckle, ready to go with the Rolling Thunder, but it's mass retreat for Execration.
You get out with everybody. limited stuns for SMG, something that they're always going to be reminded of from these TPs. I mean, you got Roar and... Yeah, you've got Roar. So at some point, SMG will get the bashers up, and then these fights will be a lot more reliable. But until then, you just got to keep playing through Beastmasters, helm, pushing objectives, getting these 5-on-5s. Continue to build that lead before the auras and the ball come online for Tino and the boys.
I can do with 2 lives.
Did get mid tower through Shanks right-clicking it there. Pretty nice pickup, and will swash his way away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spain is going to have a lot less room in this game if he can't stop the Bengal roll. Lincoln's next for mid one. I mean, not only can you no longer Fiend's Grip him, but you can't really Fiend's Grip anybody else either when the ball is rolling around in the back lines.
They can proc it with Spell Steal, right? So...
Yeah, that's a good point.
In theory, that's actually an interesting combo, interesting way to deal with it. They're going to try and go on Bob. This is pretty deep, though.
Yeah, it very much is. SMG, bad go. Bad go. They gave up their support, nothing big, but Execration are going to push for more. They know about this smoke, though. They had a hawk on it. Masaro's sticking around. I thought they knew about it. Masaros, is he going to be able to hold here? The roar goes down. Oh, a counter roar out from the Rubik. Beautiful stuff. Masaros pushed up to the high ground. Palace is low, but he also gets up there. The Crimson Guard not going to be enough to protect him, though. The shield crash finishes him off.
Just
Chidori in mid one. Seems like even a 4 versus 5, they are
just
too powerful.
TP. I mean, that's a good momentum swing, though, right? You taking the Beastmaster off the playing field, that is valuable in its own right. You're happy to trade a core for that. Taking advantage of that roll mid. Again, I feel like all SMG have to do is play through Masaros here, and every time these plays are away from him, this is a bold grip attempt when there is gate. Will they get... Oh, he got disarmed.
Oh. The disarm was nicely timed. John Well putting the slows on Bob. He gets through the portal, though.
Actually got the Aegis.
Allowed him to reset. Took away the Aegis.
I mean, the gate's pretty slow on these grips. It doesn't offer too much, but I guess that's worth poking the Aegis out here. As the Lincoln's is now finished up for mid one. Wishes he had that a bit sooner. Execration trying to stall this game out, trying to find some key picks, buy some time to get to their items. Fulfill that destiny of another tempo loss for Southeast Asia. Oh no.
Blast back, Tino. This is a lot of damage. The Crimson Guard dodges some of it, but they've got a nice mix of magic and physical. So the Crimson Guard is never going to be enough by itself. He still wants Guardian Greaves, but SMG continuing to take more territory.
It's just no answer for the Beast right now. Venom Ward's also starting to cause issues. You have 2 single target supports who can't enter these fights. Tough position. You still have stolen roar for Shanks and it's back up. Might opt to just use it here? No, he does not want to roar John Well. He wants a bigger fish. A bigger snake.
Bigger eel? That's a fish and a snake.
And another TP. Just TP cap.
That does seem to be the solution a lot of the times, yeah.
That has been Bob's best spell this game. Teleport scroll. And it's going to be a quick smoke from Execration. They want to use the stolen roar. Almost 10 seconds left on it. I don't know if they're going to be able to connect in time. It's going to be pretty close. If they can, though, that's value. Grip up as well. They're looking for a mid one, but mid one has his eyes on that double damage and will save his life here. These smokes are dangerous. You get popped on a Hawk or a Venom Ward. It's going to scout this sentry too. SMG should know what's up. They're taking Tormentor right now.
Tino gets there too late.
At least he did one on a trap.
And the Tormentor has stolen mid one. He slowed down. Didn't have to use the Rolling Thunder to escape, though. He's going to go for a Boots of Travel next item, so they're really trying to keep the map as dark as possible for Execration. Keep all the creep waves pushed in.
Didn't get back off. You know,
Bounce
not
back.
expecting that
Shanks
burst.
looks like he will die as well here. Hey, Execration slipping a little bit. They're giving a lot of pickoffs away to SMG now.
Yeah, if they were just ratting this game, you might have like half this gold lead, but when you're giving up objectives plus kills, that is when the game really snowballs here, and a good double damage from mid one. Monstros went for a casual drum. It's really going to buff up this early damage, these early pushes. You have Coddle sustains.
Gonna go drums.
Of course, yes. As usual, your analysis is spot on.
Radiant's top tower
The tempo is too fast for Execration to deal with, especially with Underlord out of the picture. Has mid one overextended.
Ooh. Close call, but SMG protecting each other as always. Even the Venomancer seems to be a hard kill for Execration. That's not good.
Did not want to grip him, and you can understand why.
Manta, but immediately roared up afterwards. The Nightmare helps him dissimulate, and he gets back to his base. It's okay for now. Tino just slugging it forward, presenting a target that is not his teammates.
That's your one stun on cooldown. You have to think about when you use this roar, because then it opens up free grip, which Carlo's always looking for. Almost has an Aetherlens. He's going to TP bottom. Try and find mid one on the fast counterplay. I mean, I should say fast, but I don't know how fast this really is. This is going to be pretty slow. They do have gate, so if they get the lockdown, they can gate everybody else. It's a cheeky move.
One just played too defensively to get caught by this. Would have been cool, especially with the ward being placed down. You know, get the Nightmare, break the Lincolns, Fiends grip him, teleport in, boom.
Yeah, that's a good move if it lands. Mid one just not taking any chances right now, and you can understand why. 11k gold lead, second Tormentor on the board.
Radiant are scanning.
That first shard went to the Veno. The second will go to Chidori here. That's a value shard.
That is quite value. That'll help when the Underlord tries to, you know, waddle forward, try and make himself a target. That Bloodseeker shard will do a much better job of shredding him.
Bob's gonna have to keep ratting this game and not get caught. Very important that Execration get these lanes out. Just make the SMG pushes as slow as possible, and make them do stuff like this where they smoke across the map and find nothing. This is what you want to have happen if you're trying to solve
If they're
the game.
lacking so many stuns, it'd be kind of sick to see an Aghanim Scepter on TA.
I always think about that item in these type of games,
Yeah.
but it never gets built. It's just, I guess, too expensive for what it does. Doesn't help you in the actual 5-on-5 fight, right? It's just a pure rat item, basically. Just never lines up. You either want BKB or more damage. Bob will opt for the Hurricane Pike. So a little tankiness, a little more damage. Hybrid item here. Also pretty decent in the high ground base defenses. Can push someone back out. It's pretty much what Execration are playing for. They don't want to take a 5v5 outside their base at this point, unless it's like a pick off into the gate. And SMG are happy to jump anything they see.
And they see Shanks. And they see Carlo.
I'll take them both. Execration's core is all here, but the Hawk is going to see them all. The game is up. SMG have them where they want them. All stuck on their side of the map. The lanes are all going in.
And look
And
at
do what you want.
Masaros.
He's thinking about it.
He's ready to start hitting some high ground.
This is that push, though. If you somehow die, you lose Roche too, right?
Yeah, that's true. They don't want to make that mistake again.
Yeah, I think this is not the time to push. It's the time to poke, get them to all come back, but I don't think this is the time you want to commit to the 5-on-5 for a Rax that doesn't even end the game. You just want next to Roshan right now. You want to control the vision, control the lanes. I like what mid one's doing top. He has the right idea. Do not let Bob get the map out. Force this TA away and control the
Radiant's middle
Roshan.
tower is under attack.
Void Spirit's behind him. They're going to spot John Well coming up the river.
It's going to create an opening here. These are not the time to be giving pickoffs. If you're SMG, this is the one window where Execration get back in the game if they somehow find a fight into that Roshan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're angling for it. Oh boy, are they angling for it. It's not going to be up for another 40 seconds. So John Well, he is likely to be here for Roshan, but since neither team knows when it's going to spawn, we may have a fight break out before Roche even comes up.
The thing is, SMG should just be able to sit on their vision. Like, they have the Hawks, they have the summons. This Lizard's whacking at Palos, who gets ruptured. He needs help. Or just TP.
Oh, he hit him. He clipped him barely off that shield crash. He does get gripped. Just try to shield crash up to the high ground. Swashbuckle will get him there instead. Do have the Underlord teleport. They may need to use it to get out. Bots onto the Beastmaster creep. That's a cute move, and we're probably going to see a lot more of that as time goes on. He gets away with a stolen roar, though. Shanks will hold on to that for the next fight, but it looks like this Roshan is all SMG.
Very hard fight with the Hawks and the summons. At some point you get scouted, and then the second your Void Spirit ruptured, you have to like instantly draw in TP. I think if you did it instantly, you can maybe gate him back and take that exchange, but the idea was not there fast enough. And mid one just gets there with the roll. I thought he was going to jump over him for a second.
Same.
That would have been catastrophic. But he gets the latch, and that is good enough for this Roshan. And now your 5-man high ground push is online. Time to take it to Execration and see if they have enough to repel this fight. It's not the easiest high ground. You have Underlord to push into. You have Rubik who can steal Roar like he has, or even Venom wards that become annoying. If you give away the Rupture, it's also going to be a bad time. Again, you're running Bloodseeker Pango into Rubik. Do not want to have the same thing happen that happened last game. Palos is ruptured again, but he has backup.
Yeah, and he's got the dissimulate talent too. That really helps with him being able to disengage without having to move in these rupture times. Roar bounced back with the Lotus Orb. What a timing on that one. Gets off the BKB before the Remnant can grab him, and they're going to go straight for the Bane and be able to finish him off.
Mid one's TP got canceled.
He's cutting through. No mid one, but Chidori may not need him. Goes to work on a Tino who cannot TP out in time. Execration can't seem to handle it, in part because Bob couldn't even be there for the fight.
Bob just doesn't want to commit there, even with the snipe on the boots of travel to the creep. I mean, you got to go in at some point.
That's a nice blow of Chidori.
There's that
Take
point.
away his Aegis.
And the Helmet
that's
Overlord creep.
nice.
That's a big pickup as well. Mid one is still running here, by the way. Finally arrives. Says, what's up, guys?
Immediately hits a disarm onto the TA. Goes for Shanks. Glimmer Cape. Helps him out. Roll up into Rolling Thunder. Goes for Shanks. Shield crash stolen. Not what he wanted. And another rupture. Put on to Palos. Palos going to dissimulate, but the Fiend's Grip is going to be able to grab on Carlo. Strips mid one away of that mobility. A dominating streak worth a hefty amount of gold for Bob and the rest of the boys. Now a TP in. A TP that he can't quite follow up, but that's okay. Tino didn't find much of anything anyway.
Wait, Cap, what are we smoking this game? You can always proc this Linken's through rolling now. You can do it with anything.
Oh yeah, that's
why it's terrible. I always forget this interaction, but that's why Lincoln Sphere on spell immunity sucks now. I mean, he just enfeebled
kind of a dead item, yeah. Roar pushed into the blast. Palos still has that 15 dissimulate talent.
You got latent toxicity.
He did get hit by the latent toxicity off the Manta, but the Glimmer Cape, the promises.
Some sustain adding up. They're gonna get run down. And you can't
TP. They have to leave Tino behind.
He doesn't want a TP. You should have just TP'd, son.
Yeah, you can do that against this lineup. I mean, at least until Chidori has a basher, but...
Yeah, they saw him so that's your only stun. The second that's gone, you can always get out. still, it's Execration stalling this game. We're at the same net worth lead after that second Roshan that they defended. That push from SMG was just not coordinated. Like, you have mid one going in on his own. You had some casual deaths and fighting before you just get to the base. It was not an organized 5-man push with that timing. And it's going to waste a big window here for SMG. Again, Execration are just trying to crawl to the late game. You have a Lincoln's on Paulos. This Lincoln's is a lot better, right? Because the Lincoln shines on Universal Heroes where you get all the stats and the damage. And you're not relying on the spell immunity interaction here. Whereas mid one is relying on it, and it's not doing jack shit for him. I guess he is universal, but he does not use the base damage nearly as well. We'll finish up an Ags. Still, there's just not an answer to him getting enfeebled gripped, which is pretty easy because you only have one stun to counter it. So does Mostros have to save his roar to cancel grip here?
Baby. Palos. Palos, you're on the low ground. Palos, you can't see this coming, Palos.
He could not, indeed. 60 seconds, no carry.
I've seen so many carries die on that spot specifically.
There's value to dragging those creeps out of the pit. It's going to be a high ground defense, 4v5 for Execration. You get the golem. You just threw the golem away. Blatant disrespect to the golem heritage here from Mostros. But they'll switch the push to mid. Stolen Blinding Light also not doing them any favors on these high grounds.
No, it's not. It's going to delay a lot of his
that's a good lift. And that's a good grip.
Back into the Fiend's grip. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, but it's too late. SMG slipping again. Again, an opportunity to push the high ground, but again, an execution that just goes a bit awry.
You can get the BKB out of Chidori, afraid of that trap slow. 4v5, they just lose a beast for free. These grips are destroying them. They don't have the cancels for it, and they're not respecting it there. Like, Mostros is positioned way too far ahead because he's probably thinking about canceling the grip for mid one, but you can always just grip the Beastmaster. He's the only stun. It's a guaranteed freebie, unless you want to roll in, and Rolling Thunder is not that fast anymore. It takes a while for mid one to get there and save his buddy. So between these two, one of them's getting gripped and the other can't save him. It's just been a disaster. Gotta find this.
I mean, I can't believe Chidori went for the Blink Dagger. I thought the Basher was a must-have. He's going back for the Basher now, but
yeah, I thought this was just a straight-up Basher game from SMG. Like, I thought you wanted Basher on the Pango. I thought you wanted it on Chidori here.
Yeah.
Because the Bashers help you cancel the grip. They also help you cancel these TPs that have been plaguing them. They help you deal with the TA and the man fights. It's a great Basher game all around. Just amazing. And they're just going to be super late. Mid one's not even getting one. This Lincoln's did not pay off for him, whereas this Basher might have. Small item decisions matter a lot when you're running these push lineups. We're still sitting at the same net worth differential. And Paulos went for this early Void Spirit Shard. An interesting pickup because it bypasses all the summons, so he can guarantee the lock on a hero. Pretty nice for his Beastmaster. You still get the damage from it. Kind of an interesting concept.
it also helps you split push more, right? Like you're able to just kind of throw a remnant out there, double remnant, and you can kill a wave.
Yep. Extra lane shove, better in the team fight. Better guaranteed stun. Kind of like this shard pickup. It's pretty nice. It's also a small item he can buy after these big three that might help him keep buyback up for a high ground situation as he hits level 20. This game it's going a little late here, 35 minutes. I think you could have had a lane or two of racks by now if you're SMG. Execration are not out of the woods yet, but it's starting to get spooky.
Yeah, they're rounding the bend. The forest clearing is on their sights, but they now have a Daedalus on Bob. They're going to go for their first big offensive move in a while. And it's going to be for contesting this next Roshan. Smoke on smoke, mid one. He's going to break first. Spots, Palace, they're going to be able to get him with the pit, but he gets the roll off just in time. A bounce back there of the nullifier forces Bob to TP away, but he's dead. He gets hit once again by the crash in. They instantly gave up on that fight.
I mean, the second Pango gets away, that fight's over. Because these aggressive engagements are way different than every other fight we've seen for Execration, which has been high ground defense. Where SMG have to go into them and someone's getting gripped and your grip control is in a very favorable position. These aggressive goes are a very different story into the Hawk Vision, into defensive items that SMG have the position and Execration.
I mean, they saw the data list. I think they know he doesn't have buyback.
Yeah, they know. You might just get Megas here. 50 seconds is a long time. Still this grip up, but you don't have the damage to put into the grip. Your TA was all of it.
Yeah, your Void Spirit isn't even here. He was cutting waves. Now he's going to join in. He cut the waves. Backdoor protection is up, so they're not going to get Megas because of that fact. So smart read from Mr. Palos.
That was a value wave cut, value axe steal by Shanks as well. Another outspam spell. They're not going to get Megas, not even close to it. And they'll have another chance to contest this next Roshan if they want to, but you got to have a better plan about those fights outside your base than just running into mid one and trying to throw everything on him. He's tanky. I don't think he gets bursted that fast. And he has the roll up as well. You don't really have good stuns to start on him unless you find the lift.
Yeah.
Like, it has to be lift into grip if Execration want to take an aggressive go and just pray you can burst the dude. I'm gonna smoke again.
They're gonna go for it again.
So risky.
I wonder what they've said about from last fight to this fight. Like, what's gonna be different?
And they saw mid. Maybe they think he just can't get here in time. They're gonna show. I mean, Tino is walking into so much vision here. This just doesn't feel possible. If anything, I think you'd want to find mid one, but he gets recalled. So you got that shard advantage from the Tormentors. It adds up. And the Roche defense, significant here from SMG. Absolutely impenetrable. Just got to keep farming.
You try and split push, but with bots on mid one, he can easily deal with this and then just get recalled again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, I got a win condition for you here. Bring some hope to the Execration side.
Has been killed.
Carlo going Ags. What's the answer to the Ags grip here from SMG with no stuns?
There's still the Rolling Thunder hitting all of the illusions. Like, you could literally just roll through illusion, bane, illusion.
I wish you the best with that one. I mean, what if he grips the Pango?
Dire's bottom tower.
It's guaranteed.
Then it's guaranteed. Yeah.
See if you can get to that item. It's an expensive item on a single target hero who can't really farm waves. Very difficult to get to. The Execration continue to split push these lanes.
Well, he's got the shard now, so no longer single target.
That's true. Getting some action. I mean, they're forcing TPs around. Recall's going to help. Still no bashers for SMG. Just opting for other items. And that was a refresher shard Roche. So now you have 2 roars. So their stuns just double. That's pretty nice.
Dire are scanning.
That adds up. Where's our other basher, mid one?
I can't believe he didn't go bash this game. That's like crazy to me.
The fact that it's like a near instant stun, ranged instant stun, is so valuable against some of these heroes like Bane.
Yeah, and you have Coddle Chakra, so you can just double swashbuckle in. The Basher's so good with that type of gameplay. But to each their own, he wants to be a little bit tankier, a little more defensive. With Shard and Lincolns and Ags here, he's got 3,000 HP with, 2 ways to get out of dodge. double nullifier for Execration between Paulos and Bob. They're going to be able to latch onto people, but I don't know if that's been the issue. Issue's taking that sustain. You can get a quick kill on a core when they overextend in your base, but that's about it. And SMG just want to jump. Double roar, they want to go end this game. Mid one. Rolling in. Where is he rolling?
Really nice defensive positioning there from Execration, not slipping up and getting caught. The smoke into their base like that, which I've seen catch better teams.
You have to think about Execration buybacks here too if you're SMG, right? You don't want to get caught in something like 5-on-10 shenanigans. That's probably what they're wary of here, especially when they don't have the best initiation tools. There's buybacks for 3 of Execration, but not for 2 of the cores. However, SMG do not know that. Look at a pretty good rupture, but not a good roar. Bob is too quick.
Links away just in the nick of time, and SMG are running out of time. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. I don't think they want to let this game stall out to another round. I mean, at least getting a bit more of an advantage, getting a second lane of barracks or getting some buybacks out of them, something.
You can't just continue to scale here with like refreshers and the bashers and a hex on Afu and build up the stuns. Like Tino is pretty much where Tino's going to be. He's not going to get any farm off the state of this map, and he will eventually fall behind. You just wear this game out through attrition.
Stuns on stuns. First a basher, now a scythe, soon to be a second scythe from Afu. They caught Bob. Lotusor helps out, bounces back the scythe. That's a big hit with the Void Spirit jumping in. A decent amount of damage into the back line, but he got hit by the Primal Roar. They don't have the damage to be able to stop him. All the damage is focused on trying to kill Bob, but he got saved. Now they go back for the Void Spirit. Void Spirit, oh, long jump away. The Rupture is a problem, and he gets clipped. Afu claims his life and gets a godlike streak. It's now another scythe put to use. Now into Bob. Bob, his refraction being burned away. Needs to fight back and somehow be able to kill Mid-One and get out, and he can't do either.
Mid-One dies.
Mid-One actually does die to the tier 4 tower hits. Now the buyback is going to be able to get the Beastmaster as well. 2 cores down on the side of SMG. They did not burn through their Aegis. Instead, it's their other cores that got burned.
I mean, that is best case scenario for Execration. Like, they buyback there on Bob, and that's the one hero that basically goes down after the Pulse tanks the Rupture to be able to come back and finish off that other core. And yeah, it's the 2 cores that don't have the Aegis use Refresher Shard there as well. I think they also use the cheese.
Double damage.
An expensive push for SMG. They do get the TA buy, but that's pretty much it. They didn't get any other buildings or anything out. I don't know who comes away happy with that, honestly. I mean, I guess Execration, because the game's not over.
Yeah, I mean, the later it goes, the weirder it gets. You get past 60 minutes.
Yeah, you definitely need this game to get weird. Hex on Shanks weird? How the hell does he have a Hex in his game?
Good question.
And they got the Ags on Carlo. I mean, there's some significant control on Execration side now that they did not have before, and they got the BKB on Bob. I was about to say, it feels like Bob needs BKB in this game. The way he's getting jumped, and he can't sit there. Where was this item the entire time? He was waiting to have the long durations for the end game. This is a big deal.
Good job TPing back, because, reminder, he has a godlike streak. He's 9-0-15. This Coddle has not died, and he had a gem. If he got caught there, that would have been like a 3,000 gold swing, if not more.
It's a huge kill to get. He's also been running around with the gem proportions of this game. Doesn't have it now. It will be on Mazros, who wants that vision for when he goes in. This game is getting to weird territory, man. I really don't know how these fights go anymore. It's so dependent on the hexes on the 2 heroes that have them in terms of who jumps, and also this grip. this grip has just been such a big deal. If Bob is alive during BKB when the grip goes off on a core, it feels like that's how Execration win the fights. And if SMG could just get a good jump on supports or a good rupture on a good core target, then they can just commit with the overwhelming net worth and damage. But those are big questions. They haven't been able to find it in the high ground push. When Execration are out of the base, entirely different story. But when they're sitting on that high ground, it has been an impenetrable defense so far. And Execration might get their first tournament of the game. Is this number 1?
I think so, yeah.
They all have shards though, so it'll be gold.
Buy his shard?
That's what I was saying. There's no way he bought it, right? He
must have
gotten it
they
off
had
one
to
of
have
the
gotten
other
at
ones.
least one of them.
Yeah, so they all have one now. Also, he's a save. Another factor in this game, if you can use it on someone not ruptured, or even on the TA when he gets jumped and he has refraction. Also, level 25 plus refraction instances for Bob. A big deal when you're trying to just start on him like this. You cannot burn those away.
Last time he was able to live diving into the tier 4s because he had so many refraction instances, they could not burn through it.
Yeah, this high ground defense is a tough nut to crack. And there's just not great answers to it. I'm trying to think of like what SMG need right now in terms of items. I mean, did we go back to the Meteor Hammer Coddle? Is that the answer? The Mega Cast Range Meteor Hammer Coddle? Just start chunking these buildings from 1,500. I honestly don't think it's too bad.
So Avery and I played a party queue game, and we went into it was a 70-minute game, and we were able to basically end it because I got a Seer Stone on Coddle and bought a Meteor Hammer and was assaulting their barracks from way outside the base, and there was nothing they could do about it.
I mean, I think it's a viable end game strat, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, when you're stuck, when you're stuck like that.
It's pretty fast, honestly, the way it sieges. Like, it forces Execration to jump your Coddle, which is basically what SMG want. They want to force Execration to leave the base in any capacity. I genuinely think Meteor Hammer on Offu is not that bad here. You will get the Hex. Also nice, they find a grip into the gate.
Oh, that's a sneaky move! Carlo, how'd you pull that one off?
He's gonna buy back.
Okay, they're gonna buy back. They're gonna fight for this one. This could be the end of the game here for Execration, who can't get back through the portal in time. They're gonna have to leave their TA behind. And Tino Thunderlord.
That move, it looked real damn good until it didn't. Your TA does not have buyback for 2 minutes. He didn't get BKB off. It was right on the outpost, and that outpost did work. Mid one gets instantly back to that fight. The team is able to get there. This might just be the game ender off a great play.
It's looking like it. Execration.
What can they push?
Hope of a lifetime on their hands. 4 versus 5. Sight for sight. Rupture trying to save them. Oh no.
That's his buy.
Tino dead now with no buyback. Now it's a 3 versus 5.
Damage
He's
here.
going to need to execute somebody. He's going to need it fast. Can't get the kill on Chidori. Not enough damage. Goes in again. Tries it. Gets him. Okay, that's 1 kill. Can he get out, though? Dissimulate.
He has recall.
It's going to be buyback, but now they got the Fiend's grip. These axes are beginning to add up. Shanks is throwing axe after axe. Masaros dies. Another buyback flown through. Another jump in from Palos. Another attempt at a life, but he dies instead. He has to buy back now. SMG. Plenty more heroes to work through.
They better end the game right here. They're gonna feel some pain.
Hex Roar, Nightmare save. Shanks still gonna die though. One of their few buybacks left. This time the Rubik. Palos in and out. Poking at them. I mean, if he could stall them and just hold them to megas.
They're going for the megas. They're not going for the kills. Axe spam. Did some work. You have another grip in 10. Rupture, but they're backing out. Happy with the megas with 3 core buys?
I mean, they have a Roshan up. If they continue to push this, they try and go for the tier 4s, they lose that fight.
Yeah, that's
They could give up Roshan. It's better to play safe, I think.
It's a very smart and disciplined call here.
Dire's courier
Not an easy
has
one to
been
make when you
killed.
had that TA dead for 2 minutes. I think there was a possibility of going throne, but the outspam was significant. You also did get 3 buybacks out of Execration on that push. Very important when you're trying to end the game versus high ground defense team. But we might be waiting here a bit. Like, do SMG want to try and end this game when they don't have any core buybacks? Even with this Roshan, you can only put Aegis on one guy.
Yeah, I mean, you can wait for the buybacks and not have to worry about the game redefining tier 5 items, right? If you wait that out, 57 minutes, go in to try and end the game, you know?
Yep.
That sounds like a very reasonable plan.
I concur.
Got a blood mist.
You wouldn't have been seeing this blood mists a year ago. But it is very viable now.
You might have been seeing it just because it was easier to get free ags from Roshan, and that's how Chidori gets his.
Yeah, but you would have been giving it to one of these. I mean, you got a Beastmaster Ags in this game. You got a Coddle Ags. These are not useless Aghanims up there. There's still some value in them.
Yeah, that is true.
But Blood Mist reigns supreme. Execration will continue to play versus Megas here. We've seen 3 buys. SMG find a double damage for Chidori. The question is, do you want to fight with this Aegis or do you want to wait your own buybacks? I feel like SMG are going to wait them. 5 minutes on the clock. That high ground defense has been nasty for them this game. You risk losing the game on a high ground push. I don't feel like you do, especially when you have recall buybacks that can instantly get your course to that fight. So powerful in these late game situations.
Came into this series 2-3, and they are on the cusp of being able to go 3-3. And their last series is an easier matchup from what I remember. So they have a pretty damn good shot of being able to go 4-3, which puts them in contention.
I mean, you might get tiebreakers for a major. Nothing is out of the question as the siege continues.
Boom. They have to play Boom still.
They are not looking too hot, so
no. 1-4 Boom.
Anything is possible with these last series of games. But for right now, this game, it's still on. Megas, they're not guaranteeing you anything here into late game Void Spirit. Man, this hero is terrifying in the late game. He has a full Daedalus up. He's continuing to get that 5.5 damage every level. It's a lot of burst. And the grip is a real problem still. 55 seconds on this grip with Aether Lens Telescope and a blink. Like, somebody's getting gripped and they're just going to have to deal with it. You just deal with it, man. Hope that you can go on the other cores and take the damage out of the equation.
Aghanim Scepter for Rubik. Okay, so if he steals something like Axes, we'll still be able to hold on to that spell while fishing for big ults.
That's potentially nasty, right? These Axes, they're giving you a damage amp. Start throwing a bunch of other spells in there while you're axing people. Mess some
They're
other...
gonna go for the smoke roll in. They got Palos Mantis before the latent toxicity clips him, but at the same time, Tino gets initiated on. They lose their Beastmaster immediately, though. Chidori gonna be caught in the remnant. Oh, he's dead! Oh, no.
It's a disaster. You have another remnant.
I don't think Chidori's gonna be able to get out of here either. Nullifier instantly into the scythe. He's dead. No way. Execration. 2 heroes dead for 2
catch
minutes
another
with no buyback. Can they catch more? They're going to be able to get the Venomancer as well. The icing on top, the cherry. It's also so sweet for Execration. An opportunity to be able to turn the game around. An opportunity. Now they're going to go for mid one. Mid one, roll up, quickly kills the Bane. Now trying to get away.
He knows he has to fight.
Popped. He's got a cheese scythe. Oh, those hits from the TA. It's a lot of damage. Another Nightmares. Ultimate place.
He just is out.
Set up. They're going to be able to bring him down as well. He is also dead for 2 minutes. No way.
His buyback's only 1 minute, but it might only take 1 minute to get the Dire Throne here. You just run down mid? I think
You absolutely just run down mid.
You just got gifted an absolute chance out of nowhere here off the failed high ground without waiting for the buybacks. This is why you wait for them, because if the wrong goes wrong, it goes really wrong. And you do not have that stall like Execration. You do not have the grip on your side. You got Venom wards and a blinding light.
Afu, he bought back, he went out and got the bounty rune. So now when they have mid one's buyback up off of time, he will have the gold for it. He didn't have the gold otherwise. So small little move from Afu that might still manage to save the game because the buyback is coming up in 5 seconds.
How fast do these buildings fall after the glyph? That is the only question here. You have a BKB on Bob. He can just force his way through some of this.
He certainly
You're gonna
can.
need a hell of a rolling thunder.
Scythe out on Shanks. Buyback commences for mid one.
Oh my god.
Palos is low. Palos, to dissimulate before the rolling thunder hits. He goes in, kills the 2 supports. Now focusing on the throne. The throne is going to die. Mid one can't stop it, and that's it. Execration. They make the comeback, and what a pop off from the team. An unbelievable comeback against Megas, and will go 4-2 with the win over SMG.
Oh my god. I haven't seen SMG throw this hard since last season, man. Don't tell me it's back. They were getting decently consistent in terms of that progression, but that is a heartbreaker right there for SMG, man. All they had to do was wait a minute for buys. Like, if you're gonna wait the 4 minutes, why not wait the 5, right?
Might as well.
The higher on defense is just too good. The Bane Ags, the late pickup on Ags and Hex by Shanks. Tino just playing under his towers. The single target dives by SMG are tough, they're rough, and they don't pay off. And I mean, I guess my prediction was right in the end, right, Cap? I mean, that's what matters. I nailed that one to a T. These tempo lineups, they don't win an SCA. Give them Megas, give them Roshans, give them 60 minutes. They will find a way to throw that tempo lineup. I don't know how it always happens, but it does. And Execration, they pull a win out of a graveyard right there. I don't know if they deserve to win that game, but
too. The combination of the stories of give some of these teams a huge ass advantage and they'll still manage to throw it, and then Execration in the late game. Something about late game Execration always seems to force out some errors, and they make the comeback. They'll take it in game 3.
I am just at a loss of words. I mean, Execration able to come back from Megas, the net worth, the gap. It's just perfection. Just everything lined up just nicely for them. I mean, what do you guys think about that game? It just swung so fast. Oh yeah, they're gonna give us that later.
Expected, right?
Well, I expected Execration to win.
I didn't like Midon's itemization. I think he didn't scale well enough to the game. He was like a post tree. They had like 2 post tree. It was just really hard. The Bloodseeker wasn't going to carry again. They had like no Scotty against TA. They had no bashers for the BKB. Like Bob was allowed to hit. I mentioned the Bane pick in the draft too. It was a god tier Bane game, and Harlow played it perfectly.
To a T.
To a T.
I mean, the way that I was really surprised because Execration, it felt like they were playing on the back foot like this whole game. Like they were just being pressured into their base by SMG, and SMG just couldn't finish. It was giving remnants of Tour 1 SMG.
I mean, have you guys already forgot about the series versus Bleed? This is the exact same thing that happened. The ending, it was the same thing. I mean, it's the Rubik. Yeah, it's the Rubik. The Rubik was the reason they won.
I mean, he definitely was a big reason, but I think SMG, the itemization was very odd for me. I just feel like they were trying to end the game when they couldn't. Like they went for pretty all-in items. I especially didn't like Midon's build. The
Lincoln.
Manta, Strength Bling, Lincoln. Like I really wanted this strong
Scotty.
boy Pango,
Yeah.
Scotty, Halberd, Basher, Abyssal, whatever. I feel like they needed it too. When Bob got to hit, they actually just couldn't fight.
Yep. Although, I think, do they have enough loaders on SMG side? I feel like I only saw one.
You need more than one?
I think so, because Bane is gonna try and control one, and then like you still need one from like the Void Spirit combo, whatever, the Underlord, you know. It's not enough for just one Lotus, I feel.
Like they just needed bashers.
Yeah,
Right?
probably.
Like they just needed to stop Bob from hitting. Like that was really the story. Like whether it was on Chidori or on Miluan.
But yeah, it was also look at this fight, right? I feel this is what SMG tends to do. Like they just keep running in. They forgot that sometimes when you got the buy, you should just drag the fight out. Like stop running into their tier 4s and then making it hard for the rest of your team to play. Because I would say maybe it's not that difficult for the Bloodseeker, for the Beastmaster, for the Pango, but it's definitely very hard for the Veno and the Coddle to keep up.
I think they had this lineup where it was hard to hit buildings, but they also had like room to scale, right? Like these hexes,
Yes.
these halberds that came out, they were not small matters, you know. Beastmaster having a refresher this game might have changed things. Then our halberd from whoever, Zhao or Hex, he bought the Hex in the end, but it was too late, it was at their throne. Just lack of an idea of how to end the game, I think.
Do you think they got a bit too careful, like around the mid game when they weren't pushing as much?
I think there was just no real clear, let's do this, you know.
No
they
order.
seem to be jumping into the base, and I wouldn't really call that an idea. That's more like natural instinct.
Yep.
So I guess
I agree.
Bloodseeker also didn't. I think his AC was really nice, but I don't like this nullifier. Like he cannot fight the TA without Skadi or Basher. There's no chance. And they were trying to kill the TA like all the time.
I feel like the cores are now allergic to Skadi and the supports are now allergic to Solar Crest. Like, why are you not buying this? Because it's not that it's the only item that you should buy. It's more of like, that's how your draft is, you know? And that's how your enemy draft is as well. Like, they're afraid of the Skadi, so why is there no one, like, even aiming for a Skadi on your team? It's kind of just very questionable.
Yep, here's our match MVP Palos on Void Spirits. What do you guys think about this one? Did he do our team justice? Did he carry him?
I mean, it's the classic Void Spirit game where you do a bit and then you're useless, but then you have Daedalus at some point and then
That's true.
wow, Void Spirit OP.
And then you do a bit again.
I mean, I think Execration's play style is just a bit more slower, and credits to them, they were on a very, very back foot this game. They
Yeah.
were like super far behind, and you know, they held it together, so congrats.
Yeah. Now, Execration after that win, they're going to be sitting at 4-2. So Blacklist are also 4-2. But Execration's next game is Talon. So I don't know. It's going to be
What's
intense.
Blacklist play?
Blacklist is playing Army Geniuses. So let's get our interview with Bob going from Execration. Congratulations on your win, Bob! How do you feel?
Thank you. So happy.
So happy? How are the vibes?
energy.
Was it very tense after that comeback? Or was it tense when you guys were running down mid?
I don't really expect that we're gonna win that game. But, you know, it's my TA. What can you do?
Yeah, kaya mo yan.
Damang, you know.
You know who expected you guys to win? It was Soph.
Me, I believed in you
Soph
guys
was
the
like,
whole way.
Execration's winning for sure.
Yep.
Wow.
So how can you tell us why you ended up playing the TA and Palos played the Void Spirit? Or is it just for lanes?
I think it was Palos and Kimo idea because they think I'm better than Palos in TA Hero, I think.
100% win rate right now. Can't say you're wrong. Do you guys decide it before you pick the Void Spirit?
No, when we think that we're gonna pick the Void Spirit, it was mid. But we feel that the TA can easy wins against Pango. That's why we adjust it.
Okay.
I thought they're gonna pick something like, I don't know, but it was Void Spirit mid. Yeah, we kinda adjust on their last pick. Yeah.
Hey Bob, I noticed that, okay, you guys have been trying things out in like week 1, week 2, right? But right now you guys kind of settled on a way where you all have a much stable draft as compared to any other games that you all have been playing, because it's very new for us to see Tino is on just this underlord hero, you know? So what do you have to say about that?
I think that's why we just picked the underlord, because we feel like we're losing because we don't have team fight item. Something like that. That's why we kinda think that Tino should just pick hero that can buy team fight item.
I wanted to ask about the Rubik. I feel like Rubik won every game in this series, and in the third game, you guys first picked the Rubik. What was the idea behind this? Do you feel it's just for this series? Is the hero back?
I don't know if I can say that, but we
Okay,
got
sure.
idea that if we pick the Rubik, it's kind of good for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. So your last game is against Talon. How confident are you going into that match?
For me, if I was a five player here in XA, maybe we can 2-0.
5 Bob.
Yeah, if 5 up, I think I can 2-0 them. But these guys, I don't know.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bob, for this interview, and congratulations again on your win. Hope to see you
Thank
soon.
you.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, 5 Bobs on the team. You heard it here.
I love them.
Can win TI
They're
for
so
sure.
nice.
Yeah.
They're just the family portrait, you know.
They
I think of it, I think of
are.
Execration. It's so touched my heart.
Yeah, they need to put out some content. I want to see some Execration content of them just, hanging out.
Doing TikToks.
Yeah, totally, right? So we do have a very exciting series next because it could possibly be one where we find out if a team is going to the major. We have Talon versus Boom Esports, and on Boom, they got Mushi subbing in for FBC. So that's going to be a very exciting one. But first, we're going to go for a short break.
Now, if you read that ticker, perhaps you might be a little bit confused. Mushi's debut in the DPC? But I thought he's been coaching Boom the entire time. Well, you would be right as a coach. But today, this series has a very special treat for us. Apparently, Mushi is going to be standing in for FBZ for this series. Welcome everyone to our second series of the day here in week number 3, day number 2 on Wednesday. My name is Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through it with Aurora and John X Fire as the big news of the game, John. Offlane Mushi.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw what happened in the last series of Boom. We've seen a lot of your social media. Gary's not happy. It's a rough time for Boom, right? Like a major happens in Indonesia. They're the OG Indonesia org. I believe Gary is from Bali. So a lot of expectations were crushed. A lot of hopes were crushed. A little bit of a change is needed. It feels like a little bit early, but maybe some people need a break. But Mushi stepping in. This does fix one thing for Boom. There is going to be a voice in game no matter what. Like, Mushi will talk. Mushi will guide him. Mushi will make sure they don't leave in Aegis for a long time there.
Oh God, yes. And and also hopefully make sure, was that the team that didn't end up picking tier 5 neutrals? Oh no, that was a different game. But that has been a consistent issue, Aurora, is that we look at the Boom roster and it doesn't seem like there's anyone taking initiative.
I mean, apparently this has been a long time problem.
Yeah, it feels like.
Fine to say, yeah. So I think having Mushi in there, maybe they'll be able to feel how it is to just say something. Because, I mean, I get it, like Mushi is very knowledgeable about the game. But then, like, he hasn't been playing on a team for so long. So maybe this is something that the team can get from him. Like, you don't have to necessarily know what you want to do, but always having an idea and trying it out is somewhere to start, Like, it's how all the good players that are also vocal can, like, do both at once. Like, they know for sure this is right, and they can also talk about it. So, for players who are always just very used to their instincts, just rely on their instincts, this is a very good way to learn.
Yeah, but the thing is that I look at most of the players on this team, and they're not that new. I feel like these players should be able to rely on their instincts as well.
True, but I think the one thing with Boom is all of their players were really quiet. And this was an issue with old Boom as well. Like, only Skem and Tims were the noisiest, and I think that's why old Boom was super successful. And when they swapped those parts out, they're not as noisy. Like, Zephyr's not as noisy, Xnova's not as noisy, FBZ is a naturally quiet guy, Yopaj is pretty withdrawn as well. And you kind of need a commanding voice. I believe in the old Boom, Yopaj would pick it up towards the late game, I believe, but I don't know, like, it feels like lacking that voice early. Maybe they just kind of lose sight of, like, a game plan without that hard shot caller. So I'm hoping that's what Mushi will bring. Granted, it's a bit late in the season for it to do too much.
But maybe that's why, because there's nothing on the lineup. I mean, yeah, you have to fight for relegation, as in not get relegated, but still, I think, if anything, right, this is something that they know it's a very big problem. It's their hindrance towards their success, I would say. So maybe, just maybe, when Mushi comes in, this is all you need to focus on. Like, learn how to just be vocal about what you think you can do. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, because I'm sure in scrims, it's way easier to do it, because it's scrims, right? Nothing's at stake. But like in officials, maybe the pressure gets in and like you really want to not get relegated and want to qualify to a major. So maybe those already make you feel very uncomfortable to say something that you're not very sure of. But yeah, now that all those pressure is taken away, I mean, sure, relegation, but like you're against Talon.
Yes, that's the flip side of this coin, is that while Mushi may be able to come in and save the day, they are going up against potentially a top 2 finisher in our league right now. It's pretty close neck and neck between Bleed and Talon. But needless to say, Talon has the most international experience, and I would imagine to be the toughest opponent that they could probably be facing. And also, all of this is assuming that even Mushi will be good. The last time he was actively playing was in 2021 in SMG in lower division, and he was a 5 position then.
Yeah.
And then even before that, he was a mid player. I don't remember ever seeing Mushi offlane.
No, he did. When he was in DK with Exercise and Burning, when Exercise is playing Invoker, he will be playing the Centaur
Wait,
off
Ice
lane.
was the mid in DK?
No, it's when they draft the Invoker. Then they will swap the mid and the off lane. Yeah.
I don't know if I count that. I'm talking about being the roster offlaner, not a flex offlaner.
I mean, maybe he's only playing for one series or at most 2 series, so just the Centaur, man.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
I have actually perused his pro tracker. I feel like this was a very late decision because like 3 days ago, he was playing Disruptor and Skywrath and supports. And as of like 17 hours ago, Doom, Tidehunter, Magnus, Doom, Tidehunter, Tidehunter. And so I'm imagining we may see one of those 3 heroes in this game 1 draft against Talon. And, well, no offlane bans. So it seems like Talon, at least from Talon, they're not too concerned about the Mushi factor quite yet.
Maybe they don't even know about it.
Maybe they don't know.
Yeah.
That's true
They're
also.
like, hey, wait, why is Mushi in the game?
Did they mess up? Did the coach accidentally take his spot? What's going on here?
Yeah, it could be one thing, but maybe it's just, again, the confidence of Talon. Maybe they have something very specific in mind.
Sure.
That they just ban to protect their own picks. Like they take the Doom up
They
themselves.
take the Doom away.
The safety is there. You've got the Doom on hand. Boom banning out the Magnus. Leaves, I mean, the Magnus has been pretty strong. I'm wondering what Boom would want for his face. Techies is available, which I feel like is probably the next top tier pick. There you go, Pangolier and Techies. So pretty quick in the opening. I'm intrigued by the Pango coming out fairly early because if that should be our Yopaj hero for the most part, but I don't know if there's a factor of flex. I don't know if I enjoy offlane Pango.
I see one Pango game in his history 3 days ago. He lost with Shiro against Y Techies. Other than that, not many Pango games on Mushi's Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
Maybe he's taking one for the team. Okay, guys, we'll pick Pango early. If they pick Bloodseeker, it's on me.
Yeah,
it's fine.
true.
He's gonna rupture me. It's fine. You guys are fine.
Bloodseeker was the hero of the first series. I'd say Bloodseeker and Rubik were probably the surprise heroes of the previous series that we watched. And so I imagine these two teams have been watching it. Talon opt for an 8th pick, Void Spirit, who was also quite popular last series.
Yeah, it's a safe bet again, right? Universal type, highly mobile, not really scared of techies as lockdown, so Boom will need fall through. Mid lane matchup for Pango Void Spirit's pretty decent for Void Spirit. It covers a lot of your bases.
You know, I have seen this opening, the exact opening of like 5-8 Doom Void Spirit on a certain team that got trashed the entire game. It was Gaming Gladiators. They did this opening too, and then
Against who? Do you remember?
I don't remember, but like they had Jug 2 later on Duracho, and then it was just terrible.
Mean, that may have been more on Jug. I am not a fan of that hero right now.
Agree.
And so I will say that we've been, well, actually, no, you're more wary of picking 2 supports first phase. 2 cores first phase, what's your opinion?
I think 2 cores first phase for the 5-8 is really, really strong.
Okay.
Considering if you have one of them as your win con. I know Doom is just strong whenever and no matter what happens in his laning phase, right? But he's not really exactly the win con. Sure, he can like press R and get one hero out of the combat, but he's not exactly the one that secures the kill and actually make sure that hero can't come back to the fight. So I think being on it, it's best to just pick something like a Medusa TV, or even I would say Bloodseeker here because they already showed the Pango, right? And then Bloodseeker has always been a very stable opening hero, and you can always flex it to like maybe even the off lane if like this Doom can go mid, something like that. But yeah, I feel like the 8 is always the win condition hero.
Are you getting that out of Void Spirit?
I mean, we can be optimistic.
Okay, but you don't sound convinced.
Well, he does a lot of damage now, but he's not exactly the best right clicker still.
Yeah.
Like if you can get a stun or silence on him, he kind of just wants to disengage instead of just standing there and fight back, you know.
That's true. I can see the value in the Void Spirit in the 8th. I think I've seen a lot of teams still go for mid off lane and their first 2, then just pick safe lane after, which maybe it's more on, again, this is probably useless data when you're watching Shopify Rebellion games, but that's what they like to do. So
Okay.
that's probably not a great reflection as to how you should run in more even matchups in the DPC, but
That's true. Maybe they're challenging themselves by giving themselves a tough.
I don't know if it's even a challenge. I think they just want to play certain heroes, and they're like,
think so too.
even if the counter picks go through, they're like, who cares?
Yeah.
It's like, let's just play. So not really useful, but thought it was interesting. I think NA in general does that. It wasn't just Shopify, even TSM. A few games were doing that as well.
Well, they didn't really get away with it quite as well, though.
Not quite, no.
Might not be showing up to Bali at this rate. At the end of the day, this is still the most comfortable hero for Makoto this tour. He's played Void Spirit more than anything else, and he has yet to lose on it. 4 games, 100% win rate.
You know, interestingly, I feel for the last major, Mikoto has played this Void Spirit 1 game where I feel like he looked the most uncomfortable he has ever been for the entire season.
I agree.
So I feel like this season is the redemption part where he feels like, guys, I want to play this hero. I want to work on this hero. Then he's just getting like Void Spirit all the series.
I'm pretty sure that's what we asked the last time we interviewed him, because he was constantly getting Leshrac last tour, because Lima Grand Finals, or Lima Gaiman in general, just played Leshrac constantly. Talon did not know Leshrac, and then they come back to Tour 2 and they're just shoving it at Makoto's face every single game with an IO, and he was just like, man, I'm bored of this. And then we asked him this time, we were like, you're only playing like 4 different heroes. Do you like that? And he's like, no, I want to play other heroes.
No, he's in mid jail right now.
He's in mid jail right now.
I feel it. Oh.
They get the Blood Seeker for Boom, so they protect the Pango pick. Get themselves a pretty decent safe lane if they want that. There is some flux for off lane, but honestly not the biggest fan unless there's a really compelling reason to do that. I mean, the Bloodseeker protects your Pango at the same time. I don't know if it really threatens Talon too much. It doesn't threaten Void Spirit too much. Its lane against Doom is all right. Depending on what pause 4 Talon takes, it can be hit or miss for Boom to hold that lane steady with the Bloodseeker.
I mean, I think in general, this hero is really good against Doom because of the timing, right? Like, this hero can always run at you as long as you have the entire team to set up for it. We saw from SMG, they didn't really have a late game hero that could take over the game, but yet they almost got a game and then they threw. But that's not the point. The point is they can actually make this Bloodseeker work as long as they have the draft for it. And yeah, I feel like right now this Void Spirit Doom don't really have something for the Bloodseeker. Like, sure, you can kill him, but at the same time, it's like you need to draft things to help you kill him. And I feel Partner might not be the answer because your Void Spirit goes in, and then what does your partner do, you know? You can't follow up. But then maybe they have another idea. Maybe it's a Medusa or I would say even a TA is not bad as long as you don't decryptify a TA. Yeah,
there's still a few tools left for Talon. I'm supposing for Boom, like the laning stays, if they do run, say, the pause 5 techies instead, I've seen techies Bloodseeker as a lane be pretty effective. So I wouldn't mind that too much. Get something else for your 4 here. For Talon, Spirit Breaker is the call, and Spirit Breaker is a hero that I absolutely love. I remember watching that, Southeast Asia is just figuring out. This has been figured out everywhere else for a while, which is funny.
It's like first phase in other regions.
It's been first phase, it's been flexed off lane and support, and it's just busted. Like, you charge across, you get constant stuns off, you get the Octarine build, you're just constantly controlling through BKB. For Boom, they kept the Oracle, so that should be our Oracle 5 instead. Oracle Bloodseeker lane. Not the worst, but I guess it can be aggressive, although not the biggest fan, but I can see it working like towards the mid game. You have a good save, Bloodseeker does enjoy the heal. Not the worst thing.
In general, this hero is just a reaction towards this Doom and Void Spirit, As a support, what can you do? Because, like, this Void Spirit wants to go in and go out and then ideally kill one hero while doing that, but Oracle denies that. It's the same as Doom. Like, this Doom wants to press R and have that hero, they just run him down, but Oracle can also deal with that. But the thing is, like, you can do it one at a time. You can't protect all the heroes, right? So, yeah, it might backfire, but I feel like they have somewhat an idea of how to make this Oracle work, because if you look at Talon, they don't really have proper stuns. So having the Oracle here, maybe like it's something like, oh, you can't really stop my Oracle from doing anything. You need your SP to charge my Oracle, but then my Oracle wouldn't really, like, come out and let you do that before I do my Oracle duty. Like, okay, I already pressed my ult. Okay, charge me, fine, whatever.
Yeah, it's just going to be down to positioning for Boom. I'm wondering with Talon, with the Spirit Breaker, is that our jabs hero or just our support hero coming out on 4 instead?
I would be surprised if they moved Doom around. I think Tour 1 they were giving 23 Savage Doom on occasion,
Yeah.
but the carry Doom I have not seen in the past few months.
No. Should be just support, which is still fine. Although,
I think it's a support.
a Doom and Spirit Breaker lane doesn't
You think
sound...
Doom support?
No, as in the
Doom-
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah,
Oh,
Spirit
yeah,
Breaker
yeah.
support. Like Doom, Spirit Breaker's lane is... It's all right, I suppose. It
I
does
mean,
feel...
you're laning with Doom. The Doom don't necessarily need to lane, right? As long
Yeah.
as you can kind of give him the solo levels, he's fine. And as a Spirit Breaker, you're just charging across the map anyway, so it's not that big of a problem.
Talon don't know what Mushi's up to. They ban out one offlaner in Tidehunter and ban out one mid laner in Storm Spirit. Not quite sure where the Pango's going. And they need to figure out their 23 Savage hero, which also kind of justifies the Bloodseeker because 23 Savage has been playing a lot of Slark this tour, and so it was kind of a preemptive counter to that. Instead, he picks up the TA.
Yeah, it is a pretty good TA game. None of like Boom's heroes can really kill this TA from how they initiate. Like it takes quite a long time to kill this TA, and they don't want to actually stay in the fight because look at Talon's heroes. Like if you stay in the fight longer than 3 seconds, I think your entire team just dies to the Doom and the Void Spirit.
Also, Trap Silence seems incredibly annoying for Boom this
Yeah.
game.
I mean that's Oracle, but like I said, like how many times this
He
Oracle
has
can
so
do?
many things to worry
Yeah,
about
exactly,
this
yeah.
game. He has to worry about getting jumped by Void Spirit, getting charged by Spirit Breaker, and now walking onto traps from TA. And now Mushi's like, oh god, I gotta pick my own hero now. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
You think offlane Pango or you think mid lane Pango?
I think you just keep it mid against Void Spirit, get something else off lane. And that helps with that initiation
Yeah,
issue.
that seems to be the most logical decision.
I mean, you could look to crush the TA in the lane with, say, Viper, but I don't necessarily like that idea.
It is a very easy hero to play though.
That is true.
So if we're
You're
looking
worried
at a
about
player
that.
who has not been playing competitively for like 2 years, well, instead they give him Death Prophet.
I feel Death Prophet is the mid. Just to annoy. Oh no, it's
Yeah.
your patch on Pango.
Yeah, they'll keep you opposed
Yeah, I
there.
mean, Spirit
Wait,
Siphon.
what if it's Mushi mid?
Whoa. I think that would be big issues for Boom if that was the case. That is not, I don't know if I want to move Yopaj.
Yeah, I mean, I love Mushi, but Yopaj has literally not played anything but mid in his entire career.
I mean, I know the Pango feels bad against the TA in the lane, but Death Prophet feels great against any spirits at all at mid lane. So that's why I thought like it could be the DP mid. But maybe for the sake of the team not to have too many changes, they'll just put the DP versus TA anyway.
Yeah, I think you're changing the structure too much between a stand and a role swap. It would be interesting to see though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be, but I think the lane's all right. DP Techies is a pretty nice lane. You can kind of run down. You do have to make use of what? Your first 2 levels, it feels like, to pressure 23 Savage as much as possible once he hits level 3. Might be a little bit more annoying in trying to zone him out. I think overall in the draft, you have an idea here for Boom, but I would actually still lean Talon just in draft, not looking at the players at all. I think it's a safer bet to just scale late, which is what tends to happen in Southeast Asia. I think they still have decent timings, and it's a pretty good Void Spirit game overall.
The issue that we had last series, I heard so many times during the cast, is like, can Bloodseeker carry this game? And yet again, I'm faced with the same question, Aurora, so which conclusion are you drawing? Can he do it?
Since John has been very logical throughout, so I'm just gonna say I'm happy to see Mushi back on the scene. So yeah, let's go.
Let's go Mushi, game number 1. It's a Seek and Strike in Winter.
Yes, hello. We've made a change. Winter wanted to be on that side. He thinks it's going to be a bit nicer, a bit more aesthetically pleasing if he is camera right and if I'm camera left.
I'm left, you're right.
That's right. I mean, you know, Winter saw his old teammate, his good friend Mushi, make a pretty major change, and he decided to make just as big of a change. So now, you know, Winter is left, Richie was right. We'll see what ends up happening here. We'll see what happens for Mushi, who I believe is going to be heading into this off lane. I don't expect him to be heading mid here, Winter, do you?
Probably not. I think it's a DP against Templar Assassin lane that they wanted to have. And I don't think Mushi's going to play Pango. This hero is not easy to play.
Wow, he last picked his hero as well here for Mushi.
When was the last time you played with him on a team? How many years ago was that, Winter? Maybe like 6?
No, I think even longer. I think TI2.
TI2?
10 years ago.
Wow. Winter, I had to break it to you. It's even been longer than that. I remember we lost a year because of
11
years ago.
Yeah.
What do you remember from him as a player? What does he bring to the team? We were kind of discussing this beforehand. You said he's a pretty good buff to the team in general.
He makes everybody play better if you can take it.
If you can take it, what does that mean?
If you can take the way he's sending his message across, like he's been known for being really harsh sometimes.
Right.
When it comes to sending messages across.
A bit of tough love, maybe.
Yeah, but overall, I feel like he has always taught me a lot of things, and he made me a better player.
Well, we'll see here what he's going to be able to do as Boom.
Can he carry Natsumi?
Can he carry the game? Is that going to be something?
No, can he carry Natsumi?
Not the game, but Natsumi. Are you concerned about this Bloodseeker hero as well? I think Panel was kind of discussing that. It was a mainstay in the SMG series.
I mean, this hero is pretty strong, so I'm not really concerned. I think the hero is perfectly fine in the meta. It's very strong in the lane. Very good in team fights, because nowadays you can break Lincolns easily during BKB, because you can always cast any spell on the BKB target if they have Lincolns to break the Lincolns, and then you can get your Rupture off. Yeah, and so right now we are looking at top lane. So Mushi, he's here with Zephyr on the Techie, so this lane should be quite advantageous for him. DP against Templar Assassin lane, you can always remove the refraction charges with your Spirit Siphon. So as soon as you hit level 3, this lane is going to be very difficult for TA.
I do really like that about the off lanes. It's one of my favorite things about playing 4, even though I don't play 4 too much these days, mostly 5, and I'm the ward lad. This is a nice way to put it.
Ward lad.
The ward lad is hitting those level 3 spikes. What about this lane in particular gets a bit scary? Is it just having, like you say, the Spirit Siphon and probably another point in blast off here?
I think mainly the second point in Spirit Siphon, because you get an extra charge on that. The damage doubles from 25 to 50, so it gives you a huge spike of damage in the lane. So it means that the TA can never trade against you when you have the second point in Spirit Siphon. So you see the TA, he has gone for a first level melt, so he wants to be able to, I guess, trade better, and you can maybe use it to secure the range creep as well.
Yep.
Because you're laning with a partner. I don't feel like partner can actually do too much in this
That's
lane.
what I was wondering. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really big on these kind of just purely magic damage supports. This and the Skywrath Mage, I don't really tend to touch too much. But
why? They're fun.
I don't, this is what I mean, though. I'd struggle to see what Ollie intends to really do in this lane. What is he going to truly accomplish here? Especially, as you say, once the levels come through.
Yeah, he needs to get levels, and I feel like you can't really win this lane as the partner TA. You are just aiming to get a 50-50 trade in the lane. Pull, get your levels, and because partner is very good in the team fight. You get your levels, and then you'll be very impactful in the team fights.
Yeah, speaking of a lane that is meant to win, right? This Doom and Spirit Breaker down bottom. Still holding on to a couple of Blood Grenades here. We'll see if they want to make a move, but Jab CSing very comfortably so far with his now full Ring of Health online.
Yep, and bot lane you see previously Q. Like that is what you should do as a position for. He was like rotating to the jungle to check each camp what creep is spawning for the Doom.
Well, of course, yeah, that's true. Just getting vision. As there is going to be first blood up top lane. Doesn't go the way of Mushi, but I'm sure he did a majority of the damage as the Techies. Does hit level 2, and the blast off secures the kill.
Yep.
Yeah, that top lane's already going to start getting a bit difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, curious to see what is the DP gonna build in this lane and in this game itself. And Q is gonna charge mid.
Yeah, it's a pretty well-timed charge because I think it's only
rune.
Yopaj without a water rune refill here.
Yeah, that's actually pretty huge.
Doesn't have a bottle, but even just removing that little bit of HP, gives Makoto that much more of an edge.
Yeah, and by doing all these small little subtle maneuvers, he's not taking XP from the lane away from Doom, and Doom has solar XP. It's something that I feel like it's not talked about enough. Like when you play position 4, you need to recognize when you should give your core solar XP in the lane.
It's a good point. You know, it's funny. I think a lot of players can struggle with that, but I also think a lot of players tend to struggle with the exact opposite in knowing when you need to actually stay in lane when you are a rotation heavy hero like the Spirit Breaker especially.
I would say like a good way to put it is if you see the wave going to your tower and your offlaner can last it, and generally you try to give him the solo XP if he doesn't really need you because he's in a safe position in the lane to farm.
A little bit uncoordinated attempt there from Boom. Good damage, really, onto Q, but that blood grenade was not going to do enough work. A second blood grenade, the heals as well.
That was close.
Dispel. It's going to be Natsumi who falls first. The right clicks come out in time from Talon.
Yeah.
That would have been a big heal for him otherwise. Tanky target, that's Spirit Breaker.
That wasn't so bad. Like 1-for-1 trade and he comes back with full HP, full mana. And Oracle is like kind of happy, you know, getting all those XP, solo XP.
That's true.
And gold.
This hero crushes it with lots of green.
and you look at what is he playing up against. You're playing up against a Pugner, you're amazing against dispelling the D-Crab. Even, you know, blocking the magic damage from the life drain.
Yeah, I mean, blocking the magic damage as well from Nether Strike even, right?
All those as well, like dispelling that's huge against the SB.
It's a big dispel game.
Yeah, normally you see players getting used against SB, and bot lane now Jabs, he's alone.
It's Mushi actually is going to be the target, just living, not enough HP regeneration, try to hide behind the tree. Ollie will find him. Natsumi though is going to be able to pick off Jabs. That's Q with a nice old charge in. I think that's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. I think Zephyr was off stacking in the triangle perhaps and be rotated mid on the water rune.
Yeah, he went for the rune.
Got it.
So both offlaners, they're dying. So I guess even Stevens, one apiece. So DP is he getting a Vanguard? What is he buying? What is he buying for this thing? So just a ring right now. So I guess you don't really need the Vanguard since you have so much sustain with the Spirit Siphon.
Right. I wonder what he is thinking though.
But it's good. Do you get Greaves this game? Greaves sounds good. You have an Oracle.
Last, oh, well, that's pretty good. Zephyr and Mushi string together a kill very easily onto 23. It just got simply too aggressive, honestly, into the face of the DP.
Yeah, the wave is so near the DP's tower, so I feel like 23 should have played a little bit more defensively or just wait for Ollie to pull the wave back as a support before he starts to last hit his creeps again. Just a little too greedy. They're trying to go for the creeps near the tower.
Do you suspect we might see an Eternal Shroud out from Mushi?
Shroud,
You don't see that one too much, but...
Shroud, yeah, Shroud can be good this game. There's a lot of magic damage.
That's what I'm thinking early on. I mean, it's hard to say that against a Void Spirit. I do forget he tends to itemize more into physical damage these days alongside the TA, so maybe that's not the best choice. Yeah, charge is going to connect. TP is coming in courtesy of X Nova. It's Makoto who's delayed slightly by the blast off. The damage resist up to 40%. Not enough as Q is going to go down at least before he loses the courier. They're going to keep chasing here. There's a Sticky Bomb, not much else. As Mushi also taking a bit of harass. Sticky Bomb actually follows Makoto, very persistent to do the Astral Step. But at the end of the day, it's a better rotation from Talon, who will be able to secure Makoto the first power rune of the game. It's a shield rune.
Yep, first rune, so shield rune. I guess pretty decent rune. But I would prefer having like a haste or a DD and all on Void Spirit. So bot lane, another charge, not me.
That was a pretty sneaky move. Q actually TP'd to the tower first and then charged Natsumi, so did not get to see him coming from across the map. Makoto connecting on this rotation, just barely misses on the 8th. The Remnant has another Astral Step. Still lots of this shield rune intact as he will make the play aggressively, and it's Jabs who snipes it there with that chain light.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually brought that up. Like if you look at the very good Spirit Breaker players, they always like to do that, you know, because people are expecting you to charge from base most of the time, so they're in their mind they're thinking, oh, I have maybe 10 seconds before I have to back off, you know, before the SB arrives. But if you TP, it ruins that calculation, and sometimes players like, oh, what the hell, you got here so fast?
Yep.
They just forget that the SB can actually just TP to the tower and charge you.
Plus, I always really enjoy, especially in the early game, planting these river wards against Spirit Breakers, because they're almost always going to pick up vision of a Spirit Breaker charging across the map. And when you come from just, you know, basically behind the tower, that's just not happening here.
Yep. Charge.
Boom are going to be willing to fight back into this one as they will bring both supports on over. Once again, isolating Mushi. But Talon here already do have both supports.
Mushi is fine alone. So I guess going back to the items just now we were talking about, I was saying like maybe you get Grease. But
it's Vanguard.
Yeah, but right now I feel like you can just go Vanguard and disassemble for Octarine Core. Octarine Core. I'm not so sure if I feel like that's the best option, but I think a lot of players would feel good doing that because it's just like such a good sequence of items to buy, and it helps you farm a lot.
You're a charge-based hero, you know, so you've got those Spirit Siphon charges, so I imagine that's incredibly useful. Reducing your downtime as well on a silence.
And the ulti, that's huge too.
That's a good point. Like, she's very spell-based hero, right, this Death Prophet, so I certainly see that being quite a useful pickup as they do contest over the 8-minute runes. Goes into the bottle of Makoto. Is a DD activating that now. We'll get through Yopaj. I believe that's the second kill now Makoto has over him. So they do look for one more. Joining the fray as well as 23 TPs to the tower. The trap not doing it nearly enough there. As pick pulled up, yeah, I think Makoto almost connected onto the Oracle there, but would have been a difficult kill for basically full HP.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's coming back.
Mid tower is going to take a lot of damage. They're going to pop the glyph.
Mushi canceled his TP. They would have scouted that from Talon. And actually, they're going to charge him top for this now. I don't really think they can kill him. But that does kind of leave Mushi out of the fight here. He's a bit of an impact, isn't he now? Especially having that first point in Exo at the ready.
He doesn't have a point in silence yet, so you do want to have an extra point in silence before you start to move around. I feel like it's really good against the Void Spirit, it's really good against the partner, stopping the save. I think at this point you're just going to have to focus on getting your items and levels as DP. You don't really want to move around too much. You want your team to move to you. Get this tier 1 tower first.
Would you say the same about Jabs on his offlane Doom, who is, you know, still keeping up in terms of net worth here as he farms up his Midas?
Yeah, it's the same. The Doom and the DP, they're both pretty similar. What they want to do in the early game. Sit in the lane. For Doom, it's more about getting your Midas as fast as possible. And then wait for your team to rotate and gank. Use your Doom, take the tower.
Dire are scanning.
Charge is heading mid towards Yopaj. I can't imagine they actually make an aggressive play there, because for now, Talon are looking bottom yet again. Rotation number 2 out from Makoto as Yopaj just baiting a bit there, I think, on the Roaming Thunder. X-Nova is going to stay bottom here with the gate.
He's level 6.
That's a decent ability here. That false promise. We'll see what he's able to do. Zephyr and him, not really too sure what they can do alone, but there's finally a TP.
This might be dangerous. They need to save Mushi.
He TP'd in as well. What the Exo Jabs trying to get out of here and will do so in time as the tower falls behind him. Okay, tower top lane taken down in exchange by Natsumi, so a 1-for-1 trade. But Talon...
Natsumi might be in trouble here. They see him with the Invis rune.
Oh, they do. 23. Win himself for the power treads and Dragonlance, so plenty of stats to fight into this, even if there is a rupture. There's that opening Meld Strike, the trap slow as well. But he puts a pretty good use here. Natsumi pretty fast, plenty of armor now with those phase boots and the charge not in time. So Talon are not going to be able to capitalize on that third power rune. So we've had DD, Shield, and now the Invis. So Haste is still in the pool. Arcane's pretty big this game, I'd say.
Yeah, probably the Haste one is the... I guess that's probably the best remaining rune. Oh,
good catch onto Yopaj. Wow. 3 kills now. Makoto, sure, he's had a bit of help every single time, but...
Yeah, he's really good at using the Aether Remnant. Like, the last couple of times he caught the Pangle, like the way you cast it, when you're going up the ramp, you should always cast it vertically, so you always land it easily on the tight ramp there.
He's been really on the ball here so far. Oh! Look at that, they finally upgraded Void Spirit's little green diamond. Now when it's green, it's because he actually has at least 1 astral step. That's a huge quality of life improvement. Before, on these kinds of heroes that have ulti-based charges, it would just never work correctly. And Shadow Demon used to be tied to the demonic cleanse. But anyway, on to important things. X-Nova is dying here, has himself the false promise, but it's 23 who's actually gonna get initiated on. Supports the rotating over from the river, as Q does commit another strike. It's going to kind of just be a couple of ultis in exchange for another, but X-Nova does at least save the false promise for another day. However, Winter, without the rupture, seems like Talon are eager to continue, maybe looking for a bit of a scrap here. 12-minute rune.
Mushi. Mushi's strong.
12-minute rune is bottom again. I think all the runes have been bottom, but in trouble is now going to be Makoto. Big charge on through from Q will not save the life as it's X-Nova who cuts him down with level 3 Purifying Flames. 350 gold for him as Mushi underneath the tier 1 tower. He goes. He's going to be able to out-damage the life drain from Ollie.
And
2 for none.
This DP is so strong, man. They really need to be careful engaging into the DP right now. Like with Oracle behind him, False Promise plus Spirit Siphon, this DP is going to be unkillable in the early fights.
That's true. All that healing getting doubled, especially if you can recall the Exo Ghost in time for that heal.
Yep.
So Jabs now has the Midas online. He has Arcane Rune. Oh, but he hasn't saved the skill point, Winter. He was saving a skill point, and I think he put it back into Devour.
Oh, yeah.
So he's not interested in showing up to this fight quite yet.
Yeah,
whereas Mushi's been much more active.
I don't think they can fight. At this point, the DP is like way too strong with the Oracle, so the Doom is going to be contented farming and just getting his, I guess you need pipe. You definitely need pipe against the DP Oracle techies.
Who's going to be? Oh, well, I guess Jabs is going to be the pipe builder. So going for a bit more of an Aura Doom rather than the Octarine Rush we have tended to see.
I think it's better this game because they have a TA, right? So you're trying to hit a very fast timing, a sharp timing, when the TA has, I guess ideally Deso, Blink, BKB. So if your Doom is playing more like a pulse one, then it will affect the timing. So you need to try to time your items with the TA, hit the timing, take Roshan, control the map, and just keep pressuring the opponent.
Yasha already finished up for the Mikoto. Void Spirit looking to try and make sure that he's able to dispel a root, potentially, able to dispel a silence, you know, is generally going to be the biggest one. Handful of silences here.
He actually skipped the Echo Saber.
He did, yeah. He's basically making a rush for it.
I guess he feels like there's just too many things that can kill him in the fights. The silence from Bloodseeker, the root from the Oracle, the DP silence as well.
I'd say it's a pretty good game as well for this Yasha. I mean, it's I think for Universal Heroes, one of the best damage items in terms of the gold investment, just because of the stats it gives you, especially when you're doing right-clicking like Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you've got some excellent targets to jump. I think Oracle techies are really, really good soft targets to blow up at the start of the fight, or at least force the False Promise. And I believe the same thing could be said of this Death Prophet. She is... Oh, hold on, Mushi. There it is. He's luckily you can reassemble and disassemble quite freely here. About to finish up his Octarine core. Let's see. Oh, trying to. There it is. Okay, he had to do a little bit of shopkeepers, some inventory management, but he got there in the end.
Dire's top tower is under
Yes, woke up by Boom. They're going to try to use Mushi as, I guess, a bait, or like Mushi is holding the bottom side as an anchor, so his team is coming to connect over to him. But I don't think they're going to be able to find the Doom here. The Doom is playing in a very, very safe spot.
He's taking the Twin Gate up top. The scan has at least scouted out Natsumi, who may be the target instead.
Oh no, Natsumi.
Talon are going to be able to find him under the cover of this smoke, holding on to the Doom as they won't need it for this kill. Surrounded by all five, it's Talon who are going to be able to get the superior move around the map. Roche is going through the portal. Okay, Talon are going to consider it? Really? There's no Deso on TA yet, is there? Oh, there is? Pardon me. Okay. They can do Roche Winter.
Yeah, just wondering how Natsumi actually didn't realize something was wrong, you know, because when your team makes a smoke to sweep your own jungle and they don't find anybody, it's usually a sign that the enemy is on the other side of the map, and you have to be extremely careful when your team doesn't see anybody in the jungle. So right now, Talon's going to be able to get the Roche as a prize right now with Desolator completed on TA.
Yep, the double melds kicking in as well.
Do you give the Aegis to the Void Spirit?
Boom are gonna maybe give this a go.
There's an Observer in the lane though.
Yeah, there's Observer, there's a TA trap, and they hold the Watcher. I mean, it's not that fast though, Winter, especially with these bashes. Someone needs to tank for 23. Mikoto will get it done. The smoke finally comes through from Boom, but Meda's Roche is gonna drop.
Can they still fight though? They have like
They're thinking about it. Rolling Thunder, they've got themselves.
I mean, if they can hold a ward on they have actually one ward on the high ground further down and one in the lane, so they have pretty good.
Nova's gonna show.
They have pretty good vision here set up.
D ward, but for now, Talon making their way out of here. Oh, just in time. One person left behind.
Are they just going to chase them through the gate?
They are. The charge is going to go on to 2. That's already going to be Zephyr dead in the meantime, but doomed up and in trouble is Mushi. False Promise is not available for him as Yopop's down to the low ground. Where is the Oracle? Taking the Twin Gate here, trying to support Mushi here, but he's going to be forced out away from the gate and killed off. All right. They were unable to really, coordinate on going through the gate.
For some reason, they decided to half commit there? Yep. Or maybe DP wanted to go and then Oracle is like, no, I'm not going. And then I feel like if they are all there at the same time, maybe they could have taken a fight with the False Promise.
Oh no, and now they're on to Yopaj in the mid lane. It just doesn't end, Winter. One more bash will do him in. Not needed. It's Q who finds the kill.
Yep. Every time something like this happens, like one person dies on the other side of the map, you lose your formation, and then somebody else would die after that as well. Because you're in a place where it's supposed to be safe if you have 5 heroes on the map. But when someone dies, then you just don't realize it and then you die as well.
I'm just generally surprised, to be honest, Winter, that Boom did not make that move to smoke into the pit earlier. I mean, you got Blast Off, you have Blood Right for Vision.
They were waiting for someone, like somebody died. I can't remember who was it, but they were waiting
it was
for
Natsumi, it must have been.
They were waiting for Natsumi to respawn, so they did the smoke late.
And that was going to be Talon just outmaneuvering so far. Yeah, rewarded with first Roche. Aegis is on the Templar Assassin, so Makoto is kind of a viable target, but he's about to pick up the first defensive item.
Jebs has his pipe done. That's a huge item.
And Makoto is going to get his Manta now delivered, so that's another big item for him. Stats on top of that Dispel, that's very valuable for him this game.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop this tier, I feel, right now with the Aegis. It's pretty difficult for Boom to defend. They have EXO up in 15 seconds, but how are they going to initiate? They need to rely on a roll, or just Pango rolling in, or the Taki's blast off.
Taki is going for a charge out, mix it out in time.
Okay, so Taki's is rushing Crimson Guard.
Interesting.
So he's not getting a grief that we normally see, huh?
Yep.
That's rather strange, right? You have Oracle. Usually when you have Oracle, you want to get the mech ASAP so that you can abuse the False Promise double healing.
I guess maybe they're just expecting this Spirit Siphon to be enough healing here.
Yeah, but it's nice, you know. It's nice to have it, and you have a cleanse against the TA traps or the Plastic Crab and everything else.
23. Oh, they're gonna pop the X. Oh my goodness, Zephyr nearly one shot there, but the Techie's Minds will be able to at least claim the life of 23 Savage in return, who has no BKB here. Yopaj in position on the pinballs, does not find the stun, but the silence is still good. Ollie with a little life drain there as Jabs finds the Doom now onto Natsumi. Didn't get the BKB off. Zephyr kept out of this fight by Q. Zephyr was already out of mana, by the way. The False Promise now onto Natsumi, and X-Nova's dying breath is not going to be good enough. The damage overwhelming out from the side of Talon.
Yeah.
No more Spirit Siphon charges out from Mushi either, so Makoto might continue chasing. No. Okay, I think they're going to chill.
Oh, Ollie might be dead, yeah.
I think so. No,
okay, he's fine. Like, Mikoto did so much damage. It was like a 3 or 4 man Astro Step. He landed on so many heroes and he did so much damage. Look, let's check his damage. He did 2.6k damage in that fight.
That's pretty ridiculous.
Without like having like an actual damage item, it's just a Manta because he's a universal hero. He gets so much damage.
Well, for him, that's a damage item. And again, one of the most bang for your buck damage items for universal heroes, for right clickers anyway. Zephyr, he's going to you know, take in a little bit of that damage. He's actually going to be fine.
Oh my gosh, look at so much damage that he did. Takis is not even like a squishy hero right now.
Careful. Top lane, Yopaj, though, certainly feels a bit squishy. That's going to be a rupture onto Q. Yopaj able to sneak away for now. Natsumi is going to be off the BKB as Ollie keeping his man Q alive through the rupture. The route onto 23 out from X-Nova is going to delay things slightly here, but Jabs maybe for another way on in. Silence is going to force Q to follow through on this particular jump in, but it's a good fight so far for Talon as they get through X-Nova. He buys back instantly. 23 pops his fresh BKB. They're looking for the kill onto Q. X-Nova gets it, but Yopaj nearly dead here to the right clicks of 23 Savage under the cover of the BKB, shrugging off the Rolling Thunder. X-Nova on his buyback will go down just as fast as he did on the first life.
Oh my
God. It's just Talon. They're just cleaning up here.
Boom is just
kind of chain feeding?
Yeah, they're not really having a good time in terms of, I guess, coordinating the team fights. They're not really sure that if they should go in or should back off. It feels like somebody's saying go and then somebody's saying back, and everyone else felt very confused about what the team wants to do. And they're just going one by one and just die.
Yeah. That's kind of what it seems like to me. It's not really looking too great for them here, especially as they will lose out on was it double wisdom? No, just single wisdom at least. But their Tormentor is going to be taken. So a bit more pain for them as they're going to now increase. No, they will get double wisdom runes here right at 21 minutes. Really clean play out from Talon, right? The way that they decided to push the tier 1 tower on that timing. They win a fight, double Tormentor, double wisdom rune. I mean, of course, the entire team of Boom is going to feel this, but especially now on the supports. It's a 3-level difference between both supports now, between Boom and Talon.
Yeah, especially this SB is just doing so much work in this game with the drums and the face, the extra wind lace. Like, this hero just feels so obnoxious in the team fights. If you don't have like if you don't have vision, you don't see him coming.
Speaking of vision, Talon see this coming because Boom smoke right underneath the ward. Mushi make that. He's able to get off the Exos, being healed up a bit as Yopaj gives chase now with the Rolling Thunder, but he doesn't even spook 23 into popping the BKB. Now the counter initiation's coming. Makoto, I think, hit 3 there as the charge connects onto 4. And look at the damage of the rupture. Not doing anything here as they do find themselves a Doom onto the Blood Bloodseeker. Yopaj trying to get back onto the high ground. His Q being held down with another charge in another second. Xnova is going to be the target. He will fall.
What is this damage? Oh, he has Orb of Destruction. Okay. Holy shit. He just disappeared the DP.
That he did.
No armor items, just the face wood. I mean, I guess he has an Aquila.
He's got a plate mail too. What do you mean?
He just got the plate mail. He just got the plate mail.
Okay. Yeah, he
was in his backpack.
Did about 400 damage after reductions. 3 right clicks to...
TA did 4.7k damage.
Yeah, no, but you can see on the death summary that I've got here, Winter. 3 auto attacks.
3 auto attacks.
For 1,200 damage. It's pretty ridiculous. That's what you're talking about when it comes to melting here. That Deso now, I'm nearly up to maximum stacks. I mean, that's just how good this game is going. Casual Crystallis now online for the TA. Very quickly into the Daedalus, as this one's starting to look really bad.
Xnova, he's dead.
He's dead. It's better than Yopaj going down again, but honestly, I mean, Yopaj, for this game, rather for him, this game's just kind of been a non-starter for him, hasn't it? Felt like out the gate, Makoto has kind of just had his number.
Yeah, early game he got caught by like a couple of really nice Aether Remnants from Void Spirit, and it resulted in the Pango dying like prematurely in the fights. Couldn't get his roll off, and a lot of the team fights were just lost based on just one spell, you know, the Aether Remnant.
Honestly, bad simple sometimes in Dota. Q now is kind of this unstoppable machine as well whenever he charges into fights, or soon will be, as he's got the recipe for BKB flying in his way now. That'll complete that item for him. Natsumi doing his best to farm up in the jungle, but it's Talon who basically had complete map control and will move as they please. I assume next Roche Winter might be the go timing here for Talon. Perhaps considering that full Daedalus is instead going to be the timing for 23, but I think they really are not under any pressure here whatsoever from Boom. It's been a kind of a one-sided affair here.
Jabs is going to get his blink after this, and he has the Purge to remove the Oracle Fate's Edict, and also the Shield Crash debuff.
Yep.
So very nice script to have in this game.
Okay, careful. Yopaj is just jumped.
What is that damage? Oh, he has the DD.
For him now. Yeah, Yopaj lives in the base. The DD rune on Q, and his BKB is forced out, but Zephyr with a really nice reactive taser. Wishi makes it out alive. That's some resources committed actually out from the side of Talon. And they're pushing Winter, you know, without Aegis here.
Yeah, Boom needs to use their Crimson. They need to Crimson the tower.
Makoto, silenced up, pops the Manta style, thinking about going back on in, but it will hold. There's that Crimson Guard for the tower, courtesy of Zephyr. Reason why he's so survivable for now, and that will at least force back Talon for at least one more wave, but it's a scary team. I mean, they may not know it's an 18K net worth lead, but it's one of those games where you kind of feel like
don't worry, Richie, let me tell you. They definitely feel it.
I feel it. I just don't...
You see the SB running in with drums BKB 20 minutes.
I really don't know. Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know what the way back in for this one. Yeah, SB's nearly got the same amount of farm as both Yopaj, Mushi, and he's really not that much further behind even Natsumi.
I mean, they're just losing the game because of those couple of deaths by the Pango earlier in the game where he got caught by the Aether Remnant. He died a couple of times, and also Natsumi when he fed, when both teams were trying to smoke around the map and try to pick off heroes. I think those are just the small little things that I remember off the top of my head right now, why Boom is in this huge hole. And Talon, once again, gonna try to claim Roche.
I mean, this one's gonna go down much faster. Q can actually tank it now. There's a Deso, Daedalus, and now that Orb of Corrosion. They're smoking on over here, over on the side of Boom. They're getting their wards up, but they're going to be far too late to contest Roche on number 2. Aegis and Cheese dropped. Aegis into the inventory of 23 as Makoto's Void Spirit is going to go ahead and collect the cheese.
They still want to fight here.
I mean, they're kind of desperate, I think, but I hope they don't go through the gate as haphazardly as they did last time.
Oh yeah, that one. I remember that one. The DP running in, and
I hope
Oracle is like, nope, I am not going with you, my friend.
Nope. Sorry, I choose life.
So that's the false promise.
That was the false, yes, that was Xnova's false promise, the true false promise going through the gate. No worries, coach, I'll follow you in there, anything you say.
You probably better not do that, you know, otherwise...
To Mushi or to your coach?
No, to your coach, you know, at the replay session, you're gonna feel it.
You're watching the tapes? He was gonna say, so we need to talk about comms. How many times have you talked about comms with Mushi, Winter?
As little as I need to. He just wants to talk about the Dota part.
Of course, of course. Well, so far, the Dota part not going so well for Boom. Talon, once again, playing a really clean game. They started off the season taking that surprise loss from Bleed, and ever since then, I mean, they've been eager to really reclaim it and get that victory again. Out go Boom, though, the last defense here as the charge on in, completely disrupting the initiation onto 23 Savage. Rolling Thunder not really accomplishing much up from Yopaj. It's really just keeping X-Nova alive. The Illusion's doing a lot of damage to him. There is a False Promise ready. They might need to throw this onto Mushi. Oh, the damage on the cleave.
Oh my god.
That was a close one. That'll certainly get your heart pumping here as Talon, I mean, not really looking much worse.
Without the false promise, what can they do right now? The DP can go in. How are they going to kill them?
There's a rupture, actually. Not a bad one on Makoto, who has
Where's the damage?
Is going to be killed off.
Where's the damage?
Damage is the Doom. Is going to be on a Natsumi. Makoto, he gets the damage. It's really 23 who jumps in, finds the kill. Oh, goodness. And that's Natsumi dead for 45 seconds here. That's at least Megas, if not just quite frankly, wintered the game here.
Yeah, it's just way too difficult for Boom right now. They don't have enough damage. They don't really have enough sustain to live through the burst from the TA, which is way too much, even with the Crimson.
Yeah, even with the Crimson. I mean, not to mention the Void Spirit physical burst as well, right? This Manta is really no joke. I mean, my man's got, he's got another actually. He's got Lincoln.
You're actually right, Maybe it's a good thing not to get an Echo Saver and just get Manta, right?
I kind of agree. I mean, when you can just, everyone charges in, when you're not really so much afraid of this silence, why the heck not? Winter Q, they can't even get through the pipe of Insight Shield. That barrier, keeping them alive. Ollie as well, keeping everyone sustained and topped up, as Boom will be able to force Talon off the high ground. Going a bit worse for wear in terms of mana, so they're gonna go and play it safe. Talon, I talked to 23 the other day, quite eager to win this match, to win their Friday match, so they can, get the rematch versus Bleed, and as they say, exact their revenge. So they're still playing for a lot here over on the side of Talon.
Yeah, they're showing a lot of discipline on the team.
And look at this damage. Look at this damage on Natsumi, courtesy of Makoto. Makoto actually looking for the squishier backliners as he is going to get a rupture now onto Q. Stun will find two of them as well, but Natsumi in trouble. Careful here, the Dissemblate, not enough. They're trying to, well, actually, X-Nova doesn't even have the ultimate, just barely came off cooldown because he's only a level 11. A level 1 cooldown 2 punishing as Mushi is going to be the next to go down. I think it just has to be. This not even, yeah, it just has to be. They killed him right after he activated the Exo as well. He doesn't have buyback Winter.
There's nothing more they can do right now. They just have to think about what went wrong this game, try not to be too affected by it, and try to play the next game. I feel like they have a pretty good draft setup. Like the pick sequence, I feel like a lot of the things that they're doing in the draft made a lot of sense. They played the early game laning phase pretty decently. Mushi was pretty fat, from the lane itself. I felt like he could have actually potentially carried the game on his own, but they made a couple of bad moves on the map. Like Talon just outmaneuvered them with the smokes, and those couple of kills with the remnants from the Void Spirit on the Pango just decided the game.
Yeah, they really did. The mid lane difference, as the Zoomers say these days, that Void Spirit. It's not even really like the Pango's necessarily worst matchup either. That one difficult, as we can see, but like a Storm Spirit, and I think this one even looks a bit more one-sided than we actually had.
Yeah, they definitely showed that how powerful the Void Spirit can be, and behind the Void Spirit jumps, there's always also a Spirit Breaker charging in. It was really, really difficult to play the team fights when you're behind against those heroes.
Yep, indeed, and we really could see that play out. Boom Esports with Coach Mushi standing in for FBZ on the off-lane DP. Does end up winning his lane. Is a bit of a threat early on, but Talon addressed that extremely nicely, and there just really wasn't ever connection from Boom onto that Death Prophet. We'll see what more Boom can change here in between games 1 and 2, as we're going to throw it back to Tsunami and the panel to break down game 1 just a bit more.
Well, at the minimum, I will say that there is consistency out of Boom, because what we've seen out of them in all the games this tour is that for the first 15 minutes or so, life is good. It seems like they're in control. And Aurora, this game was no different. It seems like first 15 minutes, life was good. They were in control. And then, as per usual, kind of fumble the bag at some point.
I mean, I guess it has something to do with just Mushi not, offlane is not his thing. Because we can see he was owning so much, but then he went back for the Octarine thing. Like so many other offlaners also make this mistake. I feel like maybe he could have just bought the BKB Shiva's kind of build and then try and group up and do something together instead of, trying to outscale this Talon. Because I think you're never going to outscale a Doom, I feel, especially as a DP.
Yep.
he's just gonna press R on you, and you feel like you can't really abuse what your hero is good at, you know. Like after the Roche, it's just too difficult. Like I can't see a point where they can come back in the game at all.
Yeah, this was the fight at 16 and a half minutes, so almost right on schedule for Boom.
I mean, even the first 15 minutes isn't. It's better. They were finding kills, but I wouldn't say they were exactly in complete control of that game either from the laning phase. I think it's just, again, it's a tough opponent. They had a draft that really needed to go online and Boom, but the map movement just felt disconnected. Again, not being able to connect to your DP, the Octarine buildup. I mean, it's really popular in a lot of heroes, but it felt like you just, like Aurora said, you just needed something that you could connect with. Octarine doesn't necessarily allow you to connect to that Death Prophet early on, snowball hard, look for those plays, and Talon just get control. They're all over the map. You don't have an easy way to stop Void Spirit. You've got the Spirit Breaker that can rip through your back line once you're shown under vision, and it just made the game extra tough for Boom. I think I'd say one easy way is just fix the drafting, but even then, I don't really think the draft was a big issue. It's just the way they had to play around it was really the issue, and that's a lot harder to fix between games.
My critique of the draft, just glancing at this game, is that, is it really worth giving Mushi last pick over Yopaj? Because Yopaj kind of got smashed in the mid lane, which I don't know. I mean, like, it's Pango versus Void Spirit. It's not like he got like heavily counterpicked or anything like that, but I'm more confident that the player who has been playing on the team should be winning the game as opposed to the guy who just joined it and replaced your offlaner. Q gets the MVP on, as much as we're critical of Boom. Also, I'm proud of Talon for yet again picking new heroes. Pugna and Spirit Breaker is something they have not run this entire tour. Or, well, actually, no, they've run Pugna quite a few times on Oli, but Q has not run Spirit Breaker. And John, like you said, this is an incredibly popular hero in other regions.
Yeah, it's absolutely busted. The stat resist buffs to Bulldoze is ridiculous. The hero just has so much uptime in being aggressive, even on support. And it enables you to play a lot of that early game aggression. So I like that pick. I like to see that Southeast Asia's taking it in before the major, because I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of that. That's the one hero I think we haven't been on that is going to be contested in the major.
I think this hero fits the Q personality, you know. Like before this, he was god-like on Tiny, and then he was also good on Tusk. It's just the hero is pretty hard to pick. But yeah, like this hero is Q's way back into his meta, you know.
The go-in heroes, and this one encapsulates that quite well. So let's see if it's worth particularly banning out in game number 2, or if Boom have other ideas. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break.
Guys riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you desire. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and avenge yourself on a cold plate. Shut down when the world will stop without a sound, and a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate, and you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah, on a cold plate, on a cold plate, on a cold plate.
Game number 2 is upon us, and at least we were given a bit of a rare treat for game number 1. Mushi playing Dota 2 in-game, not just coaching, as he has been for the past 2 years or so. His last stint was on SMG, actually, but it was in the lower division, and that was towards the tail end of 2021. But Aurora, you're quite the Mushi fangirl. You were engrossed in that first game.
Well, when he was mid.
When he was mid. But this was perhaps technically your first time seeing him offlane. Aside from this random DK role swap
Sentinel,
situation, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. But I think I'm more concerned about Yopaj because this man, like, he was, okay, in C, it was always like Migoto, right? Like the top mid player. I mean, up
was
doesn't
that
count.
Okay, so my recollection is during the Singapore major, Yopaj was king.
Yeah, that's why he was right up there. And then now he's just, you can see that he's questioning his place, you know, like, am I doing the right thing?
My parallel that I see to him right now is what I saw from Raven last year. Because Raven was the GOAT for the longest time, and over the course of last year, he seemed like fragmented. His mind was in pieces. And even Tour 1 of here, he admitted to that he had to spend a lot of time like rebuilding a foundation. And right now it does look like Yopaj is in the soup right now. He does not know what his peak was.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd say maybe similar to, like, say, Moon. Very dominant mid for a very long time. Then suddenly on Fnatic, it just nothing. I don't know what happened. Then he switched to SMG. Maybe a change is needed for Yopaj. Who knows? A self-change or a team change, one of those two. But probably not a team change for now. That will give Gary a heart attack. I don't mean anything by that, Gary, okay? He's fine, he's fine.
Yopaj has been on Boom for quite a while, that's true. He's been on Boom since September 2021, and that's a long period for an SCA player to be on the same team. And so, yes, I mean, for the interest of the team, I hope that they can rebuild him as opposed to just being like, get out of here, go figure things out elsewhere. But that oftentimes is the solution for a lot of SCA teams.
It is.
But yeah, his time on Neon, so we had the explosions out of here. His time on Neon was peak Yopaj, and what we're getting right now, even after a stint in Div 2, where I would imagine that the team does rebuild, like, okay, we got knocked down to Div 2, start from scratch. It doesn't seem like they started from scratch. It seems like they were relying on their mechanical skill to break them out of Div 2, and it worked. But then they came back to Div 1, and it's the exact same issue as Tour 1.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they've tried, fixing the foundations for everyone, but it just feels like that was their moment to try to readjust from within. Now something external has to happen.
Well, maybe something external can come from the draft in game number 2, but it's going to be a tall order going up against Talon. But let's see if maybe they rearrange the Mushi Yopaj priority. Because, again, I feel like it would be in Boom's best interest to give Yopaj the best matchup.
Maybe, but I feel like he didn't have like a very bad matchup, so to say, though, because it was Pango versus White Spirit.
Yep.
I feel like it was fine. It's just maybe White Spirit has like a little bit of upper hand because he's easier to do damage to the Pango. But still, like, you can definitely I mean, he can definitely do better than last game.
Yes, he can. We know he can. And Mikoto instead is going to be getting a first pick Void Spirit as opposed to an 8th pick Void Spirit. So exposing the mid lane already. So Boom do get to respond this time.
I don't mind it too much. I feel like the responses are not the biggest deal. Like, I guess the one lane that you'd feel good about is maybe a Storm, if you did want to pick it in. So I'm wondering if that's how Boom responds. But then again, you kind of pick Yopaj hero early. You're going to have to ban out for it. Talon can look for ways to try to pin it down. They go with the Ember instead, which is still a decent answer to the Void Spirit. I feel like that's the one lane where you tend to go a little bit better up against that universal type.
I'm into it. And I'm also down to ban to protect it as well. I don't care about anyone else. Let Yopaj thrive. Let him cook. Because, I mean, based off of what I saw on Mushi's Pro Tracker, let him play Tidehunter. Who cares?
Yeah.
Just let him play some autopilot hero.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing with Mushi is just guiding them.
Right.
They lack a little bit of a voice, so he doesn't need to have the most impact. He just has to yell at them. Okay, do this, have this in mind. Look for this timer. Where are they? Think about this, think about that. I think that's what we want.
Which,
Mushi.
if anything, I think the Death Prophet then kind of made things more complicated. We saw him trying to assemble his Octarine core. That's time that he's spending not leading his team because he's like, I gotta lock this, I gotta disassemble this, I gotta unlock this.
I feel like in his head, he was already not agreeing with the build, like,
Maybe.
why am I buying this? And then I have to that kind of thing. I just feel like it was such a good early BKB Shiba's game because they have Oracle and the Bloodseeker can just farm, he doesn't need to be there with the unit. So it might be just, Mushi didn't have the luxury of playing enough games to feel it on this hero. Because obviously this hero is already not meta. She's already kind of dead, I would say.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I do enjoy that Talon still ban out the
Tidehunter.
So they want to make Mushi maybe a little bit more uncomfy. It's like, they don't even bother to ban out maybe some higher tier off lanes, like say Underlord. It's Tidehunter first. It's like, all right.
I mean, I think Tidehunter has much more of a simple plan because this hero is really just get your items, wait for your Ravage, and then go. But Underlord, it's like, he has much more flexibility, Like he goes for Vanguard, but then after that, like his items, they have to be very situational. It's not all the time you rush for Crimson Guard, it's not all the time you rush for Greaves. And for Mushi, maybe maybe Talon feel it's not a Mushi kind of hero yet. It's just...
I'm with John. They want to railroad him into picking a complicated hero.
Exactly.
It's like you don't get to do the dumb press right-click, press R that heroes.
Boom take care of the Underlord himself, so removing some things that Talon, I mean, it's just a top-tier offlane. And they take out the Lich on Talon, which is rather interesting. I suppose a Lich Ember is an all-right duo. I don't see a direct reason to actually ban Lich straight up. Maybe they're just worried about not having a Dispel for the Frost Armor, setting up for a physical core.
I think Talon is just kind of taking out the comfort heroes now. Because, I mean, from how they played against Boom last game, right, they probably feel very confident, and the only thing that can really make it hard for them is that Boom is having all their comfort heroes. Which last game they was kind of having on most of them, except for Natsumi, because I don't think Bloodseeker is a Natsumi kind of hero.
That was the first time he played at this tour.
Yeah.
I like seeing the Spirit Breaker again for Talon. Why not? They banned to protect as well. With Shadow Demon gone, you don't have a great save for the charge, and you don't have a great interrupt. I guess Chains is there, not the most reliable. You can kind of be out of vision for a long time, maybe finding an angle onto these engagements. So I like the aggression from Talon, same support duo. There is some flex, but this should just be Q's hero for sure. I'm not sure where Boom goes with the draft. It's fairly open. Again, I enjoy techies, but you don't really have a lot for the top tier offlaners left.
I feel like Boom can kind of just abuse the fact that Talon's heroes are not good at, how do I describe it? Like, they can take the long fights for sure if they have the condition to. But right now, actually, Boom has quite a lot of damage already on the Ember and Techies, and there are also great setups. So I would say if Boom has this one hero that they can just move around with, which is kind of somewhat Natsumi's comfort zone, because he wants to be the hero that he just press his buttons, right, and then his team, you know, like do everything around him. I feel like Talon might have issues against that. I feel Morphling is the hero on Boom right now.
Pangolier and Clockwork. Are we seeing?
I mean, I can understand the Clockwork. The Clockwork is just, you know, like great against the Pugna and probably okay against the Spirit Breaker.
You do stop charge, like you stop force.
Yeah, but like, how often can you really stop him from?
True.
Like hitting his charge before, you know, like disaster happens. Pango, I think maybe it's just a Mushi hero. Maybe.
Is it though?
It's by all means not an easy hero to play, you know, but like the timing, how you move around, is somewhat similar with Tie Hunter. You've got your out, go.
Yeah, okay, fine, I can agree with that, but the way that we've been seeing Pango be played recently, I feel is very damage oriented.
Yeah.
You get the Diffusal Blade, you are trying to kill people, you're not just trying to be a team fighter. And so, yet again, I'm faced with another hero that I feel is more complicated than it needs to be for... I'm not trying to discredit. Mushi's an incredibly skilled player, but I'm saying you throw him onto a role that he's never played with some heroes that, like, I mean, Pango's like introduced like in the past 5 years, I think. I think he came out 2017, 2018. I don't remember, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like he don't even have to worry about rolling now because everyone on Talon is just gonna stop him.
Yeah, for real, right?
Pretty much.
Faceless Void. It's 23-7.
He just needs to be one to shout, okay guys, I got chrono. And then what's
move.
next?
Yeah. There's nothing to stop it. Maybe a hook shot from outside can stall you out a little bit. It's not really a direct counter. I don't know with Boom's lineup, like you have potentially a Techie's Pangolier lane coming out, which is not too bad, but Pango off again is not something I'm the biggest fan of.
Also true. I didn't even think about that, but it's like it's a role we don't see Pango in that often.
It's just kind of dead.
I feel like this lineup is just saying all in.
All in.
And like they're not gonna be able to again scale against Talon.
So what kind of tempo here would you want, say, Natsumi on that?
I feel TA is not that bad. They have what they need, like all the stuns, all the CC. It's just, I mean, you can still do Roche with the Pango's passive, but like it's not fast enough, you know, when you're against Talon heroes. Because I think SB and FV can kind of dominate the Roche fight. So it's not to say that great, but I really don't see anything that can outplay this Faceless Void's timing before he becomes actually strong. Yeah, I mean, sure, Medusa, but like we have talked about how C teams are not very good at utilizing this hero.
Yeah, and they have nothing to enable her or nothing to save her either. There's no mana batteries, and there's no like, here you can get out of Spirit Breaker initiation help.
Yeah, and you're into a Pugna, I feel like it's also kind of hard because you have the short to break the Manta illusions, so your Dusa illusions just disappear. You've got consistent damage to try to burn through the shield as well, and with that Pugna, you've got the Diffusal build-up for the Faceless Void if you're really concerned about it, although I don't think it's necessary. So I'm curious how Talon kind of close out. Like, we're looking for what should be our Jabs here off lane, up against Dusa. He has a few options. Again, none of the big meta heroes are up there, but my mind is drawing a blank as to what you might want. Like,
what was the game I saw? Amar played offlane anti-mage.
Oh, no, I agree with that. That's a good hero.
It was amazing.
I think it's fine as long as you don't have like maybe this SB and FE, you know, currently if you take AM, your lineup don't really have a lot to work with. It's just good laning, and you might just give Boom the opening to take this game over. But I think if Jabs really want to be creative, right, it's probably Win Ranger. Because I think, sure, like there's Ember and there's Clockwork, but then if they're using everything to stop this Win Ranger, they're gonna lose the team fight, you know. Like I said, Boom's lineup is just all in. And this Medusa already feel very uncomfortable having to follow his team to go in, because look at Clock, Ember, and Pango. They want to go in.
Yeah.
They don't want to just wait for them to jump on you and then try to counter initiate. It doesn't work because there's SB, there's FE. There's no way.
Yeah, I think the one issue I have with Wind Ranger is if it does fall off, they do go for it.
Don't doubt me, please.
But if it does fall off?
It does falls off pretty hard. It has a 36% win rate overall. The only time this hero wins is in stomp.
Oh, it's a
And it is cute, so that's a lot better off-lane Spirit Breaker. It's not as bad, although I believe the win rate of Sport Wind Ranger is also actually pretty bad. Like, this hero is a bait. Stats-wise, it's a pretty big bait at 36%. Like, its wins are like Shopify Rebellion games. None of that is statistically relevant. Those are all, that's trash data. It's a stomp, but Talon, Q performs pretty well. This might be,
we saw DJ's carry it on the Wind Ranger also.
This is an exception, but...
I mean, I think as support matchups, she's actually pretty good against the Clockwork, considering we kind of already know the Tekis is going to be 4, right? So, and Clockwork is also an X and Y hero, so this Ranger is going to have a free lane, like just keep shooting them, although I think they don't really have the damage to make this Medusa feel bad at all, but still, it's nice. The hero can buy Diffusal Blade and pressure a lot, so yeah, they already have the SP to charge in for them, right? So they don't have a problem with setting it up, I would say.
Well, pretty much every tour, Jabs is allowed to have some fun. Although Spirit Breaker is actually not that exotic.
No, it's not.
So I'm actually surprised by Jabs' discipline this tour. He has not wilded out. Tour 1, it was a Rubik. Tour 2, it was a Slardar. And Tour 3, well, I imagine that his Spirit Breaker will be pretty good, but let's find out in the game number 2 with Seek and Strike in Winter.
Indeed, Neil, still on game number 2 here. We'll see if it's going to be Boom Esports with the Yopaj Ember Spirit who can push this to a game number 3. What do you think about this one? I mean, it's Talon, right? They have been taken down by Bleed before it, and, you know, pretty convincing style, 2-0. For Boom Esports, you know, these wins starting to come down to the wire for them. Is it doable for them in this game? Do you think they've given themselves the draft to be able to achieve a victory here?
I think they always had the drafts that are able to give them a chance in the game. It's more about like the execution, you know, how well they are playing in the game. And that's the part that always lets them down, you know. They start the game well, they have a good laning phase, and then when it comes to the mid game, when it comes to the rotations, like who's playing on what side of the map, right? That's when the game just breaks down for Boom. And hopefully with Mushi playing, that's going to change. But in the first game, it was pretty much the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think our panel was joking. I think you even joked, right, that the Pangolier from Mushi is too complex of a hero. Well, he's playing it now. How do you expect him to perform, you know, on the offlane Pangolier? Not a whole lot of offlane we see, honestly.
Let me check his player profile. Did he play this hero? Oh, he plays Pangolier.
Does he now?
Yeah, he actually plays, I mean, not much, but he plays Pangolier. Yeah, he plays Pangolier.
Okay.
And we should be fine, but he lost all his recent Pangol games.
Right, I mean, that's certainly a little bit more concerning, right? Especially when, of course, very likely your pub opponents are not going to be as strong and as coordinated as a team like Talon Esports. A team that's trying to be back on this sort of line of consistency, you know? Do you think we're back to seeing more consistent Talon, you know, as of these last couple of series? Because they started off being, you know, a little bit rougher at the start of the tour, especially with that loss. But ever since then, they seem to have really cleaned up the act a bit, so to speak.
Yeah, based on drafts, I feel like I like their drafts a lot more right now. And I've mentioned this before. They are traveling a lot.
Right.
So you come back to
it's exhausting.
Your boot camp, whatever. You go home for what, 3-4 days, and then you have to play again. It's really difficult, you know, and definitely takes a toll on you. And once you have enough rest, the team is feeling a little bit more rejuvenated, and everything should be back as always.
Yeah, very true. I mean, of course, Talon not yet officially a lock for the Bali Major.
One more win, right?
Yes, I believe so. Not to mention, of course, the Dream League Season 20, and then potentially more tournaments to follow suit. Of course, there's a couple of rest months in between, you know, after the Major and before the TI starts, especially, of course, as, well, honestly, we expect Talon to be the team from C to qualify via points. We'll see when that all is said and done by the end of this DPC tour. And it all starts with a win here. See how well they're going to be able to play. But yeah, I mean, overall, I've been impressed with them, honestly.
Yeah, so top lane so far we see Spirit Breaker Wind Ranger against Medusa Clockwork, and bot lane we see Faces Void, Pugna, once again Pugna lane. There's not a lane where you expect too much going on for the carry. It's more about just securing the carry's farm and just trying to get levels on the Pugna as much as you can. And Mushi this time not the DP, so not as strong as the first game in the lane as a Pango. You don't have as much pressure, but when you get your levels, you do have kill threat with the blast off, and you're slow and swashbuckle on Pango.
Yeah, very true. And you've got a lot of survivability against a lane like this as well, right? I really don't expect to see Mushi taking a death here. I mean, I honestly had nothing against his lane performance last time. I think he played a pretty phenomenal laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, laning phase is, I guess, if you ask me, what part of the game he's best at, I would say laning phase.
Well, it seems like then I wouldn't really count Boom out of this. I'd say, given how snowbally this kind of a meta has kind of felt, as we've seen, you know, maybe Boom could still convert that, you know, strong lane from Mushi into a game 3. He's on a hero that, you know, at least this time, it's a hero that can leave the lane to use his ultimate, right? He's not really as much as a DP anyway, as shoehorned into kind of forcing the team to come to him.
I'm glad that you actually brought that up, because usually with Boom's games, you see Natsumi like running around, sometimes feeding and not knowing where he should be playing.
Okay.
But when you put, that's because
catching strays there.
That's because if you put your offlaner on something that needs to farm and be an anchor on the map, maybe the team has to move differently. But if you put an offlaner and you pick the offlaner like a more rotating hero, so that might actually fix the problem.
Yeah, definitely. And plus, not to mention, you call the usually the offlane hero a bit of an anchor to move around. I'd say Medusa, of all the carries that we're seeing, is still very much more of an anchor kind of a playstyle. Especially considering that, you know, you can and frequently will turn fights, even early game, off of your Stone Gaze. That's a nice power shot, by the way, immediately canceling Natsumi's clarity.
If you steal Stone Gaze.
True. I mean, genuinely, good point. Trying to kind of struggle up here, but it's going to be jabs thrown into the cogs, push back out, burning a bit of mana.
I mean, curious to see what is he going to build on the Spirit Breaker this game. Is he going to go for like what KP did the other day? He built Octarine Core?
Yeah, it was pretty much Octarine, just generally seeing Bataton, honestly, on offlaners.
He didn't get a drums into Boots of Bearing. Like usually you see that as a very, very good item on Spirit Breaker, but KP didn't do that the other day. He just went for Octarine Core into Shadowblade, Aghanim's I think with a BKB.
Right, yep, that was the Shadowblade, that's right. Yeah, just lots of move speed, and I think he went for a Kaya and...
Kaya Sage?
No, Kaya and a Yasha.
Oh, Kaya Yasha, yeah.
Yeah, the very rare item, the Yaya. Cute. Getting away pretty easily from X-Nova. Healing salve as well, and it'll see him safely back to full HP. Chaps actually will charge in after him. There's Cogs online. Yeah, okay, so he's gonna be okay.
He's fine. He's fine. Clockwork is one of the better supports against Spirit Breaker and Partner. Can always disrupt them in the
23? 23? He's gonna go down. Okay. 2 points there in Time Walk. Even with the defensive, you know, style here of 2 points in Time Walk, it still wasn't up fast enough. He's gonna go down.
He's just showing that he's still a class in the laning phase.
Yeah, that he is. He's saying, you have no idea how strong this hero used to be back in the day. This used to be an offlaner. Yeah, I know exactly how to...
Just wait for the team fights and watch Mushi's role. You see, then you can tell whether he's a Pango player.
Okay.
I mean, laning phase is still his thing, you know, so we'll just have to wait and see whether he can play the hero later and what kind of item build as well. We talked a little bit about the Spirit Breaker item build, but for Pango, I guess you're probably not going to go for Octarine Core. You're probably going to go for, like, I guess,
Diffusal.
Team items or and Diffusal.
Yeah, Diffusal. I mean, it's just too big on this kind of a hero, I think.
Yeah, it's just too broken on Swashbuckler.
Yeah, seriously.
It's too imba.
You said it. I agree. I think that, I don't know, just doesn't seem fair, honestly. You're a little support player trying to make your way around the map.
and
you get punished.
Corrosion.
Yeah, and you get punished for having mana. Like, it's just, come on. You can't miss them either.
So first power rune, supports are here to control it. Mikoto's level 6, your patch is not.
Okay, but they do make the jump onto Mikoto. Oh, Zephyr, he's barely going to live. Last auto attack up from Q will put him into the dirt, however. Sexnova is going to rotate over from the top lane. Rune spawning here, as it's going to be Yopaj who has the Remnant down bottom, but the Rune spawns top. It's a regen for Mikoto. He's out of the fight, but we'll be back soon. Xnova and Yopaj managing to get through Q. Ollie as well, trying to bait them back into the hands of Mikoto, who's going to have an Astral Step in another second. Has 8th the Remnant, but no vision onto Yopaj. So it's going to be Boom slightly coming out ahead there, even if they do lose the Power Rune. Ember, of course, with the Remnant's advantage. He's back into the lane like nothing ever happened.
Yep, so the first rune is gone. Yeah. Regen rune, so I mean, I guess this rune doesn't help you rotate, but it helps you a lot in terms of sitting in your lane and just getting the refill.
Yep, gives you lane presence.
Gives you more laning presence. He has his boots right now. So we have to see. The next rune is probably going to be pretty important for the Ember and the Void Spirits.
Right.
Both heroes want a power rune to rotate to the side lanes to get a couple of kills on the board.
Yopaj It's okay. These barriers and shields playing at each other's faces basically very aggressively.
Right now, you probably won't be seeing too much of a kill threat on the other hero, you know.
You know, honestly, I don't really see a whole lot of kill threats super early on, either from Talon. I mean, what are you combining with Chronosphere here early on?
Life drain.
Yeah, you know, I guess life drain, power shot. I mean, I guess that's something, to be honest. It's better than what other supports can offer.
Jabs.
He's real tanky, though. I mean, he's got himself a full Vanguard. He's also holding onto a Healing Lotus. Just 3 branches in there, huh?
And Oli's here as well, too.
Why does he have so many branches? What is he going to do with these branches, Winter?
He's a universal hero.
Spirit Breaker? No.
Oh, yeah, no, he's not.
Why? Got so many branches. Why did he buy 2 more branches in the watch?
Then my brain is like, oh, universal hero.
I don't know what he's going to do. Doesn't have tangos? Who knows? We'll see.
It's just good to have items on your slots, you know. You don't want to waste it on having nothing, no stats.
Gaben gave you a backpack, you better use it. Just fill it with branches.
Yep, so haste rune for your punch.
Not bad.
Pops it immediately.
And it's going to allow him to get a kill onto Q. Makoto has 2 Astral Steps, unlikely to actually get a kill here on a Yopaj. Has the Remnant. Will he actually go for this? Bit of a dicey move, especially as Ali is going to die from behind. Level 5 only for the Techie. So far, so good. So there is actually a jab Spirit Breaker charging on in. Interrupted, though, as the Cogs placed down by X-Nova in place. That's going to be the Nether Strike, though. X-Nova fighting through this one's going to die. 2 jabs, if not the mark damage.
Yeah, it's
go down.
So difficult for the SB to charge him whenever Clock works around with the power cogs. He won't be able to do a lot in the team fights if he doesn't find a good angle.
Okay, this time, wow. Plenty of damage coming out courtesy of Yopaj. Has the full Orb of Corrosion.
Yep, and Pugna refills his bottle, so he should be okay.
Lots of rotations on over mid.
9-minute bounty rune gonna spawn.
Who do you think this favors out of both offlaners? When you have all the supports constantly coming mid, basically every 2 minutes, you know, what do you tend to look at in terms of when you start to draw conclusions from a laning stage? Do you look at offlaners or do you look at carries? If that makes sense, you know?
I actually look at the support levels.
Really?
Yeah, if you are having a good laning phase, your support should generally be a little bit higher because it would lead to getting the wisdom runes. But right now, I think it's 1 apiece at 7 minutes.
Correct.
So we'll have to see the next one at 40 minutes. But so far, so Catapult Wave is going to spawn next and the Power Rune. So we're going to have to pay attention to that first at 10 minutes.
It's true. For now, though, attention onto Zephyr, who jumps onto Ali and actually gets the kill. That's a lot of damage.
Oh my god, he actually killed him first.
Makoto is at least going to be able to avenge his fallen comrade, but it's going to mean there's 1 less support from both sides to contest runes. Now, Yopaj has Remnant top and bottom.
He's bot. He wants to contest the bot rune.
I guess the Remnants. Oh, Makoto picks up the shield rune. Okay, maybe he'll convert now, trying to connect onto this bottom lane.
I mean, why is he rotating over here to a... Oh, there's a stack?
Okay.
I mean, that's not even that much money for them, you know.
It's something, I suppose, waste of time. Mushi drawn on over to the stack. There is another strike ready here, Winter. Aether Remnant as Mushi pulled back on in. Has Rolling Thunder. Chrono only catches X-Nova. There's a pause immediately as 23 says lag.
He missed
Mushi.
Okay.
Look at Mushi.
I mean, he was trying to catch him in the edge, but Mushi can still do some fancy footwork right there, you know, so...
That was like the TI-10 pause, you know, when Nico Baby missed the chrono and then immediately paused.
I just remember the part where he was a DP. I can't remember which TI where he dodged like 3 heroes ganking him.
Who's that?
Mushi.
Oh, yeah?
Like he runs into the trees and jukes everybody and TPs out.
Well, we'll see. He's, I think he just used Shield Crash, didn't he?
Yeah, they canceled the Shield Crash with the Nether Strike.
Ah, okay. I mean, that's perfect timing here. Where is he? Where is this Pango? I can't really even...
Is he swashbuckling?
I honestly can't... Oh, he is swashbuckling. There he goes. All right, so he's over the Chronosphere. He makes it out alive, and X-Nova is just too damn tanky. Mushi now easily able to start the Rolling Thunder and in trouble and killed off his Makoto. Natsumi even TP. What is Natsumi doing here? I guess they're going to push the tower. Winter 23 without Chrono.
I mean, at least he's not dying, you know. The last game when his team is making a move, then he's feeding on the side lanes. Right now he feels like, maybe I should probably join my team so that doesn't happen. And
he's level 9 as well. He's got Stone Gaze, and he's going to push with the 10-minute wagon.
He should always be more proactive as a carry nowadays.
Now joined by X-Nova. Zephyr as well has blast off in 3 more seconds, but the prox mines are going to do the trick. That's an easy kill.
Is owning the Spirit Breaker, man. Owning.
Now bottom 23 without Chrono has got 2 healing lotuses. Now they do have a pretty mean cooldown here on these things, so he's just going to look for the TP out, and they're not going to be able to catch him in time. They did try with the Searing Chains, but they can't quite catch him. Tower bottom goes down.
Yep, and
Mushi has won his lane, Winter. He has won his lane.
Yeah, why are you even surprised? The man is very known for his laning prowess.
I mean, against 23 Savage? Against possibly the best safe lane right now in all of SCA?
Bro,
you're telling me
he has techies on his lane. You don't lose your lane when you have techies.
All right. Is that potentially something to Talon to potentially consider for a game 3? Because they have gone for 2 games in a row now with this. I mean, sure, it could be the techies, but I'd maybe more point the bony finger towards Pugna in this case, right?
Oh, Nether Strike onto the pesky techies.
Onto the pesky techies. Zephyr has Blast Off, can't use it though. I think he actually died once the mana got expended on Blast Off, so Ollie gets the kill.
So far, so good. Still for Boom, you know, they lose the support.
Oh, yeah.
All the cores are farming, like Medusa's farming some ancient stacks.
And she's got levels. She got a lot of levels here, Winter.
Yeah, Mushi's farming top, Ember's farming mid. They're getting a big portion of map. Look at the wards, your favorite part of the game.
My favorite part of the game.
Look at the Boom Observer wards. They have a ward on the top ruin.
Right.
They have one in the bottom jungle, the radiant jungle, and then they have one lower, which is going to get dewarded by Ollie. So they previously had a very, very nice one-line vision towards the bot lane.
Yeah, and again, it's just really useful against Spirit Breakers, really useful against the Void.
Natsumi's farming alone. Okay, they're going to smoke. Smoke to Natsumi. Yes, nice. Don't smoke to Mushi. Smoke to Natsumi.
They're going to smoke to him. It's the anchor around to which Boom are looking to pivot, although for now, they're eager for a kill mid lane. Oh no, X-Nova, his hookshot got blocked, I think, by a jumping in Zephyr.
I mean, did the techies actually block it?
I'm pretty sure he caught him mid-air.
Alright, so just rather unfortunate there for Boom.
Yeah, unlucky. I mean, at least Natsumi's alive, right? They're going to draw lots of attention towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and Mushi is happily holding top. He has a Vanguard on top of his arcane boot, so
he's going Blink next, no Diffusal.
Huh? Blink next?
Yeah.
What? It's very, very old school, you know, very traditional for Pango.
And he's you know, he's out of the laning stage, as you say, right? So
he doesn't know how to play the second part of the game. Get Diffusal.
He's looking at the guides right now, trying to figure it out.
I mean, I guess it's fine, you know, if he goes Blink and he goes more like team-based items, he wants to enable the Medusa more, play less selfish.
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I see that, right? Especially because you do have an Ember Spirit mid. 23 perhaps in a bit of trouble, but towards the mid lane is where the action currently going down. Jabs exploding in fire and fury as Mushi thought the roll was going to be necessary. Ultimately, it isn't, but he is going to at least roll around in style a bit more. Doesn't really find too much on that Rolling Thunder, however, but is now about to, you know, really complete this Blink Dagger. He's TPing. Winter, he is TPing. I don't know if Makoto can kill him.
Nope. That's a Pango with Vanguard with Shield Crash. Good luck.
That's a good point. Yeah, he does have that Yasha, though, you know, so you'd be surprised. He's already clocking 142 base damage here on the Void.
So he just feels like this build is actually just better than getting the Echo Saber right away. I guess he's also playing against a Searing Chain, so you want to dispel for that?
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, very good hook shot there. X-Nova that time, he wanted to catch Zephyr. Oof, plenty of damage, and actually maybe they're going to commit. X-Nova, no, really good Searing Chains there is going to actually cancel the charge that Jabs otherwise had committed. Illusion Rune does allow Yopaj to get safely back up to the high ground without much issue. Mushi, once again, eager to show up. Blink Dagger is going to be delivered here. There's going to be about a 20-second window where he'll have Blink without Rolling Thunder, but it'll also be about 30 more seconds till Talon have creeps to push the tower. So Boom, they've bought time for this. How important is it to convert on this Blink Dagger, though, for Mushi?
Very important. If you buy Blink and you don't make anything happen with it, you're just gonna hurt your item progression. It's like a 2k gold wasted, and then because Blink doesn't really help you scale, so it's definitely not good if you buy the Blink and nothing happens. I mean, you could always argue that okay, if with Blink I can move around the map faster, so I can technically still catch up in farm. But ideally, you want to win fights with Blink.
Well, he's not showing on the map quite yet.
Didn't they swap
the
him?
Fog? No, I don't think so.
I feel like the SB might have.
Maybe now. SB has good night vision, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Maybe they saw. I'm not sure. But
I'm pretty sure SB has good night vision. I can't remember. I know it's like Slark, Slardar,
Radiant's middle tower is
Drow
under
Ranger,
attack.
Luna.
Drow Ranger, yeah, Luna.
Radiant's middle
I think
tower
he's
has
in that
fallen.
pool. I can't quite remember though.
Wyvern with his Talon.
That's right. I always
Yeah,
forget.
that's a hero that we don't see yet, you know. Like in the other regions, Wyvern has been like popping up a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it here once, twice, I believe, actually. And I think it lost both games, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we just saw it once. I remember it was a win on support once, and it didn't end up looking that good. I'm pretty sure we saw it twice. We casted a Wyvern game, I believe.
Feels like he's a mid hero right now. I feel like he's stronger as a mid.
I think that's the last time we really... No. Yeah, that was the last time we saw Wyvern, right? 33 was... Or sorry, 9 make that was playing him in the mid lane a ton.
I mean, Sumail played the hero as well.
That's right, much more recently, but I was trying to think. Stockholm was the last time we saw that hero as support, because they give 2+2 seconds at every level for the Arctic Bird, which just made your trading in lane way too good.
Yeah. So right now, looking at the item progressions, Spirit Breaker is still going to his Shadow Blade, and Void Spirit is gonna still try to finish his Manta. He needs some survival items against the Searing Chains.
23 looking for some mixed damage, has Maelstrom after the Hand of Midas, but back into the BKB.
Oh, Q has Diffusal, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well. He's got Diffusal on top of the Manta style, right? So this item timing from Medusa is starting to really click. I think the only awkward part for Boom is that they haven't managed to find a fight with this Blink Dagger on Mushi. Bottom could be their timing though. Natsumi is the target of this smoke, I believe. Yeah, he is. Q Smoke's going to break as well. Natsumi.
Oh, hook shot.
Nicely done there. Hook shot top lane for Makoto as he's going to
here comes Mushi.
Mushi looking for the right kind of a blink in. Has blink in 7 more seconds. Doesn't even need it. And he will be able to set it for the kill onto Makoto quite comfortably.
Yep, nice pick off there by Boom. That's a pretty important kill on the Void Spirit, delaying his Manta timing so that the Ember Spirit chain is always going to be a threat.
Little gate for gate play. Hold on, what's going on here? Nova down bottom this time. So they are looking to close the door now onto Ollie. He's going to find himself in a bit of an awkward spot. They're going to chase onto Zephyr here a bit, but they're going to turn now back with the blast.
Nice shackle.
As well. There's going to be a chrono. Catches 3.
For the Diffusal.
Damage though out from Mushi as well. There's Stonegaze out in the nick of time as Natsumi's completely out of mana here, Winter. Q really committed for this kill and should have had a rather quick shot. No, the disarm just in time. Natsumi gets the kill, but it's going to be Talon who persists and managed to nuke through the pitiful HP pool that the Medusa has. X-Nova does actually manage to get off the Lotus, so he's alive for now. He's got also the cogs, which keep him alive a bit longer. Good vision now onto Jabs. So he got off a little charge, but the disarm from Mushi will not be able to stop the TP, and Yopaj is here far too late.
Q MVP that fight. He did, how much damage did he do? He actually, he did 500 damage?
Well, I mean, you don't count.
Oh, you don't count the, okay.
Right, yeah, because, he did a lot more. I mean, if we had a stat for mana burned, I mean, that'd be something else. Yeah, no, I mean, phenomenal fight and a really good chrono out from Savage here to just kind of really salvage what was looking like a pretty desperate early game, to be honest, for Talon. It's maybe they're not still completely out of it yet, but Boom with a little bit more of a, messy fight, honestly. I'm surprised Yopaj did not take that twin gate after they got the kill.
Here comes Mushi, he gets the heal, he's trying to time the roll.
Oh, and he's got him here. Can they perma-stun him though? The root. Oh, I think they've got him, Winter. Lovely, lovely stuff. This is the old build. This was like the first build that people were going for on Pango. Do you remember?
Don't flame my Pango not going Diffusal. Shut the fuck up, guys.
Is that what the comms sound like right now?
Do you think I could have killed that Void with a Diffusal?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Except maybe more in Chinese. Oh goodness! Do not question the master. I'm sure there is a good. What are those things called? What are the words called? I can't remember the name of the word, the name of the phrase. Those phrases of wisdom,
In the fortune cookies?
No, not necessarily in the fortune cookies.
Okay, so back to the game. So Medusa has Diffusal Manta completed, so probably you go for Butterfly. I guess you go Butterfly next because you need to have the evasion against the Focus Fire.
The Proverbs, Winter.
The Proverbs?
Proverbs, yes. Never mind, don't worry about it. Itemization, very important.
Strike.
X-Nova is going to be up on this cliff. Actually finds 2 on the stun. It's going to be joined by a Zephyr. Zephyr pulled down from the cliff and they tied the shackle. It's like super awkward here. think somewhere Arteezy just woke up from a nightmare as Ali in some trouble, just getting off a long duration life drain, but eventually the damage is too high.
How did you not die?
Because you ended up on the clip, honestly. You got Nether Striked up to the clip, I believe.
Right, thanks to the mech and the solar crest.
Yep, mech, solar crest, and then and then Zephyr getting dragged down by the Aether Remnant.
I mean, this is definitely not looking good for Talon, man.
What is this? In trouble? No way. Mushi, is he going to get him again? Yopaj, the root. Oh, 23 gets up the sidewalk, and now turning with the Cronus.
Does he have damage?
Here. The damage not good enough, though. Yopaj, barely goes down. The tip on the Makoto out from 23 is now Mushi could be in trouble. Next, charge now as Jabs joins from the bottom lane and will pick up the kill with the Nether Strike. A 2-for-none trade.
23 says, not this time, Mushi. Not this time, you old fool.
You thought you could kill me without the bonus damage from Diffusal? Don't you know that's like double the damage on your swashbuckle?
How am I losing to somebody who's not getting Diffusal on Pango? No way.
No way. This 2008 build, Zephyr, is really tanky.
Yeah, he has a Pevise and a mech.
Is he going to get the mech off? He does just in time. Look at him. He's not going to go down. Jabs is like, why the hell isn't this tech? He's dying. Zephyr is going to be able to walk out of this one, and I can't say the same for Jabs as the blast off from Zephyr returns the favor.
Dude, this clockwork on X-Nova, he's definitely on the SB's ass the whole game. Battery as power clocks. Holy shit, this hero is actually so good against SB.
Huh?
Where is this hero? Like, people have not been picking this hero so much as a support nowadays.
Yeah, people...
Universal hero?
I heard Cap and SVG not really being the biggest fans of this hero either. I didn't really remember. It was one of those, SVG Lorian moments where...
Why?
Really...
Did they say why?
No, I mean, they did say why, but SVG proceeded to use the same 4 adjectives, to describe the hero, and it just generally,
There's always someone better on a support, right?
I guess. I think that's kind of what it came down to. I think they also said a lot of the times it just feels like you're hook-shotting into your own death and not really changing the course of the fight by much. I mean, obviously, X-Nova, if there's one game to really prove otherwise, it'd be this one. He's playing a phenomenal game here.
So they have Aegis on Medusa. Medusa's going to have Butterfly in a short while. So that should be their next super imba timing. Butterfly plus Aegis. So let's see what they can do with this timing, which is going to come up in, I guess, another 2 minutes.
Yeah, 23 is going to basically just have Mayolner up
what did the... Oh, so Medusa TP top with the Twin Gate and then pop Manta and went back bottom. Okay, that's nice.
Can't you just send the Manta illusions through the Twin Gate?
Oh yeah, can you still do it with the illusions?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, the bug used to be like you can send Tombstone and Phoenix Stun through the Twin Gate.
Okay.
And that's not right. Maybe even wards. Yeah, you could send Plague wards through them as well. Not regular wards, I believe. I'm not sure actually. 23 walking under some wards. He's gonna have to time walk a bit further away. It's actually Jabs from behind who's going to be clearing away.
Oh, here comes Wushi again. He's going to catch Jabs.
Oh,
he's here with his heals.
My Yule Scepter build. You think you could try and kill me? Think again. Guess
Where's your dust, Wushi? Where's your dust?
He actually did not have any. Jabs going to sneak away. It's not his job to carry the dust, okay?
Okay, sure, Richie. Of course, don't have to carry
he's
dust.
Still a core player, okay? He really needs all of those slots, all right, Winter? You wouldn't understand.
I thought that's what your backpack's for.
No, your backpack's for carrying sticks.
Sure.
Look, Jab still has a stick in there. Which means he's done something. He used to have 2 spare sticks. From the magic one, so he's done something with
How are you still remembering from the laning phase that this guy has 5 branches?
Well, because it's unheard of. Why?
It can't be bad just by stats,
I mean, I
Last
guess
hit.
it's a lot of gold. I mean, that's a lot, especially because he bought 2 more GG branches instead of using 2.
So you're only wasting 3, so that's another hook shot.
That's a hook shot onto Ollie. That does kind of free up Jabs here if he wants to charge his way on. Now, for now, though, Talon
Ollie's running away.
Super eager into this fight. Oh, the blast off. Zephyr catches him, and Mushi with the Yule Scepter at the ready to cancel the TP. He says, you think you're getting away from me? I think not.
You think I have Diffusal? No, I have Yules.
I have Yules. Didn't even need to use the Yule Scepter either.
Yep, so Ollie gets away, doesn't die, but he doesn't have TP for 45 seconds, so he has to chill in the enemy side of the map for quite some time. But the game is looking good for Boom. They have Aegis on Dusa with Butterfly.
And it's
I
their
feel like
game
they should
to
go
lose.
high ground with this. They're strong.
Radiant's
I mean, it feels a little scary versus a Chrono, don't you think?
But you have Butterfly and you have Aegis.
Yeah, but
How are you gonna die? I don't think you can die.
I guess so.
I mean, what?
Mushi will
Chrono
use
and
Yules
what?
23, honestly,
I mean,
if he
Chrono
tries
and
to
what?
Chrono him.
Yeah, Chrono and what? You charge it and then Mushi has Yules?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, we are not actually making,
No, I agree.
making fun of it, you know? The Yules is actually
It's
useful.
a super good item versus boys. He's super annoyed by it. Yeah, I mean,
Yules is probably the best item against SB. You get to stop the charge, you
It's
remove
really
the
good.
bulldoze.
even if you didn't remove Bulldoze, it's 40%, or sorry, it's airtime removes, sorry, airtime ignores status resist is what I mean to say, even if it didn't dispel. So all that status resist not really being put to good use. It's not simply just sidestepping all these Aether Remnants. Does not really care for them. Okay, that's a big item though. Jabs now has a full BKB finished up.
Yeah, but what can he do with the BKB?
23
He's
is
gonna run
with
into
the
a-
BKB. I mean, it's a strong time in dual BKB time in Winter. You still don't think
He's
that's
still
good enough?
running into a stone gaze though.
That's a good point. Oh, Zephyr. Oh, Zephyr, he's all alone, but he's okay. He's also really tanky.
Right, Jabs is all the way bot lane, so decides to stop the charge.
Yeah, Yopaj has left a couple of remnants on back, and he's just continuing to farm a bit more.
I think they have to wait for 23 Savage to get MKB.
Yep,
They have to farm until they until they get the item.
That's not, you know, too soon, because when I say 23 just finished up BKB, I quite literally mean that. Oh no. Oh no, the cow's
Guess
worst
what,
nightmare, Jabs. The dust. Oh,
I have
no,
dust.
he's got dust as well. Forced to BKB. Yopaj will give chase, but they don't really have anything that pierce the magic immunity to
Wait, did they not
nearby.
see that he doesn't have a TP?
Well, he's charging away now.
Oh,
See-
Mushi.
Oh, Zephyr saves him.
No!
Oh, the mine. Thought would have gotten him. He's just a bit too speedy, though. That would have been a baller move, honestly, if Zephyr canceled TP with Blast Off. Whew. That would have been some style points, honestly, there.
I think the most style point is a move I've seen is an Elder Titan Storm cancelling charge.
Yep.
That was from, I think it was Ice in one of the TIs. I think it was the TI that they won. He cancelled some SB charge with Echo Storm.
I quite like a hook into SB charge as well. Vacuum out of SB charge, I think, is also pretty stylish. Makoto, he's going to need to make some stylish moves. Oh, Makoto! Oh, Mushi with the Yule Scepter sets up for the stud. He has Blink. Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar he hits those. And now the lockdown. No, it is! Zephyr's, the sticky bomb chased him through the Astral Step, and that's a kill, all set up by Mushi.
Yeah, set by the Yules.
Yeah, now X-Nova going hunting, has himself the rocket flare down, so can look for the hook shot, but not a lot of follow-up immediately after. Natsumi as well chasing the back of the fountain as another Yule Scepter from Mushi. 23. Ooh, is going to be able to bait out a hook shot, perhaps. Be thinking that they were going to throw the Chrono.
Okay, so Dusa also has MKB.
Interesting. I mean, it's just good. Just good item, more damage,
It's
right?
good. It's just useful against the Windrunner. Windranger.
Yes, good point. To make sure that Q is not able to win the 1v1s anymore becomes a very serious concern.
I mean, isn't it just better to get a Nullifier because you're dealing with D-Crab and Bulldoze? Because the Nullifier removes the wind run, and then you can just hit through that.
Yeah, I do wonder why.
Yeah, why are you getting?
Why are they
is it
doing
more
that?
damage? I guess it's more damage in total. I'm not very sure. I feel like Nullifier is just straight up better.
Well, maybe this Dusa is going to go for the 25. The split shot uses modifiers, I suppose, and then that is certainly more damage, right?
But
I mean,
you still need to dispel the D-Crab, you know?
Look, in general, I agree with you, but that's why Mushi has Yules.
Sure, the Yules needs to stop the SB, the Yules need to stop the D-Crab, the Yules need to stop the wind run. Okay, actually, maybe not the wind run.
Not the wind run.
Not the wind run.
I mean, look, I think it makes sense here. I think, you know, well, we're kind of having a fun time talking about the Yule Scepter, but I don't think we're necessarily wrong. Aegis, by the way, has been reclaimed here in Winter, so good time for Talon to try and regain a foothold in this game as Jabs makes the initial charge on in, taunted up, losing a lot of mana. Here's already not so the Chronosphere. It catches two, Yopaj, but they're focusing on the Zephyr as Mushi looking for a bit more control in the fight. Q's going to go down. Natsumi A-okay, honestly, and in trouble. Instead, it's going to be Ollie. Consumes a Lotus here, trying to escape as Jabs holding on to his BKB charge, finds a two-man charge on in. 23 on the way in, but it's X-Nova with a huge ulti, connects 2 on the stun, and they're dying too quickly, but Natsumi out of mana, out of life just as quickly. 23's got the damage now, and he's managing to win this fight, chasing now after
he got him!
as Q does manage to catch him there as well. 23 on the triple kill. What the hell happened?
God, that was such a big fight there. Like the chrono was like, it felt like I wasn't sure whether Talon would have been able to win that fight. They got a 2-man chrono, but they only killed attackers in the chrono. And the fight dragged out pretty far with the fight going towards the top side of jungle. They were chasing down heroes so far. I guess then when the fight becomes so scrappy, the Void Spirit, the SB, the Pugner, and the Wind Ranger, they all do a lot of damage in those long, drawn-out, scrappy fights. And the Void also tanked a lot of damage.
Yeah, he did. He tanked a ton. And that's so much gold. Winter, he almost has MKB after that. 23 alone picks up something like 1,400 gold in that fight, just off of kills. Never mind the assist gold that he was also picking up here. What was this? That was a beautiful hook shot in, though. I thought that was going to be enough to turn. It just simply wasn't. Makoto as well, up to the high ground, safe and sound.
Yeah, I mean, 23 just so tanky, you know, like she just tanks so much.
It was just a bash, was it, onto Makoto?
Yeah, that's just bash. They got pretty lucky with the bashes, and
he did.
Right now, Boom, they really have to respect the power of this Spaces Void, you know? Like we've seen in a couple of the other DPC games where late game, Medusa against Spaces Void, like the Void, when you get Refresher, you're just going to chrono Medusa and just kill her straight up.
Right. I wonder if Natsumi's not regretting going for like a Scotty or something sooner. You know?
That's just actually pretty true, you know? She needs to be more tanky right now. I don't feel like she can live through the chrono.
Because generally that's the way these Dusa types, these Wraith King types, that they naturally have a bit of an advantage, right, over these kinds of big ulti heroes.
That's why you want your team to build all those team items. You want a Solar Crest, which is bought by X-Nova. You want to have the Crimson Guard and all the other...
You've got Greaves, right? But you're right, we are missing that Crimson and Pipe of his.
They have the Crimson Guard on Techie, so they need to make sure they get all those buffs on the Dusa when she gets chrono.
Mushi's got a gem. He blinked forward very aggressively. The rest of his team ready to follow up on him.
Yeah, and he also has a Halberd, so if he gets the Halberd on the Void before BKB, that's going to be huge as well.
Charge. It's just away to one of the side camps here.
Who has the high ground region?
Jostling for vision.
Who has the high ground region? Boom is standing on the high ground.
They are for now.
Don't run in, Talon. Don't run in. Respect the high ground.
23 does have another Chrono. Almost called it a Ravish. Does have himself a Chronosphere. And of course the Axe Shard. Just looking for the right kind of initiation in, but most importantly has MKB, so that Butterfly is not going to do too much work here for Natsumi, who I think is going to do the same Manta trick. Yeah, there he goes. You can send your own units through there, so I'm wondering why he insists. I mean, it's you get more Manta uptime, so I suppose maybe that's the reason.
Yeah,
but
that's probably the main reason.
Yeah. 3 sees 2. Enough for him to want to make the jump in. Jabs as well, poking from the side, but Roche in 30 seconds. Both teams very patiently awaiting his return. Mushi caught by the Aether Remnant.
Hook shot, 23
as well. 23 being him.
Oh, he's dead!
Down!
No buyback!
Just killed like that! Does not have the buyback. Now Mushi giving chase. Jabs. Oh, under the cover of the BKB. No!
Oh, he got it!
Mushi blinked on back. Knew exactly how long that BKB buff was.
Mushi says, I'm the better offlaner, Jabs. I don't need any offlane practice. I'm just straight up the better offlaner right now.
He's just built different. And Mushi just killed off like that. Just in one hook shot, wasn't it? And Natsumi doing the damage?
I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure if Mushi should continue coaching. Maybe he should just be playing.
Searing Chains, hook shot, power cogs, and 11 right clicks out from the Dusa are going to really do the damage here. And Boom already setting up on different... Well, actually, maybe it's Zephyr taking a death here. This is a pretty aggressive play out from Zephyr on it, but he's tanky. My goodness. He's tanky.
Yeah, the man does not fear death.
Especially when he's got your pawns by his side.
Yeah, so by the way, the Dusa is queuing a Hex.
What? That's, I mean, it's a good item.
Against the Void, I guess. You want to catch the Void?
I'm really surprised the Dusa's the one to queue it up. That's the only surprise here.
I mean, it's good against both the Voids, the Void Spirit and the Faceless Void.
Very true, very true.
And I feel like maybe... Right?
Hook shot. He was already down to half HP and just couldn't time walk. Just could not time walk. That's kind of crazy, Winter.
Yeah.
Natsumi was just right-clicking him down, honestly. Just kind of walked him down a bit. Is that Scythe already purchased, by the way? It is. There's just a full Scythe coming.
If they don't know that and the Void, the Faceless Void jumps in and gets Hex or the Void Spirit, they're just going to lose the fight.
Could be a killer blow. We'll
no
see
buyback.
here.
There's buyback.
Oh, he did. He right into the Hex. He's a fast piggy, though. But X-Nova cuts him off right now. 23 thinking about the Chronosphere, but doesn't have a great target. Oh, Makoto now cuts down to the low ground. 23's in with the BKB, looking for the kill onto X-Nova. Will be able to find the kill there. 23. Time walks up to the high ground now. As from the side, Jabs does a great job controlling Yopash. That's Stone Gaze out on the Hex reveal.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I feel like they should have gotten a Nullifier. Like, he couldn't kill them with the D-Crab.
Yep.
He couldn't output any damage.
And the haste, honestly.
Yeah, and right now they're definitely feeling the problems against this D-Crab. They need somebody to deal with that, and I'm not very sure if you can rely on the Pango to do it every single time, man.
It's true. I mean, it's a lot for Mushi.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually a really, really bad mistake, you know, by the Medusa, not getting the Nullifier. Right now, I'm not sure how they can kill people if the Pogna is not dead, you know? Like, the D-Crab is just going to save every time. You're going to have to rely on the Pango and the Ember to jump the backline and kill the Pogna. If that doesn't happen, you're not killing anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest difference that fight was Jabs really just getting on top of this Ember Spirit, keeping him out of the fight, especially with the ulti. Jabs just trying to nuke waves here, but Natsumi's got illusions now to tank, and he's up onto the high ground. So maybe some pretty serious damage focusing onto the Nether Ward. That's going to be the Decrepify in. Another Hex now. Over the Force Staff away for Makoto. The damage is significant, but the life drain goes uncancelled, so they're going to be able to top up Makoto, and he makes it back to the fountain easily. Scepter now delivered for Yopash. Leaves him without buyback, Winter. He's holding on to a cheese, but without buyback now on the Ember Spirit does give him more remnants, more mobility to try and potentially get on top of Ollie and Q.
Hey, this gets the Hex again.
Fight. Do they have the damage this time? Mushi with the Rolling Thunder. No, he bounces off the wall. Winter Blink was just on cooldown, getting chased now, just a bit too slow. But careful, 23 That's going to be now a phenomenal counter initiation, just out of range as well. He barely gets out alive. Ollie, as well with the self-decrep, managing to survive as Makoto goes back in, wants his kill onto Mushi, doesn't quite have the damage, however. Natsumi with no more Stone Gaze.
The Hex!
No, but the Hex! There's no BKB! The damage is just too high. Decrep or not, Winter. Didn't come out.
No, he has no buyback. I guess that's it for Talon. They're going to lose at least 2 lanes of Rex right now from this.
Can they even 2 lanes?
Can they throw them right away? 90 seconds.
I think they might be able to, Winter. I mean, I just don't see how you get on top. Makoto, I mean, there's just no way he lives anymore. These Scythe device, they're too deadly for him. The rest of the team standing behind. Mushi now finally picks up an item from this year, Skull Basher on the Tangolier. So he's also a bit of a threat as well, just by the casual pokes. That's Fortify out. Boom, there's no more Fortifies for Talon.
Just when you think Talon is going to win this series and boom is right, nope. Mushi's like, nope, I'm going to win this game and I'm not going to buy Diffusal on Pango and still win this game.
I'm going to still win. Diffusal overrated. Yules is the item. The Pash catches Jabs into the Abyssal Blade. Careful here. The Yules Scepter, I think that might have been Mushi's actually, kind of doing Jabs a bit of a favor. But it's 2 full lanes of barracks. Q is going to respawn here, but it's still 30 seconds more until you have 23. He's going to have everything when he respawns, but 1 minute on Aegis, so there's still a 30-second window still where Boom have a bit of the advantage. In goes Mushi now, and away he goes. Actually finds a little bit of a stun there onto Jabs. Natsumi worse for wear on the mana, is going to run out here surely. But again, still has Aegis. There's also 10 more seconds here until 23's alive again with that Chronosphere. Somehow, did not find a latch on that power shot. But it is a full 2 lane of barracks.
Yeah, they're still Chrono. They're respecting the Chrono right now.
Yeah,
points up. So time to get an extra shot, why not?
Okay. That was a bit close.
So finally, Mushi gets the roll up. Just waiting for some shot given to him by the Tormentor.
Okay, there's a DD as well picked up by Yopash, or at least scouted. I'm not sure. Yeah, he'll pick it up into the bottle for him. This is starting to get pretty terrifying as well. In the mid lane, Jabs. Zephyr is going to see him. Zephyr as well now with his own Yule Scepter, by the way. Yopash might actually end up running here into Jabs. Okay, almost.
I mean, I feel like they should just go. Maybe give the Chiefs to do so. Just go push high ground. Well, I mean, he just finished Skadi.
Yeah, now it looks like they're going to make a play for this. Dusa does not have buyback here, Winter,
I mean, he
though.
doesn't need. I feel like he doesn't need buyback if they play their cards correctly. He's not gonna die.
He's not holding the cheese either. We'll see what ends up happening as 23. No, actually, part it's Makoto in, but 23 now with the RP managing to catch two, but he turned to stone. Now 72 fast on his fingers. It's still not enough to actually save the life of Mushi, who's dead for a minute and 10 seconds without buyback. That's the buyback now of Ali. As Talon, they've held so far okay. Careful though. Natsumi now able to open up. Yopaj now with the DD run, trying to do as much as he can, but it's separate from the side. Finds the kill on the 23 as Natsumi pumps out the damage with the stun. The thing to condemn 23 still without buyback on the face.
Oh, Q, he's trying to turn.
Can he though? I don't really think it's possible.
Yeah, he didn't have Shackle. Maybe if he had Shackle, he would have probably gotten that kill, but still, nice try. But right now, you're going to try to defend your high ground without your carry, without Chrono.
Boom, are they just going to look for the Megas here? There's no Fortify. There's not a creep wave too close by either, though.
I'm not really sure what are they waiting for right now. So Ember picks up in this rune. Dusa has mana. I feel like you're just going to go high ground. I don't see how Talon can stop the push. Like without Chrono, without Void. Like, do you even have enough damage to kill the Medusa? I don't think so.
They may struggle here. This Void Spirit, his own Nullifier, his own Diffusal Blade.
They need to try to get like some Aether Remnant into force Shackle play.
There's an Aether Remnant. The counter initiation might be too good, especially against Separate catches 2 on the blast off. Makoto's out and free, but Jabs isn't. He's dead for a minute 10
buyback.
without buyback. Q not even able to survive under the cover of the power of the Wind Run, as that's going to be now Ollie going to die back. Natsumi just focusing onto the building, says boom, playing it clean, playing it disciplined. We'll be able to secure the Megas before they go any further now into the base of Talon, but a 3 versus 5 here, Winter, especially now with Stone Gaze back already available. 23 is going to call it. Talon, they will be forced to game 3 against Boom Esports with Coach Mushi in the off lane doing a lot of work on the Pango.
I mean, Chai Feng is definitely the carry this game, man. His use. Amazing decision to actually decide to go for the Yules this game. Definitely paid huge dividends against the SB, against the partner, and setting up a couple of really, really crucial kills with the roll on the Void.
Definitely.
I felt like those are the things that...
Onto the Voids.
Yeah, onto the Voids. Those are the small little things that decided the game, you know. And yeah, Mushi definitely put his team on the back and just carried them, you know.
I also really like what you said about this kind of a draft for Boom Esports, though, putting Natsumi more on the anchor and making sure that
you want to
smoke
to Natsumi. Don't fucking let him go alone and farming, and then you have to smoke to Mushi. That doesn't work. You remember how the game started? Mushi is like TPing to defend all the towers, and his team's like, oh, no. We are not smoking back to defend the tower. We are smoking to our boss, Natsumi. Because Mushi, if he dies, he dies. He's the old man. We don't care. We're going to protect the carry first.
That's right. That's what they did. They managed to do it that time around, and Boom find a pretty big win there. I think that one's certainly surprising me, probably surprising Talon a bit as well. Talon previously going undefeated in the spring tour here, Winter, took a surprise 2-0 loss versus Bleed when Bleed stonks were rising. Will it be a 2-1 victory here for Talon or against them? You're going to hear what our panel thinks about game 2 here. Over to Tsunami.
I will say that I'm very, very eager to eat my words. The audacity that I had to question Mushi Pango. It looked like he'd been playing it for decades at this point. The man was an expert, and he fixed the biggest issue that we had from game 1, which was itemization on these offlaners. Because initially I was just like, oh, he's not going diffusal. That's what all the cool Pangos do. But he's smart. He knows the future. He knows that this Yules is what the solution is for this Faceless Void. And thoroughly impressed. And Spirit Breaker, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I just think I didn't expect them to be able to execute a Medusa. It's not really a Medusa lineup, but like the Medusa hero itself, because I feel C teams generally have been struggling with this hero. Like, they don't quite understand how to play around her. And you can see from the lineup, like, it didn't seem like they were planning for a Medusa at all until maybe like the last 2 picks. I can say, like, yeah, the only way you can survive against Talon here and have a way to take things is really just have a pillar for the entire lineup that you have for now to play around, which is okay for Medusa to play. But yeah, I mean, I just generally am quite impressed by Boom, I would say.
Yeah, like they executed really well. They played around his tempo. Again, Mushi just looked fantastic here. The Yules just ruined a lot of what Talon wanted to do. And I think their lineup is just pretty hard to play into when Boom had a lot of counterplay. Like, just Cogs against Spirit Breaker feels really bad. Like, that hero just wants to be all over, take these fights. If Clockwork finds a good angle, which isn't too bad with how wide Cogs are, then you just don't have anything you can do on the Spirit Breaker. And again, you have this Wind Ranger support, which has to go Diffusal, so it's kind of like a damaged semi-core onto the Dusa, but it just doesn't give you enough control as well. Like, you didn't have the same impact as, say, the Rolling Boulder, the Rolling Thunder here outside of like Chrono. Chrono was your one big team fight spell. It just felt like this time the Spirit Breaker couldn't do as much as we tend to see from Spirit Breakers. Just from Mushi, just this Yules. It just ruins you.
Also big props to Yopash. Like, we talk about how he's not as good as he was, but this game he kind of just bounced back. Like, he was what he usually was. He didn't suffer so much against Miguel's matchup. He actually kind of clinched 50-50. I mean, I would say Miguel should kind of have the upper hand because he has been playing quite a few international lands, right? And then he's already got used to what he needs to achieve from the laning phase, so he wouldn't really falter in terms of just the laning phase, but I would say Yopash really bounced back, and this is also quite credited towards him.
Yeah, just looked fantastic again. Like, his Ember is one of the heroes that you can always rely on Yopash to fall back to. Looks good. You can see Boom, sigh of relief, some happiness coming through. And they can potentially upset Talon if they keep that same momentum up, and that puts Talon in a very awkward spot in terms of points.
Oh, we do have a Mushi picture, actually. I wasn't sure if we had a media day photo of him, but yes, an extremely well-deserved MVP for this game number 2. Incredible Pango performance. I like the way that he was staggering Yules into Rolling Thunder, getting the blink back during Rolling Thunder. Forgive me for ever doubting. I would never do it again. Unless of game 3 I changed my mind, who knows? On the other offlane though, I think that we can add Spirit Breaker to the list of Jab's exotic picks that he is no longer allowed to have, at least as long as Clockwork is in the pool.
Yeah.
He was completely useless in this game, I think.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel good. Like the Cogs, again, you stop from charge, and what do? It's like, you don't do anything.
Yeah, it was a pick that we see in other regions, but perhaps it needs a little bit more time in the oven here in Southeast Asia. Now, we have an incredibly competitive game number 3 on our hands. Is Boom going to continue the upset train, or is Talon like, yeah, you had 1, but you're not getting 2? Find out after the break. The M God still got it. We always know he's had it as a coach for years and years, but as a player, I have to say, I initially was skeptical, but after this Game 2 performance out of Mushi, I'm convinced. The man has still got it. He's still got the gameplay, he's still got the quick fingers, and he can still keep up with these kids. And on new heroes. This old dog learned some new tricks, I'd say.
I mean, granted, the entire team played really well, but we didn't really doubt Boom's performance in terms of like the mechanics, you know. It was more of like how are they gonna move together as a team and close the game. But in the last game, Boom was just outdoing themselves in every aspect. I just think like I've never seen Boom being this coordinated at all. Like I would sometimes see, okay, the 4 players, the 2, 3, 4, 5, they will be like landing their spells like in a symphony, everything is correct, and then suddenly Nasumi dying at the other side of the map. Like, that's the usual stuff, you know. But in this last game, that hasn't happened at all. Like all of them were on the same page.
You agreed with the sentiment that Winter had, probably with slightly less cursing, that smoked Natsume, as opposed to letting your offlaner, be it FBZ or Mushi, be the anchor, or let Yopaj be the anchor. Put your focus around Natsume. You know, if it's a 4 protect 1 type situation, that's fine. You'll win.
I'm just saying, like, there are players who can't really talk and play at the same time. Granted, they also need to learn that in the future, but if they're playing such an important series, they, you know, like, you should just stick to somewhat of a comfort zone, but not to the point where you already know it's gonna go to shit. Like, like for example, you see some, they have like the TI team fight draft, and then you pick nothing to fight that, and then all of your heroes are just all in, which is what they did, you know, like last time they had the Void Spirit last pick, and all their heroes couldn't close the game. They had no damage to keep the Doom or something like that. But yeah, I feel like if you have someone, maybe I think Mushi definitely like talked a lot in the game and like guided them to how to close the game, most importantly. So I feel with that, you can play somewhat an all-in draft. It's just that you need to be much more vocal and everyone needs to be on the same page. Like no one else can be like, nah, I think that's a not so good idea. And then, you know, suddenly just one person just doing another thing.
No seeds of doubt. Always confidence the entire way.
Yes.
Which, for this one, I imagine that most of the players just don't have to do much thinking in general. They're just letting...
I think they still have to think, like, do we have to just listen and follow? Because there were moments where I think they were trying to kill this FV, but it was only Pango and Ember. Like, there's no way if you are playing in a pub and you think you can kill this guy, there's no way. But it seems like someone just made a call and then they listened to it, but then after that, they just realized, oh wait, we don't have damage to kill this hero. We should just play around the Medusa, you know. Then they stopped doing that and they started going back to the Medusa again, which is good.
Yeah, I remember that fight specifically where I was just like, it's the post 15-minute boom throw. It's gonna happen. But this time, even every single time, even Talon getting the fight win on their triangle, I was like, oh, okay, well, it's Talon's now.
Yeah.
But I can't believe Boom closed it out. I'm still very, very in awe of their performance. And they're going to follow it up with a Game 3 first pick, Techies. Not Doom, actually. Doom's still in the pool, and they still opt for Techies.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Again, I personally would say Techies is probably a better pick overall. I think Doom is still strong, but Techies just enabled to lane really well. It provides you a lot of info through smokes, provides you lane control, map control. So I understand why Boom prioritized, but that does mean Talon gets to pick up the Doom. So nothing too silly now for good old Jabs. Again, his Spirit Breaker didn't have the best game, but I actually don't fault him. I think that the matchup was pretty bad.
Sure.
Like in the end, it was actually pretty tough, and they get the Enchantress as well. So Doom Enchantress lane could be nice. You could still lane swap it around, but I do believe they like having Q on the Ench, so don't mind that too much. They open up their offlane immediately, and boom, just into the Dusa. Worked last time.
Not first phase, though.
True. This is pretty early. And, well, I guess you already know your lane matchup, right? You're up against Doom and Enchantress. It's not the worst.
True.
For a Dusa overall.
And neither of those heroes are diffusal builders, so you don't need to worry about that.
True.
So your offlaner or your 4 position aren't going to have diffusals to mana burn. But still, 8 pick Medusa seems like a very week 1 thing. This is week 3 now. Maybe things are cyclical.
Maybe.
I mean, I feel like they just need to have the better carry matchup, you know. I mean, granted, of course, Savage will have the later pick. He's still gonna be able to choose his heroes, like, he's not limited, but if you just ban, like, I would say the anti-mage, of course, because like techies already don't control anti-mage.
Yep.
And then maybe PL or Slug, I think you're fine to go with. Like, you just need to do the same thing you did last game. I feel like it's not just Boom doing well. It was also Talon just don't like being in this position where they need to fight a really strong unit, strong ball together. They like to do their own things. Like last game you can see they were all just in their own world. They want to do their own stuff, individual stuff. But I mean, maybe that has always been Talon's strength. It's just that it's not really working last game because Boom really played the 5-man draft really, really well.
Yeah. And it's a style that we just don't see that regularly in this patch also. I don't see that much death ball. I do see a lot of individual stuff happening.
Yeah. I mean, especially in C.
Yes, especially in C.
Yeah, I do like that. Again, they're taking some of that comfort away. It's always funny to see an empty chair when the cams switch over. The Slark being taken out, as mentioned. PL probably just going to be next for Boom. I feel like for Talon, this does allow them to just take care of Yopaj heroes. Pango gone. Do you take out the Ember? I feel like you do. Just respect ban that Ember. Yopaj definitely.
It was very first
has a lot.
phased.
Okay. I'm just blind.
That's how
Clockwork
much
as
they
well.
respect it.
Yeah. It is Yopaj's shining hero.
Agreed.
Or the one hero that we've seen him still perform consistent on out of all his heroes in his pool.
Mm-hmm. They ban out the Clockwork. I don't know if that's signaling that they want to go for a Spirit Breaker again, because they're like, Clockwork was the issue. If as long as Clockwork's not in the pool, then Jab's Spirit Breaker is going to be great.
I mean, Doom is already out, so maybe...
that's true, yes.
Yeah, it's like, Q, this is your hero, it's not mine. Let's go. I mean, I think Spirit Breaker is somewhat... Okay, this hero versus Medusa is like a 50-50. It all depends on the timing. Sure, like Medusa has Gaze, but like she can't always just try and use Gaze to win against you in the team fight, you know? Like you can always just disengage and charge again. And I feel like the charge is somewhat the worst spell for a +1 to face, because you want to hit people, but then this charge is just not gonna let it happen, you know?
Yep. Boom contemplating their last ban. I imagine they are gearing it towards a carry, but if they do the PL ban, no, they do a DK ban instead, actually. So PL still available, Naga Siren also still available.
I mean, DK makes sense because right now, if you look at Talon's heroes, right, they don't have building damage. Sure, Enchantress can dominate creeps and maybe mount down the mid tower, but like that's all she can do, you know. She can't really touch the side lane towers beyond the tier 1s. I feel like DK can kind of give them the momentum they need, like quickly mount down all the towers that Boom needs up in order to somewhat give this Medusa more farm. And then later on, you just need to control Roche.
Doesn't feel like a very Mikoto hero, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most showy hero, but he has played quite a few.
He's a spirit spammer and stuff like that.
For sure, but I can see why they just kind of clear it out. They ban out the Storm, they go for the Void Spirit once more in Talon, so they get to have that one once more. What does Yopaj want to play down line? They're probably just going to pick their 4 or 5 lane matchup. You've got, I guess if you really wanted to keep topping up your Dusa, you've got Pugna. But I'm not sure if you really want to go all in on that. They go with the Mirana instead. Mirana-Kunkka combination. Now, and that feels
traditional...
good. It is their traditional combination, but Kunkka as a whole is just not a hero that I feel is amazing.
Okay, I want to say, in the laning phase, right, the matchup between Void Spirit and Kunkka is actually very heavily Kunkka favored. But later on, you can't really catch his Void Spirit, you know, because he has all the spells to dodge all your combo.
Yeah.
But then again, like we talked about last game, they just need to do the front part correct, and this Medusa will be their win con. I feel like they can do that, especially with this Kunkka being a very strong reason with the Coco. Like, right now, Talon don't have damage at all to kill this Medusa. And their best, I mean, I wouldn't say best carries as in what Savage can only play, but like the best carry matchup against Medusa is already banned. And if they really take PL here, I don't know how is PL gonna, you know, like mount down this Medusa through the ship's buff.
How does the buff work the way that it should? Which is like, because does it calculate the damage that your HP is taking, or would it calculate the mana shield damage? Because like I could also see it being very useless.
Yeah, because the caveat with the mana shield is that it's before any reductions.
Right.
So
But
I'm not sure.
Is it according to the health? I think it's just according to damage received, though.
That may be true.
Yeah.
So if it is damage received, then yes, this would be a great way at enabling a Medusa. But if it's not, then
Yeah, it's funky a little bit with that Dusa, but I think it should work as intended.
Maybe.
So
My only skepticism is I know that Rum Buff works very weird with Visage's Gravekeeper's Cloak.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't work properly. It'll think you took damage that you did not take, and then you'll take the hangover damage, even though you're like, I was already reduced from that. Why are you making me take all this damage? So it's
The
tricky.
old birds
Yeah.
unhang the rum.
Maybe that's it. They get too drunk.
Yeah. I like the Shadow Demon pickup for Talon, so you can kind of take some... You have some saves on hand. If you do get nailed with a combination, you've got potentially your own Medusa illusions to come out, which is always a little bit more annoying for the Medusa, to be fair. Like,
Yeah.
especially if you don't have illusion clear here. And it can kind of enable maybe a more aggressive Savage here, or a more farm heavy. Like, you can just kind of save and build them out. Wondering what they will gun for. You don't have the Pango this time as well for Mushi.
But I feel like right now Talon's lineup, again, it's so individual, you know, like none of these heroes kind of connect to each other. Sure, you have a very strong pos 5 lane like Enchantress, and she can kind of just take the gate and secure the Doom's lane as well, but I feel like none of these heroes can actually enable the Void Spirit, and this Void Spirit is already gonna face his Kunkka, and later on he can't kill this Medusa, so it's a bit weird, I would say.
How about a 23 Monkey King? He's quite active on that hero, and someone to play with a Void Spirit.
I wouldn't mind that. I think it fits the lineup. If they wanted to play a little bit more tempo, you can work against most of your lane matchups as well. It's not too bad. You've got the Diffusal down the line if you really need it to deal with the Dusa, and your armor in Wukong kind of makes the Dusa feel pretty awful. So
I feel like, yeah, I don't mind it, but you are relatively way softer than Medusa and Kunkka, and okay, sure, you can put on your Wukong, then what happens, you know, like when the ship comes in? I feel like he doesn't have the damage to do anything at all against this Kunkka plus Medusa combo. I feel like they needed something that can somewhat last a fight, like take a long fight.
Okay. He's got Terrorblade still in the pool.
That would be the most logical pick, actually, but I still feel like it's so greedy on Talon's side right now. Like, they don't have an actual stun.
True.
And they still have this... Oh.
Ooh, are we seeing the
Mushi Dusa?
That is
Madushi?
interesting. This is what I've wanted to see from Southeast Asia. Phylactery build-up. It's a rather interesting hero, so we could see it come out. Natsumi just on the Naga. You don't have the best AoE coming out from Talon. You don't have the best solutions from Talon for the illusion spam overall once they get tanky enough. And I'm not seeing anything in the Pawns 1 that helps you with that. I guess the Terrorblade still fits in, but
I think it's very difficult for the Terrorblade to do damage as well, because okay, this Medusa is an offlane, right? So your laning is not gonna be as smooth. And then later on, there's the Rum and also the Song. Like every time you press meta, they're just gonna Song and disengage.
Yeah.
I feel it's so difficult because there's really no stuns for you in that team.
Yeah, there's not enough hold from Talon. So I don't know. Like I don't see a simple solution. It has to be the Terrorblade. So Talon has to kind of try to outplay. Are we really getting the Mushi Dusa? Is he the one to bring it into Southeast Asia after coaching? Yes, he is.
Wow.
I like this. I like this from Boom. I think it's a tough game for Talon. The one thing they do have is maybe a little bit of early tempo because you're going to be farming quite a fair bit as well in Boom. Like you mentioned, it's greedy on Talon. You've got Naga Dusa as well, which kind of can eat a lot of space on the map from Boom. I think for Talon, the key thing is maybe 9 minutes in, Metamorphosis use on maybe the mid or just one of the side lane towers. Take an objective and try to create space for yourself because Boom will overwhelm you as this game goes on. Like, this is really great scaling coming out from them.
I mean, I think if one of the support heroes from Talon can build a Solar Crest early, they can actually, like you say, mow down the towers and then just basically reduce the map for Boom so that this Doom and TB can outscale them. But I still think Boom overall has like the better team fight draft, and I don't think they can really do that against Boom because this meta, right, is all about if you touch a tower and you don't touch your heroes, you're dead. So I feel this is what is gonna happen to Talon. Like they're just gonna sleep in and then do their combo. I feel like Talon, sure you have SD, but as you can only save one, how are you gonna save the team fight?
Yeah, it's not the easiest game. Like even just say Song plus Stone Gaze is a pretty nasty combo. So you have a lot of good setup there. It's not the most natural team fight, but it looks pretty good if you can execute.
Well, previously I was heavily skeptical on Mushi playing heroes that weren't 7 years viable, but now I'm convinced. Offlane Medusa, I'm sure he's gonna have a grand old time on it. Let's find out how the game goes with our casters at Seek and Strike and Winter.
Now, Winter, if only our mics were on as soon as that last pick Naga Siren came through, because once you realized that it was going to be your old teammate taking the Medusa into the offlane, you had a little bit of a giggle. What was that about? You had a little laugh. You had a wee laugh.
Yeah. How are you going to carry best your team that you're coaching? Play the carry.
Play the carry.
Play the Medusa.
Play the carry. And that might end up being the strategy here for Boom Esports' last game on the Pangolier. Mushi, you know, I'm not going to lie, I also kind of doubted it. I was on the side of the panel in Tsunami, and, you know, I saw that first item, Blink Yules, and I was doubtful, Winter. I was doubtful. But he proved us wrong, and now he's going to be showing us how strong his offlane Dusa can be as well.
He has the same item build that he did with his DP in the first game.
That's right.
Magic Wand, 3 branches. Are you going to count how many branches all the heroes are buying?
Just jab. He's got the same amount as last time. Except he got the wand later last time. What was that, 4? That's 5. We got 3 here. Another 5. What's this? 2. There's a lot of branches, man. Pros, they love branches.
Universal heroes. They love branches.
And quite curiously, only 1 blood grenade over on the side of Boom to start off with. What, 100 gold, right, is a blood grenade? 65, even less. Boom have 2 blood grenades you could buy right now. That's kind of wild. Well, maybe you don't need them when you have 8 techies, as they will set after Ollie. The move slow is ending. And with Zephyr holding onto the blood grenade, they're not going to commit for a first blood here. Well, they will commit for that first point reflection.
Yeah, I think 23 is quite comfortable doing it. I've seen him do that quite a lot.
They're going to try something.
They need to body block him. Surround him.
There's 2 blood grenades here. Mushi. Oh, Mushi.
Nice.
Completely out. No, he TP'd.
Yeah.
He TP'd.
Mushi immediately realizes that he has to TP.
He is a 252 HP hero. And that, by the way, that's with
Where's
plus
my
6
mangoes?
stats.
Send me mangoes, Sever.
Yeah,
I need my mangoes.
He needs regen real bad. There's the reflection. It's not going to kill him, but it's going to do a hilarious amount of damage to him.
So the last couple of games, we saw Mushi do well in his lane, and this time around it seems like he's gonna have a much harder laning phase.
It's just so funny, these techies things. Yeah, certainly, to say the least. I mean, he's completely out of mana and just kind of being bullied down. I mean, yes, his HP bar fills rather quickly thanks to the the pitiful HP pool, but does need to actually connect on a Mystic Snake here. Plenty of wand charges. I think he's going to be okay. Really quite excited to see how much closer to the edge he's keen on playing this. As you can see, I mean, these techies illusions are doing a lot of work.
Shit.
A lot of
That's
work.
actually pretty smart, you know, disrupting the techies, making those annoying long-range illusions, and just harassing the Dusa.
700 damage. Sorry, oh my god, 700 attack range, though. What might feel or even look like 700 damage against the Dusa. But so far, okay for Mushi, and he has now enough to easily get off a Mystic Snake. So now positioning for Ollie and 23 becomes paramount.
He has 2 last hits so far, so he's definitely struggling.
You could say that, for sure.
Yep, and another range could be denied by 23. This
Where do you think Mushi's strength as a laner is rooted in? What makes him strong as a laner, in your eyes?
I think last hitting. He's really good at okay, never mind, maybe he's gonna die.
Maybe Mushi, 12 wand charges, gets off the Mystic Snake, 2 bounces, lots of mana as 23. I think he's got a little bit too much armor for this, to be honest.
That wasn't too bad.
It'll be fine. Yeah, first blood is gonna go the way towards the techies.
I actually meant that wasn't too bad for Mushi. Because they have to use a lot of HP and mana to get that kill.
Agreed, and the cooldowns here as well. 23, Mushi out fighting one. You dare approach the king? the king of lady. Look at that, stone cold. Mushi not even reacting.
Thank you for the free money.
Another Thai safe laner he's demolished. My goodness, Winter.
Yeah, last game he was teaching Jabs a lesson. This game he's teaching 23 a lesson.
For real. The Thai goats. Well, it's checking in on the other lanes. It's going to be Q falling here as Natsumi. I mean, tell me a little bit about this safe lane Naga pick, as we can try and focus a bit on other lanes now. You really like the 23 Naga. Why is that?
I mean, the Naga's good against Doom. You're an illusion hero. Like, Doom doesn't like to play against all these illusion-based heroes. And you also have a combo, Song into Arrow. Or if you want to do it with the bolt, which is a little harder. So I feel like overall it gives them a lot of scaling in terms of going into late game. Very strong team fight, good lane. Just a good solid pick, you know. And it's very good against the SD and the Enchantress in the fight.
Yeah. So far, laning somewhat comfortably here. Right now, the mid laner is starting to run away with things, and even 23, after his one death in the lane, Winter, is still 9 CS clear of Mushi. Let's check in mid, where we do have this Kunkka into the Void Spirit. Is this one of these kinds of matchups where Void just doesn't have enough, you know, harass damage, and Kunkka eventually is going to be able to harass him out with Tidebringer, do you suspect? One of these kinds of a thing?
Probably. I've not seen this matchup even one time. I mean, with the new Void Spirit, so
right.
I'm not 100% sure. But based on what's happening so far, I guess that's probably the case for Kunkka. You have the advantage of harassing with the Tidebringer.
Right. Because I think what we've seen before, right, when we saw a Void versus Ember, and the way that ended up going was Void actually harassed quite effectively.
Yep.
Through the Flame Guard. Yeah, I think Jabs is fine. I mean, he's got 13 wand charges and a ring of health, right? So he's trying to bait them into a fight that he knows that they can't take. Good patience here over on the side of Boom. Plus the Flag Bearer as well gives a meaningful amount of HP regen. Can't forget about those guys.
Yeah, very, very impactful for the lane. Especially when you don't get the last hit on that, your support's gonna cry.
Yeah, it's very true. After my core misses the last hit on the Flag Bearer, I'm using Finger of Death on it. There's no more excuses. Xnova is going to have to get really clever here with the Fog Divas underneath his tier 2 tower. And he's going to live. The Courier's going to go down. That had Natsumi's Gloves of Haste, which would not have been the full power treads, but would have been, of course, a bit more attack damage for him and his illusions. So kind of a big deal.
Yep, so back towards the bot lane, like Mushi is still in struggle city, 9 CS against the 24 of the Terrorblade.
How's his experience though? His experience is just fine.
Tech is going to TP mid. X-Mark.
X-Mark into the Torrent now. Ooh, the physical damage not enough for the magic damage. Ooh, Disseminate in time. Makoto running for his life.
700 reach, right click.
He's right click. Oh, it's the cleave that's going to get him. Yopaj with some style points. Starting to pop off in this kind of a series here, Winter. Down bottom, they will make a play for Mushi. Ollie may have overcommitted here, though. He's fighting and tanking the entire Queen Parade.
One more stack.
23 as well, trying to run him down. There's a lot of mana still, and he missed the 4th stack there of Shadow Poison, so Ollie's not going to be able to collect on the kill.
Yeah, but still very, very decent pressure done towards offlane Dusa. I'm not sure how Boom is going to approach this game, you know. So you're going to play the game with 2 carries, essentially 2 position 1 heroes, and the Kunkka has to do so much work rotating around, but at least he's having a very, very good start to the lane. He's winning his lane.
And Boomer prioritizing it, right? That wasn't even really like a Void Spirit diving tower and then, you know, triggering a rotation. That was Yopaj saying, I'm going to X-Mark and torrent him, come leap in, we'll get a kill.
It tells you how comfortable he is with the hero. He plays a lot of the hero. If you don't play enough of the hero, you won't be able to make that sort of call during the laning phase.
Right. Like Warrior kill there, by the way. It's the second Q has, but the power tread's on the way now, at least for Natsumi, and a lot more in that Courier. It'd be a bit sad if that one ends up getting sniped.
Again.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, so right now bot lane, you see Ollie. 1v1 against the techies.
Losing, by the way.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
I mean, it's a freaking techies.
The techies, it's wild that we say that.
700 right range for right click.
Remember 48 base damage techies? That was the good life.
I actually feel like this techies is actually much more bearable than the previous techies.
What, compared to Suicide Squad techies? Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have to agree with you there. Oh, Xnova. It's been tailed here the entire way. Yeah, trying to contest the Wisdom Rune by the Centaur Conqueror. he could be in trouble, but Jabs, we'll see. Actually, maybe closing the door, but mid lane is where there's action. Makoto getting out in time. Instead, Xnova in a bit of trouble as Jabs will actually make the rotation on over, close the door, and find the kill there to the bottom.
Yeah,
back mid.
Zephyr. Zephyr is here. Oh, Konka's gonna TP bot, so your Posh decides that I want to kill 23. Don't bully my coach.
Yes, he does.
Stop bullying my coach.
I got you, coach. I got you. Put me in, coach. I'm ready. The X mark, the torrent range is not going to connect. And, well, you really need to land the whole combo here for that rum damage, the ghost ship damage, rather, if you're going to try and kill this TP.
Yeah, he lost vision there, so he had to use torrent to try to give him vision for X mark, but 23 was able to juke it, was able to dodge it. So
yeah, that level 1 X mark range is quite pitiful.
It's 400? No, 500. 550.
It's pretty bad. Xnova thought about throwing the arrow, but he will resist the temptation for now.
Yep. Once again, a pretty good early game, you know, for Boom. Shadow Demon disrupted.
Mushi is in trouble here. Against 3 supports, 23 even pops the wand charge as Mushi. He will go down. He actually saves the wand charges. Didn't really think he'd make it out of there alive, and it's hard to blame him.
Yep. And he's going for what? Phylactery, I guess.
Tower is under attack.
Oh.
Before boots?
I guess so. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I know Dusa, I mean, we've seen a couple games of Dusa 5 even, right? With how contested she was, especially towards the first week of the summer tour across basically every single region. But I feel like in this region, we haven't really seen the Dusa flexed off of the safe lane too much. So eager to see like what the build-up's going to be here for the Dusa. And like you say, how they look to connect around her, right?
Yep, because you don't really want to play a game with 2 position 1 hero. So with her going for this alternate build, I guess the Dusa can be part of the fights very early on. Oli, disruption to save from the X.
Oh, very good. However, only sets himself up for another skill shot here, I guess if you can call Blast off one of those, and is going to get picked up by the cleave of Yopaj. Q is going to go top in the meantime. Not really sure how much pressure he has over Natsumi, but he does at least have the Skellies.
Skill point on Doom, save. Oh yeah, he has Doom right now. Oh, he's going to try to bait him to Doom the illusion.
It's not going to work though, I think. A good effort.
Oh, they know now. They know now. Natsumi, do you have
23's here. Song is going to be picked up.
Right.
Natsumi TPing out and will be able to avoid a death.
Yep, nicely done by Natsumi there. Not being too greedy. He has a skill point onto the Song. So.
Man, this Duso's poor though. She is dirt poor.
Naga's rich, Konka's rich, so I guess that makes up for it. And they're going to be the ones making space for you, right? Especially the Konka. He's going to move around the map, get some kills, and Dusa should be able to recover.
Oh, she's on her way there. Doing too poor a job whatsoever. Eager to see how much... I mean, there's just a farm vacuum right now for Boom. I think it's going to go... Oh, wow, straight BKB basically for Yopaj out of the double bracers. So not really messing around, preparing to teamfight. Very sacrificial role that Yopaj has had to step into this game. Maybe even this series? Not this game, I would say. This game.
This game is probably, I guess you go Water Park. You go Water Park Konka. You have to be the disable, the utility hero for your team. Because you don't really have a lot of like setup stuns except for
Song.
And so yeah, so sure you can Song into arrow, so that's that in the team fight. But it's nice to have the Water Park so that you can have other options.
Except for with 5 camp stacked already, we could see Yopaj making really good use of this double stack of Ancients and triple stack on the hard camp. It's going to get him really close to his BKB. That's a huge gold injection here for them. For now, though, Natsumi farming pretty casually, as is 23, who is going for more points in the Conjure images. Okay, pretty normal. That's the phylactery done. Okay.
Who do you think should get this item every game, apart from Medusa?
Spirit Breaker.
Is it really that good on Spirit Breaker?
I don't know. I see it a lot. I see a lot of Skywrath mages pick it up as well.
Skywrath, yeah. Skywrath makes a lot of sense. SP as well, actually, kind of, because you get 2 procs, right? You click the charge, so you get your first proc.
Yep.
And when you arrive there, it's already cooldown, so you use your ulti, you get another proc.
Also would want an item like this.
Not many heroes. Mid lane.
Mid lane, maybe a Kunkka. It's not too crazy, honestly, as he is going to get jumped now. 8th the Remnant, but he's got the Rum buff here. And the boat stun actually onto 2, which is going to prevent Jabs from following up on a Dooms. And we'll stop 23 from getting any really decent tower damage in with the level 2 meta.
And the X mark onto Q.
We'll see what they want to get, though. Makoto walks into that arrow. It's a long stun. There's a blast off. Not a whole lot of follow-up, though, even as they continue to just kind of poke him down. So Makoto, he's gone back in, and Astral Step aggressively used here. There's another X mark, though. Winter, I think Makoto, he might just die for this. They have a save for him, but Zephyr's been waiting for that one. They connect on the stun. Another Circus leap on in from the Mirana Zephyr combo. They can't quite kill him. He's just too darn tanky, Winter.
He even has an occult bracelet.
Occult bracelet.
It's like the most imba level 1 item.
And he toggled over to Strength Treads, which, you know, really every little thing.
How did he not die? That's actually no freaking way.
He toggled over to Strength Treads, Winter. Toggle. He toggled his boots. He didn't forget.
Like you, right? You always forget.
Winter, I don't ever build power treads. I'm a support player.
Radiant's middle
Arcane
tower
boots is all again.
attack.
I sometimes even forget to toggle over my Vambrace. Arrow is going to scout at least 2 heroes in the trees, nearly connecting Ollie there on that one. No, I do toggle my Vambrace. But it's not usually, I just leave it on strength, to be honest, because I just want more stats.
So by the way, the Dusa is getting Boots of Travel.
That's an interesting one.
So they're trying to play more towards the late game. Try to let the Medusa play the map with Travel, split the map, and I guess you have to deal with the terrible illusions. So you have Travels and Dusa takes care of that.
Yeah. That could work, and I mean now she's starting to farm, at least keeping pace at least with Makoto. Talon, maybe to change that as actually it's Makoto and Ollie who will smoke up and head down bottom. Q is going to be picked up here by the Boom Observer Ward, but there's a big stack here, and Mushi intends to farm it, or at least get the most he can out of it. From behind, though, Ollie looking to close the door, and joining from the river is Makoto. Mushi in some trouble. He's got Stone Gaze. There's no creeps here to tank for him. However, Mr. Stomps as well, doing a bit of work, but he's going to tank through this just fine here. And in fact, here comes the counter rotations. It's Yopaj with a full PKB ready to go. Cleaves down Makoto's courier, but now he's got eyes on the man himself. With Dissemblate, with 2 Astral Steps, it's unlikely they actually get a kill here, especially as 23 is eager to fight. Level 3 Metamorphosis is popped. So Boom, they're going to go ahead and take it easy here. Not too eager to fight this far away from their vision, this far from their 2-1 tower.
Yeah, have you even seen like a Doom yet?
No.
So far?
Just the hero, not the ability. Has Jabs bought more sticks though? No, not quite.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So both teams are very contented.
Whoa, hold on, they're on a 23. Okay, Yopaj bringing in the boat. There is a point in Sunder for the stuns, the burst damage, not enough. Ollie in there with the save as the Stone Gaze is going to signal the retreat here for the side of Boom, especially as Jabs took the twin portal over.
Yeah, it was okay for Boom, you know, just losing a support and forcing out so many rotations. And Naga is on the other hand farming across the map, and you have X-Nova and the Mirana after cleaning up some creeps in the mid lane.
You kind of stopped 23 from really farming too much or doing any tower damage as well with the meta. Makoto's gone all 3 games, by the way, for first item Yasha, hasn't he?
Yeah, all 3 games.
Stun into Arrow. They do have a Torrent just off cooldown, but I don't think it was going to connect in time. Makoto's out of there safely.
Damn, Boom is, again, you know, outplaying Talon in the early game. Like, they're actually so good in the first 15 minutes of the game.
They are. They look really good. I mean, this is Talon as well, right? Who have been consistent here. Careful, Jabs.
Natsumi.
Doom, but Natsumi not leaving it to chance here. He's going to just pop the song. Not TPing away, though. He's just going to hide underneath his ward. The rest of Boom pushing mid, have taken down the tower. Can look to try and collapse onto this fight.
Space. Talon's getting outplayed across the map.
They are, and Yopaj is still finding a good amount of farm here, Winter. Still has not popped this 9-second BKB. Haystream picked up. He's going to look for a bit of a fight now as Zephyr still alive, looking for the blast up. The mark damage is going to actually kill him off. Ollie now. Ooh, he's going to live, actually. Yopaj a bit early there on the tide. Not sure if that would have done the damage necessary. Mushi is going to have a Stone Gaze ready in just 2 more seconds. Also has himself the Healing Lotus, so he's going to fight into Q here. Taking a bit too much damage, though, as they didn't trigger the X, so Q's going to be able to walk this one off, as is Mushi. But with Jabs joining, unable to find a Doom earlier, it's going to be a fight Boom no longer want to take. But again, continuing to make lots of space for Natsumi. I mean, he is farming.
I mean, this is really insane, you know. Imagine you're playing against a Doom with Midas and Devour, and you're still getting a goal advantage with how you're playing on the map.
Yeah.
It shows that how much more efficient you are compared to the enemy team.
And imagine being Mushi and having 6 last hits at minutes 5. Not his fault. Like, genuinely not his fault. And still managing to now outfarm the enemy Void Spirit. I mean, that's kind of wild.
Yeah, and he's also like building into a very, like, I guess, a utility-based Medusa, like caster Medusa.
Yeah, fairly active, right? See him. I mean,
the Trevor's his way of dealing with the Terrorblade illusions, and right now he's going for the axe.
Okay.
So he's going to be a lot more annoying in the team fights.
2 really annoying heroes here that are going to slither around. 2 heroes that Kunkka probably wouldn't be too happy to have on his team, but in this case, Yopaj is really loving life. He's just running around the map. He's got really great vision set up. I mean, once again, Winter, I'm going to talk about the wards, but top side of the map, you know, it's all booms right now.
Oh, Natsumi. They're waiting for Natsumi.
Maybe. Where is Natsumi? Going in a bit aggressively here, but the TPs are actually down bottom. They're just looking for Mushi. Mushi, caught by the Aether Remnant, has himself a Stone Gaze in another second and a 20 Magic Wand charge, as well as a Lotus. Makoto is just gonna have to let him walk away. I mean, they just can't kill him.
Yeah, and Natsumi is happy farming the whole time, you know, like this is a lot of space for the Naga, and Talon is once again, look at them, they're bringing 5 heroes again, and Smoke, 5 heroes Smoke. I mean, Talon, they look like they're not really sure of what to do, you know, they're just grouping up so much and not really using the map.
Scan, that's a Talon scan here, it's gonna let him know there was someone in the secret shop.
I mean, how are they gonna do this? They need to jump with the Void Spirit, get a Remnant off.
There's going to be a Song in 10. Yopaj nearby, forming a big stack of Ancients. Aether Remnant does find Ex Nova. He ought to go down. No? Okay, he is going to go down. That's a max impetus. Wow. Okay, Q's ready to do some damage. He's going to... Actually, he's going for Sproink. He's already halfway to X here on this Eng. Maybe feeling the need to also build into a little bit of a carry, a pseudo carry at least, given that Boom have, well, 2.5 maybe if you count Kunkka.
Like the Enchantress is gonna be, you know, needed in the damage department in the team fights later on. Like I feel like he has to play a lot more greedy in this game. He needs to be able to deal with the illusions.
Mushi sent forward by the Hurricane, but is not going to be able to defend the tier 2 tower. Ex Nova. Yeah, okay. I mean, just kind of getting bothered here a bit, but otherwise feeling very confident here as well with level 2 Sunder. And the meta Manta style, pardon me, as well as the meta active. Meta is going to be running out. Boom, kind of organized in this area. Might look like they might mount an attack.
This is a typical game tree. Illusion heroes everywhere. Everybody's playing safely. Both teams not taking too much risk. But you were talking about the vision before.
Yep.
Look at Boom's vision.
Yeah, in the mid lane especially right now.
Yeah, there are 2 good wards in the middle area. And we always talk about the need to actually at least have 1 ward in the runes, you know. So you see what power runes are spawning and you can decide whether you should take the rune before you go for your next fight. I think that's something that is actually really important to do right now.
Also, yeah, I guess that's why Talon decided to put the ward on the low ground. Usually people just cut the tree and put it up there on the cliff. But it's really curious because that also gives you a little bit of vision up the ramp as well, just the first ramp. But they decide that they don't really want that high ground ward. It's a pretty sus ward spot these days, but you know, the fact that it's on the ground means it's still within the same sentry range. So curious as to what the decision about that one is. They see Makoto as well walking around. Zephyr thinking about it. Isn't going to be unlikely to catch anyone on that blast off top lane, though. They're going to hunting this time. Once again, Mushi all by himself here, Winter. 21 charges, has Stone Gates, and again, wasting no time to use it. See you later. I don't know what you do against this team. Mushi's farming. Quick, punish him. He's trying to play like a carry. Oh, he used his ulti and ran away. Now, actually, Boom. Mustering here, wanting to take a fight. There is going to be a meta intense fight, but they're not going to like this fight if they can burst through jabs fast enough. Doesn't really look that likely. Natsumi also having Song of the Siren available. The magic damage starting to really get to jabs. Look at the illusions. Oh my goodness, Sunder out from 23 Savage just to keep jabs alive, but he's going to be brought back X marks and into his death. The Doom onto Yopaj. Makoto wants to go in on the back of this, has the shield rune, so he's actually very tanky. 1,000 shield right now, but the TPs Not going to come through quite yet.
Konka's gonna
Natsumi
die.
Just
Oh,
trying
they
to
give him a
reset it
Lotus.
with the song. They feed him a Lotus, and so far so good for him. He still has his 9-second BKB, but Winter, not a lot of HP to fight around, but a full team to try and fight him.
Oh, they should be turning around. Konka can just X-Mark TP back to base, I guess. Oh, he doesn't have TP.
He does not have TP, so he's running all the way back. TP scroll there, but a fight win. I mean, it does cost both big ultis out from Boom, but you know, not the most exciting game, Winter, from a kills perspective, but from a map movement perspective, from a committing to fights perspective, the way that Boom are approaching this game quite methodically, they're really starting to pick apart Talon, aren't they?
Yeah, and you mentioned that Mushi's playing like a carry. I don't actually think he's playing like a carry. He's playing like a utility hero right now, like not getting any damage item, just getting like tanky frontline items that annoy the opponent, you know.
I suppose when you say core players, it's like a core hero, it's the way that you used to say, if someone's out farming that far, they're farming like a core, you got to go kill them, right? You can't let them be that greedy, but it's so hard when Mushi just pops Stone Gaze.
Yeah, it's just difficult. You don't have any good ways of catching him, and he's farming your creeps, and you're like thinking, oh my god, the Medusa is farming on the map, and there's another Naga farming on the other side of the map. We have to stop someone.
Yopaj is still, you know, doing a great job finding farm here as well, as Boom decides to try and take down the enemy Tormentor. X-Nova might die to this, but he leaps away. That should see him safe and sound. Throws an arrow its way. Got to be careful. That thing will damage you now no matter what. Speaking of damage from long range, Q one component away now from the Sproink. So he's going to start pumping in a lot more damage as well. But he doesn't really have the treads. He doesn't have the Dragonlance. So not a lot of sustain here in terms of ways to really enable the damage consistently in these long fights that they may need here for Talon.
Yeah,
in the meantime, Mushi's finished his eggs, so he's got cold-blooded ready to go. And there's a heart now on top of the Orchid for Natsumi. I mean, this is... these are big items, Winter.
Okay, late game. Let's count the illusions. Disruption, 2 illusions.
Right.
Terrorblade, Conjure Image, 3 illusions.
3 illusions, maybe more with
Manta, another 2, 5. So that's 7.
Right.
Enchantress controls 1. That's 8.
Naga has, what, 3 plus 1 plus 2? Yeah, it's plenty of illusions. Oh, let's not forget, right? Void Spirit also has Manta Style. He's got illusions, and he's ensnared. There's that Manta Style coming in handy, but he's going to actually be silenced up. That's why we can't quite catch him here.
He should be fine.
He will be okay. Yopaj with an insufficient cast range there for the X-Mark to really pin him down.
Yeah, the game is going to the point where who is going to skill harder at late game, and who is going to be able to secure Roshan. Like 24 minutes in, so Roche is going to be moving towards the top in 1 minute. Can they finish it in time?
I think so, Winter. That is, unless Talon can do anything about it, and they may, as 23 is joining from the Dire Secret Shop with a fresh Butterfly in tow. Roche, though, going down real fast. Scans are coming out, proximity mines as well, alerting Boom to the presence of enemies. But Roche, on less than 100 HP, will fall and ages into the hands of Natsumi. Makoto, caught by the X-Mark, has Manta, has Dissimulate, will use the Dissimulate first. As Mushi hunting, looking to try and get a little bit of vision, covered by the Moonlight Shadow, which now expires, still kind of just charging at enemies. Got to be careful now for that Mystic Snake. And you into Stone, Winter.
Yeah, and once, like you said, once he gets the shot and you have the cold-blooded, oh my god, this is gonna be so annoying. You can't disrupt him because you can, but you get send a snake to you, and then if you do your doom on him, then you get sent another snake to you. Okay, this is so freaking annoying, this hero.
So it's gonna be a little bit problematic, but Boom are gonna respect the strength of that Butterfly on 23 Savage, not needing to be too aggressive, at least this early on.
Yeah, but I still feel like they can just use their magic damage to kill him in the team fights. You know, if he doesn't have a BKB, yeah, sure he has his level 15 talent right now.
Orchid, mid, that's a Doombringer in a little bit of trouble. It's tanky. Makoto does catch the real Natsumi, who's holding on to Song and of course has Aegis. In fact,
Song arrow.
considering to turn. Careful now, there's the root, there's no Manta. Oh, there is a Manta part of me, but there was no Dissimulate. Makoto will make it out with barely enough mana to get back up to the high ground, but will be unable to defend the tier 2 tower. That thing's going down.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Sproink is finished. Oh, there it is. Look at the Sproink.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
It did
middle
nothing.
tower
It
has
cleared 3 creeps.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's it ain't bad, this thing.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
but you can see like how patient Natsumi is with the Song. And he definitely had an opportunity to Song and set up an arrow here, but I feel like he just wants to use it to counteract the Doom. You know, if Doom gets cast on his teammate and then he wants to just use it to reset the fight. He's not really trying to use it to start the fight.
And so far has been doing a phenomenal job. Both him and Mushi, right, have been basically using the ultis to disengage from fights.
Yeah.
And to let these things go a bit longer.
They are very good at playing the in and out game. You know, they just poke a little, force you to throw some spells, and if you don't, they get a tower, and then they're out.
Is that what Mushi enjoyed? Always kind of just feeling mentally superior over his opponents, scaring them. You know, you ever do that thing with your schoolmates where you like pretend to throw a punch just to see if they flinch?
He would always sit everyone down on the table and talk about his in-out-in strategy, like how he wants us to move in, poke.
Right.
And when the top lane is doing a poke, the heroes on the bot lane should not show.
Got it.
So you give the enemy false information that you're going top.
Zephyr, I think he's in trouble here. He will die. Q with plenty of damage from downtown.
Not the biggest loss here for Boom, just support. You see your Pudge again walking with another DD rune.
And still holding on to this 9-second BKB.
He's going Hex Snakes, alright. I think I kind of like it. They feel like they need to be able to catch heroes.
What is it about Hex that has all the analysts going crazy?
You look at the state of the game, right? Nothing is going on. Both teams are very scared of like taking a head-on fight, so everybody's like dodging around, split pushing. So Hex is the answer to split push.
Got it. You like that even more than the water park Kunkka, which may be useful to force the issue. There's a BKB on Doom. He's not going to be spooked into using it this early, although maybe he should have because the arrow catches him.
I think he could not see the arrow.
The illusions, I was going to say, they've masked the arrow quite well. In come more illusions now. As Natsumi, he's starting to tank a little bit here out from the enchant. Another arrow does actually catch her. She's burnt herself into it.
Oh my god.
Hit by the silence, has Manta style, but Talon's starting to fall one by one. Natsumi really starting to take a bit of damage here. Does need to be a bit careful with the hearts. Gonna make it off of the high ground here relatively safely.
And Boom is doing it, Richie. What is going on? Talon is on the ropes.
Talon a bit on the ropes here. Boom have him exactly where they want him, as even Ollie steps a bit too close. He will go down.
They have to buyback. What's going on? They're not using buybacks to defend.
They don't think they can take the fight, I guess. There's still ages for 50 more seconds, Winter. There's the buyback number one. Certainly now Jabs is going to conserve it right before... Anyway, you are forced to fight. There's going to be now the meta. That's the signal to go in. Natsumi is going to die in his first life. They need to doom him. They need to do something to prevent that song from coming through. But it's Mushi in to protect his lad. It's Natsumi. He's away as well. Oh, Jabs couldn't find the real one in time. So now the BKB charge does feel a bit wasted. Prox Mines as well, covering the retreat of Boom Esports as Talon. They just are going to be left empty-handed.
Mushi is the carrier. Mushi is also the savior.
He protect, he attack. Most importantly, he put the team on his back.
You have to ask him about his back, you know. He likes visiting the chiropractors every now and then to fix his back.
Well, he's going to need it after this game. I mean, he's playing a phenomenal time. Honestly, not even. I think all of Boom are sharing the load pretty evenly. I have to say, I've been really impressed with everyone's performance here.
Yeah, especially Yo Pudge. I think Yo Pudge played.
Oh yeah.
He played a lot better when Mushi is sitting next to you. You don't want to piss the coach off. You don't want to let the coach down.
I mean, Yo Pudge did let him down a little bit in game one, I would say. Right?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
A bit.
Oh yeah, because of the Aether Revan dying as the Pango.
Yeah. You know, so that was certainly not Yo Pudge's best performance, but I have to say, I think. He deserves a gold star this time. Look at the damage on the Mikoto as well. My goodness. What's that? Was that a Kunkka's tidal wing? Oh, it was. Okay. I didn't see it because it came off the edge of the map.
I mean, you know what? Natsumi is not disappointing his coach this game. He's been doing a great job on the Naga.
And Talon are smoking just to kind of run at their own tier 3 tower. They're looking for a Doom. They will find one now as they're looking for a good fight. Muted and in a lot of trouble, taking a ton of damage.
Jabs is dead.
There goes Mushi. Jabs. He's going to go down here outside of the disruption. He will fall. Like Aurora was saying, you can disrupt one person, but it's not going to be enough to turn the fight. Now Natsumi no longer doomed. You got to get back in there. Look at this, the damage onto Mikoto, pulled back by the tidal wave. Sunder is going to be used to at least allow 23 to continue fighting, but he does not have the meta anymore. He's going to be now safe for a second, but Natsumi resetting the fight.
Nice
as Mikoto, he just bought back immediately into the song. Will perhaps look to chase here a bit, Winter, but can't catch a damn thing.
I swear, Richie, this is by far the best game I've seen Natsumi play in a long ass time.
I don't know if he deserved all of those longs, but I'm glad at least you're giving him the benefit of the doubt now, Winter, because I got to agree with you. 6-0-1. He's not taken a single death this game. All of his songs have been, you know, preemptively used in a good way, right? Bug. Uh-oh. Is it a real bug? Can we make the camera of Xnova a little bit bigger and see if he's actually having to squish a bug?
I mean, the only real question is, why is Mushi not playing sooner? I mean, this team looks night and day when the coach is sitting down to play, you know. Usually it's not the case, you know. You would say that, oh, the coach is only good at talking, blah, 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 blah.
Honestly, you're
but not good at clicking the buttons. But this game, nope.
Where's the bug?
Mushi is definitely putting a hell of a show.
You're not wrong. You're honestly not wrong. I mean, it's looking really convincing. The warding as well has been phenomenal from him. I know I keep coming back to this, Winter, but it is one of my favorite points. You can see just how aggressively they've played. Now that Boom are receding, they're going to need to try and get a couple more aggressive wards up. I suppose this bottom one, or the top one's still a bit fresh, but I mean, Boom, really clean stuff, right? Roche is going to be back up in a minute. I expect him to set up for that one with some vision and then play very strong on this second Aegis.
Yeah, what is the Dusa going to get? I'm just curious about his item build. Like, what are you supposed to buy next? Do you just get a Hex next, I guess?
Let's see, you have an AC already. I think you have a Crimson. Yeah, you've got a Crimson. No Guardian. Wait, is that Guardian Greaves coming or is that a second?
No.
Oh, that's a Dagon for the techies.
All right, good against the Illusion.
Yeah, indeed.
Why not?
Indeed, really good against the Illusion. I guess that has been a bit of a problem, right? The Illusion clear has not been the best, especially because these Illusions have like 1,000,000 armor.
Yeah, and Mushi has a great killing Lotus.
There it is. There's Zephyr showing that off. They still insta-kill Illusions, of course.
I mean, I wonder if you're going to get to see the block of cheese.
Wait, they still insta-kill Illusions, right? Yeah, instantly.
Yeah, Dagon.
Yeah. Block of cheese, huh?
Yeah, you want to see a block of cheese?
I wouldn't mind. What do I want to see on Medusa?
A block of cheese. 2 blocks of cheese. Maybe 3 blocks of cheese.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think Hex. Maybe Shiva?
I think Hex is fine. How would you feel about like a Disperser on this hero?
He's not going to buy... Come on, look at his item. He's not going to build damage. He's not going to buy Disperser. Maybe even a Dagon. I think Dagon's even fine for him.
Dagon's not that crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his... Do you get the phylactery prop on the Dagon? Or it doesn't count on items?
What is it? Targeted spells, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, target spells. Unit target spell. I don't know. Maybe you can go for a rod into the why am I creating a Gleipnir?
Nah. I don't think he's going to go for those items. I like those ideas, but I think he's going to go all in on utility.
All right, well,
Dagon, Shiva.
I like the Dagon the most. I mean, could you see perhaps like a Linken's this game as well to prevent the Doom?
Yeah,
right?
Linken's not too bad.
You just throw that onto your Naga, throw that onto your Kunkka, try and have him tank a spell. Roche, by the way, I mean, they're jostling over position here because he could have spawned already, but it's a bit of a longer Roche spawn, Winter, which likely means that he's going to spawn bottom. We know that, but he's likely to fall top.
If you're spawning bottom, it means that Radiant has buyback advantage because you have your outpost there.
No. Top is where the Dire has the advantage.
Yeah, I said Radiant. Radiant has advantage bot.
Oh, but careful. Jab, Mushi. Finds the Doom. Okay, not a bad one, but look. Song turned into stone. They're going to try and get Mushi out of this one.
Touch my coach. Get your hands off my coach.
Coach, I got you, coach. Don't worry, Mushi. I saved you. Just remember that. Yopaj looking to turn this one, but the Doom is about to expire, and Boom in pretty good position here, especially because 23 did end up popping the Metamorphosis.
Oh no. What are they going to do? No Doom, no meta.
No Doom and no meta. Not a whole lot of moves to make here for Talon. They're TPing out. They're out of this fight already, Winter. They're bailing.
Oh my god, Boom is just... I mean, if they win, they totally deserve it, man. If they win this game, they're just putting up a show.
They are putting on a show, and I think now they realize that Roche, she's pretty much going to spawn... Well, he's not going to spawn top, but they can meet him top, as the big guy is going to return home now in the Radiant Pits, and immediately remember that he left the oven on in his summer home. He's going to need to go turn that thing off. I'll take him down relatively quickly as well here. In the meantime, Boom making sure that they can push this wave out. They always still have this advanced lane ward down. But yeah, they're feeling pretty good about this in general. As there he goes, back into the pit. He'll set off the Prox Mine, and Boom will get to work. 23 has picked up the DD Rune, Winter, but unfortunately, you know, he's got to preheat the oven, right? He can't start cooking right away, not without meta.
Feels like he doesn't have enough damage. think he needs Daedalus.
I think he's got MKB now.
Oh, he needs MKB for the butterfly.
Mushi's just picked up 4 bounty runes, by the way. Oh, and I think he's going to kill Q for free here. Well, we'll see. Oh, well, X-Nova will certainly be able to help out here. Look at this damage, by the way, on the Mirana leaps. As 4 heroes come back to dispatch of Q. Okay, I mean, I guess not somebody doesn't really need help with a Roche, honestly. Down he goes.
Yeah, just figuring out what can Talon do in the team fights. You know, they have to be able to jump.
You were right. Mushi built a Dagon.
Oh, he built Dagon?
Yeah, he did.
Did he upgrade it?
No, just Dagon 1.
Dagon 1?
I think he doesn't have enough money to upgrade it right now. What do you think about that? It's a tanky do something.
Yeah, I guess next you can go Shiva's and overwhelming blink. Use a blink in.
Oh my god. Use a blink in.
Shiva. Yeah, why not the stone gaze? And what can they do?
They can't target you with a spell, that's for damn sure. Well, Makoto might think about making a go here against the Dusa. We'll see.
How are they going to kill him?
Yeah, they'll try. It's a lot of damage here on Mushi. Mushi, he's lost all of his HP, his mana. They
Alright, I eat my words.
You have to eat it like you've eaten your dinner, just as quickly. Fortify for Fortify, a little bit of a base trade being proposed, but Talon, they don't want it. They're TPing him back. Jabs, though, he blinked into this little ravine. Didn't get all the way up to the high ground, so boom. We'll be able to make it out pretty scot-free. Yep. And Natsumi is going to be recalled to deal with the illusion push.
So Boom got the racks, 1 set of racks claim on the top side. Mushi probably has to think about saving for buyback, you know. I feel like he's like, I don't think I can die, you know, so why do I need buyback?
You know, if only the item weren't just bad on Dusa because of the way that her shield works, but I was thinking some item like an Aeon disc, right? Again, you can't build Aeon in this hero because by the time it procs, you won't have any mana. But something like that, you know, that just allows her to survive an initial jump. She needs some sort of dispel, right? Basically, and I think like
E-Blade.
You know, not crazy.
E-Blade yourself.
It's really not that crazy of an idea, right? Because that also stops this Enchantress from doing too much against you as well.
Yeah, but the only downside is you're playing against Purge, SD Purge and Enchantress.
Yeah, good idea, good point. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can go like a Yules or something like that on this hero next.
No.
Go for a Wind Waker.
Just get Shivas, he needs armor.
Utility.
He needs armor.
Radiant's bottom tower has
18 armor here. As a Boom Esports, they will start really applying some pressure in all 3 lanes.
2.5 minutes more on the Aegis.
As TB Illusion's really starting to get to some good work as the tidal wave's not going to catch anything, but you can see these Dagons clearing out the illusions instantly. That's going to be a taunt now. Catches Natsumi, arrow in, doesn't find much, but look at the damage, the control of the boat, catches both cores with them. They need a little bit more, and they will. They find Jab. The tidal wave forces 23 out of the base, but it's actually giving him a Sunder target as well as he pops the BKB. No Metamorphosis for 30 seconds though, so boom, they're not really concerned with the damage he brings.
Boom did not lose anything.
They didn't lose anything. They lost both. But, you know, it'll be back. And not so many seconds. Straight back onto pushing.
I mean, all they need to do is wait for another 15 seconds when boat is almost up, then you fully commit. But right now, you can just send your illusions, chip the tower. I mean, they feel like they can just run it.
And they will. The Doom, though. It is going to be able to catch Yopaj the stuns onto 2. The disruption is going to be saving 23 Savage for now, but they have managed to find the jump onto Yopaj. Nice jump from Makoto as the song attempts to reset the fight. The Techie's mind's going off. The arrow does find Makoto. Natsumi trying to close the guy on the gap. The arrow stun, it's too long. 23 doesn't have the damage to really put him down. Zephyr and everyone else falling back behind this tanky wall that is all of these Naga illusions. Mushi blinking on forward, daring anyone to make a play against his carry, but a 1-for-1 trade as the mid laner is out of it for now.
They just have to chill and wait for meta to time out.
I think that's a
gem.
And
then go again.
That is a gem recovered, though. I think it was Makoto's gem. Whose gem is this? Gem.
Should be Dyer's gem, I guess. No?
Doesn't say whose gem it is.
Doesn't say. Should be Dyer's gem. Boom's gem.
Owned by Ollie. It's Ollie's gem.
Ollie?
Yeah, it's really weird. Didn't show it until it was in his corner. Oh, Natsumi's just back into the base. Alrighty. Stun was a bit early there.
Yeah, he has 1 more minute on the Aegis.
Yeah, he's just real confident here. Mushi blinks in to Dagon an illusion. on the Dusa.
Is he upgrading the Dagon? Oh no.
I don't think it's worth upgrading the Dagon.
Yeah, if you're using it just for the reagents.
I think like later on in the game when you just really want to burst the TB, hell yeah. But for now, it's not really your main concern, right? This is your main concern, making sure Xnova doesn't die to the Naga illusions, making sure you can handle these things.
Yeah.
There's going to be the Manta style forced out, destroying, starting a bit, you know, pretty good work, but not so many. I mean, he just shreds through the buildings, no problem. Torrent onto 2. Oh, and they pulled back Q, but the force staff sealed to safety.
I mean, this is just going to be the upset of the day, you know?
The upside of the day, maybe the upside of the DPC.
Who on earth would have thought? Boom.
What's more surprising? Bleed 2-0ing Talon or Boom potentially Winter? Potentially taking the win over Talon. 2-1. With Mushi.
Yeah, of course, Boom, you know?
Of course, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they are the Div 2 team, right? Freshly promoted. Making a name for themselves, taking down...
We are expecting another chill day at the office, but no.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all, Winter. And we're still in store for one more game.
Last fight. Talon's gonna smoke. They need to get the right jump, get the right Doom.
I mean, they've got an opportunity, right? There is no more Aegis available.
Who are they gonna Doom? They have to Doom the Naga, right? If you Doom anyone else, he's just gonna pop the song and reset the fight. How are you gonna Doom the Naga?
I mean, it doesn't really feel that easy, but if you don't do the Naga, Mushi's going to blink in with the Stone Gaze and shut down the fight as well. They've got this two-pronged approach to the utility. I mean, you're not really so much scared of this Dusa damage. It's purely the utility.
The Dusa Snake spam is just so much damage as well.
It's ridiculous. And we still have another game after that. It's going to be Bleed and AG wrapping up our day, but for now, this one, I think, is going to be turning lots of heads. I don't really think many people expected a game 3 here as Yopaj actually is managing to pull back 23 just a bit. Look at the damage. They're blowing it up with the Hex and the boat. He's dead. Winter does not have buyback, and they've even managed to turn Javelin to Stone to kill him off.
Man.
He's dead.
Boom has done
buyback.
it.
Boom, they're doing it. They're going to pull now. Oh, Q off of the high ground with the tidal wave. He's going to try and drag them away, but he is just absolutely surrounded and minced apart by all of Natsumi's illusions. Mushi easily tanks through, and Talon call it. Boom! They find the 2-1 victory. 23 can't believe it. He cannot believe it. I mean, Mushi receiving a round of tips.
Mushi is by far the MVP of the series, man. This guy is just so damn good.
Look at them. They can't believe it. Look at Mushi. Yeah, that's the manager giving him some skin right there. Mushi is confident as ever. Says, guys, that's what I've been telling you to do the whole time.
It's the first time I've seen Natsumi doing so well in a game, and it's with Mushi sitting down, you know. So maybe Mushi should be sitting down every game from now on.
What kind of effect does that have? I mean, did you used to sit next to Mushi when you played?
I try to sit the other end because, you know, we would throw stuff at each other. So I need to be on the left end, he will be on the right end.
Right, to make sure that when you threw stuff at the three
we need the rest of the people in the middle to give us space.
To give us space? And to make sure that they were paying attention, right? Because then they would see stuff coming in from the sides.
Yeah, especially the mouse.
A violent Winter. That was violent. Just like this game victory was in favor of Boom. I actually can't believe it. 16-9, 42 minute. It's a slow burn here, Winter. Not something we're quite used to in the SEA region, but for a game this important for Boom Esports to take a win off of Talon of all teams.
This is by far, it's a slow game, but it's by far one of the best games I've seen Boom play in a while.
Maybe even all DPC for Boom. Honestly, this is the best game for them. And with Mushi as well stepping in, Boom didn't make a single roster change here. Maybe we'll see what Boom is going to do on Friday with their last match versus SMG, as they now rise to what, 2-4, right? So pretty inspiring stuff from them, man. Pretty inspiring.
Going to 3-4.
We'll see how high this team can actually peak, potentially shutting down SMG into relegation. I mean, so many more questions now posed by this as Mushi on the offlane Medusa rallies the team to victory over Talon. 2-1 victory for them. Back over to the panel, pardon me, who are probably just as flabbergasted as I am. That's unbelievable.
Jaw-dropping stuff out of Boom. I can't believe it. This is the team that was relegated to Div 2, sitting around in the relegation waters for this tour number 3. Surprise roster change / stand-in, probably just a stand-in situation, maybe, in the 11th hour against Talon of all teams. I thought for sure this was just destined to be a quick 2-0 day. and then they win. They won. Dude, let's go, Boom. It's a shame that it comes so late and they're not still able to make it to the major no matter what, but still.
Yeah, it's a big win for them. It's a massive loss for Talon.
Massive.
I think the bigger picture here is that this could potentially mean a lot of things. If Talon doesn't place first, that already puts them at a pretty awkward spot. Depending on how other regions go and how the points shape up post-major, we could end up with, say, Talon going in, because realistically, they're the only team with points. Talon going in from second place, bombing out from groups, and that could potentially not be enough for TI.
Yep.
So we end up with no teams at TI from Southeast Asia. Talon, if they don't deserve it, then this might be the series to prove that we might not even deserve any team at TI.
That's
because our best team can't be consistent enough up against a team that has looked, subpar for like 3 tours.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, I did mention that I don't think C deserves a slot.
Yeah, I think I'm in on that. I don't think there's any point right now. This is pretty bloody terrible.
Because we even saw glimpses of this last year, where we were at a very similar point, and Fnatic just narrowly able to slip through. Boom was already qualified, but then SEA had one of the worst TIs of all time last year.
It was pretty bad last year. It doesn't look to get any better this year. I mean, we had that great performance from Talon and Lima, then ever since, it's just like Tour 2 was still steady in the DPC. Tour 3, 2 losses, it's not much, but it's enough to upset your standing. And props to Boom. We've talked about the issues of this team. There's no voice. And you just put a voice in, suddenly everyone looks to be in their top form because there's someone guiding them to do something in the game, to have a long-term focus in the game, have the objectives in mind, get these calls out. And they coordinate well, they draft really well. I think Mushi's pool on the offlane is very different from FBZ's as well.
Yeah.
It's just a shame it comes in pretty late that they decide to make this change. You can see Alphon pretty happy. Talon, this is a wake-up call. This should make them angry. This should, because this is up against Boom. I mean, props again to Boom.
Props again to
Not
Boom.
taking away anything, but if Talon can't be consistent, you guys might not. Don't go to TI, maybe.
I can't read lips, but I'm pretty sure I know what 23 Savage said there in his closing moment after a troubling loss. Natsumi, I'll be on another thing. I never thought I'd see this man being our MVP, but this man has been adequately enabled with this in this series. Maybe it is the Mushi effect. Maybe the talks that they had that led to Mushi being the current offlaner right now also had an impact. I imagine there are many variables, and hopefully we get a chance to speak to one of these players to perhaps get more insight, but what a change of pace, man.
Yeah, I mean, if I could describe Mushi as a chef, right? He'll be like the main chef and be like, okay, crew, come, sit here. This is what you're gonna cook, this is what you're gonna cook. Okay, all of you go cook now. And then once you are done, let us know. And then it will just go on a cycle, Then everything just comes in perfectly like a full cruise, I would say.
Yeah, this was a Michelin star performance.
Yeah.
Very impressive stuff. And the main concern that I have is, will they continue to be able to replicate that? Because their next series is going to be against SMG on Friday. And initially I would have thought that Boom was going to be doing like tiebreakers with Xerxia for like relegation, which maybe still is a possibility, but now it might be SMG. If this type of Boom is able to show up on Friday, then I worry for SMG.
I think it is the same kind of Boom. I think, again, their issues were never individual. It looked individual, but it's because the unit couldn't come together. And I think with Mushi on hand, this is the kind of Boom that we've wanted to see. And we've got a pretty fun interview lined up here, Neil.
The man that I am most curious to speak to has blessed us with an interview because we get a chance to talk to Mushi. Mushi, congratulations on the win. I'll let you take point. Is there anything on your mind right now that you'd like to say now that you're on the mic?
First, I think quite happy because it's like the decision is quite rushed for me to step into standing. I literally really sleep, maybe just like one day just for 4-5 hours sleep, and I just keep playing a lot of pubs. I have to do a lot. So for now, quite happy about the winner.
So I was looking at your pro tracker, and even 3 days ago, you were still just casually playing support, and only 17 hours ago, you started playing offlane heroes. Is that how quickly this decision happened?
Yeah, kind of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, and I also playing a lot in my Smurf, so adjusting, adapting lah.
But you never played offlane and competitive, right? You were always either support or mid.
Yes, never play offlane in competitor, but I do believe my team, and I think this is a team game, and I know what the team needs. I know what how do we play better with me stepping in. Like with FBG, there's a FBG way to win the game, but with me stepping in, there's like our way. Like I can figure it out because like I know my team the most, right?
Well, then I'm left wondering why you ever became a coach in the first place, Mushi. We love you playing. You looked amazing. You look like a natural on the offlane also. It was an amazing performance. Aurora, do you have any questions for Mushi?
Hi, Mushi.
Hello.
Since you've been coaching Boom for quite a while, right? Can you tell us a little bit how do you approach like your players? How do you coach them?
How do I coach them? I think at first, my way of coaching is like, at first, I would like to have a very family and friendship culture between each other. Like, so we will have a strong bond between that. But in the same time, I'm not going very, very easy on every one of them. Like when they have lack of discipline, when they need someone to slap them, I will still slap them. But everyone know that this is my personality, and whatever I do it for the team is just for the better for the team, you know.
Yeah, I heard from X Nova that recently they all have to be ready by 10:30 or 10 a.m. something like that.
Yes. That's true.
Is being late one of your pet peeves about players? What's your biggest pet peeve about players?
That I'm not really
What's the
sure,
thing that
actually.
annoys you the most about your player? Not any players that you've ever coached. What's something that always is just like
Cannot tahan.
I think kind of always forgot something else. Like something we already learned it, we already practiced it for a long time, and then after a few days, and then we kind of forgot again, and then we have to step back again. You know, like team is like if you don't step forward but you cannot step back. As long as you stay there. Yeah, I think this is the most quite annoying for me lah.
That's a good one
when I'm coaching. Yeah.
John, you got a closing question for Mushi?
Yeah, I do. Mushi, it's been a while. It's always good to talk to you. I'm curious, what is something that you've been trying to direct the team to improve upon after all this time? Like, what's been the primary focus of Boom throughout this year, actually?
Throughout this year? You mean in the game or?
As a team in the game, just what do you think was the one thing that Boom was lacking for a long time until coming back here?
I think obviously Talon, I think we are kind of like having an issue that we couldn't cross the game properly. And then until like right now it's already like 2-3 and for the past few games that we play, we have this kind of problem again. I think mainly is because of our communication, our team fight, and also direction. I think like with me stepping in, like what can I do? I'm old man, you know. My hand even shaking when I'm playing. You know, that kind of thing that I can do for the team is all about my communication only.
I think you're underselling your influence because we gave you MVP in game number 2. That Pango performance was top notch. And Mushi, I'd love to pick your brain more, but unfortunately we have a third series to get to. But before I let you go, will you also be standing in with your SMG series on Friday?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Well, then if you win, I'd love to get a chance to speak to you again. But for right now, congratulations on this win and congratulations on the momentum. And hopefully we get to see you again on Friday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mushi. I mean, it's rare that we get to speak to him, especially in a player capacity, and also because Boom have just not been winning very much. We have not gotten very many winners interviews with them, but we were able to confirm some things. We've been told for years that was Mushi's coaching style, is that he likes to foster a close-knit relationship, but at the same time, if someone needs to get slapped, he'll slap them.
Yeah, he brings out the whip. We knew this from the last tour. We'd see them work out together. Of course, all of them. Yopash has the weakest push-ups. But yes, that's Mushi's style. And it's good to see that, you know, him coming in, the communications, it's enough. That team is good. They just needed to talk. That's it.
Yeah, and maybe they will continue doing that talking in their series on Friday against SMG. If they can replicate this performance, that would be amazing for them and very troubling for SMG. But for right now, we have another interesting matchup going down, because if it's underdogs versus favorites, well, Bleed versus Army Geniuses might surprise you guys as well. So stick around and we'll be back with our final series of the day after the break. Well, the ticker says that nothing can surprise me anymore, but I still feel like there's a favorite and a not-so-favorite in this matchup. Winter, what are you doing wrong? Winter's doing something wrong.
It's not me.
Oh, it's you.
It's him.
You don't have your in-ear.
Yeah, I can't find it.
It's on your
Help
shoulders.
me, Winter. Thank you. Oh, my hero.
And then take your other one.
No.
put it behind your
Mushi's
shirt.
my hero.
Mushi's your hero. You hear that? Winter. My last question, if I had more time for Mushi, would have been, do you have any words for Chanlet, Ben? Who was raving about Mushi's performance in that.
Drooling.
This man was salivating.
I'm like, what the hell am I even watching?
Especially the Pango. You guys were just telling me you have famously known Mushi to not know how to play Pango.
Yeah, man's still growing. Dude, look at his English. Holy
so true.
God damn. You can write a book.
Dude, all this old dog can't learn new trick stuff, I don't buy it anymore.
Yeah, Pango is a Daryl hero. It's not a Chai Yifeng hero. Medusa is a Chai Yifeng hero.
That's true. When I saw the Medusa, I was like,
yes.
It probably won.
There were a lot of memories came rushing back to everyone whenever they saw Mushi Medusa.
Lincoln Spear first item, hit tower, I remember.
What, Lincoln's Manta?
Lincoln's Manta Scotty.
I remember Manila Major. We played
TV Medusa, and it was so OP because when you stone gaze, the TV would actually demolish
right.
you. It would demolish you.
Wait, and then wasn't that when Stone Gaze would instantly kill illusions also?
Yeah.
Oh,
and the way Mushi played Dusa was like super different. He'll like buy Lincolns and like hit the tower, right? Or like I think in the third series, like I kind of saw a bit of a throwback. He's like standing behind using Stone Gaze to protect his Naga hitting the tower. That's a Mushi special right there.
Warmed my heart to see. And now we have another series to look forward to with Bleed going up against Mansion Army Geniuses, which maybe I can't say that Bleed is going to outright 2-0 this one, if today is any indication. So the previous performances, Monday, Army Geniuses 2-0'd Boom, but this was a Boom without Mushi playing. It was with FBZ playing. And so Army Geniuses got a win on that one. And then also Bleed lost on Monday. They got 2-1 by Blacklist Rivalry. So that means that both these teams are right now coming off of split results. Can we rely on the entire season's worth of results, or are you not that confident on Bleed anymore?
I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, I'm watching the game, Natsumi is carrying the game, like what the fuck is going on?
So that means that today's Cordon's Day, right?
Yeah, it has to be Cordon's Day.
Let's go!
I wouldn't mind Cordon's Day.
I mean, if Natsumi can carry a game, I'm sure Cordon can carry a game.
Have mercy, Winter. The man, whenever we I think Richie got a chance to interview Cordon for our All Chat Friday, which you guys will see day after tomorrow, but he led me to believe that Cordon was not in the best of moods during that interview. He seemed a bit downtrodden. And I imagine if he's watching the VODs, Winter, that may have a bit of influence on that.
He just goes to the VOD and looks for Winter specifically.
I mean, if he's busy watching the VOD, then I know why he's playing so badly. He's not playing games.
Okay, then what have we been doing that has been good for him? We started trying to put him on heroes that were outside of his 3-hero comfort pool, which was his 3 heroes that we famously put him on is Ember, Void, and Pango?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and so we gave him a Queen of Pain one time.
No,
you were not a fan of that Queen of Pain performance.
I was a fan for the first 5 minutes.
No.
And then he pulled a CTY. That was actually the most CTY game I've ever seen.
He has trouble understanding about heroes that need to rotate, and you need to farm as well. I think he's good at the heroes that can be played purely on rotations, but when it's a Queen of Pain or Void Spirit, he won a couple of games with Void Spirit, but I don't feel like he's really comfortable with those heroes,
They've won a lot of games, Winter. They're 4-1
it was
right now.
definitely not because of his Void Spirit, It was fucking DJ carrying the shit out of that game.
I mean, he enables DJ to get the network.
Sure, pick a mid hero to enable the support.
I mean, if it works,
yeah, exactly. We're seeing solutions.
How many times can it work that way?
How many times? I'm seeing some hairy legs.
He's got hair on his chest too, I imagine, the way he's been carrying these games.
Yeah, but the coach knows, like Misery has been picking, like in a couple of games, they've been prioritizing picking Cordon's hero very early on. But this time, they're not really doing it. And we'll see whether they're going to change anything up. And AG, they're banning co-op.
See?
Sure.
They're afraid of
it's
Cordon
just because it's the bad rider mid-match else other than Cordon. I'm okay with the ban, but because it's against Cordon, I'm like, be my guest. Pick the co-op. I know you can play co-op.
I can't wait for Cordon to prove you wrong this game. All this talk, Winter, but he will show it in the gameplay, perhaps. It depends on how many mids get banned out, because Quap gets taken out. I imagine his Pango is also going to get taken out, and Bleed themselves ban out Ember. Give him Tinker, huh? How about that?
Yeah, be my guest.
I think he has trouble playing heroes that don't fill a certain box on the team. Like when I think of what his role is, he's like playing this hero that is okay mid, and then he moves with his team. He smokes with Dubo, and he doesn't keep up in network, in like hitting creeps, in terms of hitting creeps.
It's quite absurd that the other day when he was playing the co-op, he won his lane so hard. I think it was against a Pango or something.
Yep, correct.
And he still couldn't like really...
It's poorer than a Pango at like 10
Yeah, he couldn't really have a huge impact in the game where like co-op, usually when you win your lane, you feel like so snowbally in the game. You're like a huge presence in the team fight, and late game you're so strong. But that all I remember that game is the co-op Sonic Wave, missing left, missing right, and he was so poor.
Yeah, that was my recollection as well. But Mansion Army Geniuses, things aren't going great for them also. Yeah. I had very, very fond memories of DB crushing every single game, being MVP in tour number 2. And tour number 3, he's just fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
So what's the issues from Army Geniuses that you would like them to work on?
I personally feel like a couple of their players are not really playing well as well. It's just not just DB, you know. Like I feel like the whole team is just not the same. Like the drafts might be different from the patch, but something is different, you know. Maybe like they have more expectations on themselves.
They are sponsored now.
Yeah,
they were not Mansion Army Geniuses before. They were just Army
last
Geniuses.
season they were just like, oh, we just go out from Div 2. Hey, yeah, we are here to play, and if we lose, we lose. But this time, they are like last season, we were like one series away from going to Berlin, you know, and it gets to your head, you know. And Dota is
mental game.
A very, very mental game, and any little thing that gets to your head, it will affect the game a lot.
I feel like they have different ideas of the game compared to Tour 2, where they looked more on the same page. You know, like,
is it patch related, you think?
I would think so, because they weren't like this last tour.
I feel like it's patch related, not necessarily because of playstyle, but because their hero pools just got kneecapped. I looked at their Tour 2 heroes, all of them are pretty garbage now. And so
the Primal, the Dawn.
Yep, exactly. The Mars, they're all irrelevant now, and they have played so many different heroes in this tour. Yokem has played 10 different heroes, and they've only played 12 games.
You know, every time somebody says that, I always feel like it's a negative thing, you know, when we're looking at DPC or one team
is a negative.
One team is playing so many different heroes. Like back then I remember, oh, this team is so flexible, they play a lot of things, and nowadays
that's like the Wings era.
And nowadays it's like, oh, this team is playing everything, they have no idea what's good.
Okay, I will say on LAN, oftentimes I do like versatility. On LAN, if I see someone has a big hero pool, I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. On League play, I feel like that seems like you don't know what's going on.
I think it's the approach to a draft, right? Like if you see something that fits the draft and the team is able to make it work, I think that's when flexibility is like a big win. Because you can pick the hero. But I feel for AG, they're picking different heroes because they don't know what they're doing.
Yep.
I mean, could it also be like some of the players, they are changing their opinion on the game all the time, so it makes it very difficult for the coach to draft. Like one day he'll go to the coach, oh, I think SB is really good today, I'm feeling the SB. Then next day, oh no, SB is trash, you know. Then the coach is like, what the fuck do I do now?
That depends on what Claire's approach is to coaching. I haven't gotten a chance to speak to him, but I pictured him being this is my view of the game. You guys need to fit what I think.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like that's what I think of him as well, but based on the drafts, I feel like it's a lot more around the players.
Fair.
Is that fair to say? I spoke to Joe Cam actually after their loss the other day. He actually just told me like the team's not on the same page right now. They had like a big meeting and all, and I told him that, you know, you're playing with players that you know can be good, but you're rebuilding our team right now. You're rebuilding it with people that you know can make it work. Yep. And it's a process, and it's gonna take some time, but you know, just work on something together.
Have a little faith.
Yeah, you believe in your teammates, so you know you're rebuilding. Try to find something to have in common, you know. Maybe you work with your offlaner first, and then you both are on the same page, and then you start to work with your mid laner or your post 5, and then slowly you get 5 people on the same page, you know. That's what you want.
Do you believe in their morphling?
Yes, I think it's a good pick here.
I feel like I see Morphling succeed the most when it's against the single target Agi heroes. That
Magnus.
Yeah, I've seen him be good against
Universal
Magnus.
counter.
You're so obsessed about Universal.
I mean, Universal is the most OP thing, man.
Okay, so AG played this Morphling against Void Spirit, and he went Flactory. It was a mid Morphling in their win against...
Whoa, I didn't catch that game.
I forgot who they won against. It was a mid Morphling, so I think this
You're
is
right, it was against
Void
Boom.
Spirit.
Did he win his lane against the Void?
Yes. And he bought Flactory first item, like double Wraith Band Flactory, and he just spammed the death.
It was against Boom. Yoei went 15-2-9 in that game. He went Phylactery, Treads, Manta, Scepter.
Yeah, so I think this Morphling is more than likely to be a mid here.
Okay, I'd be into it.
I mean, is the lane matchup just that bad for the Void Spirit? Like,
not that bad.
You can't play the lane?
Not that bad. It's just hard to itemize, because if you go like this Echo build on Void Spirit now, it's kind of hard to burst a Morphling down, right? You're doing physical damage.
Well,
how about just getting Manta right away, because you're playing against the Silencer?
That's fine as well. I like the Diffuser Manta actually against Morph.
In the game that Yopaj played against this mid-morph, he actually went first item Scepter.
Yeah, he went Yule's Eggs, Dagon. He went Dagon first, I think.
Oh yes, he may have, but he ended up upgrading the Dagon, so it goes later. But wow, Dagon Scepter was the build for him.
Yeah, he wanted to just kill the Morph straight up because they didn't really have answers for the Morphling. He was just trying to adapt to it.
I mean, I just can't see you doing it this game, right? And it's Corden, you know, Corden's not gonna do something like that.
Yeah, I think Echo Saber's safer.
I like the Manta.
No, Manta. I think you need to go Manta.
Yeah, you go Manta, like what Mikoto did against Global and Breaker Charge. I think it's kind of nice.
it's hard if you don't. I feel like if you go Echo first, your Manta timing might be so late that it will cost you so many deaths in the game. So I feel like Manta Rush might be just the right thing to do this game.
Don't forget they have Ensnare too when he turns into the Naga, so
yeah, true.
Definitely a very important item here.
Yeah, Morphling's got options. If he does end up getting the Scepter, you can go steal a Universal Hero on the Void Spirit or steal Agi off the Naga.
Yeah, so what Daryl is going to play here? There's no Underlord, there's no Beast, there's no Doom. And could he play the Naga and they pick something else to carry? Or is that like too far-fetched?
Well, Dusa's banned out, if that was one of the off-lane flexes. Magnus is still in the pool.
Against Morphling? I don't like
I think you want another Yule's hero. Just
Yule's
because of
hero.
Spirit Breaker. You're playing against Silencer, bad Spirit Breaker. Like, first thing in my head is Yule's. I don't know what Daryl plays that
Wind
buys
Ranger?
Yule's.
Wind Ranger off lane?
With Yule's? That sounds bad. I think Wind Ranger into Morphling is a kappa because Morphling is just a better Wind Ranger. And you're a universal hero, so...
Then what?
Beastmaster has a Ghetto Yules, if that counts.
Yeah, you can. I mean,
sorry,
you can buy
not Beastmaster, Brewmaster.
Brewmaster? Yeah, that might be something. I think it's hard to rely on ulti, but the spell is nice.
If you do Brewmaster, could they just like put the Morphling safe lane to win the lane and just pick something
I
up?
think Morph does not lane well against heroes that buy Ring of Health. Because the way you play Morph now is you want to spam Adaptive Strike to harass.
So you
against the
don't. So
Vanguard
you,
heroes,
you
you're
think
not
it's
that
like set in stone that he's just gonna go mid on the Morph this game?
Bleed or 50-50 on it. They banned out a Slark and they banned out a Tinker, so they're not sure.
I think it's more likely to be a mid, but AG also banned Pango Quap for the Bat Riders, so
And how about Centaur? How do you like Centaur?
For who?
For Daryl?
For Daryl?
I mean, they kind of need like a hero that runs in. Oh,
There's the hero. Manta Buyer, Universal Hero, removes Lasso.
Yeah.
I like it. It's very Daryl.
But he's picking Abaddon blind. You don't know your lane, you know. And Abaddon is a hero that he has to get a good start to be able to play the game.
Slark, so how's Monkey for AG?
Yeah, there's Monkey, there's Ursa, all these like annoying heroes that can win, just straight up win the lane. I mean, I guess you have techies with you.
You have Ench, right? If it's Monkey, you just
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I guess if it's Ursa as well, you do the same thing.
Yeah.
Put the Ench top with the Abaddon.
Very hard to play Ursa. I actually like
Fury
Sven.
swipes last for so long, though. Yeah, you can take off the overpower, but like Abaddon's still gonna have the swipes on him.
I like Sven a lot here.
Sven.
Yeah, you makes use of the global. You just kill heroes with global right now. Like there's no save on bleed until much later on. Don't think they'll bust it out though.
Magnus carry.
You like this against Naga Abaddon? I feel like the two core matchups
it's
are
not so good against Abaddon for sure because he can always take away your RP. But then at the end of the day, I feel like it's a universal hero, you know. I'm a big fan of universal heroes.
You don't say.
This is like one of the strongest heroes in late game.
And honestly, Magnus isn't even that much about RP these days. It's Harpoon Skewer. That's the main thing that concerns you.
I feel like this is one of those games where you see one hero, you see DJ, you just RP his ass.
Yeah.
Like it's not a big RP kind of team fighting. It's a strong lane. We scale. We're better. We're stronger kind of hero.
He has empower to deal with the Naga illusions, and if the Abaddon thinks he can just run up and hit the tower, like you said, you just harpoon, skill him behind, and it puts your whole team in a very, very bad spot, and there's a global to back things up. Universal hero for the win. Let's go, Mansion. Let's go.
I mean, Abaddon's universal.
I feel like it's a very hard Void Spirit game. Like I don't feel he has damage to kill people, and I feel like when Corrin doesn't get kills, he tends to suffer a lot in net worth.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes
But
I feel
DJ will buy Hex eventually and kill the Morphling.
Sometimes I feel like even when he's getting a good game, he's just not doing enough.
He doesn't farm.
I rather him just help other people. If he wants to play like that, it's just better for him to help the other people get the kills and get rich, you know.
And you think he can do that best with a Manta style rush?
Probably, because Manta style means that you're not gonna die, or maybe you don't die so much, so you can help your team more. So I feel like that's better, because if you buy Echo Saber and you're not trying to do anything with it, you're not playing aggressive to go for the extra kills with the extra right click you get with the Echo, then you're not really using the item, you're just using the item for tanking.
You have faith in this mid lane Morphling? It won last time. Wait, did it win last time?
I like Bleed's draft more.
He just likes Corden and I don't like Corden, so that's it.
I don't believe in the flag tree, but I think he might mid-diff Corden here if Corden's not familiar with the matchup.
Okay, well, it's getting to be do or die time if you want to get first place in this DPC, so Bleed are definitely coming in with an axe to grind. Let's see if they will come out victorious in game number 1 with Jonix Fire and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, Tsunami and Pownal. It's been quite a wild Wednesday, to say the least here, Jonathan, especially after M-God makes an appearance on the offlane Medusa and brings Boom the 2-1 comeback victory versus Talon. Now we've got Bleed and AG well primed position to be able to force tiebreakers for relegation or for the major here still. Panel really talking quite a bit about the mid Yoei Morphling versus now the mid Void Spirit Corden. What are your thoughts here about the mid diff?
I don't think this is the widest mid diff. I feel like Yoei at his best looks amazing, but we've also seen Yoei at low points where it's the Yoei I remember from, say, TNC, from some of his other teams where just felt a little bit undercooked. So this one's a little bit wilder, although I would maybe lean towards Yoei just a little bit more. I think Morphling's one of his better heroes mid, so I wouldn't be too surprised here. Like, I feel like this just ends up being about tempo. It depends really on how Ice Ice Heist does. I think that's the big one, because Abaddon offlane, this is something that pops off really fast. Like, I feel like this hero just needs the typical universal build, Wraith Band and Bracer. And if you can just run a hero down, say level 3, going 0-1-2, it feels really oppressive. Yeah. Like this hero just slows you down. He has so much damage as universal type, and he can just dominate. The issue is you're trying to lane up against a safe lane mag. He's always got to save. If he sees you coming up close, he can slow you down. He can kind of kite you around. So there's a lot of back and forth here, and it should lead to an interesting time because, as you mentioned, for AG, a lot is on the line.
That's right.
This is our one Indonesian org left that can potentially go to Bali. And the boys from bottom have never been to any big major. So this could be big for them.
Well, lots to play for. I'm personally excited to see how DB is going to be able to try and find a purpose in this game, given how difficult his game is going to be on this early Batrider pick. You know, the Abo, of course, thoroughly countering him and will be a major thorn in his side. So I think finding a purpose right here is going to be important. And may be able to try and tip the scales here a little bit. In Your Dream on the carry mag, always a fun hero to see these days. I expect to see like basically a Harpoon Rush out for him, honestly. And just getting really, really early and actively involved. AG, man, that they can really bring a fight. You know, that global silence can be really problematic for an ABBA. So, I don't know. I'm eager to these fights, but I think for AG, it means getting out of these lanes without bloodying your nose too much.
Yeah, they've got to just hold out. I feel like it's the really AG's offlane, which doesn't feel that amazing. I don't know how much DB can do into an Ench plus Naga. Like, you aren't going to go for Napalm anyway, so that's fine. It's just that Enchant down line when you pop Firefly, you're not going to do anything. And this is a lane that kind of wants to play aggressive with a Spirit Breaker. You want to look for these charge opportunities and bash them up.
I think Jokum like really starts to struggle as well as soon as the Riptide starts coming through because of that armor reduction, just the casual damage against this hero. So he's going to have some problems here in this lane, honestly. We'll have to keep our eye out on that. Mid lane, mid difference so far. Not really favoring one side or the other.
Yeah, rather even, to be expected. I do feel like this is maybe a little bit easier to juggle for the Morph once mana's out on Corden. So you can just sustain that lane pretty good. I'm interested in what build Yoei guns for, because I feel like Ags here is amazing. You've got a lot of universal types you can turn into. Like turning into Void Spirit, just stealing 40% of his stats. That is a massive reduction in your output and damage, in your durability as well, in your EHP. Like, there is nothing else that softens you up as much as a universal type losing 40% stats.
Yeah, certainly. Not to mention, you know, the enemy hard to carry, Naga, right? Removing 70 attack speed from her ends up kind of really taking a lot of her bite out in these fights. So I think all three cores, part of me, are phenomenal options. Same can be said of the ABBA, you know, losing 40% of your strength. I mean, it's no joke, you know?
Yeah, it's again, it's the biggest EHP loss that I think you can actually take. There's nothing else that cuts you down that fast.
What else? Well, I think that's maybe life break. No, I mean, but yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah. Like life break, yeah, you take away a certain.
I think you're still right because you're losing a lot of your armor as well.
Yeah, armor and HP at the same time. That's why it's like pretty busted. We just haven't seen it in play, and so far we're off to a rather even laning start. Neither core matchups are really pulling ahead. Maybe Corden just a little bit. So there's your mid diff coming out. The Void Spirit just having a little bit of a better lane. But for AG, they're doing a good job of just not bleeding out, like you said, right? Like this lane for DB, it doesn't feel amazing, but they're also not getting shut down. So you're still managing to farm.
Got more assets right now than Jackie does, actually. Just, you know, not by a huge amount before denies. He's definitely holding his own. I do wonder when it'll become time a bit closer to the 6-minute rune, when and if we'll see any of these supports rotate on over. Quite naturally for AG, I do expect the Spirit Breaker to maybe make a rotation. Maybe you'll see the ENG throw a couple creeps towards the mid lane. As Ice is going to be able to get aggressive top lane. The stun in time. It's going to be first blood, and very likely is as Ice. No, skewered away. Veriz ticking down to blood grenade. Oh, I don't believe it. 3 HP a handful of times. Oh, but he still died. He actually died to the aphotic shields. I think he got blocked in by the creep. Had really nowhere to go, and Ice picks up a double kill.
That is massive. Again, this Abaddon gets really oppressive once it has items up. And Ice, it looks like he was gunning for Dominator, so he does want to play maybe a bit of a ratchier style Abaddon.
Okay, he does like playing with the creeps, doesn't he?
Yeah, that he does. Yeah, I remember watching a lot of Ice off lane Chen, so maybe this is a little bit of a throwback. You know what? He could have done that. Oh, Chen is universal type.
He TP'd mid, by the way, to refill the bottle for Corden. You're always laughing at that. I actually can't believe that. What an Ice move. Just be like, don't worry, bro. Come, I refill the bottle.
Yeah, it's it's the Singaporean brothers watching out for each other.
Definitely.
They've got their backs.
Definitely. That's. I mean, really, it's pretty cool to see. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it is highly unorthodox, but after getting a double kill, he hasn't really missed out too much in this lane.
It's fine to make that play. Just try to even out, again, the Void Spirit mid, because Yo is doing a great job of just hanging in there, of being pretty close to the Void Spirit and farm. Maybe not in terms of denies. That's where you are pulling quite a fair bit ahead, and Corden should have a good timing on the 6 in comparison to our Morph. But again, it's important for the Void Spirit to get that mobility up, to get that kill threat up, with his steps up.
Deepa's going top. They're going to make another play through the Twin Gate. He goes to keeping In Your Dream at bay. Ice committed to keeping the silencer away from this fight, but In Your Dream, well, he'll find a courier at the very least. There's a charge as well from across the map, and TPing to the tier 2 tower to safety is Veriz, as Ice was on top of his man. Jokum trying to fight through this. DJ, I think he had for a while the Empower on him, so really packing quite a punch. There's going to be the enchant, the creep as well, with the chain lightning and the auto attacks. Not quite enough damage here, but that last little chain lightning will do the trick.
Good aggression coming out from Bleed. Just looking to suppress these lanes, looking to suppress that Magnus, ensuring that In Your Dream's not comfy just sitting back farming, playing with the Empower and getting a pretty passive lane. They apply that pressure. There's not too much to decide if AG can do. They sacrifice Jokam. At the least, the solo lane for DB is still not too bad, although you are pulling ahead now on Jackie. He's got the levels to just constantly clear out.
Exactly, and he's got the Dispel, right? So he's not really ever afraid of anything here. Not like you've got a point even. But DB with Vanguard, right, can at least, he's got staying power in this lane.
Yeah, he can just kind of tank through it. It's just that you're really not stopping anyone else from farming. So it's almost like a farm trade, and that does not feel good when you're up against a Naga. The Naga just clears out camps a lot faster, scales up a lot quicker. And for AG right now, I'm looking for a launching point. I don't see it with any of these heroes just yet.
There's that envenomed weapon. The attack procs onto In Your Dream. Not doing a whole lot here, as Ice very eager to just get involved. Just really force In Your Dream away from CSing range. And I think we're going to start to see a little bit of an impact now, as the mag, as rare as it is for this hero, having a little bit more of a difficult time. DJ unable to stop Jokum from stealing away a Wisdom Rune in time, and he's scot-free away, in fact charging onto Corden. Don't think we'll see a kill here, but seems like AG, with a pretty big move here early on, are going to be able to secure both Wisdom Runes, very likely.
Yeah, and that's really important for these kinds of supports. You need levels up on both the Silencer and Spirit Breaker. You kind of need the same from Bleed, maybe not as much on the ENG, certainly you do on the Techies. So cutting off the Wisdom Runes is pretty massive for AGS. They will find their own down bot as well.
Yep, and Jokum very slowly but surely making his way over towards that one. Ice starting to make this push top though. Only a single point in the Curse of Avernus, but a decent enough attack speed buff, especially when you consider it basically, what, doubles the attack speed of a wagon? I mean, not bad at all.
Yeah, good damage onto that tower. On the side of AG, can't really deal with his top lane. Like, there's not much In Your Dream can really do to just farm here. He can't even go into his camp. They've got good forward wards. From Bleed to watch when the Magnus is kind of digging in.
Corden, with a nice move there, actually secured the Illusion Rune, managing to avoid and really, and I mean, not really much more can do actually to contest a rune against any of the spirits, but he will move top lane with this. This is something that Winter never really likes seeing about Corden, is his eagerness to rotate. And I do bring it up, not of course to continue hamming on the poor guy, but you know, again, he runs top with the Illusioner, and he does scare away in your dream, and then he's immediately forced to TP back mid. You know, so I do wonder, like, is that the best use of his time? You know, is there something better you could do? It's, I think, a question Winter is asking already.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the best use of time, but you know, you find the top. You're not missing too much down mid anyway. So you're pretty all right. They'll try to make a move in Jackie.
There is a lasso. He's going to have to commit the Healing Lotus to have the mana for it, and instead he's going to have to take it a little bit easy there. I think Ice started channeling a TP, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I saw, yeah, it was a blue TP. So he's without TP scroll now for a while, but does have the Helm of the Dom on the way. And he's going to, well, really start taking over this top side of the map quite confidently.
Yeah, he's going to be able to, again, just apply some pressure, maybe get some good auras, good utility out with some good neutrals if he finds any. Side of AG's just farming up right now, getting that build up. I'm curious about Yoa going for what seems to be a phylactery.
Oh, that is interesting.
That is not something I've seen too much of, but I can see it being nice. I guess phylactery triggers when you morph into someone, right? Does it? It
Good
should.
point.
It's a targeted spell.
Should morph. It should happen on Adaptive Strike as well.
Yeah, it
right?
should happen
which
there.
You're throwing pretty frequently, so I think plenty of opportunities. Bad at all, as Corden, the Lathe Remnant onto the bulldozed Jokum, not really doing too much. Corden able to secure the kill with the second Astral Step. There's an Arcane Rune chilling in the river as Ice is going to join this. Pretty early push here, supported by Dubu's Warpine Raider, as Corden's going to be able to secure the Arcane Rune behind the space that Ice and Dubu are making for him. Blast off from behind, away, going back on in, however. Mass TP is now out from AG. There's no point in the Global Silence quite yet. Ice as well, holding on to the skill point for the borrowed time as DB finally throws out the lasso. Oh, the RP catches 3, but Ice now commits the skill point, trying to save his allies as Corden going to be able to get off another Dissemblate. The mark damage connecting onto 2 as Ice with the kill on the In Your Dream, but DB as well falling at the hands of Corden, Jokum, Yoe, and now Variz beating back Corden and Ice. And they will be able to at least defend the Tier 1 tower for now, but the skirmishing there favoring the side of Bleed, despite some pretty good spell casting from AG.
Yeah, they managed to get it working on Bleed, just a little bit too slippery to really suppress Corden, that hard lockdown. Lacking from AG until you hit level 6, like Global Silence is what enabled you to maybe get a little bit more control out. Still a ways off from that for Varish, halfway there on his, halfway through level 5. So not the full repertoire up quite yet for AG, and this is a lot of space for a Naga.
Oh yeah, good point.
Farm. I mean, this is pretty free for Jackie. Again, there's no threat on the Naga. It just doesn't feel like you have any good threat. Maybe a big RP, but that's asking for quite a lot from In Your Dream.
Especially against an Ice Abba. I mean, if there's a global there, Ice can't activate the ulti manually, and maybe you get a little bit more out of that fight. But Ice is not going to let that one happen. Well-calculated fight there. And even though Bleed, they don't get the tower on the first go-around, AG have to basically acquiesce it. They've got to let that tower go because there's just no way they can defend without an RP.
No, it's really risky without any future fight spells, huh?
There's Phylactery doing its thing. Didn't do a ton, but you know.
It's doing something. I suppose down the line, that additional slow can help you chase down.
I believe, by the way, Bleed's gotten, I didn't see who got the 10-minute rune. Was that the Arcane? It was the Arcane. So I didn't see who got the 8-minute rune then, also Corden. So I think all the power runes have gone the way of Corden, actually. So not bad, or at least Bleed. So, you know, just goes to show like the difference right now in map control in the mid lane. Maybe you could attribute that to the mid diff so far. So good for Corden though, as he is going to be building his way towards the Echo Saber. Not the Manta style like we've seen in the previous series.
I don't mind it. I think there's no big reason for the Manta outside of Global Silence. Even then, again, if your Abaddon's frontlining for you anyway, he gets the bar time pop passively. You can just kind of get some dispels on. You can try to stall out here.
Ice is going to go for the full Helm of the Overlord as well. I was wondering if we would see him maybe build a Manta. You know, there used to be that kind of carry builds, the Manta Battle Fury Shard build, right? And then you do throw them because Mist Coil is actually an instant attack. So it ends up proccing things like Battle Fury, right? And you end up doing pretty good work there. Not to mention that your illusions, well, any illusions in general from Abba, but the ones from Manta as well, do proc the curse. So I'm wondering what Ice is going to do. For now, it's just, you know, the big creep.
I don't mind that. Again, there's no easy solution here. from Army Geniuses to clear out these creeps. They just get insane push, like the armies there with the Summoner creep, and top tier 2 just melts. There's no real defense coming out from AG.
Careful now. They are trying to defend a bit more. DB holding on to the last, so they need to proc borrowed time first, though, and Ice is not making that easy. There it goes. Finally procced. As DB will drag him back. Not too far, though, because he's enchanted by Dubu prior to the lasso. Ice still living through this here, actually, as Yoe is going to turn into the Abba now, turning back onto Dubu. There's going to be the global silence. In trouble is DB, but for now, so far, so good. Is in your dream. He's going to skewer into the fight.
Whoa.
The RP onto 2. Corden as well. Not caught inside the RP. Looking for the kill onto Veriz as the mine's going off in the backlines. Corden with 2 kills, but still, so far, team's eager to continue skirmishing. Corden finally looking for the dissimulate out. Jokum has charge, no vision, and Corden is home scot-free. It's going to cost a 2-for-2 trade here. Offlaner for support. I don't know, who's that favor for you, John?
It's a little bit better for Army Geniuses overall. I think you're fine sacrificing the bat to throw this momentum off from Ice.
Got it.
And it does kind of work out as well. Net worth, they do gain a little bit more than they lose there in comparison to how much Bleed gains. But this game is still firmly in Bleed's control. They've got the 4K lead. We're not seeing Jackie leave the jungle at all. This guy's just never been pressured. They might find Jokam.
He's got his bulldoze off. Let's see if the damage is sufficient. Looks like it will be. Corden chasing, giving chase. The Techie's auto attacks. That'll do it. Sticky Mine is going to secure it before Corden can get out the Aether Remnant. Yeah, and like you're saying, Jackie's farming behind all this. He's coming along very swimmingly here. The richest hero in the game. Quickly pursued by Ice still.
Yeah.
You know, which is fairly impressive. To me, I remember telling you just before the game, this is not a hero that he farms that much, but he's having no difficulty here as alongside Dubu's creep, they just are destroying every objective around the map.
And they're just playing a fast game. Side of AG, they're going to need some time to recuperate. You know, this is a Magnus, this is a Morphling. They need space to farm. Even the Bat Rider needs a little bit more here.
Oh, he's going to get out in time and snare. Not ready.
Just cut your losses while you can. Keep trying to get this build up. Although playing a farming game against the Naga is just, it's never a great feeling. Like, you know you're not as efficient across the map in comparison to just Naga Siren for Jackie.
Feels like they do have the team fight though, right?
They do have team fight.
You got this RP, you got this global will cover you, you got some repositioning, you've got Morph Ags eventually here, although no way is not queued in that one up quite yet. Finally able to bottle up a rune. It's just a regen though. DJ. Oh, the blast off out from Yoe. It's not going to connect on anything. Oh no, Global has to try and cover him, but it ain't going to do a darn thing. Blink Dagger was ready for In Your Dream, just could not find the right kind of an opening there to try and turn that one around. And with Jackie joining the fight, it's going to be AG in full retreat.
Yeah, they just have to cut their losses. Like, you lose your Morphling up front, you pop Global Silence, some of your team fight prowess now is just
I can't believe he blasted off of it. I can't believe that.
He really wanted to get something, and he gets punished for overextending. Maybe he thought that you could try to make a play, shift back, use the regen rune,
right,
and shift back in, but that angle was just really awkward.
And pretty tough there, unfortunately.
Yeah, not the easiest thing to pull off. Bleed now with a 5K lead at 10-4, taking another tier, well, taking some space out. Mid-tier 2 still stands, but the rewarding is beautiful from me. It's really aggressive.
They're going to be able to cover and try and prevent Mag from just bouncing back between the two ancient camps. A Mag who, by the way, did buy Blink Dagger right before that last fight, and it didn't immediately pay off, you know. His RPs have been catching multiple heroes, and that last one did manage to find a couple of kills in his favor, but, you know, it's like the Pango, right? You got to really keep the ball rolling here when you do pick up Blink Dagger, because it's an item that helps you farm, but not as much as, say, the Manta style would have for Mag.
Yeah, it's not quite there, and he's also just having to skip that Harpoon. Like, he has to go for a little bit more. Just the Dispel on hand to get out of nets, pretty nice. Maybe dodge out some spells. They will try for a little bit of a smoke. Global Sound's still down for half a minute though, but if they can get a pick off.
Yeah, Ice is just tanking here as well in the tower. They still have this RP like you're talking about. No Harpoon quite yet, so In Your Dream needs to really get the right kind of a blink skewer on in. Ice just basking in a little bit of the flames, checking out the Dota 2 subreddit real quick, but he'll heal himself back off, no problem.
Yeah, just no issues right now for Bleed. Doesn't feel like AG's put up too much of a challenge, and this feels like the story of the day. All of our games have felt pretty damn slow. Like, just not too much happening across the map.
That's true. I feel like AG have only themselves to blame for that, though, with the bat so early on and not covering the ABBA whatsoever. That'd make things really difficult for them because he hasn't had a bad start, and honestly, DB with pretty good farm, right? A full Octarine core already, working his way into maybe the BOTs next, perhaps a Blink Dagger, but same problem there, I would say, that the Mag has, right? Where it's not really that great of a game for you. Someone's got to control ice, and well, it's gotta have to be two of your ultis committed at the same time. It's a really slim window for you to get things right here.
Yeah, it's a toughie for AG to kind of find that control, and it's even tougher to just keep up in that word. Again, Jackie's just running away. You're not able to be as efficient. You don't have forward map control any longer on Army Genius's end. And for Bleed, they could pretty much just sit back and play this as slow as they'd want to. I think you do have to respect the Magnus towards the late game, but again, the execution required for Mansion Army Geniuses is pretty damn high. It has to be like very big RPs, catching multiple cores in the RP, getting the follow-up with Global Silence, and that's all easier said than done.
This is a curious call. They're going to smoke behind Jackie. 2 TPs to the tier 2 towers. They will now go for it. Ice, in the meantime, drawing attention, basically drawing the aggro of AG in the mid lane. He turned around to try and get an Aphotic Shield off to save the Thunder Hide. Unfortunately, he is going to be pulled back in here. Has level 11, so only level 1 borrowed time. 1 less second of its duration, but now the team showing up to fight. The Global Silence as well, but the song out in time. Here comes the reset. What is going to be the target here? Yo, did not get the shift off in time. Doesn't look like they quite timed it either on the Techie's blast off. But Vriz already down. RP connecting onto a couple of heroes here. They're all stacked up on one another. Really just Corden by the looks of things, though. Ice finished off in the meantime as Corden chased down. No! Oh, he covered himself perfectly there with the Remnant. Yoe now can't quite find the vision on him as Corden is going to stay alive just barely through the Arcane Curse. Yoe now is trapped inside the river. Somehow not caught there by the other moment, but it won't matter. Jackie and Corden have the physical damage they need for him, and Bleed still managed to take the fight.
Yeah, it's just, again, the execution it takes for Army Geniuses to find these angles, it's too damn high. The song comes out when you pop Global Silence, like,
feels so bad.
And then you just can't do anything. You're lining up for this RP, you find the RP, but the follow through, the combination's broken, and DB just doesn't do anything on Batrider. Like, this hero is just doing nothing for them in these fights. He's just bait, he's just fodder. He just dies.
It ain't really, it's not really coming together here as he nearly runs into all those mines there on DB. The chase is on for Jokum, as that is going to be Ice's Ice Centaur Conqueror. Bigger than Ice himself, giving chase. Of course, it doesn't really get much faster, unfortunately. There's a charge. Jokum just playing around with Ice. Dubu as well joining, as is Jackie. There's lots of enemy heroes here. That's a pretty brutal, pardon me, move speed slow on the enchant, and that'll be enough to condemn Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. Again, nice little pick off, and that should lead them into Roche as they are in the area. And you can see that's fight again. The song comes out as the Global Silence is being cast, and what do? You know, your team fight's just broken. Granted, Bleed's follow through from the song wasn't the cleanest either.
It wasn't perfect, but I mean, it didn't really look like it needed to be.
It didn't need to be.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't need to be perfect from Bleed. They have much more they can do individually, whereas...
what an Aether, and I'm surprised I didn't catch him, honestly, there.
Yeah. If they caught the kill in Corden, maybe you feel a little bit better.
Right.
Even then, I don't think it's enough.
Nope, not nearly. Not nearly. That is going to then be Bleed. Pretty much taking an uncontested Roche. I mean, they do it fairly quickly as well between the Illusions to tank, the Arcane Curse, the Riptides as well. That's a Heart, that's an Aegis, and soon to be a Butterfly as well on top for this Naga Siren. These items are coming online here, John.
Yeah.
What's the play that AG have? What's the item that gets them out of this? What are we looking for here?
I'm not even sure at this point what you can do. Maybe down the line, Ags on Jokum. Like, at this point, I think you relegate your Batrider as a suitor support. Just go with pretty much a semi-core Spirit Breaker, Ags, or the Octarine. Try to charge out, try to stall this game. The charge is pretty damn annoying. It's an interesting way to deal with illusion spam.
It's good.
So can have some impact there. And I don't know, Ags and Morphling, I say, is still something that is pretty damn useful. Just the attack speed removal, the 40% of stats on Universal type.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a techie spine that DJ planted paying off. Quick kill there onto the Silencer, hasted up his Corden. Can't really find a target. Back inside the base, he can be forced by DB. That was Ice getting a bit aggressive, but again, it's going to be just a bit hard. Oh, Ice, that's right. He really loves this time distortion creep, time warp aura creep, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Whenever he's playing Doom, he's always eating this guy. Now he's got the Helm too, his favorite creep in the entire game. And it feels really good to have on an ABBA, just that little bit more of a downtime on your Aphotic Shield.
I've seen a lot of offlaners actually take this when they've got Doom, when they've got Dominator. Well, maybe not so much in the Dominator, but certainly if you have Doom up, devour this creep just to have a better time. And it's just oppressive. Like, you have to deal with all of these saves coming out from Bleed, from Regenesis. Like, this game just, it doesn't get easier.
No, it does not. Especially seeing this ancient frostbitten golem turn on its own. As Ice, no mercy, uses the golems to beat each other down.
Yeah, that is just what you do, you know? When you've got the Dominator up, or the Overlord up, you are the Overlord.
You are the Overlord, that's right.
Command brothers in arms to fight against each other. Just the power of that.
Maybe they're kind of being squished, you know, on the map here. Wherever they try and come out, they are going to meet pretty stiff resistance. Bleed kind of just taking it easy here. Butterfly's about to be delivered, though, so I think Bleed winding up for a punch that I don't really think AG can take.
No, he can't. Unless you get, again, all your spells lining up perfectly, even then, 2 lives on Jackie with a Heart and Butterfly. Just doesn't feel like you have the magical output to rip through the Naga.
Right.
Even 1 life sounds like a bit of a tall order.
It'll be tough. You know, trying to lasso, you know, this Naga or even Ice, maybe skewer them back all the way into the fountain. I mean, Bleed have shown to be a bit more patient than this DPC tour, you know? You're not playing against SMG.
No.
They're not going to give it to you that easy.
No. They're certainly not going to be throwing out to the hoops, you know?
Nope.
Tossing some balls out into the hoops and seeing what happens.
Be an opening, though. AG, you're going to smoke out of the base. This may be just like a desperation smoke to be able to sneak past any potential deep wards and find some farm, because they are starting to really, you know, starve here.
They certainly are. Like, to be fair, their 3 cores are actually quite a good bit ahead.
Is DB just dead? Okay, no, but that's the second time he's popped BKB to just
run, in that exact spot.
Right. But they are trying to make a play top. There's the RP. They do only catch TJ, though. Skewered away. TJ's so tanky, refuses to die. Would have maybe lived if he had Greaves in just 2 more seconds, but now Corden's going to be the target. He might not see this one coming, and doesn't. Is there going to be enough follow-up, though? No. Skewer, part of me, does not catch him in time, and now in your dream going to be recalled for the base defense.
Yeah, they've lost the tier 3 down bot. They're going to lose the racks as well, looks like.
Yeah, it looks basically guaranteed. They're continuing to chase Corden away, and he's taking a bit of damage over in the river, but I mean, again, Jackie and Ice just kind of focusing onto the objectives for now.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing the right game. You know, distractions across the map, just keep that push, take away these objectives, make the game easier for yourself. Right now, that launching point for AG, it does look to be perhaps Yoa's Ags. That's pretty much it. That's the only thing that's coming out.
He's not terribly far away from it, but he might not have any barracks by the time he, you know, actually gets to fight with it. Jackie, though, will be without Aegis quite soon here as well, John.
Yeah.
Maybe that's going to be the starting point. Still 30 seconds, and it's kind of a long time.
It is a long time. They force out the second use of Fortify now, so I'm not going to have that refresh. They've already lost a tier 3, of course, down bot. And your options are going limited on Army Genesis. Again, you've got this superior team fight. It's just super hard to execute on top of.
Yeah.
And even then, I mean, how do you deal with a Naga with Heart Butterfly without that much magical damage? You simply don't have the magic damage to deal with it.
There's the Ags completed for Yoe, though. Aegis about to expire. That'll refill Jackie's mana pool. But the rest of Bleed gearing up, ready to fight here. I mean, just kind of willing to let AG throw themselves against the sword, I suppose.
Yeah,
Fall onto the sword.
Let's see if they can get anything by throwing themselves into the swords here as Bleed. They're the ones smoked up.
Well, it's going to be Corden making the jump in. A great global. Oh my goodness. And I think that was the Manta style now of Corden, allowing himself to dodge the stun. Fight now breaking out. They're immediately onto the silence after the global ends. That's going to be both supports dead quite quickly. Yoe being beat back, has not found himself a morph target quite yet, as Ice is going to be pushed underneath nearly a tier 3 tower. Jackie now resets the position of this fight using Song of the Siren. A buyback now out from Jokum. He looks to rejoin the fight, but DB has no buyback. Already dead. Jokum's going to stop that charge while he's still on the high ground, but that fight got real ugly real fast for AG, and I think they're going to have no choice but to take another go at it. They did at least morph into the Naga, and that's going to be a skewer under tower. Nice charge onto two, but Corden's in the RP as well. They're onto the Naga. They need a little bit more damage. Ice trying to dispense a Saber. There's a 3-man stun as well out from DJ, but Yoey, he's morphed into the Agi, now back into the strength, as he does need a little bit more HP to play with, avoiding the Techie's mines, and it was close, but no cigar here for AG. So now they're even one less barracks in this game.
Yeah, they're probably just going to lose everything. No global sounds, no RP. The only thing you have to play with is a skewer back. Not particularly threatening when you have no follow-up.
Ice, I don't even know if he was hit by anything, but just popped borrow time just to throw more spells. Jackie ended up keeping him alive, but now Bleed without Aegis. How far are they really willing to take this? Once again, Yoey does manage to get a grip on the Naga Siren, the real one as well. Losing plenty of stats and 70 attack speed now. Still willing to send in these illusions though. Everyone alive again for AG. DB maybe looking for an angle into the fight, but doesn't have Firefly for 10 more seconds. Corden's in. He's found his man now. In your dream, in a bit of trouble to mark damage. Oh, avoided with the man side. Still don't think it was actually enough damage, but a nice juke in any case. As the barracks slowly but surely, Jonathan, getting whittled down here by the illusions. So many illusions, Jonathan. But still, it is going to be Bleed now, only one building away, and it's AG who are just unable to stop this push. They can't kill these damn illusions, John.
They can't kill the illusions. They can't kill any heroes.
No, they can't.
It's just been a rough game for AG. From the laning phase into this point, Bleed has had control.
Man, that's 2 illusions at least. My God, look at them raining down the impetus. DB can't find the lasso. He just can't find it. Yoey's in. It's got off a morph, but now he's in trouble. The lasso's going to be onto Corden, but look at TJ counter-initiating as well. They found Yoey pulled back by an 8th remnant and killed off. Dead for 50. No buyback on him. Jokum is going to get blasted by Dubu on that Hurricane Pike. I think that's just got to be GG, honestly. Without the mid lane morph lane,
there it is.
They will call it.
That's a quick one to make up for the bloodbath and a slog of a series we've had last time. Bleed playing it clean, getting a strong draft out, getting this offlane Abaddon out for Ice, and he just ends up playing as a Zoo hero instead. Like, we don't even see these stats build up, say like the Echo Saber coming out, any of that coming out.
Just Zoo.
Just played Zoo, and there was just nothing to stop it. Like, this draft from AG, it just couldn't do much. Like, it relied so much on getting this perfect team fight with a well-timed, well-placed RP, global silence on top. Like, DB was just not playing a hero. Like,
no.
He was just a glorified range creep this game.
And Your Dream felt much more like an offlaner. Like, he wasn't really the one supposed to be doing damage, and it just felt difficult for Yoey to really stick on top of everyone, considering how good of a start, honestly, Ice had. You know, it's not like he started off with a double kill, so good start quite literally, but wasn't really like some of these runaway ABBA games that you can get to see. But still, just the pick, I think it was 23rd pick for Bleed, ends up kind of just completely demolishing any momentum that AG could get going.
Yeah, it was a genius pick. I think AG just relied a lot on, again, very specific combinations coming in and maybe a stronger start for Yoey. It wasn't too bad, but Corden actually looked pretty sharp here.
About he did. We're going to throw it over to the biggest Corden fan panel on the entire SCA DPC community here, as we'll go ahead and let Neil try and coax all the praise out from Winter.
Guess what the KDA for this man on Void Spirit was, Winter? Tell me. Give me the estimate.
0 death.
0 death, baby! 0 death! 8-0-7 on the Void Spirit. That's what I like to see out of Corden. Also, Dubu went deathless, and Jackie went deathless. But they only had 4 kills on Enchantress and 2 kills on the Naga Siren. It was really the Void Spirit that did all the carrying. And maybe the Abaddon pick. I think that definitely took Army Geniuses by surprise. And while it necessarily wasn't needed for the lane, it even still won the lane. Varese ended up like trying to TP back home, and then got killed, and In Your Dream tried to save him. And from that point, the top lane was kind of a lost cause.
Yeah, this game is back to basics. If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
Yeah.
They lost all the lanes pretty badly. I mean, I guess except for Morphling, because Morphling didn't really...
Don't give me that shit.
I mean, Morphling didn't really win.
Don't give me that. Gordon won that lane fair and square. And we were even impressed.
Yeah.
Like, Adam, you were saying that it's a 6-4 matchup like after level 4 for Morphling.
I think it gets harder. You just spam Adaptive Strike on the White Spirit like constantly. Then against Morph is not easy. Like, Gordon played pretty well this game.
Yeah,
and this is after...
Don't listen to Winter, Gordon.
Yeah, the first 2 waves, he got like, what, 8 denies.
Yeah, and this was after Yoei already knew
Did
this
you
matchup.
see that?
He dodged it, put the Remnant in front of the Spirit Breaker, went into Dissimulate.
How much they call them pay you guys?
He didn't even try to dissimulate, dodge the charge because he knew Johan was getting put ice in his veins.
And another thing is, he went Echo Saber. He didn't go any of this baby Manta style stuff. He was like, oh no, I'm gonna get silenced by Global. I need to protect myself. No, he manned up. He was like, I'm gonna get some kills. I'm gonna do some damage. I'm Echo Sabering.
Can't charge me, Lou.
You can't charge me.
And look, they know who's the MVP. Look at the lasso. He's like, let me go through these 4 heroes. They know, man.
Because we didn't get to do Defense of the Hot Takes today because our second series and our first series went so long, but...
I mean, this is kind of the defense of the hot take.
It's not a hot take, he owned.
Ice 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 ends up being the MVP for our game number 1, but again, I think that's more of a product of the hero that he was playing as opposed to anything specific that he did. Although I do always find it amusing how he does love that Time Warp Golem for the
The
aura.
cooldown, yeah. The band has such a nice hero portrait.
It does.
Y'all ever know?
What was the War 3 name for?
Avernus? Lord of Avernus.
Lord of Avernus.
No, he looks more like a Nazgul.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
A ring wraith. Yet again, Winter knowing pop culture.
Yeah, exactly right. It's so...
Who let you watch Lord of the Rings?
It's TikTok. He was scrolling TikTok.
Man, why is it so weird that I watch Lord of the Rings?
That's true. Lord of the Rings is pretty old now.
No man can kill me.
I am no man. Well, let's see what... I actually don't know Lord of the Rings well enough to come up with a reference. Let's see... What's the... Man, I really don't know any Lord of the Rings references.
Come, Winter.
Just get me to the break, please.
God damn it, Winter. That's not how you're supposed to segue. Game number 2 coming up next. Welcome back, everyone, to the steamy beaches of Bali. I actually don't know if that's what this B-roll is from, but it looks nice. It looks tropical.
All our B-rolls look beautiful.
They're all the same.
Probably not Bali.
Although that water did look lighter blue than I recall from the time that I visited Bali, but who knows? Also, I was given a Lord of the Rings reference by Seek and Strike. He said that in game number 2, Corden, Return of the King.
Any response, Winter?
No.
You think he's gonna take 2 towers, Winter?
Maybe at Helm's Deep.
Oh man, this man knows more than Continue to impress me, Winter. You continue to impress me. Whenever I have low expectations, you exceed
Bring out
them.
the Urukai!
That's how he does it. He lowers your expectations. It's like anything he knows is like, wow.
Well, we'll see if meat's back on the menu for Bleed in game number 2, as they will be facing off against Mansion Army Geniuses, and they need to perhaps Mansion. Let's see. What would I look at for game number 2? I think mid lane, like, it's a comfort thing for Yoe. Morphling's weird. No Batrider.
No Batrider.
You just don't like that hero right
Useless.
now.
Pick good lanes. Pick support that are really, really
Did they
strong.
have bad lanes though?
Yeah, I feel like they didn't have bad lanes. They came out bad, but that's not a product of the heroes.
So the problem is the players are bad.
There we go. My button does work. I wasn't sure at first.
Just feeling it.
One more time. There we go.
And I feel like I didn't like the Magnus pick. I think it was a very hard Magnus game.
Okay.
In the first place, I think they needed something to address the Baron, because it was 9 pick, right? And they had the last pick, but it didn't really address it. They messed up the lane, even worse than it probably should have gone.
Yes.
And I don't know how you play from that. Because the Baron had a good game, it like stops the Batrider's game. And then it saves your team from rest, and you have this Factory Morphling that is useless.
Yes.
I would have liked that X rush. I was also trying to do Mats. I feel like if you go Yasha or Dragonlance and you have agility, you might actually do similar damage to having a Flag Tree.
That was your justification, is that like the nuke damage on Flag Tree is not that useful on adaptive because you could just build more agility and get more damage that way.
And you scale.
And then you scale better. But maybe it wasn't just a mid diff, it may have been an outright. Oh, whoop, I was holding. I didn't know that's how you mute it.
Yeah.
Why is the draft not working? There we go. It may not have been just a mid diff, it may have been an outright skill diff from team to team in that game number 1. And Bleed this time get their hands on the Beastmaster and ban out the Morphling in the first phase, as well as Techies and Mansion take out the Doom, and the Naga Siren pick up Pugna.
I mean, that's not a hero that's really, really strong in the lane, but it's a weird-ass hero for Varese, and he's very good at playing weird-ass heroes. I mean, he's not very good with the conventional pause buys, I would say.
He's a good CM player.
CM.
CM's a conventional position.
Oh yeah, Disruptor.
It's the only one that I can think of.
Disruptor?
Well, he's been playing it a lot, but he has not been winning on
He plays
CM.
Clockwork too. I think he's a better melee hero player.
So in this tour, he has played Maiden, Veno, Techies, Bane, Silencer, Clockwork, Pugna, Oracle.
He can't play Maiden for sure. Like,
Yeah,
he's playing the hero, but he can't play the hero.
Right. He's played it. He's won 1 out of his 3 games, and I think it was against Xersha.
Is that on him or is that on just the team as a whole? Like they.
Obviously, it's on him. You can't play CM. How can you?
And Joe can play Breaker.
Okay, back to the draft.
Alright, wait. Is this a DB Pugna?
Yeah, maybe. He played some Pokemon last tour, right?
He played Pugna this tour too. It's always been banned against them.
He played Pugna against Execration, and they won.
I mean, time for some Pugna Undying shit, you know?
Bunker.
Give Varese the Undying so he can't die in the game. Can't fuck up the lane if you're playing Undying.
Can you not?
I like how you found someone new to play.
Corden's winning.
Yeah, Corden's winning, so
You're
you
a
can't say anything
cover.
about him. This fucking Varese guy. I will agree that his pool, we looked up his pool. If, for those of you who don't recall, which most of you in the chat I imagine are longtime SCA DPC enthusiasts, but maybe new to the scene, Varese made his name on support Gyrocopter. That was his claim to fame for, John claimed, nearly 3 years he would just run support gyrocopter and oftentimes win. His career win rate on the hero is 58%.
He's very similar to Natsumi. They play very unconventional heroes, and it makes them feel like they know how to play their role. But when you put them on conventional roles, heroes on their roles, they can't play those heroes.
So then a support parallel, he reminds me of Fata. Fata would always play these weird like support Razor and things like that.
That's true, actually. But
Yeah.
Farah would have the net worth of his offlane.
Yep.
So Farah's a monster at finding farm. Okay, I will never, ever look down at him. He's so good at finding farm.
I mean, is he finding the farm or he's asking
Yes,
for the farm?
it may be coming at the cost of some other people because I look at DJ and oftentimes I find DJ is finding farm where no one else was finding it.
Farah could play with Corden.
Ooh, now that's a lineup.
Good pairing.
But then I think then DJ wouldn't have anything to do.
DJ will find farm. It doesn't matter. SCA has like special Pinoy Force. I think another one that comes to mind is Raging Potato.
Okay, yeah.
That guy, he would have so much farm. We used to play against him back in Fnatic, and Envy was like,
no, he demands.
This guy gets more farm than DJ. How is this possible?
He demands for the creeps all the time.
That's fine.
He asks.
You gotta
As a
ask,
support,
right?
you're asking the core, can I get the farm?
Well, at least he's asking.
I mean, you can say no.
Yeah, exactly.
You look to your left. Oh no, okay.
He's just smiling at you. Am I creep now?
He's asking, but he's really just telling. Second phase bans come out. Arc Warden, Storm Spirit, and Dragon Knight taken out of the pool by Bleed. Mansion Army Geniuses, they take out the Clockwork, obviously, every single time countered to Spearbreaker. Same thing with the Shadow Demon, countered to Spearbreaker, and Medusa.
What's his DK ban?
Yeah, what's that DK ban? I've seen it twice now, and I just thought that DK is not that relevant of a hero. I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's not. Is it good against Void Spirit?
Not
I guess
very
Void
sure.
Spirit can't kill him. Like you pressure a lane, similar to Morphling-ish.
I mean, how about the Arc Warden ban? It's just like something that they like
It's
to run.
in your dream hero. It's probably the only carry they've won on. And it's a hero that all.
What is the hero right now? Is he a split pusher or is he just a straight up like he just wants to fight early kind of?
He
carry?
fights with Manta really well.
Is he a universal hero?
No.
No.
But he has two different heroes on Radiant and on Dire.
That is true. And he, in your dream, played him on both Radiant one time and Dire one time and won both times. But his build was Manta Rush, and then he would get Scotty sometimes, he would get Pike. Well, actually, that's usually what it is, Pike Scotty.
The Manta looks really strong because of the bubble now. Like,
Yeah.
you do more damage in the bubble. So.
Yeah. Wait, so then do your illusions
Yes.
get the magic damage on the...
Yes.
Ooh.
Play by Manta.
Wow.
Kind of OP.
It is kind of OP.
I mean, Oracle looks OP here against SB,
It's
Konka,
very
Hogna.
okay. Their side. I like Shadow Demon.
For Bleed?
Banned out.
Oh, it's banned. Okay.
Yeah, do you like Oracle as a position 4 where you get more farm, or you just feel like he should be a 5?
I think you can play 4 if your team understands how to play fast. Like, I think in like these Europe games I watched where they're like fighting at 15 minutes and the game is kind of decided, then that's like when you can play this Disruptor 4, this Oracle 4, you know? Cause
It's kind of like you have two 5s, right, in a way?
yeah, in a way, yes. I think the roles don't really determine how much farm you get. It's more of like how you lane and just what
How
you
useful you are in the team fights.
Yeah. If it's a good Oracle game, you want to get priority, right? You don't want to be this poor Oracle.
Is this
that
good enough for that?
die.
Against the Conquer, SB,
I feel like they don't need it. Like, I look at this lineup now, he can really only go to Beastmaster, and I think Ice is not an easy player to gank. Like, you can't X-Mark Void Spirit. They have this X combo, sure, but Bleed can just pick another hero that doesn't
Oracle
get
for
X-marked.
Bleed, actually. Against the...
For DJ?
Yeah, I mean against their heroes, what AG has right now.
DJ is too cool to play Oracle.
It's too cool.
Alright, I say that, but honestly, DJ is one of the best fucking Oracle.
But I don't want flashy defense, I want flashy offense.
He'll find a way.
Okay. Get the rain of destiny.
He's gonna charge the Hawk as it goes in. Oracle's such a
If you're
strong...
playing Oracle offensively, I feel like you're not playing the hero correctly.
How? What? He's so
Have
strong
you
in the
watched
lane.
Thompson mid Oracle?
Yeah, well, if he's a mid, then sure. But like... AG take a page out of Boom's book and they pick
Wait.
up Kanka Murana.
Wait, it's their overall last picking a support?
Dude, they do this all the time with DJ.
Again?
Yeah, this is the DJ
nothing new.
classic. This is how they free
They're last
DJ.
picking their carry, by the way. Get it right. If Corden is playing Voice Spirit, he's not gonna farm as much. You might as well give DJ farm. If you give DJ farm, you might as well give him priority in the draft.
There you go.
DJ's best friend. DJ's best friend here.
Misery is a genius, okay? I'm just expressing his ideas.
If you're still hot on Universal Heroes right now, Wind Ranger, Winter, what's your opinion on Wind Ranger? Do you think she's good?
Yeah, why not? Every single freaking Universal hero.
Every other one of my panelists have been saying that Wind Ranger's a bait. Adam, do you think Wind Ranger's a bait?
On support, it's a bait.
Yes.
I think on mid, I actually asked Mikoto this. Yes. He said like Voice Spirit is the most OP hero now. That's about Wind Ranger. He said like the hero farms. He's a farmer, you know.
Yeah.
It's not gonna do as much.
Okay,
but
so
the hero's still strong.
on the roles, I think she's the best in carry role. In my opinion.
Ever seen that in SCA?
In SCA, no.
Probably not in SCA, but
Just wait till Scam plays. Oh wait, Scam's +5 now.
Oh, that's true.
no.
Well, he'll play it anyway.
Oh no. So for AG, they don't need. They still need their carry. Need some hero that can match up against the Talon.
Not role Wind Ranger is best on.
What?
It's on DJ.
DJ?
Last pick Wind Ranger.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I brought it up. Because then people are critical of support Wind Ranger, especially.
So AG should be worrying about not the Terrorblade as the call-to-call matchup, but more of what's DJ gonna play.
I mean, they have to ban DJ's heroes. I like the Bad Rider ban.
Bad Rider ban?
I like the Coddle Bad ban. I think Call's good with Beast in lane, good with TV.
And Bad is actually quite imba also in the lane right now.
DJ is the only one that has played the 4-bet in SCA.
Oh, I missed that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He played it against Blacklist.
I think in Europe, but Saksa played it.
Yeah, Saksa played. Saksa's been playing some support slug too.
Yeah.
The support
It's
slug,
good,
the
though.
support slug is so good, you know.
They
like,
lost the game against Liquid, though.
But the way he sees the hero, what he's what are you supposed to do in a game? Like he's just giving vision and then saving with the shard. It's just amazing, you know, what he's doing in the game.
He trades in lane so well because of Acid Shift.
With Blood Grenade too.
Blood
and then you
Grenade
have
too.
like he buys like Hellbreath and stuff. I think they just know how to itemize for the game, which is
2 Wraith Bands.
Unlike our region. Our region doesn't know.
So what does In Your Dream know how to play here?
Well, of the heroes that he's played this tour, he still has the Faceless Void available.
They're gonna pick Magnus.
Yeah, there's not many good picks.
Faceless Void is a good hero against TV, and I think that's all that matters. Yeah.
But you're still playing against Global, you know, it's not that easy.
You're against Beast too, it's a shit lane. DJ's just gonna play some like Dark Willow here, I think. Or Vengeful even.
Ah, Vengeful.
Oh, that would be good.
So pretty pro Vengeful Spirit.
Dude, I would be hyped to see that.
We saw Vengeful today, it lost.
How do you itemize on the hero? Do you get phylactery?
On Venge? DJ's gonna have 6 slots, man. Manta style Aghanim's. Swap me. No, I'm the carry. Venge is really good with that draft.
Yeah, Venge, Beastmaster, Terrorblade, a classic.
I like Willow as well. I think against Breaker and Void, Willow is really strong. That's a bit more of a DJ hero. But I feel like DJ, he tends to play heroes that he has been playing.
Yes.
You know, like he's been on the Wind Ranger train, the Ench train, so I would say they'll probably go for Wind Ranger.
No, I feel like Ench is more likely. Dispel, Decrepify, Bulldoze.
Oh, that's true, actually. They have no answer for this Helm Beastmaster with Ench Creeps too.
I mean,
like,
I kind of like the Dark Wheel more because you have a way of dealing with the Chrono and then you can kill with
you buy
the
Yules and you're good against Breaker.
Yeah.
But
you're decent against the Pugna.
DJ is the type of hero that you want to know what he plays. You look at his Dota buff and you look at his recent games and he's playing those heroes.
There you go. Good call.
I lied. You're a genius, Winter.
So what's the build? Yules into Scepter into Moonshard?
What the fuck?
I think Yules is just
Are you
really good
watching
this
some
game.
mid Dark Wheel?
Yeah, Tundra 9, Rod of Eidos Midas.
There we go.
He has a faceless boy on his team, Chrono, and the Willow is like, whoa, machine gun.
I played Willow in my pub yesterday and I bought Eidos. It felt good.
It feels good.
It feels good to buy crowns. The
Yes,
Eidos
that
is like
true.
whatever, the crowns feel great.
Yeah.
But doesn't it feel good only because you're a universal hero because you get so much damage from the crown?
Exactly.
But I was +4. But it still felt great. I think you buy Yules. You're playing against Time Dilation, you're playing against X-Mark, you're playing against Spirit Breaker, Pugna.
No, you buy Midas first.
DJ doesn't need Midas for Cardin needs Midas.
No surprises on Bleed's lineup. Varize is going to be playing the Mirana, so yet another, I guess, a weird support. I mean,
He did play a lot of Mirana last tour, or tour before that. I
Yeah,
think. So it's a bit more in his wheelhouse, I think.
okay.
Pretty good draft with the Mirana. A lot of setup, X-Mount,
Yes, that's true.
Chronosphere,
Global Vision with Spirit Breaker.
Moonlight Shadow, and a Charge SB. Sounds good.
Wait, no, Pugna's is. Oh, wait, Pugna's is
Pugna's
offlaner. Oh, yeah, Pugn's 3. Okay. Well, let's see if we're going to make this a 2-0 or if we're going to be extended to a 3-game series. Let's find out with our casters. It is going to be Seek and Strike and John X Fire.
Indeed. Thank you, Neil, as we're here waiting patiently for the start of this game, which could be the final game. Do you think we're going to another Game 3 here? It would be, especially after Games 1 performance, a bit of a surprise. But considering what happened last series, I'm not totally counting it out.
Yeah, it's always a possibility. I feel like this draft from Bleed is pretty clean, though. Like, I do feel like most of these matchups are great. The big threat from AG is Chrono and all the damage they have for Chrono, but you have enough answers for the Faces Void. Roar is great, Dark Willow is great. As a response, there's Global Silence, so you see that Faces Void jump in, you've got that. He needs a BKB or a Manta first. So I think you've got enough to make this a hard Void game. It's not going to be a walk in the park for In Your Dream. His lane matchup isn't particularly amazing either for the Faces Void. Like, Axe spam is going to be annoying. So I do expect Bleed to just carry that performance. I do wonder, our panel was still burning our mid here.
They really were. Let him cook. Let Chef Corden cook is what I'd say. He played a really nice
Doesn't need a Midas. He didn't need a Midas last time
Didn't
either.
even need that baby Manta style like Winter was wanting.
30
I
seconds.
agree. We'll see what he can get cooking here on the mid Void Spirit, as he is going to be scouted playing Tina Ward. It's a bit unfortunate from him, but AG with some pretty proactive wards here, we'll be able to at least get a pretty nice heads-up D ward in this mid lane, and that will go a long way. You can see AG just confirming that he didn't just drop it cheekily on the high ground. That's a play I always like doing. You show on the tower, and then you drop your ward, and you show again. Bait out the sentries.
Yeah.
It's a little stupid. I think in that Liquid Thunder game in TI, that they ended up just stealing the ward, so it doesn't always work, but
Not always, but you can get away with it. Still, taking a look at these lanes breakout, we always start off with mid. Corden on the Void Spirit up against a Kunkka, and we did just see this matchup in our last series, and this is a rough matchup for Void Spirit, to be fair. So maybe that's why Adam was saying Corden might need a Midas. This is not the best of times. You're just going to get harassed out slowly but surely by the Tidebringer. You're not going to need too many support rotations either to just outright win this lane. So I'm keen to see how much Corden can do if he can have a better showing than we saw from Mikato last time. And that was something we expected anyway, but it's still rough. And it's going to be rough for Corden, so we'll see here still. I don't think the game hinges on him. No matter what happens, I think you've still got strong conditions on your side lanes, so you can kind of play with the Void slightly behind. Like, your supports have so much play that you don't need as much on your Void Spirit to launch off here.
That's a good point. I do maybe see this being a little bit of a difficult early game until Bleed can kind of, do Jackie things, which is pop your very expensive TB Arcana with a beautiful prismatic gem, and then basically just A-click the ground. Because like early on, you're playing into Rumba, if you're playing into this darn Pugna, which is an off lane, so I'm kind of curious as to see how that will affect the atomization, because for the most part, I have seen this hero more so in a support role. But DB, Grandmaster, so I trust that he'll know the build here on this hero. But he's got a couple saves, right? He's got the decrep, he's got the life train, like, you got a Spirit Breaker charging through the fights, who's going to shrug off basically all of your lockdown and debuffs. Like, I think it's a difficult early game here for Bleed.
Oh, for sure. I think this is where it could get a little bit tricky, like Jackie's itemization as well into the Pugna. It does feel like you're kind of forced to go for a self-dispel just to not get decrept and just kited around these fights early on. So I'm curious to see what Jackie can get out. He's not being totally pressured down bot though. And you do need levels, especially, although you could just get a basher.
Or you could just look for a kill onto Dubu. The blood grenade's not going to be enough tower here, actually. And they're not tanking a couple of tower shots. So Jackie keen to go ahead and pop that Metamorphosis. A couple auto attacks thrown at both heroes. Sometimes you don't always need to get the kill. Sometimes it's better to just waste their regen and make sure that they're going to be, a little bit worse for wear here. Bloody their noses.
Yeah, just lay it on to them. Once Metamorphosis is down, that's when the Terrorblade lane is pretty slow. So you can kind of play into that for the side of Army Geniuses. So that's what I want to see. Just more aggression in the lane. Try to play while you're strong, especially in your side lanes. And suppress Bleed as much as possible. Down the mid. Still trading back and forth.
Yeah, smooth moves by Corden here, though. I don't think I've seen him swept up in a torrent quite yet. and doing a good job as well controlling a couple of these runes. Let's, talk a little bit about this top lane. I think a bit difficult for some real kill threat unless In Your Dream does end up getting caught by some of those brambles. But, eventually Ice going in for a bit more. Are those boars I see already? Level 2 boars at that.
Yeah, I like seeing that coming out here. Again, it's not something the Faces Void deals with all too well. The Mirana can only do so much to try to hammer onto those boars. So you have a pretty good time. You are still finding decent enough farm from In Your Dream. It's not the fastest, and he is queuing up the Midas. So that timing's going to be key for Faces Void to kind of scale up here. A little bit of a pause.
Good voice line from Gordon.
Definitely some distortions in the Void, if the Void is the internet connection.
Could be. I could see it being the internet connection. I think, overall, I mean, checking in on this mid lane performance, 19-3 compared to the 18-5. I think this is where you kind of expect this matchup to be. I think as soon as Yowie does get level 5 and that 3rd point in the, make that the Tidebringer, do you think this starts getting a little bit too difficult for Corden to reasonably be able to subsist through this lane? So hard times are coming, but for now, Corden rolling with the punches just fine.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think already just having this kind of stable back and forth start is pretty big. We do manage to finally get a glimpse of him getting caught by
a torrent.
But not the biggest deal. Not the biggest deal.
We'll start adding up here. 4-minute runes. I think Corden's going to be able to secure at least one of them here. Ice being left alone for now as DJ does double stack in the Radiant Triangle there. So Ancient's in hard camp, but there's action down bottom where Dubu does pick up first blood. Ooh, DB chasing, not fast enough on his little skeleton legs. He's able to find the Nether Blast kill onto Dubu, who immediately, gets a little bit more aggressive again. DB can continue to fight here. He's got Healing Lotus and a decently charged Magic Wand. Only 4 charges, but it's better than 2. Twice as good as 2 even.
Twice as good as 2. Still not quite enough to overcommit. Jackie's been playing on edge, but he's gotten grip on this lane. And we're not seeing too much coming out from Jokam.
Not yet.
Not yet.
6 minutes is coming up. I think he's got time, right? But for now, rather agree with you. DP really playing it pretty close to the edge here. As we'll take a look on our Bara cam now, crossing into the Radiant side of the river. He's going to be picked up by this ward, and I'm sure, that's going to be a charge canceled, considering how far back Dubu was.
Yeah, just not quite getting that early activity you'd want here for the side of Army Geniuses and Bleed, just working every lane pretty well.
DJ stacks again in the triangle, sorry to cut you off. More action bottom. Oh, DB, he's in trouble. That's going to be not the Mango consumed, but of course the Lotus keeps him alive. Jokam may not be as lucky. That is until the Arcane Curse wears off, and they're A-okay.
Yeah, just on edge. And it's the side of Bleed getting aggressive in this lane, which is not really the best of news for the side of Army Geniuses. Again, it does feel like when you've got the Spirit Breaker, you want to be able to just charge in, find a pickoff, but they've been using this spacing really well in Bleed. They've been timing themselves around Metamorphosis very nicely. And every lane just feels good, even mid. When we talk about Yowie crushing this lane, it's not exactly a crushing difference right now.
Right. Keen move there. I kind of like this play quite a bit for Vriz. He moves into the triangle, scouts the stack, and actually blocks it from further stacking with a quick little sentry. I do think, that courier got to deliver its item, so Ice not too disappointed by that. As 6-minute power rune spawn in, it's Corden picking up the illusion rune. He's not going to rotate away from mid, mostly because Yowe's pushed the wave underneath his tower, rather. So Yowie, he's gonna gank the hard camp up here. He's not gonna be able to get much else, thanks to the good reactions from Bleed. Instead, down bottom is where Dubu picks up another kill onto DB. Actually, just his first, really. Jokam, I thought was gonna get another bash there. That would have been pretty sick.
Yeah, not quite getting the chain bashes they'd want. And again, you're off to a running start with Jackie. What looked like could have been a bit of a back and forth lane, they're not really able to leverage that aggression.
Corden, he's going bottom. He's gonna get picked up by a ward. It's a bit early for the, well, actually, it's a bit late, really, for Wisdom Runes. You'd want to basically be where DJ is sitting. So Wisdom Rune should go one for one.
Yep, not too much going on there.
DJ's not really been playing in lane so much, but he's been stacking a ton.
It's fine to not play the lane. Ice can just solo. Yeah. There's not much kill threat from the Faces Void, so you can just stack up, you can clear it out later. And it pays off in a big way. Bleed can't really do that themselves. Like, they can't leave any of your side lanes. So you can't really stack up. You can't try for a recovery game, especially for In Your Dream. So, and the economy is going to be thrown off quite a fair bit once we start seeing some of these camps get cleared out.
Yeah. And Ice is preparing to do that. I thought he was going to go full bores. I was a little surprised to see the 1-2 so early on. But his next 2 points have been in the axes, so he's going to be able to clear those very, very easily. Corden may have a bit more difficulties, but has maxed Resonant Pulse. As they do get a little bit aggressive down bottom. Jackie certainly a bit uncomfortable with Yoe this deep behind his tier 1 tower.
They're still kind of keeping track, but they don't fully commit.
They're going to really try for top. There's a Chrono. It's Dubu making the rotation early through the Twin Gate. In Your Dream, it's already time walk. Chrono catching 2 just on the edge, and a TP coming in from Yoe as well. Shift immediately going to be called in as Dubu trying, but can't really change the outcome of this fight too much. DJ, there's even a charge coming from the Vision, the bashes, all really coming in. Corden, though, wants this kill onto In Your Dream, but he gets off a time walk. Jackie and Dubu have persisted, though, and a couple more auto attacks. Dubu has the kill. Dubu's still alive as well. Now taking down the Infused Raindrop. Stick charges not nearly enough. Jackie fighting his way through this one here, alongside Corden still, who's popped the regen and is in fighting shape. So Yoe forced back. 2 for 2 trade here. Not bad for Bleed, considering they do get Jackie involved with rotating through the gate.
Yeah, they get involved. They don't find a tier 1, but they get a core kill. Again, slowing down In Your Dream with that set of pickoffs coming out here from Bleed. I think for AG, the big win is that, well, your tower's still intact. Metamorphosis not going to last long enough for that.
Okay, a little roar down bottom. Big roar, really. As Ice is kind of regret that move. DB just gets sucking onto that creep, and he's basically, well, actually, he's not back to full HP. He is going down. He has gone down. Dubu gets the kill. A little bit more int going his way. He's stacked up quite a bit now. Dubu up to 8 total. Yoe's going to die in the meantime as well. He actually just gets caught out in the mid lane, and now AG, they want nothing to do down here. They don't have Chrono. They're not strong. They can't fight. Not into Ice. Man, it's just too big.
Yeah, it's just Menace. He's tanky enough. He's got the Infused Raindrops. Vanguard still being built up. No Chrono threat here from In Your Dream as well. And it just doesn't feel like you've gotten much from Jokam this game. Like, the Spirit Breaker hasn't had its impact in any sort of rotation. Maybe you cut off a gank or two, you create some space for your cores, but not enough to set like this tempo to take these fights yourself.
Certainly.
And for the side of AG, I mean, it feels like with this kind of draft, you do want to play pretty damn fast here.
DB's through the gate. They don't have a stun nearby, so they can only just watch Ice leave. Dubu scouted arrow, going fishing. Oh, somehow. Oh, whoa, that was a Parisian arrow. My bad. Dubu is going to go down here at the end. Jokum not going to quite die into the tower, but still cut it a bit close. Check out all these wards, by the way, that AG have up. 3 wards right down bottom. Jackie, not giving them the time of day, though. Completely playing very far. Basically, I mean, in the mid lane, but considering how big this map's gotten, you know, relatively safe. Not near the Twin Gates, you know.
Nope. Not anywhere near that vision. So the big target you'd want to kill is kind of well protected just by map movement. I mean, Jackie's ditched that bot for a while. AG will find the objective. So they get some of that map opened up. They can get some room for In Your Dream to keep this farming going, hit the Midas, try to get the build up to have that damage in the Chrono. But I don't think Bleed is hurting. Again,
they're not too bad. I do think if Bleed cannot take this top tier 1 tower, which they're about to secure now, yeah, they've got it Corden with the last. So things might have gotten a bit awkward for them, considering that AG already moving on to mid. That one's going to go down seemingly uncontested, although they will let the wagon die. Certainly they take it, right? Yeah, you always got it. Okay, so a bit more map control does open up a little bit more here for AG. You think that favors them here a bit, John, seeing as they want to kind of just seemingly run at opponents, especially when they've got Chrono ready?
Yeah, I think it helps them maybe, again, just play the farm game and look to pressure. There's less areas on the map where you have to worry when you go searching, if you go for a smoke play. So it simplifies the process of trying to get this aggression off for yourself. Still, the side of Bleed smoked up onto Corden and Dubu, going through the gate. See if they find some. If they catch In Your Dream here, that could be nice.
Raise no hand in
oh, yeah, Global Silence is out. They've kind of stacked the stuns a bit, but the Global, will it last long enough? In Your Dream pops the wand. Imagine the time walk away. Does have himself an Arcane Curse applied, but under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, he will make it to safety.
That's a lot of commitment out from Bleed. Just drag him back in. Yes,
cheeky little Lex play. Top lane, by the way, Jokum is going down to, with Jex? Jex is the Wisp, right, isn't he? Whoa, is that a Blood Grenade? 12 minutes in, rude.
Yeah, just enough for JoeCam to kind of bail out there, juking nicely in the tree line. They are stalling the game out pretty well on Bleed. Again, neither side having a major advantage, a little bit more on Bleed in terms of kills, but in terms of farm, it's pretty much at parity outside of DB. DB's the one core that's had a bit of a slower start, but it is a Pugna. Doesn't need too much to really get going here. You see Ice going for the drums to Slam very early on.
Yeah, he is. I was thinking he might have gone back and played around the Time Warp or a creep again, but no, he wants to beat the drums.
I don't mind that. I think it's just a way to make these prolonged fights a bit harder, right? Because you are fighting in a team that wants to take it slow with the boat and all of that, DJ.
Well, little boat coming on in. Just gonna have to eat that one. Plenty of follow-up damage. No way out of this one for him.
Nice little pick off inside the AG.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh, hold on. That'd be even better, especially as Corden, yeah, has to use both Astral Steps there in order to break the life drain. DB, by the way, with a phylactery. Okay. Winter asked me earlier what kind of heroes you really want to build phylactery on. DB thinks, you know, yeah, build one on the Pugna. Why not? Into the Aether Lens to be able to proc that from further away.
I think it's pretty interesting just because you've got two pretty good single target spells. I'm very curious if Decrep, the damage applies after Decrep is applied or before it's applied. Right, like, because it can get amped up, which is not amazing to be fair, but you know, every little bit of damage counts.
That's true. It's true. I assume it gets amped up. It's like the Reddit weekly stupid question: does the damage from Deso apply before or after the hit? It applies before the hit. Yeah. As long as you apply the Deso debuff. Careful here, in your dream, in more trouble. JoeCam, not really much you can offer the damage. Even Global committed there, but Jackie eventually able to beat him to a pulp. So a nice pick off there, and that's in your dream dying twice, and well, he didn't die the first time to be fair to him. He barely made it out alive, but you know, takes a death in pretty much identical circumstances to how he nearly died last time.
It's always just around bot, and they feel secure there with the little bit of vision they had. It does expire, so it's maybe not as secure as it once was. And they have the right targeting priority on Bleed. Just take care of the Face's Void, prevent that build-up. You have a much better time right now going on for Jackie with the Yasha, going for the full Scotty next. So he's going to be pretty hard to kill off. Again, for Bleed, this kind of pacing, just with how they're itemizing, it's not bad.
It is, yeah.
Like, again, you have a way of taking these longer fights with the Drums of Slam. Got consistent damage coming out in the middle here. You are still building up into the big points of your Terrorblade. They try to hunt for something, but the TPs are already there.
They only find the courier of Dubu, which is going to kind of alert the side of Bleed that there were enemies on their way over. Corden, once again, going for a very similar build. Echo Saber first into the Manta style. Worked out for him last time, and I think so far so good for the side of Bleed, as you're saying, right? These drums are 800 gold away for Ice, then he becomes rather annoying in these fights, doesn't he?
He becomes very annoying. Like, this is a hero that just sustains true a lot more than you expect. Granted, you're not against illusions, but good point. At the same time, you're not going to burst down the Beastmaster that quickly. No. They'll be able to have a lot of impact in the middle of these fights. For AG, I mean, they've got that full BKB up and running on Yoe, so debuff immunity in play. They might be able to take a few fights off the back of his, counteract the silencer. They managed to time that usage right.
Oh, he's okay.
It does feel like they need to get aggressive. I don't think the passive play
both teams
is
are
the best for AG.
Pretty happy. I mean, in your dream, sure, he's taking a couple deaths, but still running decently well. I think he's about to get his Maelstrom delivered, indeed. So that, alongside his Midas, does see him as a little bit more of a threat, but for now, it's AG who sneak behind the Tier 1 tower to find Corden, gets off at Dissemblate to avoid just about all the follow-up that AG had ready for him, but the tower is being pushed. Bleed only have 3 heroes in the vicinity, with DJ waiting in the trees. Could potentially spell disaster here for AG if they can connect a couple more heroes here. There's the TP now coming from Ice. Ice as well. Does not have quite the Drums of Slam, but they're going to be able to take down DB right at the start of the fight. The boat offering a bit of protection here, that Captain's Cocoa Rum, but not nearly enough. Corden has found himself a little cliff and is going to have to dissemblate his way back on out. I don't think he was going to really be able to catch Yoe there. Especially when Yoe's got a 19 stack wand, 19 charge wand, and the BKB ready to use.
Back so soon?
Yeah, still is pretty protected up front. Losing DB, not the biggest deal. Again, he is a core, but not really a farm core. He doesn't provide as much in some of these burstier fights. And the side of Bleed, they did have to commit Global Sound, so
they did.
It's a pretty big spell to throw away for a kill onto a Pugna.
And there it is.
You take what you can get.
The drums of Slam, Jonathan.
Yeah, the good old drums of Slam.
They went from being perhaps one of the biggest useless item pickups in Dota to one that is very legit, honestly.
Yeah,
especially against illusions or against maybe more melee-heavy lineups. Yeah. Like one that is a serious consideration for this guy.
It is, and they find. Ooh.
That's not bad, though. I mean, you forced the BKB out for that, essentially.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling for Yoe.
No, certainly not. Ice is quite happy to continue beating his drum and just kind of farming around the map, to be, perfectly honest. He's in a decent position here. Yeah, bottom. Dubu, he's not going to really be able to get a kill here onto Jokum. But DJ joins him. Perhaps there's something to be had. Okay, Spirit Breaker ran into one of the brambles, taking a lot of magic damage now between the pair of supports, is ticking down and will fall. Dubu with another +2, up to 12 stolen int. Not bad. 5-2 and 2 here on the Silencer. Careful though. In your dream, not quite too happy with that. Is Silence, might not need a chrono. Oh, maybe he did need a chrono. Because Corden closing the gap from the side. Terrorize is going to swing wide, but Corden is actually going to body block him on the bridge. You shall not pass in your dream. Picks up the kill. Return of the King Corden.
Yeah, he cleans up, walks away at deceptively narrow bridge.
It's true.
Catching him off guard. Yoe now.
Yeah, they're going to pull him back with the Remnant. Does receive the rum buff here. Quite tanky. No BKB, though, for 20 more seconds as the life drain, I think it was channeled on the Corden. I'm not really sure there. Yoe didn't get any heals. Decrepified now as Corden dragged it further underneath Tier 2 tower thanks to the Kunkka's Water Park. But Ice, from long range, picks up the kill there with the axes. Jackie now showing up to fight is going to secure the tower here. And this is Bleed starting to feel a little bit more confidence and wind in their sails.
And they've got the clear lead now, 5k up, 11-5. AG just not able to group up and take any fights. They're not able to even find the pickoffs, right? You've got Kunkka Mirana, you've got the Pugna. You want a little bit more push coming out, you want a little bit more map pressure. None of that's really showing up here for the side of Army Geniuses. And the side of Bleed, they hit all of these timings. They've farmed up really well, and Jackie would have followed Scotty up. They're just in cruise control right now. It's down to AG to try to maximize what space they have left, minimize their losses, and figure out when they're comfy to play, because right now it doesn't look like they want to take any engagement at all.
No, and they felt so difficult, right? The vision advantage that Bleed have by throwing out illusions, Corden as well. Quite mobile at this point. I don't really think, John, as so far, that we've seen quite the impact that I think Jokum was looking to have on Spirit Breaker here.
Yeah, it's just not coming out. It's down to the fact that you're charging into maybe Hawk Visions there as well. It's just very difficult with the map control. Even the coordination for like charge plus Moonlight Shadow isn't really there.
I like what you did there. The coordination.
The coordination.
Very good.
The Coordination. It's also his fan club.
That it is. That it is. Winter is the captain of the Coordination.
That he is.
AG though, smoking up, looking to make a move here. I'd like to really see as well this Pugna start paying off. This looks like a good effort, even if they do miss the tidal wave. Careful though, because they might still get off the global silence. They're really focusing him down. Dubu's still alive. Pops the wall charges. He's out of there, and Corden, he's just piling in the damage now. Yoe, down he goes. The rum buff couldn't reach him in time as DB now lets to fall, but no, the Chronosphere will save it for now, but Corden out of there in time. Jackie is going to be caught. They do have to leave both supports behind, but in your dream, fighting versus 3, short little arrow onto Ice's side, but he will beat the drum, and he picks up the double kill. You can't stop him. Ice with 3 kills there.
That is such a strange choice from AG. They missed it. Even just missing the wave back probably hurt them a lot. They couldn't burst down to Silencer. And then the Chrono comes in. I'm surprised In Your Dream still goes for that.
Yeah.
Like he tries the Chrono before he sees that full commitment on the location for Corden.
Yeah, and I just don't think he's getting that Chrono out before the Dissimulate.
Yeah, it's really awkward. That's a massive win for Bleed. They find a tier 2 off the back of this.
So much map control.
They've got 9k up. I don't see how AG angled back in. You can never factor out the Faces Void. At the same time, this game just... it felt like you needed to get more. Like, we keep talking about it. You've got Kunkka Marana, you've got Pugna, you've got the Spirit Breaker who wanted to be aggressive, and none of it came out.
They're not connecting on anything, Jonathan. I mean, it sounds overly critical, and I apologize, but I haven't really seen any of these heroes really utilize any of the other...
not doing it.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, 5 heroes. They're all playing somewhat decently here, but what are they connecting on? Here we go. Arrow into charge, into the tidal wave. Not bad, but Jackie, for some reason, he surfed above the wave. That's kind of throw them off guard now as Jokum left behind enemy lines. Does receive a decrep. Not bad. Clean play from AG. Corden, though, will be keen to punish that. DD Rune active. Finishes him off there with the Resonant Pulse.
What the hell prevented Jackie from being pulled back?
He went over the wave, Jonathan.
But was it because he was bashed while he was coming back?
I think he was in the... Oh, maybe that was it. Yeah,
he had forced movement out of the wave.
Weird. Yeah, I guess so, because it'd be a little bit stupid if you torrented someone and then they went over your other wave.
No, I don't think...
Especially because it's a tidal wave. Those are traditionally very...
Yeah, it's a tsunami.
Yeah.
Like on our panel. Or, as Sophie says, Natsumi.
Natsumi.
Yeah,
it's a Natsumi. Good old anagrams for each other. Natsumi, tsunami, DP. I don't know why he's pushing here, but he's going to die. Ice, it's ice. Beating into him, gets the drum, and CJ with the kill.
Yeah, this is tough for AG. But we've seen some attempts, they haven't lined up, and inside of Bleed, well, they're in a position to just probably just pressure Rax. They're going to take a tier 2, they can take the Tormentor as well. No pressure coming out at all from the side of Army Geniuses. What timings are we looking for AG potentially to counterplay? BKB on In Your Dream is a start.
Yep.
But it does feel like you lack damage in Chrono, especially up against a Terrorblade, so you probably want your level 20 as well, which is a long ways off. You want the Mjolnir as well, which is a long ways off. You have very limited map space to kind of build up. I guess for Yoa, this AC build is nice.
I just don't know. I don't know what this Pugna was aimed to accomplish. I guess the lane was supposed to be hard for Jackie, right?
For sure, but it wasn't hard at all. It just wasn't difficult.
Dubu just kind of outfought him there. I'm not sure really if there's... Not the best 4 player myself, and I'm certainly not a Spirit Breaker player, but I can't help but wonder maybe that was supposed to pop off a bit more.
It was.
Using that magic damage.
It should have been.
Credit to Yoa, you know, he did try and gank bottom a couple times, but I think Bleed were just a bit ahead of the curve, honestly, you know?
Yeah, they've gotten a good read of what AG needs to do in this game, and now they're just in complete control. Another tier 2 to fall. No contestation coming out from the side of Army Geniuses. They do have this BKB on In Your Dream, but they need to coordinate on these Chronos. If he jumps in with a Chrono, you have to be ready with, say, the boat perhaps. You have to be ready with a Torrent. You have to be ready with Life Drain. You need damage in there. Face's Void is just not pumping out enough.
Yeah, the fact that Ice 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 sounds like a steam engine running at full steam here, it is just simply not a good thing. He's farming a ton, he's taking down your towers, he's moving very confidently around the map. Like, it's kind of what AG, I think, we're trying to play this game. That's a global. I believe that's for top lane. Is it? Where they see Jokum? I guess so. Ice TP's on over. It starts beating into him now with the drum. Curse Crown, Dustin taken down. That's going to be now plus 20. Permanent stolen out from Dubu.
Yeah, it's a big brain fella right there.
He's getting big.
The side of AG again. Well, they're trying to get space that drags 3 heroes up top. That's 2 ultimates.
They have illusion here as well, I guess, on DP. So I guess it's another point of this hero. Oh, he's got the shard. Okay, good.
Yeah, at least you have some illusion break coming out. I do have one thing. Like,
yes.
I've proposed this to Mike. What if we got a Dota 2 in-game band? So you already have the drummer on Beastmaster. What if you gave our good skeleton boy Clinks a trumpet?
Okay, I like that.
And we have Doom on the guitar. Just integrate that into his spell
Doom
list.
Has a guitar.
As a set, yes.
Well,
integrate that into his spell list, you know? Give him an air guitar spell.
Someone else must have a musical instrument in Dota, don't they? Witch Doctor can be a lead singer there. He sings a song, doesn't he?
I suppose.
Good decrep, just constantly rooted up here, but we'll make it out alive.
Yeah, but how do you stop this high ground push? Jackie's just gonna rip right through. Your Pugna is just not doing enough damage, and tier 3 just falls.
That's a decent tidal wave. Charge as well, trying to make a bit of space. My goodness, the damage of the Jokum is criminal right there. Nearly 2-shot.
It is a lot coming out from Jackie right now.
I think Meepo could be a K-pop fan.
All by himself, yes, exactly it. They all look alike anyway. No, I mean, like, they have the same look.
Right.
Yeah, they have the same style.
Jokum in trouble. Killed off. Indeed, Jonathan.
You know, they all dressed in uniform. Meepo is just uniform himself.
I could see.
I guess Naga is as well. Like the female band.
Look, all I'm saying is if I ever see a K-pop group
You're taking
turn into Mega, you know, they all, and then they fling each other around. I mean, that is a band I would certainly, what do they call it, Idol? What do they call it?
You would stand?
No, it's...
you would stand them.
Oh, what's the word? They got a word for it.
I don't know. The only word I know is
bias.
stand.
Isn't it bias?
Oh, your bias.
Yeah,
yes,
my
yes.
bias.
No, your bias is the specific member in the group. Do not ask me how I know.
Well, my bias would be if they turn into the Power Rangers basically mid-song.
The Power Rangers, your bias.
All connected, yeah. Mega, whatever the Mega Power Ranger is. All right, you're always going to get the run buff on out. Doesn't have a whole lot of follow-up in your dream. Looking for an angle in this Chronosphere. Jackie, not a viable target. Thanks
in your dream
to the Aegis. In your dream is dying. Ice is just as healthy. And, well, our Genius is thinking, well, this wasn't so bad. Let's look for more. Lead as well, still pre-positioned and ready to fight. They didn't really commit much but the roar, so Dubu still holding on to the global here as DB is going to be caught. No, sir, no life draining in public. 45 seconds of prison time for you. Oh, in your dream. Oh, in your dream gets off the time walk. Trying to fight through this one. The BKB now, but Corden is so tanky. Look at that Crimson Guard. Arrow is not even going to change a darn thing here. And the Sunder out from Jackie to add insult to injury. Jackie lives. Corden as well. That's going to be a follow-up now onto Veriz. I mean, it's tough here.
I mean, they're trying on Army Geniuses. I just feel like some of these attempts are so forced. Like they don't manage to make it work mid. They pull back, but they don't fully retreat. They don't expect the smoke to come out. And now Bleed has the angle once more onto that high ground. And now you don't have Chrono. You do have both, but Chrono is the linchpin of this entire team fight. With it gone, you don't have any worries here at all. Bleed.
Middle tower has fallen.
Up to the high ground they go, John. And the writing's it's on the walls, it's on the floor, it's everywhere here in this one. 28K, there he is. Get rid of those illusions, not bad. But Bleed, I mean, they are in, as they say in South America, modo serio right now. Very serious mode right now.
Yeah, it's no joking around. Get those objectives, find these kills.
Jokum is down. For AG, it just doesn't really seem like they've got a move left in this one. Buyback now from Jokum. Get back and find a way into this one as they do at least interrupt Ice. But the Rack's already destroyed, demolished. There's going to be Megas now 30 minutes in. As they just turn back for you in your dream. Does not have the Chronosphere. Trying to fight through this one. The BKB shortly, and it might not be able to time walk out. Has it now. Still trying to fight through this one. Managing to at least get through Jackie and time walk away. The Force Staff. It's maybe winnable. The Tidal Wave catches 4. Not bad at all, but no one else swept into the fountain. Not quite Megas, pardon me. There's still the top lane of Melee Barracks alive as Bleed will be back. They won't finish it off this quickly, Jonathan.
Yeah. There's a little bit of fight left on AG. The chain stuns coming out on Jackie. Not able to get the Sunder off. Does catch him off guard. Wanting to find more, but it doesn't feel like he can.
Oh, that's a shield run for Corden. Not bad at all. Into the bottle for him. Nullifier and a Gem of True Sight. Buyback. You know, it was only one buyback, really, wasn't it? Not the Spirit Breaker. I mean, not the biggest terrible. DB as well gets the kill. How much gold did he get there? Oh, not that much, but look at that assist gold. Whew.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of gold coming out at the least, but not enough to turn the tides just yet.
No, unfortunately
this is
not.
Still a tough position for Army Geniuses. Corden?
Well, he's cooking. Joke him a bit too fast, though. A bit too fast. Shield rune active. I mean, you might as well make those plays. He's got 2 shields on him. Man just can't be stopped. Look at that. Shrugs off all of your physical damage. Life drain as well. Just tickling him here. DB doing what he can, at least from no longer range with the Aether. But it's only really a matter of time, I think. Bleed that they may back off. They can afford to play this slow. This game for them, what? Gets them to their 5th win, doesn't it, Jonathan?
Yes, it does. And that does skyrocket them to a very secure first place. It does look likely if they win here, then it's, unless they lose their next series, then potentially again a tiebreaker for first, but a win here just, for the most part, seals them in, depending on how their last series goes. So, looking really strong. I mean, this is, again, quite the journey for Bleed throughout this entire DPC cycle. From looking a little bit hopeful in Tour 1, looking really rough in Tour 2, and looking really strong in Tour 3.
Certainly. Where did Roche? Oh, Roche spawned down bottom, huh? Oh, there he is.
There's our good old friend Roshan. Gonna be taken away by Jackie inside of Bleed.
It's just clean play. I mean, you can't really fault Bleed for this, right?
No,
They don't want to. They don't want to lose this game. They see no reason to prolong this. They're going to make the sage and the prudent play here. Take down LaRoche, and then maybe we'll see a little bit of fountain diving for them. For now,
would like that.
AEG with the Pisa-Lay. He'll move out. Smoke. Moonlight Shadow. See DJ. Well, actually, maybe they don't see DJ, to be honest, but the pings are coming out. DJ, I think he sees him. Okay, moving on in, especially underneath the Sentry Ward. They're going to be looking now for Yoei rooted up, forced to BKB. There's going to be the Roar as well. DB in trouble, is in your dream. Time walks all the way back, but can do nothing to save the life of DB. DB's got buyback, but he's so far from the base. There's the Chrono. Catches two. They're going to be looking for the silence at first. Into the air, but look at Jackie's damage just bouncing around. The Mjolnir's not even enough, as they do at least put down the silencer, but they've lost in your dream. Oh, Jackie just impales him there. Down he will go. Yoei being toyed with now as they just have to throw in the towel. I mean, they didn't even buy back there. A tough game there, tough series for AG, but Bleed will rise to 5-1.
Yeah, it didn't even look like a tough series at all for Bleed. Like, it looked fairly simple for them to go through Army Geniuses. They play a very clean game of Dota 2, and they're showing us again this consistent improvement coming out. They with this kind of win, I can firmly say Bleed very, very much deserving of that #1 slot right now in Southeast Asia. And again, it's been quite the journey. Like, this change in coaching has improved this team by a massive amount. Mystery's work has really come in.
It has. I have to genuinely agree with you. I'm not sure exactly, the two specifics of that, but stuff is clicking here for Bleed, especially after they did take what was, honestly kind of a surprising loss, I would say, versus Blacklist. And that's to say nothing about the strength of Blacklist, right? Who have also really impressed us, but just considering that momentum that Bleed came into the season, for them to look this convincing over AEG, I'm sure is, maybe just the reassurance that they needed, right? A little bit of a test that Blacklist take them down. Now they pass here versus AG, and honestly, I'm not sure if this guarantees them for the major.
It almost does. I mean, theoretically, they are at least guaranteed for tiebreakers if they lose their next series. For the most part, it does guarantee, like, at least they'll be in tiebreakers if they lose their next series.
We'll see.
So they're in a really strong spot. The top three of Southeast Asia is very open. Like, we have 5-1 for Bleed, and then literally 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. So
they may be locked in, right? Because I only think, at least for tiebreakers for first or third, because I see Talon and Execration have to play each other, which means there's only 3 teams that can have 5 wins.
True. Yeah.
Right? I think they just punched their ticket to Bali.
It looks like they are.
Well,
looks like they are.
I'm not going to confirm that yet, because I'm not a very wise man, but I do know a very wise man. And he's doing a lot of heavy carrying there with Winter on his hands. So let's go ahead and throw it on over to him, Neil. Take it away. Close us out.
Good job, Adam. Woo! You're single-handedly carrying us right now. The wisest man on this panel. My mathematics seem quite similar to yours, Richie. I believe that because Talon and Execration still have to play each other, that means that only 3 teams could potentially have 5 wins. And since Talon just got their 5th win, then I believe that, since Bleed just got their 5th win, then I believe that means that they are locked. But until I see their line turn green on the Wikipedia page, Valve may not consider it an official source, but I consider it an official source. So we'll see in 5 minutes when the delay catches up if it's a green thing. But either way, that they are still most likely going to be going to the major regardless, because even if this doesn't lock them, the next opponent on Friday is Xerxia. And that
best team in the world.
Best team in the world on Mondays, and that's going to be on a Friday. So unfortunately, we're going to get the Xerxia. They got 2-0 against Execration last Friday. Meanwhile, for Army Geniuses, this is their second to last series. Their final series is going to be next Monday against Blacklist, and this series did not really inspire confidence in the team. I don't even really know what to attribute it to. Winter, what would you pick apart from this AG game?
I mean, they look like a Div 2 team right now.
They do.
I feel like the drafts are not very convincing, like during Tour 2. I feel like they knew what they wanted more. They were very sure about what kind of combinations that they wanted to pick. And maybe it could also be like a patch thing, They're not really good at this patch.
But they've had 5 weeks to adjust to it now.
Like, the patch just doesn't favor their play style. And I feel like this season highlighted a lot of their laning problem, They're really bad at laning. And somehow the last patch, maybe because of specific heroes that they can play better, and so it doesn't really show their weakness in the lane as much.
I feel like Jokem carried their early game consistently.
Yeah,
Last time, like, it
Jokem,
was always Jokem.
Yeah,
And then
Jokem.
EB would carry mid game.
Yeah, and then in your dream will eventually like play like game.
They
away
are the
sometimes.
DJ and Ice.
Yeah, they are, and
Yeah,
they
that's
have,
a good comparison,
they
actually.
have not been around. They've been having hero pool issues. They've been having gameplay issues. They've been.
I mean, if
having,
Corden is smiling in the game, you know
God
you're
damn it, Winter.
fucking-
Let him have this, okay? He earned this series.
owned.
Yeah,
Did you
he
see
played well
that
this
Chrono
series.
dodge top lane?
Yeah, he played well this game.
Played well this game.
He definitely played well.
You know he's God tier when Winter says he's played well.
But again, it is against the caliber of opponents, and while Bleed gets this win against Army Geniuses and then hopefully gets the win against Xerxia for their next series, they are not going to be playing a Dream League, which means that they're going to have some time to themselves because theoretically our other top teams will be in Europe for Dream League, which would be Talon and Execration, which means that who do you even scrim against?
Yeah, it's
if
awful.
you're Bleed? Everyone just left.
You can play Chinese teams. I
You can
guess.
play Chinese teams,
It's kinda
but even
nice,
LGD
yeah.
and Aster are going to Dream League.
You can play the other Chinese.
Who needs to scream when you
As
can
a-
rest on a sunny beach?
I feel like they should go party somewhere together.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
not?
Bonding.
Yeah,
Like,
because for what it's worth, I think that even if Bleed get first in this tour and like maybe if they get first at the major, you could theoretically qualify directly to TI, but it's incredibly unlikely. So at most, I think you're just looking to get experience for your TI regional qualifiers at Bali.
I feel like it's just a learning opportunity, right? They're being tested, and clearly they've passed this test. Now it's round 2. You know, like does our playstyle work? How will Corden do on LAN?
Yep.
I think that's a big question mark for me.
Has he played on LAN before?
Some small lands.
Probably
right?
smaller LAN,
But not a Valve
definitely not
major.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, yeah, that's an important test that we often find SEA teams specifically oftentimes come short with. But we get a chance to speak to a Bleed representative, someone who I've been actually hoping to speak to for quite a while. We got Misery on the line. Oh, you lost the jersey,
He took off
Misery.
his jersey
Trying to
for the
intimidate me?
interview.
Yeah, I mean it's really hot in here, right? Because they opened the door. I don't know, so it got hot.
It's
during
because
the
of that
game.
fire gameplay that your team is doing right now. It's heating things up, Misery. Congratulations on this win. First things first, I would love to hear, as I've been very curious for the past 2 weeks, how did you end up coaching Bleed?
It was actually Dupo reached out to me, and for a while I was pretty motivated and looking around. So I was really happy that, yeah, I got an opportunity to do something in Dota again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How long have you been, I guess, off the competitive scene before this opportunity came?
Oh, I was coaching TSM at TI last year, right?
That's right.
But
Yes.
but then since basically since I joined Bleed, I've just been watching everything, playing pops and stuff. But yeah, nothing competitively.
And then have you region hopped here before? Because you've done North America, you've done Europe a million times. Have you come to Southeast Asia before?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I've obviously been here many times, but I haven't really played here or like taken part in competing here.
So then compared to your other European and North American teams, what's it like coaching a Southeast Asian team?
It's really good actually. I was not really sure if it would work out. Like maybe there would be some culture differences, or I don't know. I wouldn't really know what to expect. But it's been really easy and really nice. The team is really good, so it's good.
That's good to hear, because oftentimes I see the issue come the other way, where Southeast Asians go to Europe or North America and they do experience the culture differences, specifically food. Oftentimes they're like, I miss my Southeast Asian
Where's
food.
my rice?
Yeah, where's my rice and stuff like that. How are you dealing with the diet? You're in Singapore right now, right?
Yes, I mean it's getting a bit old, but that's primarily because we're eating from the same food court pretty much every day. But yeah, I do miss some Danish food, of course. But I'm used to. I like Asian food in general, and I used to live in China and stuff like that. So I'm okay with it.
That's good to hear. Adam, you got any questions for Misery?
Yeah, can you tell us, like, since coming on to Bleed, you know, like, obviously you guys are qualified now. Like, what did you fix on the team, you know? How did Bleed become this good? Like, what did you contribute to this?
I don't know. I just have a lot of experience in a lot of different areas, you know, in different, categories. You know, I have a doctor's degree and I have a
astronaut.
You know, I used to be a teacher. Yeah, I was at the moon.
Police
Actually.
officer.
So I just know a lot of things, a lot of different.
Man of
areas.
experience.
Have your players
Exactly.
mentioned anything that you do differently compared to Forev?
No, we just focus on the now and look forward, right? And keep trying to improve. Yeah.
Yeah, what would you say is the main difference, like coaching an SEA team and a European team or NA team? What would you say is the difference? Like, is it very different with the mindset or something else?
No, I think it's more, for me, it's more, this time I'm drafting and I'm a bit more in charge, whereas previously when I was coaching, I didn't have that. So here I have more responsibility perhaps, and I'm more able to, I don't know, see through my vision or my ideas, perhaps. I think that's the main thing. I was coaching CSM, but you know, it wasn't that different, to be honest. People-wise, it felt good as well in that team.
Do you like having the control of being the drafter?
Yeah, in a way, it's nice because I think if you're not the drafter as a coach, you can be a bit more. I feel like you're more useless in a way, or it's harder to have influence. And it's also perhaps, I mean, Dougal requested this, right? Because he wanted to focus on his gameplay. So that's a plus as well, that he doesn't have to worry about drafting or preparing or these sorts of things. So yeah, I think it's generally good to have somebody outside take care of that stuff, so that the players can just focus on their thing.
I have a fun question for you. How do you find SEA pubs?
I mean, for me, it's a lot based on how I'm feeling myself, right? If I want to play, like if I really feel like playing Dota, then it doesn't really matter who I'm playing with. But I do still prefer EU pubs. I think it's more competitive and people are better. Here, it's a bit more random, like what kind of games you get.
I think that's a pretty common sentiment that we hear these days. My last question would be, now that you're qualified to Bali, what team are you looking forward to facing off against?
I don't know, maybe just the European teams.
Okay. The Liquids, the Gamins, the Tundras.
Yeah, just the other regions, right? Because the other regions are kind of playing different things, and it's interesting to follow a completely different meta and not really understand how nobody's playing Terrorblade over there, right?
Right.
And like things like that, you know, and then just test it out against those teams.
On that one, why is no one playing Spirit Breaker here? Or at least very few people are playing Spirit Breaker. Any theories?
It's coming back.
Okay.
I mean, it's coming. You know, like we played against Spirit Breaker twice today, right?
Yeah.
And I know in China they've been playing it too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as some interviews of you I've seen, they talk about some heroes and they say that they have certain weaknesses, and I feel like Spirit Breaker is the same thing, right? So I guess it's just different metas, right?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe in EU the Terrorblade is a bit too greedy because people are good at playing fast, whereas here they tend to play slightly slower and go less as 5, perhaps. But yeah, we'll just find out at the major, I guess.
We'll find out at the major. You'll be able to find out firsthand. Misery, congratulations on such a successful tour with this coaching stint, and good luck on your next series, and good luck in Bali.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it was a nice opportunity to be able to speak to. We got to speak to 2 coaches today. Got to talk to Mushi and Misery.
Is Mushi still the coach?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, Ohio, he was there, you know.
Ohio was there, that's
He's the
true.
analyst. We might get him someday.
Yeah, actually, I know some people were a little bit surprised seeing this stand-in situation, why Mushi was standing in as opposed to Ohio. Because I think Ohio was more recently a player compared to Mushi.
I think Mushi still
Mushi's the
plays
boss.
Dota though. Like Ohio doesn't
Mushi's the boss,
Ohio doesn't
man.
play as much Dota.
Ohio's
Mushi still like
replay
actively
analyzer.
plays.
I can assure you, if you go talk to Ohio is like, Mushi, go ahead, go. You know? He won't be like, I want to play, you know.
Well, it worked. They got the win. So let's actually look at all the results that we've had today as we wrap up, I guess, day number 8? Day number 8, May 31st. Team SMG ends up going down 2-1 against Execration. I'm not even going to call that a bit of a throw. That was a throw. That was another day at the SMG office.
Why are you even surprised?
Because that was Tour 1 SMG. Tour 3 SMG wasn't like that.
They changed roster, so they hit the reset button, so they have to go through this again. So technically, mathematically, they're TI ready.
That's how it works. An unfortunate result for them is that basically rules them out of major contention, and it keeps Execration in the mix, though. In fact, they are almost certainly going to be ending up in a tiebreaker, but it may end up on what their series against Talon looks like. Meanwhile, Talon do also fall against Boom Esports. That one was not a throw. That one was just Boom playing extremely good.
Mushi diff.
Mushi diff.
I can't really say anything else. It was just all Mushi.
This was a Boom that we have been aching to see for probably at least a year at this point.
You know what's Boom without Mushi? They're Boo.
10 points.
10 points to Adam Door.
How did you know?
And Talon, unfortunately, as a result of them losing that, are most likely not going to be able to get first place anymore in this DPC tour, because Bleed are currently first. Well, actually, let's take a look at the standings. I'll explain everything as we go through the standings, as you just saw Bleed beat Army Geniuses. So currently Bleed are first place, and their next opponent day after tomorrow on Friday is going to be against Xerxia. So let's just soft assume that Bleed is going to win that. That means that they're 6-1, which means that no one else can get 6 wins.
I haven't seen Xerxia in their final form.
Maybe on day 9, that's when Xerxia wakes up, because the one win that you see on Xerxia at the very bottom was against Blacklist Rivalry. But other than that, they've been taking a lot of L's, and I suspect that Bleed may be more of the same. Meanwhile, we get 3 slots to go to Bali. Bleed has now secured one of them, but the other 2 are still up for grabs. Talon, Blacklist Rivalry, and Execration are all vying for that one. And Blacklist, their remaining opponent is going to be Army Geniuses. That's going to be on next Monday. And Talon and Execration have to play each other. Winter. I know. Oof.
It's so bad if Execration wins. They'll all be qualifiers.
Yup. But you can't think about it like that. You got to play to win, baby.
Yeah.
You think Nouns is out there being like, well, if we calculate this...
No, I'm surprised Misery didn't say TSM.
Yeah,
I was so ready for it.
Someone over in the production area was like, TSM. They want to play TSM. But maybe because Dubu brought him over, he knows not to cause bad blood. You never know when these business relationships might come back.
He had very nice professional answers.
He did.
But I understood what he meant.
Don't burn bridges. Always be very courteous, although it makes for more boring interviews.
Yeah, I mean, for Talon, I feel like their confidence is going to be rock bottom right now, losing to Bush.
Yeah, but then they're also backed into a corner, because if they lose this, then potentially they might not even make it to the major.
It might be good for them, take a break at home.
Do they get a break though? They're just going to go to Dream League anyway,
League, right? And then they get 2 weeks break for Bali, and then it depends on if they qualify for Riyadh or not. So... this is what the players wanted, man. They were crying about it last tour. They were like, wow, I only play 1 BO3 a week for 6 weeks. Well, welcome to the grind, bitches. Let's take a look at the schedule when we return on Friday. We got our last full day of official series, and then Monday is going to have 1 official series, and then potentially a great many tiebreakers. We got Bleed going up against Xerxia for a game series number 1. Which Bleed's already qualified. Xerxia has a lot to play for, though, because they can still make it out of the relegation tiebreakers. But if they lose this, then I'm pretty sure they are locked for relegation, because everyone else has 2 wins. Xerxia only has 1.
Mushi versus Mid One.
That's series number 2. Mushi versus Mid One.
This is good.
I don't care about anything else. This is good. Give me Mushi versus Mid One.
What is the extent of the history between these two? So Mushi coached SMG. Or no, he played on SMG.
Mushi was the face of SMG.
He was the face of SMG.
And then Midone came in and
became the new face.
Yes.
I see.
Before that, even on Fnatic, when we went our separate ways, there was
executive takeover.
A bit of bad blood towards the end.
Okay. So many times I feel like Mid One ends up in these situations where
always in the middle.
He's always in the middle.
And he's not the sous chef, he's the head chef.
He's the head chef.
And Mushi is also the head chef.
And when you got 2 head chefs going head to head, one of them's got to come out with a better entree, and we'll see that as our second series. Final series is going to be Talon taking on Execration, which may very well determine which of those 2 teams will go to the major, because if Execration or Talon win, that means that they have 5 wins, And if Blacklist beats Army Geniuses on next Monday, that means that they also have 5 wins, which means that we wouldn't even have tiebreakers because the 4-win team doesn't get to go.
How about relegation?
It's just based on Blacklist,
Relegation
right?
issue.
If we have tiebreakers or not. Because if Talon and Execration basically are deciding their slot.
Yes, exactly. But that's also assuming that Blacklist win against Army Geniuses, which Blacklist on Mondays, we can never trust Monday Blacklist.
Life AG is the best team of the world.
It was the first game of the day. Maybe they're just not morning people. Let's see. Have Blacklist played? That was Blacklist's only morning game. Was against Xersha.
No. Start sleeping early, Blacklist right now.
I hope Ninja Boogie sets an early alarm next Monday, but for next Friday, I hope you guys are setting the alarm for Bleed and Xersha, because that's what we're starting things off with. But we have locked one slot for Bali. Congratulations to Bleed. Well deserved. I think whatever they managed to turn around this tour,
they were kind of a meme.
They were a big meme for 2 tours.
Yeah. Good job, Daryl.
Tour 1, it was like, we were like, oh, this big fancy brand came into Dota and they don't know what they're doing. And then Tour 2, it was just like, they just bought Ice and DJ. But now Tour 3, it was like, oh, they actually had a good idea. They whipped him into shape. Misery whipped him into shape.
Maybe they were too happy.
Too happy about what?
Because they got Misery.
Oh, I get it. I see. Going for the emotion play. Well, the only emotion I want of you guys is the sense and the feeling of competition. Do you crave it? I've got just the platform for you. It's ePulls. And specifically, our quick matches. If you sign up for Prime using this QR code or the code DPC23Summer, you get 7 days free of Prime. And that allows you to get a little bit higher prize pool if you're participating in our quick matches. It's a fun, medium stakes way to get into competition. It's not low stakes because there's still money on the line, but you're not losing your house over it or anything. But you could win a house maybe. Who knows if you're good enough. I believe it's a $500 prize pool without Prime and a $1,000 prize pool with Prime, so be sure to participate if you're interested. And as for us, that wraps up Wednesday, where we have now one of our slots determined, and I think Europe determined Tundra on yesterday. So Tundra's a lock.
Aster
and LGD are locked.
Yep.
Shopify and Nouns are probably locked.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. That's why he didn't say TSM.
Yes, exactly. That's why it was going to be funny. Because TSM lost
my God,
it now.
I'm sorry. I'm so far behind right now, Adam. You're operating on a different wavelength.
It's okay.
Did Winter pick it up?
Misery knew.
All I know is I'm going to see Astini.
That's true. Well, most likely. It's not guaranteed, but Astini, coach of Nouns, after being belittled for literally 6 tours straight, the third place, well, I guess when Quincy was around, Quincy was also kind of the third place. But Nouns finally getting a shot.
No one beats Astini 7 times.
Let that be a lesson to all of you. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show as we wrap up things. And today was Sophie's last day, so please send her some love for her amazing hosting during the Southeast Asian Tour 1, 2, and 3. And we will see you back here on a Friday for our last full day of SEA DPC.